Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 177 to Chapter 233. When Lin Sun woke up, he felt his cheeks were wet and warm. When he opened his eyes, he saw a little guy as round as a ball sticking out its pink tongue and licking his cheeks happily. Chirp. Seeing Lin Sun wake up, the little guy was even happier and kept chirping. Lin Sun pulled out the soft body of the little guy, wiped off the saliva on his cheeks in embarrassment, and said with a wry smile, "It's such a special way to welcome me back." "Humph, don't play dumb." If it were someone else, Chirp wouldn't have welcomed him. Young Man stood beside him with her snow-white arms around her plump breasts. Her lips were slightly raised, and her beautiful face was full of anger and joy. "How long did I sleep?" Lin Sun got up and felt comfortable all over. He had never felt so relaxed before. 1 day and 1 night. Young Man took the plate from one side and handed it to Lin. Stewed meat with sauce, rice with spiritual grain, and a glass of clear spiritual juice. It was a simple but delicious meal. Lin Sun immediately felt so hungry that he couldn't care about anything else and just buried himself in eating. Xianxia was like a ball, jumping around his feet, and from time to time, rubbing his calf intimately, looking very happy. Young Man looked at this scene with a little jealousy and sighed in her heart. She had been taking care of Chirp during the 3 months when Lin Sun was away, but Chirp didn't let her touch it at all. Once it was held in her arms, it would struggle violently, pretending to be dead and screaming, which made Young Man not know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing Lin Sun receive such a high-standard welcome from Chirp as soon as he came back, Young Man couldn't help feeling jealous and secretly scolded this little guy for being ungrateful. "By the way, I heard you won the first place in the Warzone assessment?" Young Man suddenly asked. "Yes, it was a fluke," Lin Sun said vaguely while eating. "Fluke? I think so. A second-level elite barbarian soldier died in your hands. If it wasn't luck, what else could it be?" Young Man was lost in thought. Lin Sun understood at once and couldn't help saying, "Sister Man, if you want to know the truth, just tell me directly. Don't beat around the bush." Young Man twisted Lin Sun's ear and snorted, "Hey, do you think you can see through a woman's mind? Do you want to guess what I want to do now?" Her beautiful eyes were watery and charming, but Lin Sun's heart skipped a beat. He said hurriedly, "No need to guess. Sister Man, you are so broad-minded that you can accommodate the whole world. How can I, a layman, figure out your mind?" With a faint smile, Young Man bit her red lips and said, "Are you saying that my breasts are very big?" Lin Sun was speechless. How could they discuss the size of breasts so straightforwardly? The most important thing was that this question was really hard to answer. It seemed a little inappropriate to say that her breasts were small or big. "Well, let's talk about the result of the Warzone assessment." Lin Sun wisely changed the topic immediately. Young Man said disdainfully, "Little brother, once you admit defeat when flirting with a woman, you will be looked down upon by all women." Lin Sun nodded again and again in agreement. When arguing with a woman, admitting defeat is equivalent to winning. As expected, Young Man felt bored and said, "Do you have something to say to me now?" Lin Sun said at once, "Yes, I think I have to talk to you about killing that second-level barbarian soldier." Young Man leaned lazily on a chair on one side, crossed her slender and straight snow-white legs on the back of the chair, and nodded with satisfaction, showing that Lin Sun was worth teaching. This posture was very seductive, especially the pair of snow-white legs. In the light, they shone with a layer of attractive ivory luster, making people daydream. Lin Sun was 14 years old this year, and his experiences in these years made him more mature than his peers. Although he had already tasted Young Man's beauty, when he saw such a seductive picture of a beauty lying lazily on her side, he still felt his heart skip a beat. He looked away and coughed. Then he told Young Man everything about how he killed Shreeing. He didn't hide anything, because Young Man had long known that he had mastered spiritual tattoos, so there was nothing to hide. "So, you didn't get lucky to kill that guy this time?" After knowing all this, Young Man's eyes lit up, and she stared at Lin Sun in front of her, as if she had found a rare treasure. Amazing! Who can believe that a teenager on the 9th level of martial realm could refine a spiritual tattoo formation with a lot of useful and useless spiritual materials? Young Man became more and more excited as she said, jumping up and down like a little girl, "If this thing is spread out, those spiritual tattooists in the Empire will be ashamed to death." How will old Mo feel if he knows that you succeeded in refining a spiritual formation for the first time? Young man seemed to be happier than Lin Sun, and her beautiful and sexy face was full of pride and excitement. Although Lin Sun felt that young man's reaction was a bit excessive, he couldn't help but feel warm when he saw her so happy for him. My young spiritual tattooist, well done. Young man stood up, and before Lin Sun had time to react, she held Lin Sun's cheek and kissed him hard. Of course, this was not the love between a man and a woman. However, Lin Sun was still a little unaccustomed to this intimate behavior, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Sister man, can we calm down? Young man rolled her eyes at Lin Sun and said angrily, don't pretend to be innocent after getting the advantage. Well, do you think we can tell Chief Shu about this? Lin Sun's expression became serious, and he said, if Sister man trusts Drillmaster Shu Xianxia, it's okay to tell him. This was to give the choice to young man. He could trust young man, but he couldn't completely trust Shu Xianxia. Young man nodded, I see. Speaking of this, Lin Sun suddenly thought of one thing. He took out the black animal tooth he got from Shrying and said, Sister man, have a look. Do you recognize this thing? Whoosh, before young man could react, an unexpected scene happened. Chirps, who had been jumping around Lin Sun's feet, suddenly jumped up and swallowed the black animal tooth in Lin Sun's hand as if it had smelled the most delicious food in the world. The speed was so fast that Lin Sun didn't have time to react. He was startled, and it was too late to save it. After swallowing the black beast tooth, Xiao staggered on the ground as if it was drunk. Its round body was filled with a red luster as it rolled around, looking charmingly naive. Soon, with a swish, Chirp's body turned into a line of fire, pierced into Lin Sun's palm, and disappeared. At the same time, a flame-like pattern emerged on his palm, like a tattoo totem, which was extremely mysterious. Lin Sun felt that there seemed to be one more thing in the flesh of his palm, but he didn't feel anything unusual or uncomfortable. Lin Sun was completely stunned. What on earth was going on? It has absorbed too much power and needs to sleep for a while to digest. Young man seemed very calm at this moment. When I fed Chirps with spiritual crystals a few days ago, it also happened. It took about 3 days for Chirps to recover. Lin Sun breathed a sigh of relief and frowned, but the animal tooth just now, young man shrugged and said, who knows what it is? But judging from Chirps' reaction just now, it should be a treasure that Chirps likes more than spiritual crystals. This meant that the animal tooth was at least more precious than a piece of spiritual crystal. As for how precious it was impossible to judge. Although Lin Sun was a little unwilling, what had happened, and he could only accept it. He suddenly thought of one thing. Sister man, have you ever seen this kind of spirit beast that can turn into a pattern and be stored in a practitioner's body? Young man was stunned and said, I haven't seen it before. Lin Sun became serious and frowned. When I was a child, I read an ancient book called Atlas of Beasts, which recorded that the spirit beasts in the world were divided into 3 categories, namely, earth rank, heaven rank and saint rank, according to bloodline, root bone, talent and power. According to the introduction of Atlas of Beasts, earth rank spirit beasts, like human practitioners, would evolve as long as they kept cultivating. This kind of spirit beasts was the most common in the world, and some spirit beasts domesticated by beast tamers generally belonged to this category. Heaven-rank spiritual beasts were natural spiritual beasts that were superior to earth-rank spiritual beasts in terms of bloodline, talent, and strength. They possessed extremely high intelligence, and not only could they cultivate and evolve, they could even master some unique fighting techniques. This kind of spirit beast was rarely seen in the world. Even in the whole Xiao Empire, it was a rare and precious existence. For example, the purple-horned teal beast in the royal family of Xiao Empire was a heaven-rank spirit beast with incredible power, which was enough to deter strong practitioners in Tao Insight realm and make them stop at the sight of it. It was said that the purple-horned teal beast could rank in the top 30 of heaven-rank spirit beasts. As for saint-rank spirit beasts, they were even rarer and could only be found by chance. This kind of spirit beast was usually born with luck. Sometimes, there was not even one in hundreds or thousands of years. In the historical books of Xiao Empire, there were only 6 or 7 records about saint-rank spirit beasts, but most of them were vague and it was impossible to tell what kind of power the saint-rank spirit beasts had. What I don't understand is that in the records of the Atlas of 10,000 Beasts, there are also spiritual beasts that can be stored in a cultivator's body. However, in order to achieve this step, one needs to go through an extremely complicated process to recognize a master. There is no one like Qiuqiu, who can do this without recognizing a master. Lin Sun spoke out his doubts. All this can only prove that Chirps is not a descendant of Golden Flame Beast at all. Its origin may be rarer and more mysterious than we think. Young man's clear eyes were full of thoughts, and she said, but you don't have to worry. Although it hasn't recognized its owner, Chirps has obviously regarded you as a family member. It should not be a threat to you. Lin Sun thought for a while and finally nodded. Get ready. The new training will start in 3 days. This training is related to whether we can enter the game-producing lake or not. You must not neglect it. Young man warned Lin when she left Old Mo's warehouse, which made Lin's heart skip a beat. 3 days later, when the training in the Bloodthirsty camp started again, Lin Sun found that this was the real training in the Bloodthirsty camp. The remaining 42 trainees would be trained separately one by one. Each trainee would have a special drill master to give one-to-one guidance, and each drill master would carry out special training according to the characteristics of each trainee. In this way, the potential of each trainee was stimulated to the greatest extent. At the same time, more profound and advanced knowledge appeared in the teaching of the theory courses, such as how to practice a fighting skill to the mastery in the shortest time in martial cultivation. Another example was the various tests and dangers that the strongmen of Gang Spirit Realm, Sea Spirit Realm, Tao Insight Realm and Reincarnation Developing Realm had to face on the road of cultivation. Even though it was merely a theory, it contained the experiences and painstaking efforts of countless sages and experts, and it was precious knowledge that couldn't be learned in the outside world. Similarly, this kind of training had never been taught in the Bloodthirsty camp before. All these signs showed that the 42 trainees including Lin Sun had passed many tests and obtained the final approval of the Bloodthirsty camp. And the trainees who stayed in the end would enjoy the real inheritance and cultivation of the Bloodthirsty camp. As the first in the Warzone assessment, Lin Sun had the absolute priority in choosing the drill master. When many people speculated that he would choose Xianxia as the drill master, Lin Sun unexpectedly chose Yang Ku. Perhaps Xianxia, as the chief drill master, had incredible power, but for Lin Sun, Xianxia was not the most suitable candidate. Only Yang Ku knew how Lin Sun grew step by step from the 6th level of the martial realm to the present, and only Yang Ku was familiar with and understood everything about Lin Sun. Lin Sun believed that only the drill master who understood him could carry out targeted training according to his strengths and weaknesses, so as to further promote his progress. Yang Ku didn't comment on Lin Sun's choice, but young man gave her heartfelt appreciation for it. From this day on, Lin Sun began a new training under the guidance of drill master Yang Ku. Different from the previous training, it was not easy at all. On the contrary, it was crueler and harsher than before. Yang Ku was never a merciful drill master. She would make the most perfect and extreme training plan according to Lin Sun's limits and carry it out consistently. Under this extreme training, Lin Sun would be completely drained like a dead fish at the end of every day's training. His body was on the verge of collapse, but it wouldn't hurt himself. The only good news was that the supply of spiritual medicine in the Bloodthirsty camp was no longer limited, so that every trainee could recover in the shortest time and continue the daily training. As time went by, Lin Sun gradually fell in love with this cruel, boring, and simple training. His spiritual power cultivation, physical strength, soul power, martial arts cultivation. Everything was gradually improving. Different from other trainees, Lin Sun had just reached the real martial realm more than a month ago, so he had a stronger and broader room for improvement. With the continuous change of Lin's overall strength, Yang Ku would also make subtle adjustments to her training plan, so as to tap Lin's potential to the greatest extent. Because Yang Ku knew that cultivation was like defying nature. If one wanted to climb the peak, he had to lay a solid foundation before he climbed the peak. The martial realm was the foundation stage of cultivation. If one didn't hone his cultivation foundation to the extreme in this realm, it would be too late to foundation after he reached the Gang Spirit realm. Time flowed by silently like flowing water. 1 month later. In a secret room, Lin Sun took a deep breath and mobilized all the spiritual energy in his body, which was boiling like raging waves. With a dazzling cyan luster on his fist, he punched the spirit testing stone in front of him. Buzz, the spiritual light on the surface of the spirit testing stone surged like waves. A bright light could be clearly seen, rushing straight up and passing one scale after another. Each scale represented the spiritual energy of a martial realm practitioner in the martial practice hall of Donglin Town. When he was in the martial practice hall of Donglin Town, Lin Sun, who was at the 6th level of the martial realm, had a test. At that time, he had the strength of 4,900 Jun with his spiritual energy. This also meant that Lin Sun could compete with a practitioner at the peak of the 8th level of the martial realm in terms of the spiritual energy. Now, Lin Sun had the cultivation of the 9th level of the martial realm. Besides, he had experienced more than half a year's cruel training in the bloodthirsty camp, and with the help of the nature insight and spirit devour scripture, his spiritual energy was much more abundant than before. Soon, the light on the surface of the spirit testing stone easily passed the 8,000 Jun mark. Young Ku, who was next to Lin Sun, had no reaction when she saw this. Generally speaking, only practitioners at the peak of the 9th level of the martial realm could have the spiritual energy of 8,000 Jun. But this standard was like a child's play for the trainees of the bloodthirsty camp, which was not worth paying attention to at all. However, when she saw that the ray of light didn't show any signs of weakening when it reached the 9,000 Jun position, and instead kept rushing upwards, young Ku became slightly more serious. 9,000 Jun. This was the standard of the spiritual energy that an excellent trainee of the bloodthirsty camp could have. Young Ku was sure that every one of the 42 trainees who were currently training in the bloodthirsty camp could reach this level. But if she wanted to distinguish who was better among the 42 trainees, it depended on what their specific test results could reach after the 9,000 Jun mark. 9,100 Jun, 9,300 Jun, 9,500 Jun. As the light kept rising on the surface of the spirit testing stone, young Ku's look became more and more serious, even with a hint of seriousness. Until the light broke through 9,800 Jun, the rising speed finally slowed down, but young Ku didn't look relaxed at all. Her eyes were fixed on the surface of the spirit testing stone, as if she was expecting something. This spirit testing stone was refined by the Academy of Spiritual Implements of the Empire. It was accurate and stable, which was incomparable to the common goods on the market. There were 9,999 scales on the spirit testing stone, representing the limit of strength that could be achieved in the 9th level of the true martial realm. Generally speaking, if it was used to test ordinary practitioners of the martial realm, it was rarely used after the scale of 8,000 Jun. But at this moment, young Ku suddenly found that the scale on the spirit testing stone seemed to be insufficient. Young Ku was convinced that the spirit testing stone was not enough for a freak like Lin Sun when she saw that the light finally collapsed when it reached the scale of 9,999. At the thought that the spiritual energy of Lin Sun had obviously exceeded the level of 10,000 Jun, young Ku couldn't help but feel a ripple in her calm mind. 10,000 Jun, this was a natural moat. Among the countless practitioners of the martial realm in the empire since ancient times, it was absolutely rare for them to break through this moat. Even some ordinary practitioners of the gang spirit realm couldn't have such strong spiritual energy. Drillmaster Young Ku, Lin Sun had also been paying attention to it. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised and scratched his head. No need to test it. Young Ku suddenly came to her senses and turned away with Lin Sun. That night, Young Ku found Xianxia and said, "The spiritual energy of Lin Sun has also exceeded 10,000 Jun." Xianxia was stunned and nodded. Yes, it's not surprising that he can achieve this according to his performance in the Demon Cloud Ridge. So far, among the 42 trainees of the bloodthirsty camp, it was known that 7 or 8 people had successfully achieved this step. So Xianxia was really not surprised. But Lin Sun is different from others. His strength showed a sign of slowing down when it broke through 9,800 Jun. According to my estimation, his final result is not as simple as breaking through 10,000 Jun. As soon as Young Ku spoke these words, it caused Xianxia's eyes to narrow, and a wisp of seriousness appeared on his cold face that was hard like a rock. Then what's your estimate? I can't tell, Young Ku said, unless we change the spirit testing stone and test it again. Xianxia immediately felt helpless. It's impossible. The spirit testing stone in the bloodthirsty camp is aimed at practitioners in the martial realm. The spirit testing stone with more than 10,000 Jun is specially used to test practitioners in the gang spirit realm. We have no such preparation at all. Speaking of this, he couldn't help sighing with emotion. Who can imagine that the so-called standard of the empire is not suitable for these young people at all? This is tantamount to breaking the previous record and creating a new height. Xianxia corrected him. Among the practitioners in the martial realm in the world, not only the trainees of the bloodthirsty camp can achieve this step. Xianxia said, have you ever seen someone as special as Lin Sun? As far as I know, he hasn't reached the mastery of the 9th level of the martial realm, has he? Xianxia completely understood what Lin Sun said. Indeed, Lin Sun's cultivation had not reached the mastery, but he already had such strong spiritual energy. If he reached the mastery, how strong would his spiritual energy be? Remember, everything about him should be kept secret. Too strong will be humiliated, and too wise will be hurt. I don't want him to be targeted by those big shots of the empire. After thinking for a while, Xianxia made a decision. Xianxia agreed and suddenly asked, Chief Shu, is it worth it? You should know that helping trainees hide secrets is tantamount to violating the will of the empire. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and kept silent for a long time. Then he said, I obey the will of the empire, not the will of those big shots. Xianxia, you should understand the difference between the two. But if you do this, once you are found out, it will only be bad for you, Xianxia said seriously. Xianxia snorted, I'm helping the empire train the real talents, not helping those big shots train obedient dogs. If they blame me, I can just close the bloodthirsty camp again like last time. A smile appeared at the corner of Xianxia's mouth. This was the Xianxia she knew. Just for Lin Sun? Xianxia asked the last question. Hearing this, Xianxia asked in reply, how many trainees in the camp do you think need our help to cover up their secrets? Xianxia understood after thinking for a while. Among the 42 trainees in the camp at present, except for a few people such as Lin Sun and Li Duxing, the others all had strong backgrounds and didn't need their help at all. Xianxia said, Lin Sun is different. He is the most special trainee in this year's bloodthirsty camp. He not only has unimaginable potential, but more importantly, his mastery of spiritual tattoos is too incredible. Both the transformation of Ziying battleship and the refining of Meteor's crossbow can be regarded as first-class weapons in the world. If such a person is used by the big shots of the empire, it's hard to say whether it's a blessing or a curse. These words showed that Xianxia didn't trust those big shots of the empire and was even full of conflict with them. Lin Sun didn't know that some of the special things he showed had already aroused Xianxia's great attention and even made a certain degree of protection for him. As for whether this kind of protection was good or bad, it could only be seen later. The training went on every day. When Lin Sun reached the mastery of the 9th level of martial realm and lit up the 8th soul star in his sea of consciousness, there were only 3 days left before the 1-year training period of the bloodthirsty camp. At the end of the day's training, Xianxia suddenly said, tomorrow will be the last round of assessment. The 30 trainees who passed the assessment will enter the game-producing field for cultivation. Lin Sun was stunned and suddenly realized that he had been in the bloodthirsty camp for nearly a year unconsciously. That night, in Old Mo's warehouse. When Lin Sun was eating, he keenly noticed that young man was a little absent-minded. He couldn't help asking, Sister young man, you seem to be in a bad mood. Young man sighed faintly, don't worry about me. You should prepare for tomorrow's assessment. There are only 3 days left. If you are eliminated at this time, it's not worth it. Lin Sun answered and ate silently. Young man felt the atmosphere was a little dull and couldn't help asking, Chirps hasn't woken up yet? Lin Sun nodded. Since the little guy swallowed the black animal tooth, it had been living in his palm, sleeping and not waking up. It seems that the black beast tooth is indeed an incredible treasure, young man said thoughtfully. Lin Sun stared at young man and said, Sister young man, although I may leave the bloodthirsty camp soon, you must tell me if you have any trouble. His tone was calm and serious. Young man was stunned. After a long while, she sneered, you want to help me solve my problem? But Lin Sun didn't seem to be discouraged. He looked more and more serious. But at least I will try my best without frowning. Young man nodded and walked out of the warehouse. Rest well. If you're eliminated in tomorrow's test, I won't acknowledge you as my brother anymore. Watching young man leave, Lin Sun finally shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Lin Sun didn't notice that when young man turned around and left the warehouse, her eyes were filled with tears. She walked alone in the night. A light breeze blew her soft and smooth long hair, bringing with it a trace of coldness. This little bastard is really good at sensationalizing. He's so bad. When he leaves the bloodthirsty camp, I don't know how many girls will be cheated by him. Young man whispered. Because of Lin Sun's words, she was overwhelmed with emotions and couldn't control them. She hadn't experienced such a feeling for many years. Suddenly, Xianxia's voice, as hard as a sword, came from the night. The training of this session is coming to an end. Do you really not want to separate from the bloodthirsty camp? Young man stiffened all over, and the tears in her beautiful eyes evaporated instantly. She said pitifully, "What? Chief Shu, are you going to drive me away?" Xianxia's thin figure appeared, glanced at young man, and said, "I'm not kidding. The points you won in the last bet are enough for you to completely separate from the bloodthirsty camp, and you don't need to shoulder the responsibility entrusted by the Empire. This is your only chance. Think about it." "There's no need to think about it," young man said without hesitation. "I choose to stay in the bloodthirsty camp. As for the place, just give it to young Ku." Xianxia's blade-like eyes suddenly narrowed, and he said in a low voice, "You should know that if young Ku leaves, she will go to the Forbidden City to solve the grievances of those years. Are you mentally prepared?" A trace of sadness appeared on young man's beautiful face. After a while, she gritted her teeth and said, "I've done wrong in those years, and I don't want this kind of wrong thing to continue." Xianxia stared at young man for a long time and finally nodded. "The road is chosen by yourself. I hope you won't regret it." After that, he turned around and left. Young man sat alone in the darkness of the night and looked at the distant night sky. Suddenly, a sense of relief welled up in her heart. After so many years, it was time to let it go. The next morning, 42 trainees, including Lin Sun, were gathered together and led by Xianxia to a huge field. This field was very special. The ground was paved with pitch black and smooth rocks, and the surface was branded with mysterious spiritual tattoos. In the sunshine, wisps of dreamy luster rose. In the center of the field stood 30 stone pillars. Every single stone pillar was 9 meters tall and completely pitch black. They just happened to be enormous swords that pierced into the sky. Standing in the field, the trainees only felt an indescribable solemnity coming to their faces, which made them all shocked and dare not make any noise. These 30 stone pillars represent 30 passageways into the gang-producing lake. Xianxia's first sentence attracted the attention of all trainees present. When they looked at the stone pillars again, there was a touch of enthusiasm in their eyes. Wasn't the ultimate purpose of their training in the bloodthirsty camp to enter the gang-producing lake? Now, the opportunity was in front of them. This assessment is also the last one in the bloodthirsty camp. The assessment method is very simple. You need to grab these 30 stone pillars. Those trainees who fail to grab a stone pillar can choose to challenge any trainee who grabs a stone pillar. The time is 1 hour. When the time is up, the trainees who still fail to grab a stone pillar will be eliminated. Xianxia quickly introduced the rules of the assessment. Remember, you can't fight as a group. You can only challenge 1-to-1. Except for combat weapons, all auxiliary weapons such as crossbows and poisonous fog are not allowed. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the field became tense. There were 42 trainees in the field, but there were only 30 stone pillars, which meant that 12 trainees were destined to be eliminated in this assessment. Now there were only 3 days left before the training of the bloodthirsty camp. Who would be willing to be eliminated at the last moment? No one. Lin Sun couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he heard the simple rules of the assessment. It seemed simple to compete for the ownership of 30 stone pillars in 1 hour, but it was actually extremely dangerous when he thought about it carefully. If a trainee occupied a stone pillar, but was challenged by others and the stone pillar was taken away, it would be difficult for the loser to turn the situation around. But at the same time, the winner would face a crisis, because he had fought once and his physical strength was bound to be consumed. For those trainees who hadn't grabbed a stone pillar, the winner would become the best target for competition. In this way, in this assessment, the competition was not only about fighting power, but also about physical consumption. Now, the assessment begins. Xianxia said in a low voice. Whoosh! Whoosh, before his voice died away, the trainees who had been waiting for a long time rushed to the 30 stone pillars in the center of the field like arrows leaving the bow. The scene was chaotic for a while. Everyone exerted all their strength, wanting to occupy a stone pillar as soon as possible. Boom, as soon as a trainee stepped on the stone pillar, before he had time to be happy, someone next to him rushed to him and forced him to step back from the pillar with a palm. Soon, scenes like this began to happen one after another. Linsun was also among them. He was even the first batch of trainees who rushed to a stone pillar, but there were 3 trainees competing with him. The battle inevitably broke out. As soon as he stepped on the stone pillar, a sturdy teenager shouted, "Get down!" With the voice, the sturdy teenager had punched Linsun. Linsun waved his sleeve and hit the sturdy teenager with a casual blow. The teenager fell to the ground and screamed in pain. Seeing this, the other 2 trainees immediately showed fear on their faces. They glared at Linsun and turned to choose other targets. Standing on the stone pillar, Linsun glanced around and immediately found an interesting scene. Bai, Zhao, Li Duxing, and Zhang Sunheng had already occupied a stone pillar, but no one went to challenge them at all. Obviously, everyone knew that it was no different from hitting a stone with an egg if they tried to snatch the stone pillars of Bai and others. Similarly, Linsun also found that many trainees who didn't grab a stone pillar also showed a hint of hesitation when they glanced at him, and finally didn't dare to come. This made Linsun realize that he had a certain prestige in the bloodthirsty camp now, so other trainees dared not to offend him. The chaos didn't last long, and then calmed down. 30 trainees occupied a stone pillar respectively, and the remaining 12 trainees also became vigilant. They didn't act rashly anymore, but observed and chose the most suitable target. To Linsun's surprise, Ning Meng didn't grab a stone pillar. At this moment, he was carefully choosing his opponent with his eyes wide open. When Linsun noticed the burning fighting desire in Ning's eyes and the excitement on his face, he was speechless and completely understood that Ning Meng did it on purpose. The reason why he did so was to find a chance to fight fiercely. This assessment seems to be a little too easy. In the distance, some drill masters whispered. They felt that the assessment was a little calm and there was nothing to see. It's just the beginning. The real show is about to begin. Xianxia said indifferently. The atmosphere on the site was tense and hostile. The 12 trainees who didn't get the stone pillars were choosing their targets cautiously. Those trainees who got the stone pillars didn't dare to be careless either. All of them were ready to fight against a formidable enemy. On the site, only Linsun, Bai Lingshi, Zhao Yin, Zhang Sunheng and Li Duxing seemed to be the calmest. They were the most outstanding group of people in the camp, and they had long established their great reputation in this year of training. As long as they were not stupid, no one would be willing to compete with them for the stone pillars. Perhaps because of this situation, Bai Lingshi felt a little bored. At this moment, she sat cross-legged on the stone pillar and closed her eyes to meditate. This was not ignorance or arrogance, but absolute confidence in her own strength. This scene made many trainees envious and admire her. The dull atmosphere was soon broken. Ning Meng seemed to have chosen his target. He pointed to a teenager on a stone pillar in the distance and said, "Zhang Sunheng, I haven't found a chance for a whole year. This time, you can't escape." As soon as these words came out, the whole site was in an uproar. No one had expected that Ning Meng would direct the spearhead to Zhang Sunheng as soon as he made a move. This was too fierce. Who was Zhang Sunheng? He could stand shoulder to shoulder with people like Bai Lingshi, Zhao Yin and Li Duxing. How could he be shaken by others? Most importantly, this was the last assessment, which was related to whether the trainees could enter the game-producing lake for cultivation or not. Under such circumstances, Ning Meng was going to fight Zhang Sunheng, which was beyond everyone's expectation. In the distance, sure you couldn't help but curse, "This idiot is making a mistake again." No matter how big the hatred is, it's not too late to solve it later. Linsun frowned. He suddenly remembered that when he first entered the bloodthirsty camp, sure you had joked that Zhang Sunheng, Ning Meng's sworn enemy, also came. At that time, Linsun didn't care much about it. He thought it was just a kind of competition between young people. Unexpectedly, in the last assessment, Ning Meng suddenly broke out. All this seemed to prove that the contradiction between Ning Meng and Zhang Sunheng was absolutely not simple. The uproar around didn't seem to affect Ning Meng. At this moment, his majestic body stood upright and his eyes were like lightning, heroic and disdainful. This made everyone realize that Ning Meng was not joking. He was serious. Finally, Zhang Sunheng said, "I've been waiting for this day for a long time, but I didn't expect you to be so eager to determine the winner in this assessment." His voice carried a trace of a unique sharpness, like the edge of a blade cutting on metal, making people uncomfortable. He had a handsome appearance, and he was like a graceful and beautiful young man. However, the space between his brows was filled with a wisp of overbearing arrogance, and it caused his bearing to be slightly overbearing. This was Zhang Sunheng. His grandfather was the empire's general Zhang Sun Xiong, a top expert whose name shook the empire. Because of his illustrious military achievements, he had made great contributions to the empire and was known as the empire's pillar. As the grandson of Zhang Sun Xiong, it could be imagined how prominent Zhang Sunheng's identity and status were. Although in the bloodthirsty camp, identity and status were not important at all and everything depended on strength, Zhang Sunheng was not just a simple playboy. On the contrary, his fighting capacity was so strong that no one could find fault with him. Eager? Nonsense, I just don't intend to let you enter the game-producing lake. Ning Meng laughed, stepped on the ground, and rose to the sky. With wisps of terrible and dazzling lightning surging all over his body, he waved the halberd and chopped down at Zhang Sunheng. He directly attacked Zhang Sunheng. Boom, the halberd was like a dragon, wrapped in lightning, crushing the air with terrifying momentum. All this showed that Ning Meng was absolutely not joking. Zhang Sunheng's face darkened slightly. With a swish, a long sword appeared in his palm and fingers, and a horrible fierce spirit suddenly burst out of his body. It was like a bloodthirsty sword was ferociously unsheathed at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were locked in battle. One of them moved like a bolt of lightning, and he revealed an arrogant and overbearing bearing of superiority. The other one's sword light was like lightning, sharp and fierce. The confrontation between the two young overmatches immediately attracted the attention of all the people present. Even Xianxia and other drill masters in the distance cast their eyes over. Both Ning Meng and Zhang Sunheng were outstanding figures in the camp. No matter who won, it would be a loss for the bloodthirsty camp. But it was obvious that this battle was irreversible. Rumbled a strong wind raged in the void, and the terrible spiritual light danced like a turbulent flow, producing a rolling roar. Many people were secretly surprised when they saw that Ning Meng and Zhang Sunheng were evenly matched in the battle and did not fall into a disadvantageous position. Some people were also thoughtful. Zhang Sunheng was the grandson of Zhang Sun Xiong, the general of the empire, and he had a distinguished background. But Ning Meng was not inferior either. His grandfather was Blood King Ning Bugui, who guarded the western border of the empire for hundreds of years and killed countless enemies. He was just like an iron-blooded god of war. Both of them had military backgrounds, but at this moment they met as if they were enemies. Many people vaguely guessed that the meaning of this battle was not simple, and it might involve some contradictions between the two major military forces of the empire. Boom, suddenly, Ning Meng was shaken and staggered in the air, which made many people exclaim. Was the winner going to be decided? Lin Sun was nervous and frowned. He had been paying attention to this battle. There was no doubt that Zhang Sunheng's fighting capacity was strong, and the fighting method he used was also first class, which was extraordinary. Compared with Zhang Sunheng, Ning Meng was not inferior, but Lin Sun knew that if Ning Meng could not gain the upper hand, he would fall into a disadvantageous situation. But Lin Sun still did not expect that Ning Meng would show an obvious decline at this moment, which made Lin Sun a little worried about him. Your cultivation of thunder power from all directions is not good enough, and it is far from enough to defeat my Golden Sun spirit-piercing method. Zhang Sunheng sneered, and his clothes were fluttering in the wind. He was full of arrogance. Whoosh! 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 As he spoke, he chopped his long sword more than 10 times in a row. Streaks of golden light shot into the sky, cutting the air, which was extremely terrifying. Ning Meng was forced to stagger and dodge, and was even almost hit by a sword. The sword narrowly scratched his cheek, leaving a bleeding wound. Ho ho, is that all you can do? To tell you the truth, I didn't come to the bloodthirsty camp for the game-producing lake, but to defeat you, a coward. Zhang Sunheng sneered again and again. If your father didn't secretly send you to the bloodthirsty camp, I wouldn't have a chance to defeat you. All the people in the field were shocked. They never thought that there was such a great hatred between the two teenagers from the military. Just what kind of secrets were hidden within? Being continuously humiliated, Ning Meng's face was livid, and his eyes were full of burning anger. But in the face of Zhang Sunheng's attack, he had no strength to fight back. "Get out, a coward like you doesn't deserve to be the grandson of the Iron Blood King at all." With a loud shout, Zhang Sunheng pressed forward step by step, and the long sword in his hand made a harsh roar. He chopped at Ning Meng with a destructive posture. This sword seemed to be unstoppable, full of great power, which made people desperate. At this moment, Lin Sun and Xianxia both changed their faces. In the distance, Xianxia and other drill masters narrowed their eyes slightly, and had secretly prepared to save Ning Meng. Even if Ning Meng was defeated, he must not be killed in the bloodthirsty camp. Bai Lingshi, who was meditating with her eyes closed, also seemed to be shocked at this moment. She opened her eyes and looked at the sword of Zhang Sunheng from a distance. This sword was called Golden Sun Burns the World. It was a unique skill that was only mastered by the Zhang Sun clan, but at this critical moment, Ning Meng's lips curled up into a cold smile, and his dodging body suddenly stretched out. Boom! Thousands of thunderbolts burst out of his body, and suddenly turned into a round thunder ring in the void in front of him. The thunder ring was surrounded by lightning, dazzling and releasing a terrible killing intent that could destroy the world, which changed the color of the world. Thunder ring, Xianxia was shocked, and his stone-like face finally showed a trace of emotion. Besides Xianxia, the others didn't even have the time to react before they heard a world-shaking collision. It was like two volcanoes had collided together, and the terrifying rumbling shook the heavens and the earth to the point of wailing. Many students even felt their vital energy and blood roil, and their hearts were filled with terror. When they looked at the field again, they saw Zhang Sunheng screaming and suddenly falling from the stone pillar to the ground. His hair was disheveled, and his clothes were torn, revealing his scorched skin. Streaks of blood flowed from his body and dyed the ground red. Thunder ring. You have succeeded in practicing this secret method with the power of martial realm. Zhang Sunheng's face was full of resentment and unwillingness. He struggled to get up, but with a plop, he fell to the ground again. He didn't even have the strength to get up. The whole field was shocked and silent. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't imagine how Ning Meng, who was about to be defeated, suddenly reversed the situation and suppressed Zhang Sunheng at this moment. This was simply unimaginable. Lin Sun and Xianxia had the same expression at the moment. They looked at Ning Meng, who was standing on the stone pillar at this moment, and knew that this guy deliberately showed weakness just now in order to seize this opportunity to defeat Zhang Sunheng in one fell swoop. Who said that this seemingly reckless and honest guy was heartless? Looking at Ning Meng's behavior at the moment, they knew that he was a scheming man. Thunder ring. It seems that he has been holding back. Maybe he is waiting for this moment. Finally, there is a decent person among the descendants of Blood King Ningbugue. Bai Lingshi's starry eyes showed a touch of thinking. In this silent and shocked atmosphere, Ning Meng, who was originally standing on the stone pillar with the posture of a winner, undoubtedly became the focus of the whole field at this moment. Many people realized that the teenager who could defeat Zhang Sunheng was not as simple as he had shown before. But an unexpected scene appeared. Ning Meng, who had been standing, staggered and fell on the stone pillar as if his physical strength was not enough. He looked embarrassed and cursed angrily. Damn it, the image I have just built is ruined. Zhang Sunheng's defeat and Ning Meng's embarrassing look didn't arouse much ridicule. On the contrary, when they saw Ning Meng fall on the top of the stone pillar due to physical exhaustion, those trainees who didn't get a stone pillar were eager to have a try. Their eyes lit up. It was absolutely the best time to fight for a stone pillar at this time. Not only did they see this, but Lin Sun and other trainees who had already occupied the stone pillars also saw this. In short, after a fierce battle, Ning Meng successfully occupied a stone pillar at this moment, but his situation became more dangerous than before. This was the rule of the assessment. Before the end of an hour, any trainee could continue to challenge and grab stone pillars. It was this scene that reflected how dangerous this seemingly simple rule actually was. Just when some trainees were ready to take action, Ning Meng suddenly shouted, "Lin Sun, I can't make it. As a friend, of course you won't bear to see me being kicked out. In this case, I'll leave the next thing to you." Everyone was stunned. Was he going to ask for help? Even Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned. When did this guy become so shameless? Before Lin Sun said anything, he was interrupted by Ning Meng. It's decided. With your fighting capacity, you can grab a stone pillar at any time, can't you? Many trainees who didn't get a stone pillar became a little surprised and doubtful. If this really happened, they would first face the threat from Lin Sun if they wanted to grab Ning Meng's stone pillar. Who was Lin Sun? He was the first in the quarterly assessment and warzone assessment. Maybe some people dared to look down on him before, but who dared to do so now? But I'm afraid I can't take care of you alone. You should know what to do if two people challenge you and me at the same time. Lin Sun sighed. He didn't care what others would think of him after he agreed to Ning Meng's request. After all, only Ning Meng and Xianxia could be regarded as his friends in the whole bloodthirsty camp. Since they were friends, how could he ignore them? What's more, this kind of help didn't break the rules. Even if he was criticized, it was nothing at all. Compared with personal reputation, it was insignificant in front of friends. But Lin Sun had to worry that there would be other unexpected situations. Don't worry. Don't you still have the toy boy? Ning Meng smiled proudly, as if he had already considered this situation. Idiot, you actually schemed against me? Xianxia was furious. If Ning Meng humbled himself and asked for help, Xianxia would certainly agree. However, Ning Meng behaved as if he was going to win, which made Xianxia very annoyed. Hey, what do you mean by scheming? When your friend is in trouble, are you going to just stand by and watch? Ning Meng asked. Xianxia's expression fluctuated. He asked himself honestly, and it was indeed very difficult for him to do such a thing. What if 3 people move out together and challenge the 3 of us separately? Lin Sun asked with a frown. It's simple. At most, I'll take the initiative to jump off the stone pillar, and then you guys can help me snatch it back. As for the stone pillar that you vacated, if anyone dares to snatch it, you guys can also snatch it back. Ning Meng spoke with fervor and assurance as if he had the pearl of wisdom in his hands. But when the other students heard the conversation between them, they couldn't help but curse them for being shameless. Since when could such a shameless thing like forming a gang be said so boldly and confidently? How shameless! But what made other students helpless was that Ning Meng's arrangement did not violate the rules of the assessment, so they could only curse him in their hearts. At this moment, Lin Sun and Xianxia finally understood that Ning Meng had obviously schemed against them. Otherwise, with his courage, he would not dare to take such a big risk to fight against Zhang Sunheng. In the future, they must not be deceived by this guy's rough and reckless appearance. This was the unanimous thought of Lin Sun and Xianxia at the moment. However, the 3 of them obviously aroused the dissatisfaction of other students, who glanced at them with contempt, disdain, or indifference, and regarded them as shameless people. But helplessly, Lin Sun and Xianxia could only accept it. After all, they made friends with Ning Meng, the most shameless person. Ridiculous. In the distance, an instructor frowned and was not happy about it. Assessment is assessment. How can they do such a shortcut? Many instructors echoed, if they all act so recklessly, what's the meaning of this assessment? In this regard, Xianxia waved his hand expressionlessly and said, as long as they don't violate the rules, let them do whatever they want. Learning to recognize and use the rules is also a knowledge that they must master. All the instructors suddenly became silent. Although they were still a little uncomfortable, they had to admit that Xianxia's words were indeed irrefutable. Rules were dead, while people were alive. Living in the present world, if one only followed the rules and didn't know how to be flexible, he would be bound by the rules and produce many disadvantages, which would affect his cultivation. After hearing Ning Meng's shameless arrangement, those trainees who didn't get the stone pillars had given up the idea of fighting with Ning Meng. But all this was not over. When Ning Meng was about to breathe a sigh of relief, suddenly someone said in a loud voice, "You 3, what you did is a little too much." It was Xiaoyin who spoke. At this moment, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and his graceful and handsome face was full of the color of justice. All the trainees were refreshed. A good show was coming. Ning Meng frowned, it seems that we don't need your advice on what to do we? Indeed, what you didn't violate the rules of the assessment. Xiaoyin nodded, but soon he changed the topic, but, some things are not only about the rules. Since you are so unscrupulous, I can only give you a taste of your own medicine. Under the surprised gaze of all the trainees, Zhao Yun floated away from the stone pillar where he was and landed on the ground. He glanced around and finally fixed his eyes on Lin Sun. Among the three of you, you are the strongest. Do you dare to accept my challenge? His words were sonorous and powerful, which made many trainees couldn't help but applaud. Ning Meng's face darkened. He didn't expect that Zhao Yun would come out at this time and directly point his spear at Lin Sun. This was tantamount to disrupting all his previous arrangements. A cold light surged in Shiyu's eyes. As far as he knew, Zhao Yun was definitely not such an impulsive person. On the contrary, Zhao Yun was narcissistic and self-centered. In the entire bloodthirsty camp, he didn't take anyone seriously except by Xianxia. How could such a person stand out just out of righteous indignation? There must be a reason. And the reason might lie in Lin Sun. This guy still couldn't control himself. But the timing of his attack is not bad. He not only occupies the moral ground, but also is impeccable. Bye. Xianxia didn't know when she opened her eyes again and looked at Zhao Yun. She was very clear that in the ranking of the last Warzone assessment, Zhao Yun's ranking was pushed out of the top 3 because of Lin Sun's sudden entry, which made Zhao Yun unconvinced and bear a grudge against Lin Sun. But Bai Lingshi didn't expect that Zhao Yun would be so impatient and choose to challenge Lin Sun at this moment. But soon, Bai Lingshi understood that for Zhao Yun to fight now, he not only occupied the moral ground and won the favor of many trainees, but also got a chance to defeat Lin Sun and wash away his shame. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Of course, Zhao Yun also did this to prove in front of Bai Lingshi that he was not inferior to Lin Sun, but Bai Lingshi didn't want to admit it. The reason why she valued Lin Sun was that his strength was worth it, not because of other thoughts. But obviously, Zhao Yun didn't think so. It's weird. There seems to be something wrong with today's assessment. In the distance, some drill masters whispered. Indeed. As long as the top masters like Lin Sun and Zhao Yun occupy the stone pillars, they don't have to worry about being challenged by other trainees. But Zhao Yun chose to challenge Lin Sun at this moment. I'm afraid there must be a reason for it. Other drill masters also couldn't see through it. Xianxia didn't say anything. He vaguely knew some of the reasons, but he was also a little surprised by Zhao Yun's decision. At this moment, Lin Sun was the most surprised one. He didn't know that Zhao Yun had invisibly held a grudge against him because of a ranking in the war zone. So when he saw Zhao Yun pointing the spear at him at this moment, he couldn't help frowning. Did this guy really regard himself as a savior? Others didn't say anything, but he jumped out directly with an impassioned look, which was really ridiculous. What, Lin Sun, you don't dare? Do you only know how to form gangs and bully others? Zhao Yun asked indifferently with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. But Lin Sun said with a smile, if you want to challenge me, just come. Don't be so wishy-washy. Do you want to ask whether the opponent agrees to be killed by you or not? It's not demeanor, it's stupidity. When it came to a battle of words, Lin Sun had never been afraid of anyone. It was well known that the word stupidity was usually used to scold voodoo barbarians, but now it was used to describe Zhao Yun, which was extremely ironic and humiliating. This surprised many trainees. They didn't expect that Lin Sun would be so rude. And sure, you couldn't help laughing. Lin Sun had always been a man who refused to suffer losses. Although Zhao Yun's face remained calm, there was an irrepressible haze between his eyebrows, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Good, very good. When you are defeated, I will ask you again who is the stupidity. In the piercing cold voice, Zhao Yun's figure flashed like a dragon coming out of the abyss, and he suddenly soared into the air. At this moment, his whole body was surging with strands of dazzling purple luster, as if he had turned into a purple sun in an instant, illuminating the world and overlooking the universe with immeasurable momentum. This was Zhao Yun's unique talent attribute, purple sun body. The talent attribute was the practitioner's talent for cultivation, including the power of understanding, the root bone, the bloodline, and so on, which were collectively called the talent attribute. According to the Empire's evaluation of the talent attribute that had ever appeared in the world was roughly divided into 9 grades. The first grade was the best. The 9th grade was the last. People with rare talent could cultivate several times faster than ordinary people. What was more terrible was that they were far better than ordinary people in comprehending cultivation methods and refining martial arts. The purple sun body that Zhao Yun showed at the moment was a kind of talent attribute, which could be roughly classified as the 7th grade. Although it was only the 7th grade talent attribute, it had far surpassed ordinary practitioners innately. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was 1 in a million. At least in the entire bloodthirsty camp, the remaining 42 trainees were all the best in the younger generation of the empire. But so far, only Bai Lingshi and Zhao Yun had the talent attribute. It could be imagined how rare the talent attribute was. At this moment, Zhao Yun brazenly made a move. His whole body was shining like a purple sun, illuminating the world. His momentum was so strong that it immediately attracted the attention of all the people present. This is the purple sun body. It is said that this body is as blazing as the sun, and the spiritual energy cultivated by it has terrible power, which is enough to melt mountains and rivers and incinerate everything. Although Zhao Yun has just reached the peak of the 9th level of martial realm, with his talent attribute, he has already surpassed the first-class level and stands proudly at the top of martial realm. It is very difficult to defeat him. Lin Sun is bold enough to provoke Zhao Yun like this. Now he is in a dilemma. Maybe he will be suppressed out. Many trainees exclaimed and were shocked by the momentum shown by Zhao Yun. Although Lin Sun won the first place in the last Warzone assessment, it was just a result. No one could tell how strong his fighting capacity was. But everyone thought that it would be a little difficult for Lin Sun to fight against a top figure like Zhao Yun. The current situation was very interesting. When Zhao Yun took the initiative to challenge Lin Sun, all the other trainees stopped what they were doing and even gave up scrambling for the stone pillars. All of them focused their attention on the peak duel that was about to break out. Even Bai Lingshi could not stay in the state of meditation anymore. She glanced at Zhao Yun and Lin Sun with deep, starry eyes, looking interested. Frowning, Shiryu looked at Lin Sun, who was standing alone, and found that Lin Sun looked as calm as usual, without any trace of panic. Shiryu was a little relieved. Perhaps this fellow had some other trump card. Shiryu decided to take a look first. Ning Meng's face was extremely gloomy. The original plan was disrupted by Zhao Yun, and Lin Sun was also dragged into the water. If Lin was suppressed by Zhao Yun this time and couldn't enter the game-producing lake, Ning Meng would never forgive himself. Be prepared to rescue him in time. This battle is bound to be fierce. Between Lin Sun and Zhao Yun, one of them is bound to be eliminated. It's too late to turn back. Let's see who will win in the end. In the distance, Xianxia ordered in a deep voice with a grave expression. The other instructors' hearts trembled. If it was another student fighting like this, they wouldn't have paid so much attention to it. But the point was that both Lin Sun and Zhao Yun were now the top trainees in the bloodthirsty camp. No one dared to be careless in the confrontation between them. Zhao Yun is so disgusting. People like him can pass the assessment smoothly as long as they don't fight. But he has to stand out to provoke them. It's too much of a bully. Young man appeared out of nowhere and muttered in a low voice. You can't say that. This is an assessment. It tests the real strength. As long as it doesn't violate the rules, no one can say anything. A drill master refuted this. Seeing that a dispute was about to break out, Xianxia said coldly, just watch the battle calmly. As he said, he looked at Lin Sun and Zhao Yun in the distance. The other drill masters also knew that this battle was inevitable, so they all calmed down and looked in the direction of the battle. Clang, with the sound of the sword, a sword appeared in Zhao Yun's hand. The sword was an ordinary spiritual sword, 2 feet and 4 inches long and 3 fingers wide. But when it was held in Zhao Yun's hand, it seemed to transform into a magic weapon. The body of the sword was overflowing with shimmering purple light, like a piece of purple air in the sky. Being held in his hand, it had a kind of majestic and sharp spirit. In an instant, Zhao Yun's momentum rose again. Many trainees' faces changed. Just the momentum made them tremble. Was this the power of the purple sun body? I hope you won't let me down. Zhao Yun said coldly, with his eyebrows full of arrogance. Lin Sun smiled and drew out the green wave saber. After thinking for a while, he suddenly said, how about we decide the winner with one move? Everyone was shocked. Lin Sun was too arrogant. Did he think he could defeat Zhao Yun with one move? Why is this guy so reckless? Does he really think he can defeat Zhao Yun with one move? At this time, even Shiryu was a little confused. He couldn't understand what Lin Sun was thinking. Deciding the winner with one move meant that there was no room for maneuver. Many people were as puzzled as Shiryu. Many people even thought that Lin Sun was crazy to make such a crazy suggestion. Zhao Yun's eyes were cold like a tide. He said coldly, "Are you sure?" Lin Sun nodded and said, "Of course. I didn't expect you to be so courageous. Unfortunately, courage alone is far from enough. Within one move, I will give you an unforgettable memory." Zhao Yun took a deep breath, and the purple light around him soared. It was so dazzling that people simply didn't dare to look at it. "Then come on." Lin Sun smiled perfunctorily. His eyebrows were like a knife, and his black eyes were like lightning. At this moment, his whole body was enshrouded in a blue aura, giving him a sense of transcendence. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became oppressive and silent. The invisible killing intent was like an undercurrent surging, filling every inch of the air. At this moment, everyone in the field held their breath. They felt an inexplicable oppression, and their expressions couldn't help changing. There was such a terrible momentum in just a confrontation. Once the battle started, how terrible would it be? This move was bound to be an earth-shattering blow. Who was stronger and who was weaker would be determined in an instant. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes and hold their breath. Suddenly, Zhao Yun took the lead to move. His whole body was covered with purple mist, and the long sword in his hand stabbed 7 times in an instant, corresponding to 7 different positions in the void. If these 7 positions were connected with lines, it would be the position of the Big Dipper. For a moment, there seemed to be 7 stars suddenly appearing in front of Zhao Yun. The rolling purple mist gushed out of Zhao Yun's body and gathered on the long sword in his hand. Boom! In a trance, people only felt that their souls were shocked. They seemed to see that under the sky, the Big Dipper guarded a purple sun. Endless purple mist was spreading, and it seemed that it was going to sweep the world. That terrible power almost made people's liver and guts break. The Big Dipper encircles the sun, and the purple cheek comes from the east. Xianxia's pupils suddenly dilated, and a terrifying electric light flashed through his eyes. This was a move of the Big Dipper crepe myrtle scripture, a unique skill handed down in the imperial royal family. Once it was performed, it was like the Big Dipper descending and the purple sun shining in the sky, and the power released was also extremely terrible. Zhao Yun was the great-grandson of Baoang Marquis of the Forbidden City of the Empire, and Baoang Marquis was the collateral uncle of the current emperor. In other words, Zhao Yun was also a member of the collateral branch of the imperial royal family. It was not a big deal for him to be able to practice the Big Dipper crepe myrtle scripture, but Xianxia was very clear that it was extremely difficult to practice. For hundreds of years, even among the legitimate descendants of the imperial royal family, few people could successfully practice it. In this case, Zhao Yun could already perform a unique skill of the Big Dipper crepe myrtle scripture, which could be imagined how shocking it was. The most important thing was that Zhao Yun's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the martial realm. Even if he couldn't exert the full power of the Big Dipper crepe myrtle scripture, it was already too incredible that he could use this move. Perhaps, this was the terror of the innate attribute purple sun body. In the field, many trainees were in a trance and shocked. Except for those drillmasters and Chu, only a few trainees could keep calm like Xianxia. Bai Lingshi, Li Duxing and others all contracted their pupils at this moment, and a touch of surprise emerged in their hearts. They all clearly remembered that Zhao Yun had never performed this move in the 1-year training in the bloodthirsty camp. Didn't this mean that he had a backup all the time? Could Lin Sun block this blow? It was very difficult, at least Bai Lingshi and others thought that it might be possible to just block this blow. But so what, if Lin couldn't break Zhao Yun's move and defeat Zhao Yun with this blow, then Lin Sun would definitely lose. But it was obvious that Lin Sun's chance of winning had become slim. All this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in an instant. Different people's different reactions were incredibly fast. Everyone was attracted by Zhao Yun's blow, so no one noticed that Lin Sun also cut out his saber when Zhao Yun made his move. Buzz, a strange sound of saber rang out suddenly. The saber cry was like a sigh that came from the depths of the starry sky, and it was indistinct like a dream. After that, everyone felt their vision blur, and they didn't even have the time to react before they saw numerous stars falling from the eternal veil of night. It was just like comets falling with dazzling fire, so dazzling, so bright, and so terrible, as if doomsday was coming, full of the power to destroy everything. Many people fell into a great horror, with a sense of despair and helplessness that there was no way to escape. This is... Xianxia suddenly clenched his fists, with a touch of surprise on his face. This, Xianxia suddenly stood up, with illusory luster steaming in her starry eyes. At the same time, Li Duxing suddenly took a deep breath, as if he was suppressing the palpitation in his heart that was about to be uncontrollable. Many drill masters in the distance all changed their expressions. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. It could be clearly seen that the 7 stars of the Big Dipper around Zhao Yin's body were falling one by one, and the rolling purple air was being swallowed by the endless darkness. Then, a flash of saber light suddenly appeared from the darkness, splitting all the soul-stirring scenes. Zhao Yin's figure, which was as dazzling as the purple sun, seemed to lose all its luster, and his figure suddenly dimmed. This move was called collecting stars. When many trainees woke up from the shock, the battle had already ended, but the atmosphere in the field was indescribably weird. Xianxia and other drill masters all looked solemn, doubtful, incredulous, or silent. On the other side, Xianxia stood up. Her dress and long hair were fluttering in the wind, but she didn't seem to notice it. She stared blankly into the distance, with a trace of confusion on her beautiful face. Li Duxing was taking a deep breath, as if he was calming down the turbulent emotions in his heart. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was filled with a shocking deathly silence. When the students' gazes swept across the battlefield, they were all stunned. Zhao Yin lay on the ground, unconscious. His body was in a strange and twisted state, as if he had suffered unimaginable pain before he fainted. Moreover, there was still an expression of panic, bewilderment, and unwillingness on his face. Before the battle, he was like a purple sun illuminating the world, with immeasurable divine power and looking down on the mountains and rivers. But now, he looked so miserable and pitiful. Looking at the stone pillar again, Lin Sun's handsome figure was still standing alone. He was unscathed, but his face was a little pale. But now, in the eyes of the trainees, he seemed to be shrouded in an indescribable majesty, which made them feel awe. Zhao Yin is defeated. Finally, someone spoke, and it broke this silent and strange atmosphere, causing everyone to sober up completely. What happened just now? I don't know. I just saw stars falling from the eternal night, as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Me too. Zhao Yin, who has the body of purple sun, was defeated. Incredible, incredible. The discussion was like boiling water, and the whole field was in an uproar. Many trainees couldn't believe it. It was indeed one move to decide the outcome, but they didn't see how Zhao Yin was defeated. It was too amazing. Shiryu let out a long breath and looked at Lin Sun with a complicated look. It turned out that this guy had been hiding his strength all the time. Ning Meng laughed out loud. What he worried about most didn't happen, which made him feel extremely relieved and happy. Xianxia sat back on the stone pillar. However, her eyebrows were slightly furrowed as she pondered, as if she had encountered a difficult problem. Li Duxing regained his former silence, but occasionally glanced at Lin Sun in the distance. No one knew what he was thinking. Boss, have you ever heard of this kind of saber technique? In the distance, an instructor couldn't help but ask, causing the other instructors to look at Xianxia. They were also wondering what kind of saberplay Lin Sun had displayed just now and why it had such incredible power. It could even be said that this kind of power was not something that a true martial realm cultivator could display. Never seen him before. Shu's answer disappointed the other drill masters and made them more surprised, which added a mysterious atmosphere to their impression of Lin. The outcome of the battle has already been decided. Go and rescue Zhao Yin. Although he has been defeated, he cannot be left lying there without any dignity. Xianxia gave an order. Immediately, an instructor went out and brought Zhao Yin back in a coma. After making sure that Zhao Yin was not in danger of dying, Xianxia was relieved. He waved his hand and said, "Continue the assessment." Zhao Yin was defeated in one move, which caused great shock. But in the middle of the assessment, many trainees who didn't get the stone pillars had no time to sigh with emotion and began to take action. Most importantly, Zhao Yan's crushing defeat meant that he was completely eliminated and had no chance to enter the gang-producing lake. As a result, the stone pillar that Zhao Yan had snatched was now empty, and it became a target for everyone to fight over. At the same time, the trainees who got the stone pillars became vigilant again in case of being robbed by others. But no matter what, because of the earth-shattering battle just now, all the trainees realized how terrible Lin Sun was again. At this moment, no one dared to have any ideas about Lin Sun. Even Ning Meng's team didn't dare to approach him. This undoubtedly made Lin Sun feel relieved. He directly sat on the ground with his legs crossed and carefully perceived the situation around him. As early as in the Demon Cloud Ridge, Lin Sun could barely perform RFS twice with all his strength, which was his limit. After returning from the Demon Cloud Ridge, under the special guidance of Young Ku, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Not only had he reached the mastery of the 9th level of Martial Realm, but also the 8th spiritual star in his sea of consciousness had been lit up. All these made him exert more power than before in the battle with Zhao Yan, thus suppressing him at one stroke. Of course, the most important thing was that the power of RFS was too strong. It should be noted that Lin Sun hadn't fully grasped the essence of RFS so far, and he hadn't exerted even 1/10 of its power. But under such circumstances, he could still suppress Zhao Yan with one blow, which showed how terrible the power of this move was. Lin Sun couldn't even imagine how terrible the destructive power would be when he completely grasped the essence of RFS and could exert its full power. This was the first move of Tianyuan Saberplay. In addition to RFS, there were also Moondrawing move and Sunburning move. It could be foreseen that the power of the latter two moves would absolutely not be weaker than that of RFS, or even stronger, and all this, of course, was the gift of the Heaven Accessing Place. At the thought of this, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel moved. He calculated the time and found that he could enter the Heaven Accessing Place again in a little more than half a year. Hey, you're really strong this time. You not only defeated Zhao Yan, but also made it impossible for him to enter the gang-producing lake. You're really overbearing. Shiryu's voice suddenly came. Lin Sun sensed his cultivation in his body and confirmed that there was still more than half of his strength left. Then he was completely relieved and said casually, "What? Do you think I've gone too far?" Shiryu shook his head. "No, I'm just thinking that if Zhao Yan wakes up, he will bear a grudge against you because of this. You know his origin. He has a relationship with the royal family of the empire. His grandfather, Marquis Baoang, is the uncle of the current emperor. If he bears a grudge against you, there will be endless troubles in the future." Lin Sun frowned. "You seem to be gloating?" Shiryu smiled bitterly. "I dare not. I'm just reminding you." Lin Sun thought for a while and shrugged his shoulders carelessly. "It's okay. I believe that if I get into trouble in the future, you and Ning Meng will definitely help me." Shiryu was instantly stunned. "How can you be as shameless as that idiot?" Lin Sun said with a smile, "I have no choice. I find that if I'm not shameless, I will only be cheated by you too." Shiryu supported his forehead with his hand and sighed, "I'm not careful in making friends." While they were talking, the battle in the field was constantly breaking out. In order to fight for a stone pillar, those trainees seemed to be crazy and exerted all their means, filling the air with smoke. But as time went on, trainees were defeated one after another. They were either knocked out or directly seriously injured and unable to fight again. Shiryu was inevitably chosen as an opponent. But in the end, Shiryu won the battle without any accident. Lin Sun noticed that among all the trainees in the field, the trainees of Camp 39 accounted for the largest proportion. There were as many as 7 people. In addition to Lin Sun, there were Shiryu, Ning Meng, Li Duxing, Gong Ming, Qi Kan, and Yi Qi. But among them, only Lin Sun, Ning Meng, Shiryu, and Li Duxing occupied a stone pillar. Gong Ming, Qi Kan, and Yi Qi were still fighting for it. Before long, Yi Qi was defeated. This fat teenager with small eyes who was good at attracting hatred turned around and left freely after knowing that he had no hope. Not long after Yi Qi was defeated, Qi Kan also encountered a crisis and directly fainted on the ground. Seeing him reduced to such a situation, Lin Sun didn't feel anything. In Camp 39, Qi Kan, Xin Wenbin and Wen Mingxiu hated Lin Sun the most. Xin Wenbin and others had been eliminated in the previous assessments. Now only Qi Kan was left. But it was a pity. that even he didn't make it to the end. When there was only 1 minute left in the assessment, there was only one trainee who hadn't grabbed a stone pillar. His name was Feng Lin. He had been defeated several times in a row, but he still persisted. But it was obvious that he had almost no hope to change anything in the last minute. But it was strange that Feng Lin didn't admit defeat, which surprised many people. However, when Lin Sun noticed that Feng Lin's eyes finally locked on Ning Meng, he narrowed his eyes. In the last minute, if Feng Lin went to grab Ning Meng's stone pillar, even if Lin Sun helped him, it would be a little urgent, and many variables could easily happen. Don't worry about that idiot. Just watch. Suddenly, Shiryu's voice came, with a sense of mysteriousness. This made Lin Sun's heart skip a beat. He looked at Ning Meng in the distance. Almost at the same time, Feng Lin brazenly attacked Ning Meng as expected. Obviously, in his opinion, Ning Meng was seriously injured. Besides, there was not much time left in the assessment. Even if Lin Sun helped, it would be difficult to save Ning Meng. Therefore, he attacked without hesitation, but at this moment, Ning Meng, who had already noticed all this, suddenly sneered, as if he had known this would happen. Oh no! Feng Lin also felt something was wrong. But he had already rushed over, and there was no turning back. He could only grit his teeth and fight with all his strength. He fiercely chopped at Ning Meng with his saber. But almost at the same time, Ning Meng suddenly shouted. His long halberd danced in the air, wrapped in terrible lightning, and smashed down fiercely like a waterfall. With a loud bang, Feng Lin was shaken and flew out, screaming. Bah! Do you really think I can't fight anymore? Who doesn't leave some trump cards for himself? You're as blind as a bat. Ning Meng's face was full of contempt. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Had this guy been pretending to be weak all the time, Lin Sun couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth. This guy was absolutely a black-bellied man. Never be deceived by his rough and reckless appearance in the future. At this time, the bell for the end of the assessment rang. At the end of the assessment, the 30 trainees who occupied a stone pillar each felt relaxed and relieved. Didn't they experience a year of cruel and abnormal training in the bloodthirsty camp for this moment? Now, they had passed the assessment and were qualified to enter the gang-producing lake. As long as they broke through, they would become the first-class practitioners of gang spirit realm in the world. This was the ultimate purpose of their coming to the bloodthirsty camp. Damn it, it's finally over, Ning Meng squatted on the stone pillar, his face full of complacency. This time, he defeated Zhang Sunheng and finally vented his anger that had been suppressed in his heart for many years. When I go home this time, I'd like to see who dares to stop me from hitting on Zhao Zijin. Shiryu murmured as if he was looking forward to something. Lin Sun smiled and remembered the words of the old man from Heiyao Shrine when he was sent to the bloodthirsty camp. Now, the training of the bloodthirsty camp was coming to an end. Would he tell him about Xia Solstice? At this moment, many trainees had their own thoughts. A year of training was like isolation from the world, which made them almost forget their previous life. Now that this boring and cruel life was coming to an end, they realized that they were going to leave soon. It was unknown when Xianxia came to the field. He glanced around with his sharp eyes and said in a low voice, "The stone pillars under your feet are the passageways leading to the gang-producing lake. 3 days later, the passageways will be opened. But before that, you need to do one thing." Hearing this, the trainees were shocked and restrained all kinds of thoughts. One more thing, Xianxia waved his hand, and a group of drill masters came one after another and awarded each trainee a blood-colored badge about the size of a copper coin. The front of the badge was painted with a sword, and below it was a line of words, "Xiao flower is invincible because of bloodthirst, and the empire is everlasting because of war." The sword was inserted into the sky, and the words were like dripping blood. On the back of the badge, the code of each trainee in the camp was engraved. Lin Sun's badge was written with the number 19. This is the bloodthirsty badge. Only the trainees who really stick to the end are qualified to wear it. After you leave, the power of this badge will be your most reliable support. At this moment, Xianxia looked unprecedentedly serious and majestic, and his voice was as firm as iron with unquestionable power. Many students were shocked, and they held the bloodthirsty badge in their hands tightly. "Please take good care of it," Xianxia said word by word. Looking at Xianxia, it suddenly occurred to Lin that the name Xianxia was also a code name given to Drillmaster Su when he was training in the bloodthirsty camp. Perhaps in the future, he could also call himself Lin 19. Lin Sun shook his head and put away the bloodthirsty badge carefully. It represented not only honor, but also his training career in the bloodthirsty camp for 1 year. This was an extremely precious item, branded with the traces of his youth. After awarding the bloodthirsty badges, Xianxia didn't waste any more words. He arranged a drill master to introduce to the trainees what they needed to pay attention to when they entered the gang-producing lake. This instructor was the obese middle-aged man who often appeared beside young Ku. Lin Sun had a deep impression of him. But since old Mo left, Lin Sun rarely saw this fatty middle-aged. It was also at this time that he learned that the obese middle-aged man was called Chao Lu. Obviously, like Xianxia, this name should be a code name. The gang-producing lake is a godsend. Every 10 years, a lot of pure original gang chi will gush out. Chao Shiliu's voice was warm and calm. You all know that there are many kinds of gang chi, but only original gang chi is the purest gang chi in the world. It was quiet in the field, and only Chao Shiliu's voice was echoing. All the trainees listened carefully for fear of missing any details. 3 days later. On the stone pillars in the field, Lin Sun and other 30 trainees waited quietly. With a unique buzzing sound, the black rocks on the surface of the whole field, which were engraved with numerous dense spiritual tattoos, seemed to wake up from silence at this moment, diffusing rays of dazzling light. Those rays of light gathered on the 30 stone pillars, covering every trainee. It was dreamlike and extraordinary. Boom, in just a moment, a spiritual storm suddenly emerged in the field, tearing and twisting the heaven and earth, which was extremely terrifying. It could be clearly seen that the trainees were all drawn into the whirlpools that emerged out of thin air and suddenly disappeared. At this point, the storm in the field disappeared, and the spiritual light on the black rocks on the ground gradually dissipated. The field returned to normal. Finally, it opens again. I wonder how many trainees can condense the first-class pond of spiritual power in their sea of chi when they reach the gang spirit realm this time. In the distance, a group of drill masters witnessed this scene, and some couldn't help sighing with emotion. There should be a lot of them. After all, the number of trainees entering the gang-producing lake this time is the largest among all sessions. Besides, each trainee's aptitude and comprehension are the best. I have a hunch that their breakthroughs in the gang-producing lake may also break the records of the previous sessions. Someone analyzed in a low voice. That's for sure. There's no doubt that Bai Li Duxing and Lin Sun will be able to condense the first-class pond of spiritual power. Chao Shiliu said with a smile. Not necessarily. Take Lin Sun as an example. It seems that his fighting capacity is no less than that of Bai and Li Duxing, but his foundation is still not good enough. Xianxia looked calm and said, You all know that most of these trainees have reached the fulfillment of the 9th level of martial realms several years ago. In order to enter the gang-producing lake, they have suppressed their realms for several years. But Lin Sun is different. When he entered the bloodthirsty camp a year ago, he was only at the 6th level of martial realm. 2 months ago, he broke through to the 9th level of martial realm. Although his cultivation speed is amazing, his foundation is not as good as Lin Sun's. Hearing this, the other drill masters all nodded and agreed with him. Lin Sun's progress was indeed very fast, which even amazed them. But it was not a good thing to be fast. If the foundation was not solid enough, it would affect the strength that could be condensed in the breakthrough. After all, the gang spirit realm was completely different from the martial realm. The gang spirit realm had begun to step on the road of cultivation. The more solid the foundation, the more benefits one could get in the breakthrough. But Lin Sun made successive breakthroughs in a year. It seemed fast, but in fact, it made people doubt whether his foundation was solid enough. His foundation is very solid, which is incomparable to ordinary people. Suddenly, Young Ku said, Don't forget that Lin Sun once defeated trainees on the 9th level of martial realm when he was at the 6th level of martial realm. And every time he makes a breakthrough, his fighting capacity will undergo a new transformation. Do you doubt that the death of the 2nd level elite barbarian soldier in the Demon Cloud Ridge was really because of Lin Sun's good luck? Yes, even if Lin Sun's foundation is a little weak, It should not be a problem for him to condense a first-class pond of spiritual power in the gang-producing lake this time. Young man echoed on the side. The twin sisters, who had a bad relationship with each other, expressed the same idea at this moment, which surprised all the other drill masters. We'll know whether he can or not by looking at the spiritual projector later, Xianxia said, and then turned around and left. The drill masters hurriedly followed him. They all knew that Xianxia was going to open the spiritual projector in the gang spirit lake. Through the spiritual projector, they could clearly see the characteristics of each trainee when he made a breakthrough, so as to judge the quality of the pond of spiritual power they condensed. Lin Sun felt dizzy. When he woke up, he found himself standing in front of a lake. The lake wasn't large, only having a circumference of 1 mu. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a small pond. However, the water of the lake seemed extremely unique. It was as clear as jade, and it reflected the sky and clouds, as if it had merged with the sky. Wisps of mist curled up from the surface of the lake, like smoke and dream. In the middle of the lake, there were floating stone platforms shaped like lotus seats. There were exactly 30 of them. This was the gang-producing lake. It might seem inconspicuous, but the lake was filled with the most quintessential liquid formed from stellar energy. Each drop contained an unimaginably terrible power. But at the same time, this lake was extremely dangerous. According to Cao Shirlio's introduction, even a sea spirit realm practitioner would be torn to pieces by the terrible gang chi once he fell into the gang-producing lake rashly. Sea spirit realm practitioners could fly in the sky, drill into the ground, and summon wind and rain. Even such a person could be killed by the gang-producing lake, so the danger in it was self-evident. Is this the legendary gang-producing lake? This is a great opportunity. In the entire empire, there are very few known places of opportunity like this. Now, it's right in front of us for us to pick. Ha ha ha. With a burst of exclamations, other trainees also appeared near the gang-producing lake, eager to have a try with burning eyes. I heard that the longer you persist in practicing in the gang spirit lake, the more benefits you will get when you make a breakthrough. I don't know whether it's true or not. Sure, you said not far away. He also couldn't hide the joy on his face, which showed how attractive the gang-producing lake was to him. Let's have a try and know whether it's true or not. On the other side, Ning Meng shouted and took the lead to rush to a lotus-shaped stone platform on the lake. Seeing this, other trainees also came to their senses. They didn't have time to be excited and started to seize the stone platforms one by one. When Lin was about to take action, he was suddenly stopped. It was by Xianxia, the beautiful girl in white. No one knew when she had approached Lin Sun. She looked at Lin Sun with tranquil eyes and said, I said a long time ago that I would challenge you when you reached the 9th level of martial realm. Do you still remember? Lin frowned at once. Are you going to fight here? Lin Sun was a little impatient. He didn't want to fight with Bai Lingxia at this moment. It was not because he was afraid of her, but because the gang-producing lake was right in front of him. Who would be in the mood to fight now? If Bai Lingxia insisted, Lin Sun was even ready to refuse her. Unexpectedly, Bai Lingxia shook her head and said, It's not necessary to fight. You and I can have a competition when we break through to the gang spirit realm. Lin Sun breathed a sigh of relief and asked, What competition? Bai Lingxia pointed to the gang-producing lake and said indifferently, The one who can hold on for a longer time and whose pond of spiritual power is of higher quality when he breaks through. This was not a challenge at all. No matter whether Bai Lingxia proposed it or not, Lin Sun would definitely try his best. After all, this was a godsend opportunity. Who would hold back at such a time? After thinking for a while, Lin Sun agreed without hesitation. Bai Lingxia didn't say anything more. Like an ethereal shadow, she landed on a lotus-shaped stone platform in a twinkling of an eye. Lin Sun didn't waste any more time. He went straight to the last lotus-shaped stone platform in the lake and sat down cross-legged. Their conversation was not concealed, so many trainees present heard it, which made them feel unbalanced. Bai Lingxia only chose Lin Sun as her challenge target. Didn't it mean that in her eyes, other trainees were not as good as Lin Sun? Many trainees made up their minds to see who could hold on for the longest time in the gang-producing lake. The stone platform was like a lotus, floating on the lake. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it was as smooth as jade, giving off a chill. Sitting cross-legged on it, Lin Sun immediately felt a stream of pure gang qi gushing out like a knife and drilling into his body, making his skin tingle and blood seem to be frozen. Gang qi, at the end of the day, this was an extremely special type of spiritual energy, but its power was extremely great, and it had inconceivable uses. There were thousands of kinds of gang qi in the world, including gang of yin and yang, gang of fire, gang of ice, gang of wood, and so on. However, for practitioners, there were at least a few kinds of gang qi that could be used to refine the spiritual power in their bodies. For example, the original gang qi in the gang-producing lake was a first-class treasure in the world. It was not only pure in quality, but also perfectly matched the power of practitioners' cultivation. This sort of energy was extremely rare and precious, and it was a treasure of fortune that could only be chanced upon by luck. Rumble. Feeling the prickling pain all over his body, Lin dared not hesitate any longer. He held his breath and concentrated on keeping his mind empty. Then, he began to run the Nature Insight and Spirit Devour scripture. The vigorous spiritual energy in his body roared and circulated along his meridians and acupoints. Crash! Almost in an instant, a pure and icy aura of gang qi was swallowed into his body. Like a sharp blade, it began to refine and polish the spiritual power in his body. Lin Sun felt as if he was in a 1,000-year ice cellar, and his whole body was invaded by the biting ice. The gang qi seemed pure and clear, but it actually had an extremely terrible sharpness. Even with Lin Sun's current physique and cultivation, he still felt waves of tingling. Now, Lin Sun was finally convinced that what Cao Shilu said 3 days ago was true. Their 1-year training in the bloodthirsty camp was actually to polish their foundation for entering the gang-producing lake. Without a strong physique and cultivation, it was impossible for them to resist and refine the impact force from the original gang qi. A series of muffled groans sounded one after another. At this moment, trainees sitting cross-legged on different stone platforms all looked a little blue and shivered all over. Obviously, like Lin Sun, they were suffering from the biting cold. Some people even cried out in pain because their cultivation was interrupted directly. They looked a little embarrassed. Comparatively speaking, Lin Sun's performance was not bad. At least, his expression was still calm, and he was not disturbed in his cultivation. But compared with a moment ago, he was obviously much more careful. While running the Nature Insight and Spirit Devour scripture with all his strength, he carefully perceived the changes in his body. As time went by, Lin Sun soon adapted to the biting cold and immersed himself in cultivation. His back was ramrod straight, his expression calm, and there was an otherworldly aura between his brows. He sat there upright like a clay statue, not moving in the slightest. His entire body was suffused with strands of white mist that enveloped his entire body, and it added a pure and ethereal bearing to him. A few days ago, Lin Sun just reached the consummation of the 9th level of martial realm, and the spiritual energy inside and outside of his body changed. It could be said that he had reached the consummation of spirit transformation. Therefore, Lin Sun was not worried about breaking through to the gang spirit realm. His foundation had been refined far beyond his peers. Plus the 4 spiritual vortexes on the 4 acupoints of the heart vessel and the assistance of the Nature Insight and Spirit Devour scripture, his spiritual energy was refined to the extreme. The quality and power of his spiritual energy were so high that they could be described as terrifying. Under such circumstances, the only thing Lin Sun was uncertain about was how high the quality of the pond of spiritual power opened in the ocean of qi in his body would be after he reached the gang spirit realm. Everyone, not just Lin Sun, had this kind of worry. It was well known that the pond of spiritual power was the symbol of a practitioner in the gang spirit realm. It was opened in the ocean of qi and gathered all the strength of the practitioner. The quality of the pond of spiritual power was directly related to the practitioner's future cultivation, whether a practitioner's fighting capacity was strong or not, whether his power was strong or not, and whether he could have a more profound cultivation path in the future, were almost closely related to the quality of the pond of spiritual power. Under such circumstances, no one could care less. The reason why trainees like Bai Lingshi, Shi Yu, and Ming Meng suppressed their realms was to condense the most perfect pond of spiritual power when they reached the gang spirit realm. Cultivating in the gang-producing lake was a heaven-sent opportunity to shape the quality of the pond of spiritual power. As for who could finally condense a satisfactory pond of spiritual power, it depended on one's root bone, aptitude, foundation, and talent. time flowed like water. 3 days passed in a hurry. On the gang-producing lake, 30 trainees were meditating quietly like statues that had existed for thousands of years. There were different visions around them. Like Bai Lingshi, the white fog around her was like stars, shining with clear luster, as if dancing in the air, which was extraordinary. As Li Duxing breathed, the white fog was sharp like an arrow, producing the sound of wind and thunder. When Xianxia was cultivating, the white mist around him was like a tidal wave, carrying with it a unique rhythm, mysterious and natural. Ning Meng was extremely domineering. The airwaves around him were like smoke rising to the sky, like the clanging of weapons and the clanging of iron armors. Lin Sun, on the other hand, was silent, like a calm sea. On the contrary, he seemed to be very calm, without any special features. This kind of vision varied from person to person and showed different characteristics according to the different cultivation methods. However, as long as one carefully compared them, one could still see many things. In the central camp of the bloodthirsty camp, a huge light curtain reflected all the scenes in detail. Xianxia and other drill masters watched silently, analyzing the different performances of each trainee in their hearts. Suddenly, Xianxia said, in the past, some trainees would break through to the gang spirit realm after cultivating for 3 days at most. Based on this speculation, perhaps someone in this batch of trainees will reach the gang spirit realm today. The other drill masters all nodded. Just by observing the visions of each trainee, I can roughly judge that Bai Lingshi, Li Duxing, Gong Ming, Shi Yu, Meng Xiulin, Ouyang Zhuan, and Ning Meng are destined to condense the first-class pond of spiritual power. Some drill masters whispered, which aroused a lot of approval. It's a pity that Zhao Yin was eliminated. Otherwise, with his purple sun body, he is destined to achieve the step. Some drill masters expressed regret for Zhao Yin's failure. Zhao Yin took the initiative to provoke and was defeated. He can only blame himself for being overconfident, not Lin Sun's fault. Xianxia said indifferently. Speaking of Lin Sun, his current performance is a bit mediocre. Maybe it's because of the lack of foundation. If I remember correctly, he just reached the mastery of the 9th level of martial realm a few days ago, right? Many drill masters were curious. Lin Sun's previous performances had broken their expectations again and again, so they dared not underestimate him anymore. However, his current performance in the gang-producing lake was a bit mediocre, which made people doubt that Lin Sun seemed to be inferior to other trainees in terms of cultivation foundation. Xianxia frowned and didn't say anything. She was also a little uncertain. Lin Sun's cultivation speed was very fast, and his fighting capacity was extremely strong, which had been proved again and again. There was no doubt about it. However, cultivation foundation was different from fighting. It had a great relationship with the practitioner's own aptitude and root. Besides, it needed to be forged by the accumulation of polishing and quenching over a long period of time, which was not something that could be achieved overnight. Other trainees had been refining their foundation since childhood. In order to enter the gang-producing lake for cultivation this time, they even suppressed their realms for several years. It could be imagined how profound their foundation was. Compared with them, Lin Sun indeed seemed to be inferior. Since you look down on Lin Sun so much, why don't we make another bet? Young man suddenly opened her mouth and looked at the crowd with a smile. Everyone was in a daze. They all remembered that they lost to young man last time because of the quarterly assessment and shook their heads subconsciously. But they were still not convinced. Someone couldn't help saying, "Young man, are you so confident in this boy?" Young man said, "Of course." "What level of pond of spiritual power do you think Lin Sun can condense?" Young man answered without hesitation, "It must be the 1st level." The crowd couldn't help laughing. They thought young man was a little impulsive and didn't take it seriously. They didn't argue with young man anymore. When the result came out, it would be clear at a glance. Young man saw everyone's expression and couldn't help feeling depressed. She couldn't wait for Lin Sun to make a breakthrough and slap these guys in the face with facts. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Someone has made a breakthrough." It was a young man named Yunjing who made the breakthrough. At this moment, his aura was surging and his spiritual energy was roaring. His momentum was rising steadily. It could be clearly seen that on the stone platform where he sat cross-legged, there were wisps of golden rain-like luster, which was very beautiful. Seeing this scene, many drillmasters couldn't help but sigh. Golden Gang turning into rain was a sign of the second-grade pond of spiritual power. That was to say, Yunjing condensed the second-grade pond of spiritual power with the help of Gang-producing lake, which was a bit unsatisfactory. It was well known that Gang spirit realm was divided into three realms, namely Human Gang realm, Earth Gang realm and Heaven Gang realm. When a practitioner advanced to Gang spirit realm, he became a Human Gang realm strongman. The pond of spiritual power opened in the ocean of Qi was the sign of advancing to Human Gang realm. In this realm, the spiritual energy was tempered by Gang force and turned into Gang force. According to its appearance, the pond of spiritual power was divided into three grades. First grade pond of spiritual power was generally called Heaven's Favor, which meant that the pond of spiritual power was condensed by God. This kind of pond of spiritual power could condense the pond of spiritual power in the body into different forms. In the thousands of years of history of the empire, there were Green Lotus of Fire, Coffin of Storm, Wings of Wind, Tower of Gold, Summer Bead. All of them were first-grade pond of spiritual power. Those who owned such a pond of spiritual power were often praised as the rare geniuses in 10,000 years. Once they made the breakthrough, their cultivation foundation and strength were enough to sweep away those in the same realm. The second-grade pond of spiritual power was collectively known as the Earth Bell Spirit, and the vision it presented was like the gathering of the fortune of the earth. The Golden Gang rain, condensed by Yunjing's advancement, was a kind of second-grade pond of spiritual power. Those who owned such a pond of spiritual power were praised as the rare geniuses in 1,000 years. They could be called extraordinary and outstanding. The third-grade pond of spiritual power was the common Human Gang realm strongman. Most of the Human Gang realm practitioners in the world could be classified into this category. It was also the most common kind of pond of spiritual power. From this, it could be judged how big the gap between the three grades of pond of spiritual power was. Having ponds of spiritual power of different grades was equivalent to having a completely different cultivation path. Their future cultivation path, strength, and achievements were destined to be completely different. Of course, there were no absolutes in this world. It was just that it was extremely difficult to change this gap, and the chances were slim. This was the importance of the pond of spiritual power. Now that Yunjing had obtained the second-class pond of spiritual power, he was destined to be far away from the practitioners who had the first-class pond of spiritual power in the future. If he wanted to achieve more, he had to work 10 times or even 100 times harder. This was also the reason why all the instructors sighed. Cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. A single step was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. These instructors were all experienced, so they naturally knew this better. It's not bad to have the pond of spiritual power of Golden Gang reign. At least when I walk out of the bloodthirsty camp, I can be called an extraordinary person. If I work hard, I can also become an influential figure in the empire. Chao Shirlu said softly, we can't expect too much. Compared with most practitioners in the world, the trainees of our bloodthirsty camp are already rare first-class talents. The other instructors all agreed with this view. Indeed, in the entire empire, practitioners who had the second-class pond of spiritual power were quite rare, 1 in 1,000. Yunjing was already extremely excellent to have such an achievement. But compared with other trainees of the bloodthirsty camp, he seemed very ordinary. Yunjing woke up from cultivation not long after his promotion. Looking at the trainees who were still cultivating quietly around him, and then comparing it with the second-class pond of spiritual power that he had obtained, he couldn't help but feel a touch of bitterness. With the help of the gang-producing lake, he couldn't condense the first-class pond of spiritual power, which inevitably made him feel depressed. Before long, a whirlpool suddenly appeared around the stone platform out of thin air, sucking Yunjing into it and taking him out of the gang-producing lake. Several hours after Yunjing left, trainees made breakthroughs one after another, and the time interval between each trainee's promotion was not long. What made Xianxia and others who had been paying attention to all this feel regretful was that no trainee had condensed the first-class pond of spiritual power in the process. All of them had the second-class pond of spiritual power. If this scene happened in the outside world, it would definitely cause a great sensation. Countless practitioners were in an uproar, dumbfounded, and felt incredible. After all, the second-class pond of spiritual power was also very rare, and those who could have it were all the most talented ones in 1,000. But in Xianxia's view, this situation was quite normal and not worth paying attention to. After all, these trainees were extremely excellent, and with the help of the game-producing lake, it would be strange if they couldn't condense the second-class pond of spiritual power. Another 2 days had passed since Yunjing was the first trainee to reach the human gang realm. During these 2 days, 13 trainees successively made breakthroughs. But still, no one had condensed the first-class pond of spiritual power. This made many drill masters frown. It was not a good sign that half of the trainees had made breakthroughs, but no one had condensed the first-class pond of spiritual power. Facing this situation, Xianxia could only keep silent. This year's trainees were indeed different from the previous years. The number of trainees entering the game-producing lake was much higher than that of the previous years. According to Xianxia's estimation, if about 6 of the 30 trainees could get the first-class pond of spiritual power, it would be enough to break the previous record. Would this happen? Xianxia was not sure at this time. Another 3 days passed quickly. The drill masters gathered in the camp all felt a little tired. The long wait had almost exhausted their patience. By now, 21 trainees had made breakthroughs, but all of them had condensed the second-class pond of spiritual power. In other words, there were only 9 trainees who hadn't made breakthroughs in the game-producing lake. How many of them could condense the first-class pond of spiritual power? No one dared to talk nonsense. This was cultivation. Sometimes, there were many unpredictable variables in something that seemed to be extremely certain of something. This kind of variable in cultivation was also called luck. If luck was good, even a pig could develop spiritual wisdom. If luck was not good, even the most outstanding genius was destined to suffer setbacks. In this dull atmosphere, a sudden exclamation sounded, "It's here! It's here!" Whoosh! All the drill masters were shocked and looked at the huge light screen projected by the spiritual projector at the same time. On the light screen, over the head of Gong Ming, who was sitting cross-legged on the stone platform, a dazzling fire glow suddenly emerged. It kept gathering and finally turned into a funnel-like pagoda. The fire glow turned into a pagoda, as if burning in the sky, illuminating the mountains and rivers. First-class pond of spiritual power, fire spirit pagoda. Xianxia and other drill masters were all moved, and their eyes were full of amazement. Fire spirit pagoda was just a name. In fact, it referred to the pond of spiritual power condensed by Gong Ming, which was shaped like a pagoda, with a wisp of natural spiritual fire in it. It could play an incredible role in cultivation. This was the first-class pond of spiritual power, known as God's favor, full of unimaginable mysterious power, like a gift from God. Gong Ming was born in the Gong family, which has the title of tumbler. The fire turtle's infusion skill he cultivated perfectly matches the pond of spiritual power he condensed. It's really amazing. Someone exclaimed. At this time, another person made a breakthrough in the game-producing lake. Obviously, the moment he made a breakthrough, the sky was filled with thunder and dancing silver snakes, which was earth-shattering. It was Ning Meng. At this moment, he also made a breakthrough. Judging from the strange phenomenon caused by his breakthrough, it was obvious that he had condensed the first-class pond of spiritual power. Xianxia and other drill masters were shocked again. They could clearly see that the thunder and lightning all over the sky intertwined and turned into the shape of a book. What's this? Many drill masters were confused. They didn't remember that there was any first-class pond of spiritual power in the world that could show such a strange phenomenon. After a moment of silence, Xianxia said, "This should be Thunder Spirit scripture. If I'm right, this kind of pond of spiritual power hasn't appeared for hundreds of years." Everyone was shocked in their hearts. Gong Ming's Fire Spirit Pagoda and Ning Meng's Thunder Spirit scripture appeared one after another, and both of them were first-class ponds of spiritual power. This scene was really amazing. But it didn't end there. Soon after Ning Meng made a breakthrough, Shiyu, a boy named Ouyang Zhuan, and a girl named Meng Xiulin broke through to the human gang realm at the same time. In an instant, 3 completely different scenes appeared in the sky. A silver tide rose and fell like the Milky Way. Clear and translucent flowers bloomed in the air one after another. A majestic cyan eagle spread its wings and roared proudly in the sky. These 3 scenes represented 3 completely different ponds of spiritual power, and all of them were first class. Title: Milky Way. Bodhi Spiritual Flower. Cyan Eagle. Xianxia and other drill masters were completely shocked by the scene. Their pupils dilated. Everything happened so fast that it was too much for them to take in. They didn't see any first-class pond of spiritual power for several days before. But now, 5 of them appeared one after another, and every one of them was a rare first-class pond of spiritual power. This alone was enough to shock the empire and set off an uproar in the world. Countless practitioners were in an uproar, but it wasn't over yet, because there were still 5 trainees who hadn't made a breakthrough, and among them were Lin Sun, Bai Lingshi, and Li Duxing. According to the current situation, the trainees with first-class pond of spiritual power are destined to break the previous records. Some drill masters exclaimed. Others agreed with him. This was for sure. In the past, there were at most 5 trainees with first-class pond of spiritual power. But now, there were already 5 trainees in the field, and some of the remaining 5 trainees were destined to do the same. So, there was no doubt that they would break the previous records. As trainees made breakthroughs one after another, they were taken away from the gang-producing lake one after another. By now, only Lin, Bai, Li and the other 3 trainees were still practicing in peace. It was the 7th day since they entered the gang-producing lake. During the past 7 days, Lin had forgotten how much gang qi he had absorbed. He was so immersed in cultivation that he forgot himself. The nature insight and spirit devour scripture showed great power in his practice. No matter how much gang qi he absorbed, it would be refined and integrated into his spiritual power. It seemed that no matter how much gang qi he absorbed, it would always be refined and integrated into his spiritual power. Not knowing how long it had been, Lin Sun felt a sharp pain spreading from the center of his chest, which made his soul tremble uncontrollably. Not until then did he notice that his heart vessel and 4 acupoints were undergoing some changes at this moment. The heart vessel and 4 acupoints were located in the center of the chest, namely Xuanji, Huagai, Zigung and Yutong. The 4 spiritual vortexes produced during Lin's practice were generated from these 4 acupoints. These 4 acupoints were located in the heart, forming a straight meridian from top to bottom, which just protected the heart. For ordinary practitioners, the heart vessel and the 4 acupoints were not very important or even common. But for Lin Sun, they had a very special meaning, because the spiritual vein he had been born with was hidden in the heart vessel and the 4 acupoints. Although the spiritual vein of origin had long been dug away, Lin Sun had successfully changed his fate because of the heaven accessing place. The 4 spiritual vortexes in the 4 acupoints of the heart vessel gave Lin Sun extraordinary benefits in cultivation. However, at this moment, the heart vessel and 4 acupoints were undergoing changes. Compared to before, the 4 spiritual energy vortexes had become more violent, and the speed at which they revolved had reached an unprecedented level. That piercing pain came from these 4 vortexes of spiritual power. Lin didn't know whether it was good or bad, and he couldn't even control it. Because once he stopped operating, the 4 spiritual vortexes would collapse instantly. He could only try to keep calm and control the speed of practicing the nature insight and spirit devour scripture to ensure that he wouldn't be possessed by the devil. But as time went by, the sharp pain became stronger and stronger, and he felt that his heart was about to be torn apart. Boom! When Lin almost couldn't bear the sharp pain, a horrible vibration force suddenly spread in the heart vessel and 4 acupoints. In an instant, the 4 spiritual energy vortexes that were circulating violently merged with each other, forming a brand new vortex along the heart meridian from top to bottom. This vortex covered the heart vessel and 4 acupoints, Xuanji, Huagai, Zigung and Yutong. It was like a big abyss, as if it were born there. Its rotation speed was not fast, but it was very stable, and it emitted a terrifying devouring power. The stellar energy that was constantly circulating around its body was like paper, directly crushed into powder and completely refined. Compared with the power of the 4 spiritual vortexes, the acupoints were bye and bye. The chi bye the other 4 spiritual vortexes bye and bye. A spiritual vortex that seemed capable of devouring everything in its path was perfectly aligned with the 4 meridians of his heart. The most unexpected thing was that after this change took place, it began to cause a series of changes in Lin Sun's body like a fuse. The strength of Lin Sun's body began to rise constantly, and the original gang qi was constantly refined and integrated with the spiritual energy in his body. At the same time, his muscles, bones, skin, blood, all of them were constantly being tempered by the quintessence energy. In his sea of consciousness, in the originally dim starry sky, the originally blurry soul stars were gradually lighting up. The soul star represented the strength of one's soul force. In the past, Lin had to spend a lot of time and effort to light up a spiritual star. It had been more than a year since he started practicing meditating magic, and he barely lit up 8 spiritual stars. But at this time, the soul stars in his knowledge sea were continuously brightening at an astonishing speed. 9, 10, 11, 12, and in the ocean of chi under his abdomen, there was a rhythmic sound like a heartbeat, which sounded like something was being bred inside and was about to break out of the shell. All the signs indicated that it might not take long for Lin to break through the realm. In the camp, the light screen was flashing. Li Duxing is going to break through, Xianxia said in a low voice, his eyes as bright as torches without blinking. The other drill masters were the same. In their sight, the sky above Li Duxing's head was steaming with countless dreamy clouds. The clouds looked soft, but they were sharp and dazzling. Gradually, the clouds began to close and turned into a piece of golden light, which was like a shining black sword that was going to cut through the sky. Xianxia became stiff all over, and his heart beat faster. The other drill masters were also shocked and couldn't keep calm. Sword of Dark Night, this was a kind of pond of spiritual power, which was rare even among the first-class ones, and a kind of God-given talent that had been extinct for thousands of years in the history of the empire. Xianxia and others didn't come to themselves until the vision disappeared. They looked at each other and could see the horror deep in each other's eyes. 1,000 years ago, the legendary sword servant in Heiyao Shrine condensed the pond of spiritual power of Dark Night when he broke through to the Gang Spirit realm, didn't he? Some drill masters whispered with complicated emotions. Heiyao Shrine, the sword servant from 1,000 years ago, a legend that spread thousands of years ago, appeared in everyone's mind. They remembered the strange man who helped the founding emperor expand the territory of the empire and cut down enemies with his sword. That strange man, who called himself the sword servant, believed in swordsmanship all his life. The legend about him was still spread in the world, but no one knew that this sword servant came from Heiyao Shrine. I have a hunch that Li Duxing will be chosen by Heiyao Shrine after he leaves the bloodthirsty camp, someone sighed with emotion. That's for sure, but, Xianxia frowned. He had always been afraid of Heiyao Shrine, which was a unique giant in the dark world of the empire, mysterious, bloody, and cold. Therefore, Xianxia didn't want Li Duxing to have anything to do with Heiyao Shrine. But he also knew that his idea was unrealistic. After Li Duxing left, Heiyao Shrine would be the first to notice him. Because the pond of spiritual power owned by Li Duxing was too unique, at this time, another trainee made a breakthrough, which attracted everyone's attention. It was not Lin Sun or Bai Lingshi, but another trainee named Huang Feijia. In addition to Huang Feijia, there were 2 other trainees who made breakthroughs in the following time. Unfortunately, all 3 of them only condensed the second-class pond of spiritual power, which made Xianxia and others feel sorry for them. Originally, they thought that the longer they persisted, the more hopeful they would be to condense the first-class pond of spiritual power. But now it seemed that it was not so. At this time, only Lin Sun and Bai Lingshi were left on the gang-producing lake. They were also the ones that the drill masters were most looking forward to. Of course, compared with Lin Sun, they were more optimistic about Bai Lingshi. At this moment, young man was also quite nervous. She focused all her attention on Lin Sun and didn't want to argue with other drill masters. Young Ke's fair and beautiful face was still as tranquil as before, but she paid more attention to Lin Sun at this moment. After all, in Young Ke's view, Lin Sun was a trainee trained by her. After a year of companionship, they had already developed feelings for each other, so she naturally paid more attention to Lin Sun. As for Bai Lingshi, Young Ke had nothing to say. This girl with the talent property of Starshine Eternal was destined to condense the first-class pond of spiritual power. What was unknown was the name of the pond of spiritual power she would condense. To everyone's surprise, after another 2 days, neither Lin Sun nor Bai Lingshi showed any sign of breaking through to the next realm. Just as everyone was getting a little irritated from waiting, Bai Lingshi's body finally started to move. This made everyone refreshed, and they all fixed their eyes on her. Boom, there was a terrible shock over the gang-producing lake, as if the sky was about to collapse. In merely a short moment, Xianxia and the others felt a piercing pain in their eyes, and they were actually unable to see anything. When their vision recovered, they noticed to their shock that numerous dazzling and bright stars had actually floated up into appearance in the sky. There were a myriad of them, and they formed a dense mass. It was like a universe had descended out of thin air. A wisp of shock couldn't help but arise in the hearts of everyone. Stars appearing in broad daylight and illuminating the 9 heavens. How world-shocking was this scene. In the past, they had never heard of anyone condensing a pond of spiritual power when breaking through a realm could produce such a vision. This made Xianxia and others unable to determine what the pond of spiritual power condensed by Lingxia was. But there was no doubt that it must be the first-class pond of spiritual power. However, Xianxia and others had an illusion that the pond of spiritual power condensed by Lingxia seemed to be more powerful than other first-class ponds of spiritual power. Boss, is it a super-class pond of spiritual power? A drillmaster swallowed hard. His words made everyone's heart beat fiercely, and their faces changed slightly. It was said that above the first-class pond of spiritual power, there was a super-class pond of spiritual power, which was regarded as the most perfect symbol of breaking through in the world. Only those who were born with the fortune of heaven had the opportunity to possess it. However, this legend was so vague that no one had been able to verify its authenticity since ancient times. Impossible. How can such an absurd legend be taken seriously? Many drillmasters refuted. Boss, what do you think? Someone asked Xianxia. Many people also looked at him. Xianxia seemed to think of something at this moment. He frowned and fell into silence. Xianxia's silence surprised the other drillmasters. They didn't know what he was thinking about at the moment. Soon, Xianxia revealed the answer. Decades ago, I went to Green Deer School to visit a friend, and he accidentally told me that the founding emperor had a supreme pond of spiritual power, which was called the 4 Holy Souls. Around the pond of spiritual power condensed by him, the phantoms of the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise were born. Before he finished, many drillmasters couldn't keep calm and exclaimed. If it was true, didn't it mean that there really was a supreme pond of spiritual power in the world? My friend had always been steady. He mentioned it inadvertently because he was drunk. Later, when I wanted to confirm it, he didn't mention it again and said it was just a rumor. Xianxia continued. All the drillmasters were surprised and doubtful. Anyway, the pond of spiritual power condensed by Lingxia must be extraordinary and different from other first-class ponds of spiritual power. We don't need to speculate too much about it. Xianxia's words couldn't dispel the doubts in the drillmasters' minds. But they also knew that it was related to Lingxia's cultivation secrets. If they paid too much attention to it, it would be taboo. Suddenly, young man caught a glimpse of the scene on the light screen. She opened her eyes wide and said incredulously, how could this happen? Xianxia and others looked at the light screen together and found that Lingxia had already left the game-producing lake. Only Lin Sun was meditating on the stone platform. But at this time, the water in the game-producing lake was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the surface of the lake kept sinking. This shocked Xianxia and others. What gathered in the game-producing lake was the purest gang qi. No one knew how many years it had been accumulating to such a scale. But now, the gang qi it had accumulated was being drained at an alarming rate. How could this happen? In an instant, everyone's face changed. If the gang-producing lake disappeared completely, there would be no need for the bloodthirsty camp to exist in the future. Is it because the abnormal phenomenon caused by Lingxia's advancement was too shocking that it caused all this? Some people were surprised and doubtful. It's impossible. Have you ever seen such a change when someone was advancing? Someone retorted. Could it be related to Lin Sun? When someone raised this doubt, many drill masters couldn't help looking at Lin Sun, but they found that he was still cultivating. His breath was like a calm ocean, and there was nothing special about him. But such a plain performance gave people an unusual feeling at this moment. They felt that Lin Sun shouldn't be like this at the moment. He had been practicing for 9 days, but there was no sign of promotion. Was this normal? But it seemed ridiculous to say that Lin Sun had something to do with the change of game-producing lake, and no one dared to confirm it. While Xianxia and others were in doubt, the surface of game-producing lake sank a lot more. No one knew how much original gang chi had been lost. If this were to continue, then the consequences would be too severe. This made the expressions of Xianxia and others become solemn, and they even had no time to pay attention to Lin Sun. Boom! Right at this moment, Lin Sun, who was cultivating, suddenly gave out an earth-shaking roar, which swept across the whole area. Boom! At this moment, the place where gang-producing lake was located seemed to be ravaged by a terrible storm, making everything chaotic. The spiritual projector buzzed, and the light curtain it derived began to tremble violently at this moment. The scene it projected became blurred and distorted, making it impossible to see clearly what was happening in gang-producing lake. Let's go and have a look. Xianxia's figure flashed and he suddenly left. Obviously, he couldn't hold back his surprise and doubt and couldn't keep calm anymore. He was eager to find out the truth of all this. The other drill masters also came to their senses and chased after Lin Sun. The changes just now happened so suddenly that they were all a little unprepared. If gang-producing lake really had an unimaginable change, they couldn't bear the responsibility. When Xianxia and others arrived, they were stunned at once. The gang-producing lake seemed to have dried up, leaving only a shallow layer of lake water. Rocks at the bottom of the lake were even exposed in many places. That was the liquid transformed by the gang chi, not the ordinary lake water. More than half of it was lost at once, which made Xianxia and others feel distressed and heartbroken. How could this happen? Many drill masters couldn't help looking at a stone platform on the lake. On the stone platform, Lin Sun climbed up in a somewhat embarrassed manner. His clothes were torn and his hair was disheveled. It seemed that he had been affected by the roar just now. But he wasn't hurt. Was there any connection between the embarrassed teenager and the gang-producing lake that was about to dry up? No one dared to be sure. The scene just now was too incredible, as if the whole gang-producing lake had exploded, which made people palpitate and feel at a loss. This kind of thing had never happened in the past years. Young man didn't care about this and asked anxiously, "Little bastard, did you make a breakthrough?" Lin Sun nodded, luckily. At this moment, his expression was a little strange, and his eyes were blank, as if he was thinking about something difficult. Young man immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, "As long as you make a breakthrough, it's all right. Young man, take Lin Sun away first. I have something to ask him later." Xianxia opened his mouth, looking unprecedentedly serious and indisputable. Young man nodded and stared at Lin Sun with her beautiful eyes slightly strange. She said angrily, "What are you waiting for? Don't you hurry up and go with me?" Lin Sun replied as if he had just woken up from a dream. His figure flashed and he flew to the lakeside. However, as soon as his foot landed, he heard a loud bang. A deep footprint was left on the hard ground, and smoke and dust were flying everywhere. The drill masters twitched their lips and looked at Lin Sun as if he was a monster. Lin Sun himself was a little surprised and embarrassed. "Don't make a fuss. Isn't it normal that you can't control your power when you just reach the human gang realm?" Young man rolled her eyes at those drill masters, grabbed Lin Sun's arm and turned away. "Normal? The ground is made of adamantine and steel stone, which is the hardest. Ordinary human gang realm practitioners can hardly shake it. Is this normal?" Some drill masters murmured. "Is this boy a human gang realm practitioner? It's normal for a little monster like him." Some drill masters chuckled and didn't take it seriously. Fortunately, the foundation of the gang-producing lake has not been destroyed. As time goes by, it can gradually accumulate gang chi. But it will take a long time to restore the previous scale. At this time, Xianxia had carefully checked the situation of the gang-producing lake. Although he didn't know what caused the roar and explosion just now, he could see that the lake was not destroyed. When other drill masters heard this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. But when they saw the messy situation in the lake, they still felt a little pain in their hearts. Such a heaven-sent land of opportunity seemed to have been squeezed dry of its essence, leaving behind only a pitiful amount of origin energy. This loss was too great. "Boss, what's going on?" Someone couldn't help asking. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "I'll ask Lin Sun later. Maybe I can get some clues or answers." When he spoke, there was a touch of surprise in his voice. Other drill masters were all surprised. Did all these changes really have something to do with Lin Sun's breakthrough in a secret room in the camp? Lin Sun changed into a new set of clothes and sat there quietly. However, he still looked a little dazed, as if his soul had left his body. How could this happen? This was the biggest doubt in Lin Sun's mind after his breakthrough. Indeed, he successfully broke through and opened up a pond of spiritual power in his sea of qi. But this pond of spiritual power was too special. It was completely condensed by a huge storm whirlpool. The whirlpool was as pure and translucent as a lake. It kept rotating and spitting out wisps of pure gang qi. A storm whirlpool meant instability. What was more, it was opened up in the sea of qi. If it collapsed, it would tear up the sea of qi in an instant and cause irreparable damage to the body, but Lin Sun didn't worry about this at the moment. After careful observation, he found that the storm whirlpool of spiritual power was extremely stable, like a mountain, although it was rotating all the time. Lin Sun had an illusion that his sea of qi was a bottomless abyss, and his pond of spiritual power was a storm whirlpool under the abyss, with a frightening aura that would devour the whole world. What kind of pond of spiritual power was this? Lin Sun didn't know. What surprised him most was that when he ran the Nature Insight and Spirit Devour scripture, it would cause a stunning change in his body with the pond of spiritual power as the core. At this time, the sound of footsteps woke Lin Sun up from his chaotic thoughts. Xianxia pushed the door open and entered. Glancing at Lin Sun who was sitting there, Xianxia sat directly opposite to Lin Sun. His eyes were as sharp as a knife, which was rare to see calmness without any deterrent force. He looked at Lin Sun quietly for a moment and said, "You also noticed the accident just now, right?" Lin Sun nodded. "I'm also surprised." Xianxia asked, "Does it have anything to do with you?" Lin Sun was silent for a moment and said with a bitter smile, "I'm not sure. I was in the process of breaking through at that time, so I didn't notice such a drastic change in the gang-producing lake." Xianxia frowned and said after thinking for a moment, "If possible, can you let me check the pond of spiritual power you condensed?" This request was obviously a taboo. After all, the sea of qi was the most important base of cultivation for every practitioner. Xianxia obviously knew this, so he spoke calmly and was even prepared to be refused. Unexpectedly, Lin Sun agreed without hesitation and said with a smile, "That's great. I also want to know what's the pond of spiritual power I've formed." Xianxia was in a daze. He took a deep look at Lin Sun and said, "Don't worry. No matter what the result is, I'll keep it a secret for you." The Eye of the Storm. When Lin Sun walked out of the adytum, the name still lingered in his mind. After more than an hour of careful investigation, Xianxia finally gave such an answer. Lin Sun still remembered the unconcealable doubt between his eyebrows when Xianxia said this. Obviously, Xianxia was not sure whether the result of the investigation was correct. In fact, Lin Sun already had the answer in his heart. He was sure that although the pond of spiritual power he had condensed was similar to the legendary first-grade pond of spiritual power, the Eye of the Storm, it was completely different, because when he practiced Nature Insight and Spirit Devour scripture, not only his pond of spiritual power would produce a terrible rotating force, but also the new spiritual vortex covering the 4 acupoints of his heart vessel would produce a rotating force. 2 completely different vortexes, one above and one below, one rotating clockwise and the other counterclockwise, produced a unique and wonderful change. The gang spirit of the whole body would be constantly refined between the 2 vortexes, like 2 stone millstones crushing grain. The refining power was simply shocking and extremely horrible. This magical effect enabled Lin Sun not only to absorb more power during cultivation, but also to refine the purest gang qi. This was the biggest change brought to Lin Sun after he advanced to the human gang realm and condensed the pond of spiritual power. However, when he was investigated by Xianxia just now, Lin Sun didn't reveal this, because it was related to the secret of a piece of spiritual vein that had been dug out that year, which couldn't be known by others. The sunset glow was like fire. It was dusk. After coming out of the adytum, Lin Sun went straight to Camp 39. Having just broken through the human gang realm, Lin Sun's strength had undergone an earth-shaking transformation. He needed to get familiar with this new power as soon as possible. Human gang realm was the first realm of gang spirit realm. Reaching this realm meant that one had really set foot on the road of cultivation, which was completely different from the practitioners of martial realm. If he didn't get familiar with and control this new realm and new power as soon as possible, it would affect his future cultivation. After Lin Sun left, Xianxia sat alone in that adytum for a long time. In the end, he took out a jade booklet refined from special spirit materials and directly flipped to the last blank page. Using his fingertip as a pen, he carved a line of characters on it like a sharp blade. Lin Sun, 14 years old, owns the first-class pond of spiritual power, Eye of Storm. After writing it, Xianxia frowned and seemed to be a little dissatisfied. He couldn't help but sigh softly. He inexplicably thought of the scene of exploring Lin Sun's ocean of qi just now. At that time, he carefully examined Lin Sun with the power of perception and perceived the unique storm whirlpool in Lin Sun's ocean of qi. However, when Xianxia wanted to explore deeper into the pond of spiritual power, he felt an indescribable palpitation in his heart. It seemed that there was a mysterious power in the depths of the pond of spiritual power that even he was afraid of. This caused Xianxia to be shocked, and after thinking about it for a while, he gave up on investigating further in the end. He knew that this was Lin Sun's secret. Even if this secret might be related to the upheaval of game-producing lake, there was no need to continue to investigate. What had happened could not be undone. Even if it was proved that everything had something to do with Lin Sun, so what? Lin was sure that his pond of spiritual power was not the Eye of the Storm, and Xianxia knew it too. But Xianxia didn't intend to reveal all this. There were too many special things about Lin Sun. His attainments in spiritual tattoos alone were enough to shock the world. If others knew that he had a mysterious pond of spiritual power when he was promoted, it would be a disaster for Lin Sun. Xianxia was very clear that once Lin Sun was noticed by the big shots of the empire, his future would be out of his control. What troubled Xianxia was that even if Lin Sun's pond of spiritual power was rated as the Eye of the Storm, it would still attract many people's attention. Because the Eye of the Storm was also a first-class pond of spiritual power, and it was quite rare. It hadn't appeared for nearly hundreds of years. This brat is truly a freak. Others would wish for nothing more than to possess a peak advantage in order to make themselves stand out from the crowd. Yet, he is filled with peak advantages all over his body, and he even needs me to go to great lengths to conceal it. Who in this world has ever seen such a person? In the end, Xianxia shook his head with a bitter smile and stopped thinking about it. He put away the jade booklet and got up to leave the addendum. This jade booklet was very important. It recorded the final assessment results of the last 30 trainees. It wouldn't be long before it would appear in the hands of the real top figures in the Forbidden City. No matter how reluctant Xianxia was, he had to treat this matter fairly. Because this was the will of the Empire and the bloodthirsty camp, and he couldn't resist it, but Xianxia's description of Lin Sun was very concise. Except for the pond of spiritual power in the Eye of the Storm, there was no other superfluous words. Xianxia only hoped that Lin Sun would understand his painstaking efforts when he really grew up in the future. He just wanted to cultivate a real pillar for the Empire, outside Camp 39. When Lin Sun returned, he was surprised to find that a graceful white figure had been waiting there for a long time. By Xianxia, this beautiful girl was only 13 or 14 years old, but she had already shown a peerless elegance far beyond the world. This kind of person was destined to be a proud daughter of the Empire in the future. She would be as dazzling as the sun in the sky and be the focus of countless people. Although she was only a trainee of the bloodthirsty camp now, her wisdom, beauty, strength and talent had already surpassed all the trainees and made them admire her wholeheartedly. The setting sun was like fire, and the sunset glow was glistening with a layer of holy and ethereal luster on Xianxia's body. The breeze blew the girl's black hair. Her white and beautiful face was as beautiful and quiet as usual. Her eyes were bright like stars, and she was like a fairy coming out of a painting. She didn't seem to belong to the human world. Like a bloody sunset. The girl in white. In the distance was the golden desert. It was a quiet and breathtaking picture. Lin Sun was slightly stunned and suddenly remembered that before he broke through in the game-producing lake, he had accepted a challenge from Xianxia. Which class? Xianxia turned around and looked at Lin Sun with her starry eyes. Her words were concise and to the point. She waited here to make sure of a result. The first class. Lin Sun thought for a while and said. Xianxia was silent for a moment and said, I'm not as good as you in practicing, but I'm better than you in the grade of the pond of spiritual power. Lin Sun was shocked. Was there really a pond of spiritual power more powerful than the first class in the world? This time we are neck and neck. I hope we can have a clear winner next time we meet. Bai Lingshi said seriously and then turned around and left. Her clothes fluttered as she walked under the bloody sunset, her body bathed in a layer of illusory luster. Don't tell others about my pond of spiritual power. It was the last time Lin Sun saw Bai Lingshi in the bloodthirsty camp. That night, the unpredictable girl left the bloodthirsty camp. What made Lin Sun frown was that he still didn't understand why Bai Lingshi treated him like this. It was really strange. However, the grade of the pond of spiritual power condensed by Bai Lingshi still surprised Lin Sun. Just take it as you've won. Immediately, Lin Sun smiled, turned around and walked into the camp. Was it really neck and neck in this challenge? At least Lin Sun thought that the pond of spiritual power he condensed should not be inferior to Bai Lingshi's. The reason why he was surprised was that he finally dared to confirm one thing, that there was indeed a pond of spiritual power more special than the first class in the world. Lin Sun actually didn't care about this kind of challenge. Bai Lingshi had her own way and Lin Sun had his own way. It was obviously too early to decide the winner on the road of cultivation. Lin Sun was stunned when he entered the camp. He saw a large table of dishes and fruits in the center of the camp, and more than 10 wine jars on the ground. The dishes were very sumptuous and looked delicious. The wine was obviously old and fragrant. At this time, Xianxia, Ning Meng and Gong Ming were already sitting at the table. When seeing Lin Sun, Ning Meng stood up and shouted, "Good boy, let us wait for you for so long." "No, I have to punish you with 3 bowls of wine first." As he said, Ning Meng carried the wine jar and poured 3 bowls of wine. Lin Sun was stunned. "What are you doing?" "Drink up first," Xianxia said with a smile. Hey, drink up, drink up." Gong Ming also laughed. Before Lin Sun reacted, Ning Meng directly put the bowl of wine in his hand and shouted, "Don't talk so much nonsense. Drink up. Let's not go home until we are drunk." Seeing this, Lin Sun knew he had to drink, so he drank 3 bowls of wine in a row. Without asking anything else, he sat down at the table and said with a smile, "You want to drink, right? Come on, I'll accompany you to the end. Whoever uses spiritual power is a coward." Xianxia and the others were unconvinced by this bold and heroic manner of turning the tables on them, and they started to shout and shout. Then the group of people directly started to drink. When drinking with bosom friends, 1,000 cups were not enough. The 4 teenagers, who were only in their teens, opened up their minds and drank up in the twilight. Bowl after bowl of wine and jar after jar of wine were emptied. It was the first time for Lin Sun to drink like this. In the end, he felt his head was swollen and dizzy, and his eyes were blurred. But in his heart, he was indescribably happy. Later, he vaguely found that Li Duxing was dragged here by Ning Meng from somewhere. Li Duxing was obviously unwilling, but Ning Meng was already drunk and didn't care about that. He forced Li Duxing to stay and kept drinking with Li Duxing. Not long after, Lin saw Li Duxing's body sway, and then he fell asleep on the table with a plop, which made the crowd burst into laughter. The drunken laughter spread in the night. It was noisy, lively, and beautiful. The next morning, when Lin woke up, he had a terrible headache and felt uncomfortable all over, which was the sequela of drinking too much. Taking a deep breath, he operated his cultivation. The surging gang qi surged, dispelling all the discomfort in his body in an instant. Only then did Lin feel refreshed. Then, he unexpectedly found that he had returned to Old Mo's warehouse in a daze. "How dare you compete with others in drinking when you can't hold your liquor?" Young man came over with a cup of tea and handed it to Lin with a contemptuous look. Lin smiled bitterly and drank up the tea. Then he said, "Sister man, did you bring me back last night?" Young man nodded and stared at Lin Sun with her beautiful eyes sparkling. She said, "Although you can't hold your liquor well, you did a good job in breaking through yesterday. Chief Shu told me that you have condensed the first-grade pond of spiritual power, Eye of Storm. You deserve to be my good brother. Well done." She pinched Lin's cheek intimately and smiled proudly, saying, "Do you know that you helped me vent my anger? Those guys who thought you didn't have enough foundation were all shocked as if they saw a ghost when they knew you had condensed the pond of spiritual power." "Ha ha ha." Lin Sun said with a wry smile, "Sister man, are you betting with others again?" Young man sighed regretfully, "I wanted to bet, but those guys were all scared out of their wits by the last bet." how dare they bet with me again? Lin was speechless. Young man suddenly asked, when are you going to leave? This question stunned Lin Sun, and then he suddenly remembered that the assessment of Bloodthirsty Camp had ended and all the trainees had broken through the realm. It was time to leave. What about Shiryu and Ning Meng? Lin asked. Early this morning, their families sent people to pick them up. Young man said casually. Lin Sun immediately understood why these guys wanted to compete with him in drinking last night. It turned out that they knew they would leave today. Inexplicably, Lin Sun sighed. He didn't know when they would see each other again. The feeling of parting was really disappointing. Perhaps it was precisely because they didn't want to put on an act when they parted that they directly left without saying goodbye? Yo, you're already sentimental at such a young age? Don't worry, as long as you're both in the Empire, you'll meet again sooner or later. Young man teased. Lin Sun nodded and asked, so, it's time for me to leave? Young man said with slight surprise, why? Are you reluctant to leave? I forgot to tell you that except for you, other trainees in the Bloodthirsty Camp have already left before this morning. Lin Sun was stunned. He finally realized that it was time to put an end to his one-year life in the Bloodthirsty Camp. Are you reluctant to part with me? Yes. But for Lin Sun, when he was sure that he was going to leave, he suddenly found that he didn't know where to go in such a big world. Young man seemed to notice something wrong with Lin's mood, so she patted him on the shoulder and said, the Bloodthirsty Camp is too closed and isolated from the outside world. If you want to make greater achievements in cultivation in the future, you must leave here. Lin Sun smiled bitterly, sister young man, are you driving me away? Young man looked surprisingly calm at this moment. Her sexy and beautiful face was no longer charming, which added a kind of solemnity to her. She stared at Lin Sun and said, little bastard, you really have to go. You have many secrets and many things that I don't know about. I know that you must have a lot of things to do, so I won't ask you to stay even if I'm reluctant to leave you. These simple words shocked Lin Sun. He stared at young man for a long time, and suddenly opened his arms with a smile and took the initiative to hug young man for the first time. Sister young man, remember what I said that night. If you get into trouble in the future, you must tell me. After saying that, Lin Sun turned around and strode out of Old Mo's warehouse. The teenager's back seemed extremely firm and straight at this moment, like a spear that had been thrust out, and he never looked back. Young man stared at him leaving, and her beautiful eyes were covered with a layer of mist. This damned little bastard. The camp was quiet, empty, and quiet. There was no longer the hustle and bustle of the past. Walking alone, Lin Sun thought of his purpose of crossing the mountains to come to Xiao Empire. He thought of Master Lu who went missing when the mine prison was destroyed. He thought of summer solstice. He also thought of old Mo who was taken away to protect him. As young man said, there were too many things that Lin Sun couldn't let go. Only by leaving could he really solve these things. Xianxia appeared in front of Lin Sun and handed him a storage ring. This is the ring you brought at that time. The original thing belongs to you. Lin Sun took it and asked, Drillmaster Shu, in fact, I came to Bloodthirsty Camp for. Before he could finish his words, Xianxia interrupted him, someone will personally answer your doubts later. You don't have to tell me anymore. Lin Sun was stunned and confused. Soon, Lin Sun vaguely guessed the answer. A shabby old treasure ship came from the distant sky with a harsh roar, swaying as if it was drunk. The treasure ship was so familiar. It was the shabby treasure ship that sent Lin Sun, Ning Meng, and Shiryu here 1 year ago. Lin Sun still remembered that the driver of the treasure ship was a bearded middle-aged man named Xu Jin. They are here to pick you up. Xianxia stared at the shabby treasure ship, and a strange expression appeared on his rock-hard cold face. Boom! The treasure ship shook violently as if it was gasping for breath, and then it landed outside the Bloodthirsty Camp. A big head stretched out of the treasure ship and shouted, little guy, hurry up. I don't want to stay in this damn place. The big head was bearded, drowsy eyes, and red face. He showed a tough and bold momentum in his laziness. It was Xu Jin. Lin Sun nodded to Xu Jin and looked at Xianxia, saying, Drillmaster Xu, thank you for your care this year. I will bring old Mo back in the future. Xianxia didn't say yes or no. He just took out a simple silver hairpin and handed it to Lin Sun, if you have a chance to enter the Forbidden City in the future, take this to Vulture House when you are in trouble. The owner of that place is my friend." When Lin Sun was about to refuse, he heard Xianxia added, "Young Ke may also be there. Don't you want to see your drill master again?" Lin Sun didn't hesitate anymore and carefully accepted the hairpin. Xianxia said seriously, "Go ahead. Take care of yourself. Remember, don't forget the words cast in front of the gate of the bloodthirsty camp at any time." Ziyao flower was invincible because of the bloodthirsty, and the empire existed because of the war. Lin Sun silently read it in his heart, and then he bowed to Xianxia with a rare serious attitude and left. Before leaving, he couldn't help looking back into the distance. He saw a young man standing with her arms crossed in front of her chest. Her long wine-red hair was flying in the wind, revealing a sexy and beautiful smiling face. Lin Sun waved his hand hard, smiled, and walked out of the gate of the bloodthirsty camp. "Goodbye, little bastard," young man murmured. Xianxia stood alone, as straight as a spear, and stared at Lin Sun leaving in silence. This was the last trainee to leave the bloodthirsty camp in this session. No one knew whether there would be new trainees in the future. Boom! When Lin Sun just stepped on the treasure ship, Xu Jin, who had been waiting impatiently for a long time, drove the treasure ship straight to the sky like a cannonball. Lin Sun staggered and almost lost his balance. He couldn't help but look a little gloomy. The feeling of loss caused by the departure became bad. Hey, little guy, don't be dissatisfied. There are not many people in the world who are qualified to sit on my treasure ship." Xu Jin laughed and gulped down the wine pot, not caring about Lin Sun's opinion at all. Lin Sun said "Oh" and turned to walk into the cabin. When he walked in, he couldn't help but feel shocked, and all the distractions disappeared. An old man in a black court suit was sitting there at the moment. His silver hair was combed neatly, and his gentle old face was full of kindness. It was the old man from Heiyao Shrine. A year ago, in Donglin Town, the old man appeared with the mysterious Queen of Dark Night and took away Xia Ji with unquestionable will, but sent Lin Sun to the bloodthirsty camp. Now a year later, the old man appeared in front of him again, which made Lin Sun unable to keep calm. "Sit down," the old man said softly. Lin Sun suppressed all kinds of doubts in his heart and sat opposite to the old man. The old man stared at Lin Sun for a while and then said, "In 1 year, you broke through from the 6th level of martial realm to the human gang realm, won the first place in the quarterly assessment and the first place in the warzone assessment in the bloodthirsty camp, and finally condensed the first-grade pond of spiritual power known as the Eye of the Storm." The old man didn't hide his appreciation. "I have to admit that Miss and I both underestimated your potential a year ago. But there may be another possibility, that is, you had another lucky chance during the 1 year you were in the bloodthirsty camp." Lin Sun said, "Senior, you flatter me." He was a little surprised in his heart. It turned out that all his performance in the bloodthirsty camp had been known by the old man in front of him. "I promised that if you could get out of the bloodthirsty camp smoothly, I would tell you something about the little girl." The old man continued, but he suddenly stopped as if he had noticed something, and his eyebrows frowned imperceptibly. Almost at the same time, Xu Jin's rough voice came from the control room, "Oh my god, as soon as we left the bloodthirsty desert, someone came to stop us. It's so damn exciting." Boom! Before the voice died away, Lin Sun felt the treasure ship that was flying at full speed suddenly shook and stopped there in an instant. In the air far away from the treasure ship, a black battleship with a length of 300 meters, which was as huge as a sky fortress and overflowed with dazzling spirit light, appeared. This was a standard mid-level battleship of the Empire, which was famous for its name Weiyang. It was 136 meters long and covered with spiritual tattoo formations. Like a fortress in the sky, it could accommodate 3,000 people. Weiyang battleship was equipped with 72 spiritual tattoo cannons called lava, which were powerful enough to kill a sea spirit realm practitioner in an instant. In the whole empire, only the big shots who really had the power could mobilize such a mid-level battleship. Damn it, I thought there would be another tough battle. I didn't expect that they are the henchmen of the Imperial Guards. Xu Jin seemed to recognize the origin of Weiyang battleship at a glance and couldn't help cursing bitterly. Lin Sun frowned. The Imperial Guards? They were the elite force of the Forbidden City and the most loyal army of the Imperial royal family. Why did such a special force appear here? Why did they intercept them? Boom! Under the control of Shu Jin, the shabby treasure ship landed on the ground. At the same time, Weiyang battleship in the distance also landed slowly. A middle-aged man in military uniform walked out of it and shouted, "Who is Lin Sun? Come out quickly." His voice was like thunder, rumbling. "Oh, it turns out that you are looking for this boy. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant." Shu Jin whistled with a playful look. In the cabin, Lin Sun was stunned. Was he looking for him? "Since he is looking for you, you might as well go out and have a look." The old man smiled gently. Lin Sun nodded, opened the cabin door alone and walked out. "I'm Lin Sun. May I know who is looking for me?" Looking at the middle-aged man in military uniform standing under Weiyang battleship in the distance, Lin Sun felt a little strange. He didn't remember that he had anything to do with the Imperial Guards. "Ha ha ha, Lin Sun, we meet again." Suddenly, a burst of complacent laughter sounded. A teenager in a splendid robe walked down from Weiyang battleship. The teenager had long and narrow cheeks and slightly pale skin. It was Xin Wenbin. When he just entered the bloodthirsty camp, Xin Wenbin became hostile to Lin Sun. He regarded Lin Sun as his enemy and provoked Lin Sun again and again. But in the end, Xin Wenbin was unfortunately defeated and eliminated in the first monthly assessment. If Lin hadn't seen Xin Wenbin at this moment, he would have almost forgotten him. "I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be Child Xian. Child Xian is waiting here. Are you here to see me off?" Lin Sun said with a smile. He still remembered that Xin Wenbin's father was said to be a commander-in-chief of the Imperial Army in the Forbidden City. However, he didn't expect that Xin Wenbin could use a Weiyang battleship with his identity, so he didn't react at the first time. "Humph. Stop pretending. You should know the grievances between us. I'm not in the mood to talk nonsense with you." Xin Wenbin snorted coldly and glanced at Lin Sun arrogantly. "So, young Master Xian, you're here for revenge?" Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. "Revenge? Haha, you really think highly of yourself." Xin Wenbin laughed. "I don't need to mobilize the Weiyang battleship to deal with you. Don't flatter yourself." Lin Sun also laughed. "Indeed, the Weiyang battleship is an important weapon of the Empire. It's too grand to deal with me. But if you don't have the Weiyang battleship, I'm afraid you don't dare to stand in front of me alone today." Xin Wenbin's face was a little pale. When he was about to refute, he heard a deep and vigorous voice, "Leave, Wenbin." This voice was full of indescribable majesty, which seemed to reach the depths of the soul and make people palpitate. When Lin Sun heard this voice, he suddenly smiled, and his deep black eyes were filled with coldness. He knew this voice. Sure enough, a graceful man in ancient clothes with a high hat and fluttering sleeves soon walked out of the Weiyang battleship. When he opened and closed his eyes, cold light surged, which could take people's souls away. He was like a king who controlled the mountains and rivers and looked down on all directions. With his arrival, the atmosphere of the world suddenly became extremely silent, and even the wind stopped, as if it was afraid. Xin Rudi, when he entered the bloodthirsty camp alone and took old Mo away with a tough attitude, Xianxia could only keep silent. At this time, Lin Sun finally understood that Xin Wenbin might not be qualified to use a Weiyang battleship, but Xin Rudi absolutely could. Looking at the relationship between them, Lin Sun finally realized one thing. It was said that Xin Wenbin's father was a commander-in-chief of the Imperial Army of the Forbidden City. Perhaps this commander-in-chief was Xin Rudi in front of him. The training of the bloodthirsty camp is over. "Lin Sun, come with me." Xin Rudi looked at Lin Sun with his frightening cold eyes, which made Lin Sun feel an indescribable horrible oppression. Lin Sun's face changed slightly. This guy still didn't give up the idea of taking him away. "Is this your idea?" Lin Sun took a deep breath and asked. "This is the will of the Empire." Xin Wenbin said indifferently, "Master Mo has been waiting for you for a long time. He hopes that you can meet him as soon as possible." Lin Sun sneered, "But in my opinion, all this seems to have nothing to do with the will of the Empire, nor is it the will of old Mo at all. It's just the revenge of you and your son." At this time, he had to insist on this point. He could never be taken away by Xin Rudi, otherwise, according to Drillmaster Xianxia, he might completely lose his freedom in this life. "How dare you? How dare you slander the will of the Empire?" You deserve to die. Shin Wenbin shouted with disdain in his eyes. Shin Rudi smiled and said with a superior and indifferent attitude, "Little guy, a wise man submits to circumstances. You are a smart man. You should know that no one can save you today. Instead of resisting, it's better to follow me obediently." Lin Sun said coldly, "What if I don't agree?" Shin Wenbin said angrily, "Father, this little bastard refuses a toast only to drink a forfeit. Don't talk nonsense with him anymore. Just take him away directly." Obviously, he couldn't wait to teach Lin Sun a lesson. Shin Rudi seemed to be persuaded and walked towards Lin Sun step by step. Every step he took, there was a horrible pressure spreading out, which made the sky and the earth change color. In an instant, Lin Sun's body seemed to be imprisoned, and he couldn't move at all. A smart man will only suffer more pain if he makes mistakes. Young man, although you have reached the human gang realm, you are still as small as an ant in my eyes. I can tell you that no matter who comes here today, it's hard to change the fact that you will be taken away. When he said the last word, Shin Rudi suddenly stopped, and his eyes were full of divine light. He raised his hand and gently grasped at the void. Boom! A terrible palm print as white as jade was condensed, with dazzling spiritual light. It crushed the air and shook the void, just like an inescapable net coming down to cover Lin Sun. There was nowhere to run and nowhere to hide, but Lin Sun looked surprisingly calm at this moment. He just looked at Shin Rudi in the distance with a faint disdain on his lips. Sometimes it's hard to distinguish between being smart and being stupid. For example, now, if you want to take this little guy away, you should at least ask my opinion. Suddenly, a kind and gentle voice sounded. Almost at the same time, Lin Sun only felt that the pressure on his body suddenly disappeared, and he felt relaxed. And the white palm print in front of him, which was very close to him, suddenly burst into light rain and disappeared without a trace like vulnerable smoke. Even the terrible pressure between heaven and earth was ended, and peace was restored. When this voice fell, Shin Rudi's face was extremely solemn. He trembled all over as if he had suffered a terrible attack, and his body retreated uncontrollably. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, until he retreated 10 steps, he stabilized his body, but his face had become pale, and the blue veins on his forehead were bulging. Finally, he couldn't help coughing up a mouthful of blood. And it was just a voice that caused all this. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrible cultivation this old man had to have to achieve this step. He was just like a god. Although Lin Sun knew that the old man would definitely not sit by and do nothing, he was still shocked when he saw such a shocking scene. "Father!" Shin Wenbin screamed and rushed forward, but there seemed to be an invisible wall in front of him, which shook him back fiercely. He screamed and staggered to the ground. "Don't come over!" Shin Rudi shouted. His face was unprecedentedly solemn, and there was a trace of indescribable fear between his eyebrows. He looked at the shabby treasure ship behind Lin Sun, took a deep breath, and said, "I'm Shin Rudi, now the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Army in the Forbidden City. May I ask who you are and why you stopped me?" No one answered. No one paid attention to him. This was a kind of direct disregard, as if Shin Rudi was not qualified to talk with him at all. This made Shin Rudi's face extremely pale, and he was extremely afraid. He had already announced his identity, but Lin Sun still dared to ignore him. There was only one situation, that was, Shin Rudi's identity was not enough in Lin Sun's eyes at all. The atmosphere was dead silent, and the situation suddenly changed, which made Shin Rudi and his son tremble. At this moment, Lin Sun suddenly stepped forward, came to Shin Wenbin, and slapped him in the face. Shin Wenbin's mouth and nose were bleeding, and he screamed. "What are you doing?" Shin Rudi's face was livid, and his hair stood up in anger. "Don't you see that I'm a fox assuming the majesty of a tiger to bully others? If I don't take this opportunity to vent my anger, do I have to wait until later?" Lin Sun said with a smile, and then kicked Shin Wenbin hard. Shin Wenbin screamed, curled up on the ground, and twitched like a crazy lamb. Shin Rudi had never seen such a daring young man. How could he beat his son in front of his father? It was so abominable. "Do you think I'm shameless? But compared to you and your father, it's nothing. After all, I can't mobilize a Weiyang battleship, and I don't have a strong father to back me up. I can only take this opportunity to act like a tyrant and vent my anger." Lin Sun said with a smile, and kicked Shin Wenbin mercilessly. Blood splashed everywhere, and many bones were broken. Lin Sun kicked Shin Wenbin until he fainted. Shin Rudi was shocked and angry. He was so angry that he almost went crazy. If he hadn't been keenly aware that the horrible breath had been firmly locked on him, he would have slapped Lin Sun directly. It was too much. Lin Sun finally gave up the idea of beating Shin Wenbin. There was no other way. If he continued to beat Shin Wenbin would die. It was not the time to fall out with Shin Rudi. He turned around and saw Shin Rudi's livid and exasperated face. As the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Army of the Forbidden City, Shin Rudi was a well-known and iron-fisted man with great prestige. However, he never expected that he would meet such a bold young man outside the bloodthirsty desert. Lin Sun knocked out his son in front of him. If this matter was spread to the Forbidden City, Shin Rudi would become a big joke. Shin Rudi almost went mad with hatred, but he didn't show it on his face. He knew that as long as the strong man on the shabby treasure ship was there, he couldn't do anything to the young man in front of him. However, there would always be opportunities in the future. We have to leave. Suddenly, the kind and gentle voice of the old man sounded. Lin Sun sighed in his heart. He knew that beating Shin Wenbin was the limit that the old man could tolerate. If Lin Sun wanted to deal with Shin Rudi, the old man would certainly not keep his acquiescence. If possible, Lin Sun really wanted to completely eradicate Shin Rudi and his son at this moment. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it now. This was the limitation of a fox assuming the majesty of a tiger. He could bully others, but there was a limit. The life and death of his enemies were not decided by him at all. You took old Mo away last time. I will let you send him back in person in the future. Lin Sun took a deep breath and looked at Shin Rudi calmly. Then he turned around and left. Little guy, you admit that you are a fox assuming the majesty of a tiger. I want to know how many days you can live when you have no one to rely on. Seeing Lin Sun's back off, Shin Rudi murmured in his heart with great hatred. Boy, you are still too young. That's not what you should do. As soon as Shu Jin set foot on the shabby treasure ship, he sighed and looked down upon Lin Sun. Lin Sun was stunned. What should I do? A touch of pride appeared on Shu Jin's rough and slightly drunk face, and he said, watch carefully. As he spoke, the damaged treasured vessel emanated a rumbling that sounded like the roar of a wild beast under his control, and then it swiftly soared into the sky. Boom, then, like an arrow that left the bow, it changed its direction and charged towards the Weiyang battleship in the distance in a wild and unrestrained manner. Lin Sun was surprised. Was he going to drive the treasure ship to crash into it? At this moment, Shu Jin was drunk. His face was flushed with madness, and he kept laughing loudly. Rumble. This treasured ship that was obviously extremely shabby was actually like a sharp awl as it fiercely pierced through the incomparably hard surface of the Weiyang battleship and pierced through it. On the Weiyang battleship, there was a shocking hole, a mess on the ground, and a wave of screams and terrified voices. In the cabin, Lin Sun staggered and almost fell down, but all this could not eliminate the shock in his heart. This Shu Jin was too fierce. That was the mid-grade Weiyang battleship of the Empire. Its defense was so strong that even a Sea of Souls realm warrior would find it hard to shake it. However, Shu Jin actually drove a shabby treasured ship and crushed it. Ha 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 ha, little guy, see? This is a typical example of bullying others by force. Your little tricks can't relieve my hatred at all. Shu Jin laughed and drank a few mouthfuls of wine with a complacent look. Lin Sun smiled bitterly and could only admit that he was not as good as Shu Jin. Since the Weiyang battleship had a hole, the spiritual tattoo formation on it must have been destroyed. If he wanted to repair it, he was afraid that it would cost a lot of financial and material resources. The most important thing was that this battleship belonged to the Imperial Army. If it was destroyed like this, it would not only offend Shin Rudi and his son. Lin Sun thought that he was bold enough, but compared with Shu Jin, he was nothing. Of course, Lin Sun was also very clear that Shu Jin dared to do this not only because he was a fox assuming the majesty of a tiger, but also because he was obviously not worried about the retaliation he would face. This was the crux of the problem. The only thing that surprised Lin Sun was that the shabby treasured ship driven by Shu Jin was not damaged at all after crashing into the Weiyang battleship. Obviously, it was not as simple as it looked. Shinrudi was completely stunned and couldn't believe it. How dared an old treasured ship to damage the Weiyang battleship of the Empire so unscrupulously? Looking at his son who was knocked out, the Weiyang battleship with a hole in it, and the screams and panic coming from the battleship, Shinrudi felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness in his heart. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness welled up in Shinrudi's heart. Who was the owner of that shabby treasure ship? Why did he dare to act so recklessly? Whoosh! A gust of wind and sand swept over and suddenly turned into Xianxia's figure, which was as thin as a spear. Looking at the shocking scene, he had roughly figured out everything. The original anxiety in his heart faded away and was replaced by a touch of pleasure. Who took Linsun away? Shinrudi asked. His voice was deep and low. Do you remember the person I told you last time when you took old Emo away? Xianxia asked in reply. Shinrudi was stunned and suddenly thought of something. His face suddenly changed. Is it the coachman of Heiyao Shrine who has been following the Queen of Dark Night? His heart couldn't help beating violently. Thinking of the kind voice and the terrible power in the voice just now, he felt a little lucky, because he was very clear that if the coachman really wanted to deal with him, he would have already become a dead body on the ground. There were many coachmen in the world, but there was only one who could follow the Queen of Dark Night in Heiyao Shrine. It turns out to be him. But how could it be him? Is there any connection between Linsun and Heiyao Shrine? Shinrudi murmured and couldn't calm down. I advise you to give up the plan of revenge on Linsun. Otherwise, even if Heiyao Shrine doesn't care about it, I won't let it go. Xianxia coldly spat out these words, then turned around and left. Shinrudi's face darkened. You're not here to stop me, are you? Yes. Xianxia's voice came from a distance. He is no longer a trainee of your bloodthirsty camp. Shinrudi shouted sternly. As long as he has the bloodthirsty badge, he will be a trainee of bloodthirsty camp for the rest of his life. Xianxia's figure disappeared completely before his voice died away. Damn it. Shinrudi gritted his teeth, and his face changed constantly. After a long time, he took a deep breath and became resolute again. He carried Shin Wenbin, who had fainted, and walked to Weiyang battleship. Those who were familiar with Shinrudi knew that he would never let it go, in the cabin. It's just a temporary pleasure to assume the majesty of a tiger, but it will bring you a lot of trouble. Why do you do this? The old man looked at Linsun kindly, and there was a trace of unfathomable meaning in his pair of unfathomable eyes. I don't think so much. I just want to vent my anger. Linsun thought for a while and said, if it weren't for you this time, I would have been taken away by them. In that case, I would have suffered a lot of unpredictable humiliation and torture. In this case, I have to vent my anger in advance. The old man seemed to be a little surprised. After a while, he said thoughtfully, it seems that you have never been afraid of the disasters caused by doing these things. Linsun shook his head. I am not an unscrupulous person. I will only do what I think I should do. The old man nodded and said nothing more. He took out a delicate white jade slip and handed it to Linsun. This is given to you by the little girl Xie. Linsun was shocked. He took a deep breath and turned it over in his hand. Unfortunately, there was only a very simple sentence on the letter. I'm fine, it's just that I'm lonely sometimes. Remember what I said, before I come back to find you, you must live. It was just a short paragraph, plain and unremarkable, just like a daily conversation. There was no strong emotion, but it made Linsun stunned. In a trance, he seemed to see a little girl in a black trench coat raising her beautiful and quiet face and looking at him seriously. After a long time, Linsun silently put away the white jade slip and put it away carefully, as if he was hiding a treasure. Don't you doubt that it's fake? The old man asked. Linsun took a deep breath and tried to get rid of the messy thoughts in his mind. He smiled and said, it's not fake, I know. Then you should have guessed it. At least for now, you still can't meet her, the old man said softly. Linsun nodded with some difficulty and said, okay. Is there anything you want to say? The old man seemed to feel sorry for him. Linsun smiled and said, I just want to know where you are going to take me now, senior. From the moment he set foot on this shabby treasure ship, Linsun knew that the road he was about to embark on was doomed to be out of his control. He hated this feeling, but he had to accept it. Because Xianxia was still in the hands of the old man, even if she was not kidnapped and never threatened him, Lin Sun still couldn't get over it. To Lin Sun's surprise, the old man gave him an unexpected answer: Mist City, the capital of Southwest Province. The reason why it was unexpected was that in Lin Sun's plan, he had originally planned to go there. When he was in the bloodthirsty camp, Drillmaster Young Ku had given him a certificate of passing the county test, which made Lin Sun's first thought when he left was to go to Southwest Province to take part in the province test. After passing the province test, he could go to the Forbidden City to take part in the nation test. If everything went well, he could enter the Green Deer School. Lin Sun believed that as long as he could enter the Green Deer School, he would have enough confidence to find out some valuable things. For example, what was the devouring abyss, the talent property that he was born with, and whether there had been any incidents related to this talent property in the Empire 14 years ago? As long as he could find out, he would be able to find out the truth behind why his spiritual heritage was taken away. Similarly, he could also collect news about Heiyao Shrine and find out the whereabouts of old Mo. This was the special feature of the Green Deer School. It was the first-class school in the Empire, where the most outstanding talents in the world were gathered. There were hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The school had unimaginable resources and power. As long as he entered the Green Deer School, it would be easier to get anything than to explore alone. What Lin Sun didn't expect was that the place the old man was going to take him to was also Mist City, the capital of Southwest Province. For practitioners in the whole empire, the nation test is the fairest system for selecting talents, whether they are from the upper class or from the poor at the bottom. The old man seemed to see Lin Sun's doubt and explained patiently. Seizing this opportunity, the poor can make a great leap and get rid of the shackles of being born poor. Similarly, the real talents can be selected from the noble children in the test, instead of those ignorant and incompetent playboys who only know how to indulge in debauchery. When you can enter Green Deer School one day, you may have the wisdom and strength to know some truth. Lin Sun felt a chill in his heart. Senior, what is the truth? The old man smiled. There was an unfathomable look in his aged eyes. Whatever truth you want, the truth will be whatever it is. Lin Sun was stunned and lost in thought. He was a little disturbed. Did the old man already know something? Lin Sun suddenly remembered that when he was in Donglin town, the old man once said that the Queen of Dark Night had gone to the depths of 3,000 mountains to find an old friend. But when they arrived, the place where the old friend lived had already been destroyed, leaving no clues. At that time, Lin Sun suspected that the place they were looking for was the mine prison where he had lived, but he was not sure. Now, after listening to the old man's intriguing words, Lin Sun couldn't help but think that the old man seemed to know something. Lin Sun still couldn't be sure. He couldn't ask because there were too many things involved in the mine prison, not only Master Lu, but also Lin Sun's life experience and enemies. The old man stopped talking and took out a white handkerchief, gently and carefully wiping a simple black pendant shaped like an ancient sword, but only 3 inches in size. The old man's kind face was full of concentration, solemnity, and seriousness, which attracted Lin Sun's attention unconsciously. Lin Sun didn't know that this sword-shaped black pendant had a name that shocked the world 1,000 years ago, Sigh of the Eternal Night. This was the name of a set of spiritual tattoo armor. Few people knew it for 1,000 years. 3 days later. Mist City. As the capital city of the southwestern province of the empire, Mist City could be said to be prosperous, with millions of people gathered. Its scale was huge and densely populated, far more than a border city like Donglin town. At night. In a remote and old courtyard in Mist City, Lin Sun looked at the clean and brand new room, feeling that it was like a home. In the evening of the same day, the old man left, leaving the residence prepared for Lin Sun. Without servants or maids, Lin Sun could only clean the small courtyard by himself. This small courtyard was not big, but it was quiet. Lin Sun was very satisfied to have such a free residence in Mist City where every inch of land was expensive. But Lin Sun had to face a practical problem. It was far from enough to have a place to live. The resources he needed for daily cultivation and daily living needed to be solved urgently. After leaving the bloodthirsty camp, no one would provide all these for free. Lin Sun had already counted his belongings: 200 gold coins, a greenwave saber, 2 bottles of condensate pills, and some miscellaneous spiritual materials. In addition, there was nothing else. In the past, this wealth might be enough for Lin Sun to maintain the expenses for several months. But for Lin Sun, who had the cultivation of human gang realm, this wealth was simply a drop in the bucket to maintain the needs of cultivation and life. In other words, after arriving in Mist City, Lin Sun would face another extremely practical problem: making money. The province test will start in September, that is to say, I have to live in Mist City for nearly half a year, Lin Sun thought silently in his heart for a moment, and then he stood up, planning to go out and familiarize himself with the environment of Mist City. Hey, boy, wait a minute. Suddenly, a lazy voice came from the corner of the wall. Looking carefully, a burly figure was lying there. He looked rough, his cheeks were red, his eyes were drowsy, and his chest as hard as steel was exposed. He looked like a drunkard. This man was naturally Xu Jin. After sending Lin Sun here, he was also left here. According to the old man, Xu Jin would take care of Lin Sun's daily life before the province test ended. In principle, such an arrangement was naturally excellent, but Lin Sun didn't have any ideas about it now. Xu Jin had been drinking and sleeping since he entered this small courtyard. Not to mention taking care of Lin Sun's daily life, it would be lucky if he didn't cause trouble for Lin Sun. What's the matter? Lin Sun asked. Hey, remember to bring me a jar of wine when you come back, the stronger the better. I remember there is a very famous liquor in Mist City, it seems to be called Burning Soul or something. Well, it should be this name, Xu Jin muttered for a long time, like a drunkard talking in his sleep. Well, but take it easy, Jin. Don't run out and make trouble when you're drunk, Lin Sun said with a little helplessness. Last time Xu Jin went crazy, he even dared to hit the prestige battleship of the Empire, which made Lin Sun worry whether this guy would tear down the courtyard once he was drunk. Don't be a woman. Hurry up. I've been drunk for 30 years, but I've never done anything stupid. Xu Jin shouted impatiently. Lin Sun sighed, shook his head and walked out of the courtyard. In the night, Mist City was like a city that never sleeps. The lights were bright, like a fire dragon, illuminating half of the night sky. On the spacious streets that were as dense as cobwebs, all kinds of buildings were arranged in a row. Even at night, it was still a lively scene of endless traffic and pedestrians. It was very prosperous. Lin Sun felt a little unaccustomed to returning to the city after a year. Everything in the bloodthirsty camp was dull and calm. Every day, in addition to training, fighting, and bloody battles, there were only cultivation and assessment. But now, walking on this bustling street, watching the pedestrians coming and going, and listening to all kinds of noises in the air, Lin Sun felt that it was a lifetime ago. Soon, Lin Sun shook his head and got rid of the distracting thoughts. He first went to a general store to buy some daily necessities such as rice, oil, salt, and spirit grains and spirit vegetables. Then, he turned around and entered a store that specialized in selling spirit materials to buy some finished spirit ink and spirit materials. Just doing these things alone cost him 20 gold coins. Soon, he spent another 50 imperial gold coins to buy 60 bottles of sapphire gang refining pills. Although they were extremely expensive, they were indispensable for cultivation. After running all over the streets for 7 days, Lin Sun finally bought a jar of soul burning from an unknown tavern. About half of his wealth had been spent, leaving him with only a little more than 100 gold coins. Lin Sun couldn't help but feel a little distressed. He thoroughly realized how high the prices in Mist City were. After doing all this, Lin Sun had come to the center of Mist City unconsciously. There were many towering and gorgeous buildings here, and all kinds of famous chambers of commerce, trading companies, and various entertainment venues such as brothels, taverns, arenas, and so on. Such places were not affordable for ordinary practitioners at all. Just by looking at the clothes of the pedestrians coming and going on the street, Lin Sun knew that all of them were either rich or respectable. Lin Sun was not in the mood to wander around now. When he was about to leave, his eyes were suddenly attracted by a magnificent building in the distance. This building had an antique feel to it. It was hundreds of meters tall and stood there like a towering mountain range. At this time, on the surface of the building, there was a huge light curtain, in which a meticulous and beautiful woman with a pretty face was broadcasting the news. According to reliable sources, 3 days ago, there was news from the governor's mansion that Governor Lu Wujuan would serve as the chief examiner in the province test in September. This news caused a great shock. Yesterday, the frontline battlefield in the western border of the empire sent a good report. After a fierce battle for half a month, the Iron Blood army successfully defeated the 30,000 elite troops of Voodoo barbarian tribe. This morning, the Academy of Spiritual Implements of the Empire announced that a new generation of small Ziying battleship will be launched soon. According to reliable sources, the power of the new generation of Ziying battleship will break the previous record and become another war weapon of the Empire. The beautiful woman was dignified and somewhat expressionless. She said calmly, "The following news will be broadcasted about cultivation." Today's most eye-catching news is undoubtedly, Lin Sun raised his head and looked at the light curtain quietly. This light curtain was called spiritual screen. In the final analysis, it was actually a large phantom spiritual formation. Its light effect was very simple, which was to spread news. However, the cost of this spiritual screen was extremely expensive. It was a luxury. It cost tens of thousands of gold coins every day to run it. Even some of the top-tier powers would find it difficult to maintain such a massive expenditure, let alone a normal power. Only the imperial government would be able to maintain the normal operation of a spirit transmission light screen. Lin Sun had heard before that in the capital cities of the 34 provinces of the empire, there was such a spiritual screen, which could communicate with each other and spread the major events happening everywhere in the empire in the first place. At that time, Lin Sun felt it was magical, but when he saw this scene with his own eyes, he was relieved. As a spiritual tattooist, he naturally understood the essential mystery of this spiritual screen. Soon, Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and was attracted by a news. It is said that Lian Fei, the son-in-law of Yao Tuahai, a great practitioner of Tao Insight Realm in Green Maple County, successfully condensed the second-class pond of spiritual power when he broke through the human gang realm a few days ago. He was praised as another genius in Green Maple County, which caused a great sensation in the local area. According to analysis, Lian Fei will also participate in the province test in September this time. Yao Tuahai was one of the most famous practitioners of Tao Insight Realm in the southwest province of the empire. Only Governor Lu Wujuan could compete with him in status and power. Lian Fei, son of Lian Ruffing, was born in Feiyun village and later entered Donglin School in Donglin town to cultivate. Lin Sun was very familiar with them. When Lin Sun was in Donglin town, he was framed by Lian Fei frequently. Similarly, in the county test, Yao Tuahai attacked Lin Sun and Xia Ji violently. If it weren't for the Queen of Dark Night, Lin Sun and Xia Ji would have been killed. Now a year later, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel hatred when he heard the names of Yao Tuahai and Lian Fei again in Mist City. How could Lin Sun forget what happened in those years, as well as the suppression, despair and helplessness he suffered at that time? What surprised Lin Sun was that Lian Fei became Yao Tuahai's son-in-law. But it made sense when he thought about it carefully. Yao Tuahai's sudden attack was probably to stand up for Lian Fei. Humph, a second-class pond of spiritual power can make him a dazzling genius in Green Maple County? It's ridiculous. Lin Sun sneered in his heart. It wasn't that Lin Sun thought highly of himself, but that he had seen too many outstanding geniuses in the bloodthirsty camp. Compared with them, the second-class pond of spiritual power that Lian Fei condensed was not so dazzling at all. Of course, in the vast empire, it was normal for Lian Fei to be able to achieve this and be crowned with the title of a young genius. After all, for countless practitioners in the world, the second-class pond of spiritual power was a great achievement. When this guy comes to participate in the province test, maybe I should find a chance to solve the hatred of those years. Lin Sun was lost in thought. After a while, he was suddenly awakened by a burst of loud cheers. A huge field appeared on the spiritual screen. Tens of thousands of people gathered in it, waving their arms and cheering wildly. In the center of the huge field, under the brilliant spiritual light, a dreamy slender figure was standing on the high platform, singing. This was an incomparably beautiful young woman. She had a head of light purple hair, a pair of sparkling eyes, and skin that seemed as if it could be broken by a gust of wind. Her exquisite and beautiful face carried a unique cold aura. Countless boys and girls under the high platform raised their hands and shouted a name together, Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan. Their voices were like boiling water, and they were neat and uniform. Tens of thousands of people shouted together, and the scene was extremely magnificent and impassioned. Lin Sun was slightly taken aback, and he was almost infected by this enthusiasm. He saw that many passers-by were also looking at the spirit transmission light screen with fervent admiration and love in their eyes, and many young boys and girls were even screaming along. But soon, the light screen changed, and the dignified woman appeared again. She said, since her debut last year, Lu Qingyan has attracted countless fans with her angelic voice, unique temperament as cold as snow, and delicate and beautiful face. Her song Drunken Flower Shade, Parting Dream became popular throughout the empire in just 1 year and became one of the favorite songs of young practitioners in the world. She is also known as the Soul Singer. According to reliable sources, 3 months later, Lu Qingyan will come to Mist City to congratulate the centennial celebration of Keystone Business. She is very likely to sing on the stage again. At this point, a burst of cheers rang out, which made Lin Sun's ears a little unbearable. He couldn't help but secretly marvel at Lu Qingyan's great charm. Like saberplay, sword practice, and medical practice, art practice was a kind of practitioners. Arts cultivators used the zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, and poetry to enter the Tao. It was a rather elegant cultivation method and was rather rare in the world. Because the conditions to become an art practitioner were too harsh. One must not only have the foundation of cultivation, but also be proficient in one of the arts. For example, those who entered the Tao by temperament practiced almost all the cultivation methods related to temperament. Even their fighting method was to kill the enemy with sound waves. Of course, art practice was not used for fighting. The status of art practitioners in the world was extremely noble, and they were often the distinguished guests of the upper class. Lu Qingyan was an art practitioner. She was proficient in temperament and singing, and she was also talented in writing lyrics and music. As soon as she made her debut, she won countless loyal fans in the empire. Lin Sun had never heard of this person before, but judging from the reaction of people nearby, he knew that Lu Qingyan was obviously an extremely famous art practitioner in the empire. Keystone Business is so generous that they can invite Lu Qingyan to sing. I must go to the scene to watch it that day. Yes, me too. Humph, don't be happy too early. I heard that Keystone Business only gave out 3,000 places, which have long been snatched up by the big shots in Mist City. Discussions broke out everywhere. Young boys and girls were eager to fight, looking forward to the day when Lu Qingyan came. Lin Sun was not interested in these, but he was a little surprised by the wealth of Keystone Business. In his opinion, to invite such a famous art practitioner, the cost must be amazing. Without staying any longer, Lin Sun turned away. When he returned to his residence, it was already late at night. Shu Jin was still lying in the corner and sleeping. But when he heard the sound of Lin Sun coming back, he immediately shouted, "Hurry up, the liquor worm in my stomach is rebelling. Hurry up and throw the wine over." Lin Sun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He took out the jar of soul-burning liquor from the storage ring and threw it over. Good wine. Shu Jin couldn't wait to drink a few mouthfuls and exclaimed, "It's still the familiar taste. It's so damn strong. By the way, when are you going to sign up?" Lin Sun said casually, "I've inquired about it. The registration for the province test will start half a month later." Shu Jin nodded and fell asleep with the jar in his arms. Lin Sun went into his room, sat at the desk, took out the spiritual ink and ordinary weapons he had bought, took a deep breath, picked up the inscribing pen and began to refine spiritual weapons. Stars were twinkling outside the window, and the night wind was blowing gently. Except for Shu Jin's snoring sound, it was extraordinarily quiet. In front of the desk, the young man looked focused and meticulous, and the inscribing pen was moving smoothly between his palms and fingers. If he wanted to live in Mist City, he had to make money. And the only way Lin Sun could make money at present was to refine spiritual weapons. This could also be regarded as exerting his specialty. After all, he was already a spiritual tattooist who could refine spiritual tattoo formations. 2 hours later, a snowfall saber on middle grade of human rank was successfully refined. According to the market price of Mist City, a snowfall saber should be worth 300 imperial silver coins, that is, 3 imperial gold coins, excluding the cost. But Lin Sun wouldn't do it according to the market price. His life experience in Donglin town had made Lin Sun realize that the spiritual weapons he refined were obviously more powerful than those on the market, although they were the same as those on the market. This was what Gu Yanping, the boss of Golden Hall, told Lin Sun, and Lin Sun himself had made a comparison. Lin Sun didn't know the reason, but he had a general guess. Because every time he was about to succeed in refining a spiritual weapon, he could keenly perceive that the gate to heaven in his sea of consciousness would ripple imperceptibly. This made Lin Sun realize that the reason why he could successfully refine spiritual weapons every time without encountering any failure might have something to do with the fluctuation from the gate to heaven. Of course, this was just Lin Sun's speculation. After doing all this, Lin Sun sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and practiced meditating magic. After reaching the human gang realm, he had lit up 18 spiritual stars in his sea of consciousness, and his perception could cover everything within a radius of 300 meters. Ordinary human gang realm overmatches could only perceive within a radius of 300 meters at most. This was the unique benefit of practicing meditating magic. Of course, the strengthening of soul power was definitely more than that. There were many other benefits, which I won't go into detail. After practicing meditating magic, Lin Sun didn't delay and continued to run Nature Insight and Spirit Devour Scripture to refine his cultivation. This kind of hard work and rest life was the same as when he was in Donglin town, except that Xia Solstice and Shu Jin were not around. Rumble the pure and translucent Gang Qi, with a touch of gold, circulated along the meridians of Lin Sun's body like a roaring river. In his sea of Qi, the pond of spiritual power rotated like a storm whirlpool, echoing with the spiritual vortexes from the 4 acupoints of the heart vessel up and down, producing a terrible refining force. The Gang Qi passing through his body seemed to be pressed by 2 millstones and refined repeatedly, showing an illusory light gold color. This was the manifestation that the quality of the Gang Qi had reached the extreme. It was terrifyingly pure, which also meant that the power Lin Sun could release was enough to crush most of the human gang realm overmatches in the world. All this was due to the unique pond of spiritual power in Lin Sun's body. It was not the first-class pond of spiritual power, the Eye of Storm, because the Eye of Storm didn't have such a shocking refining force. Lin Sun called it Windstorm Millstone. One by one, Lin Sun swallowed the sapphire gang refining pills he just bought tonight. Then, they were refined over and over again and completely integrated into his body, constantly refining and consolidating his cultivation. Lin Sun didn't stop practicing until he had swallowed 6 sapphire gang refining pills, which had reached the limit that he could bear. Lying on the bed, Lin Sun began to feel the cultivation of martial arts silently. After advancing to the human gang realm, the Gang Qi in the body could be released to hurt the enemy through the air, which also made a qualitative change in the fighting style of practitioners. Marching boxing, which he had mastered before, was useless. At present, only 6-word saber play and the first move of Tianyuan saber play, reaching for the stars, could come in handy. Of course, there were also the fighting skills he learned from the bloodthirsty camp. But skills were different from fighting methods. If he wanted to exert the greatest power in a real battle, he must have the matching fighting methods. However, Lin Sun needed to master these fighting methods again. After all, he had never really fought since advancing to the human gang realm. Lin Sun was also looking forward to what kind of power he could exert in a battle now that he had the cultivation of human gang realm. P.S. The foreshadowing is almost done, and the show will begin soon. The next morning. After breakfast, Lin was about to go out with the snowfall saber, but was stopped by Shu Jin. "Boy, are you also a spiritual tattooist?" Lin was stunned and nodded, yes. Although he didn't make much noise in his room last night, it was impossible to hide it from Shu Jin. Shu Jin continued to ask, "Oh, so you are going to sell spiritual weapons now?" Lin said, "Isn't it normal? Who will buy you liquor without money?" Shu Jin chuckled and waved his hand, Go, I was just asking casually." Lin Sun felt a little strange and said, "Old Jin, do you have any opinion on me selling spiritual weapons?" Shu Jin said unhurriedly, "Well, I'm just curious how a dignified spiritual tattooist has to go out and sell spiritual weapons to make money. If those guys from the commune of spiritual tattooists know it, they will definitely come to teach you a lesson." Lin was stunned. "What do you mean?" Shu Jin raised his head and drank a mouthful of liquor. He looked at Lin as if he was looking at an idiot and said, "Boy, are you really muddle-headed or your family muddle-headed? Spiritual tattooists are so respected that they will be surrounded by people wherever they go. But look at you, you are just like a humble peddler. You have lost all the face of spiritual tattooists." Lin was surprised, so powerful? Shu Jin said disdainfully, "Only you don't take spiritual tattooists seriously." Lin smiled bitterly. He had never regarded himself as a very special person. But he also knew that the status of spiritual tattooists in this world was extremely high. A real spiritual tattooist would often become the target of competition among the major forces. Even in the whole empire, spiritual tattooists were the most unique and transcendent profession. There was only one reason that spiritual tattooists played an important role. Almost all the things involved in the cultivation of practitioners were inseparable from spiritual tattooists. For example, spiritual tattooists could refine spiritual weapons and equipment for practitioners, refine beast tags for beast tamers, arrange spiritual formations for spiritual plants masters, and refine alchemy furnaces for pharmacists. Spiritual tattooists could almost be seen in all aspects of cultivation. However, there were not many spiritual tattooists in the world, and they were even rare. There might not be one spiritual tattooist in every 1,000 practitioners. This also made the status of spiritual tattooists more unique and honorable in the empire. Sure enough, you know nothing. I wonder how you became a spiritual tattooist. Didn't your master tell you how a spiritual tattooist should show his value? Shu Jin sighed. Old Jin, I really don't know. Why don't you give me some advice? Lin asked modestly. Shu Jin snorted and stretched out a finger. A jar of soul-burning wine. Lin Sun nodded quickly, deal. Shu Jin chuckled. You're quite interesting, kid. Sometimes you're terrifyingly smart, but sometimes you're like an idiot. Next, Shu Jin finally pointed out a clear place for Lin, the commune of spiritual tattooists of the empire. The commune of spiritual tattooists could be regarded as an extremely large alliance of spiritual tattooists in the empire, which could be found in 34 provinces of the empire. As the capital city of Southwest Province, there was also a commune of spiritual tattooists in Mist City. When Lin Sun finally found the place after asking all the way, he saw a magnificent and lofty building standing there, as eye-catching as a crane in a flock of chickens. On the top of the building, a line of vigorous and ancient characters, commune of spiritual tattooists in Mist City, was reflected by a phantom spiritual formation. Every single word flowed with brilliant colors, and it was dreamlike and illusory. It was like an expanse of gorgeous multicolored clouds were rising, and it was rather beautiful and dazzling. Seeing this, other practitioners might exclaim and be shocked by the generosity of the commune of spiritual tattooists. But Lin Sun's first reaction was to let out a heartfelt sigh. Rich, really rich, too rich. In order to maintain the illusion of the phantom spiritual formation at all times, it would consume a shocking amount of spirit crystals. However, such a spiritual formation was only used as a signboard. It was more than just rich and overbearing. It was simply inhumane. But the more it was like this, the more Lin Sun looked forward to it. He came here to make money. The richer the commune of spiritual tattooists was, the more profitable it was. Without any hesitation, Lin Sun walked in. Welcome to the commune of spiritual tattooists, child. As soon as he entered, a beautiful maidservant immediately came over to greet him. Her attitude was neither humble nor arrogant, and she was refined and courteous while a flawless smile hung on the corners of her mouth. Young master, may I know if you're here to purchase treasures, issue assignments, or sell items? I want to walk around first, Lin Sun said casually. Although Lin Sun's clothes were ordinary, he was quite handsome. Although he was only 14 years old, he was tall and straight, with deep black eyes and a sharp face. His whole body was full of an unearthly spirit, which made the beautiful maid dare not neglect him. She nodded with a smile, child, feel free to do as you please. If you need anything, I will serve you as soon as possible. With that, she bowed slightly and turned away. Lin Sun appreciated her service attitude very much. The commune of spiritual tattooists was very large and magnificent with carved beams and painted pillars. It was distributed in different areas, such as the spiritual treasure area, the exchange area, the task area and so on. Although it was in the morning, the commune of spiritual tattooists was crowded with people, most of whom were practitioners. It was quite lively. This was just the area open to the public by the commune of spiritual tattooists. In fact, as an alliance of spiritual tattooists in the empire, the commune of spiritual tattooists was established for only one real purpose: to serve spiritual tattooists. Any spiritual tattooist could enjoy a lot of convenience in the commune as long as he was certified by the commune of spiritual tattooists. But at the same time, every spiritual tattooist needed to make some contribution to the commune of spiritual tattooists while enjoying the convenience. Of course, this kind of contribution was not demanding and even easy. In every commune of spiritual tattooists, there was a task area. Every day, different tasks of spiritual tattoos would be issued. As long as a spiritual tattooist could help to solve them, he could not only get a lot of money but also corresponding points. The more points a spiritual tattooist had, the more privileges he could enjoy in the commune. Linson wandered around and browsed the first floor for a long time. In the end, he found nothing special here, which was no different from other businesses. As for the second floor, only spiritual tattooists certified by the commune and some distinguished bigwigs could enter it. Linson couldn't enter it yet. Soon, Linson got rid of distracting thoughts and went directly to the certification area on the first floor. The certification area was extremely deserted. When Linson arrived, there was only a middle-aged man in gray sitting there with his eyes closed. Linson didn't know whether he was meditating or asleep. But when Linson arrived, the middle-aged man in gray suddenly opened his eyes and showed a warm smile. But when he saw Linson was just a teenager, he couldn't help being stunned and asked, "Child, this is the certification area for spiritual tattooists." Linson said, "I'm here for certification." The middle-aged man in gray was surprised and asked, "Child, are you a spiritual tattooist?" Linson said with a smile, "My words may not count. You may know after the certification." The middle-aged man in gray was still a little surprised. The teenager in front of him was too young, at most 14 or 15 years old. It was reasonable to say that Linson was a spiritual apprentice, but it was incredible to say that Linson was a spiritual tattooist. "Child, how old are you this year?" He couldn't help asking. Linson asked in reply, "Does the certification of a spiritual tattooist need to consider age?" The middle-aged man in gray suddenly felt embarrassed and said, "Child, don't get me wrong. I'm just a little curious." Saying this, he waved to a maid, thought for a moment, and said, "Take this child to the second floor for certification." Coincidentally, this maid was the one who received Linson just now. Hearing the words, she couldn't help being stunned for a moment. Then she reacted and said quickly, "Child, please come with me." She took Linson away at once. This teenager seems to have a good temperament. He shouldn't be a liar. But how old is he? How could he reach the level of a spiritual tattooist? Watching Linson leave, the middle-aged man in gray frowned and still felt a little confused. He knew best that it was absolutely not so easy to become a real spiritual tattooist. In terms of cultivation, human gang realm was the lowest standard to measure a spiritual tattooist. Relatively speaking, it was easier to achieve this step. But in terms of spiritual tattoos, it was required to refine a spiritual tattoo formation by himself. This wasn't something that just anyone could do. It was no exaggeration to say that there were countless spiritual tattoo apprentices in the whole empire, but only 1 in 10,000 could refine a spiritual tattoo formation by himself. The cruelest thing was that most spiritual tattoo apprentices in the world couldn't step into the ranks of spiritual tattooists all their lives for various reasons. It could be seen how difficult it was to become a spiritual tattooist. The middle-aged man in gray had received many spiritual tattooists these years, and almost all of them were adult practitioners who had lived for decades or even hundreds of years. But a teenager like Linson was extremely rare. At least the middle-aged man in gray hadn't seen one these years, yes, not even one. That was why he was so surprised and stunned when facing Linson. "Oh no, this kid isn't a swindler, right?" Suddenly, the middle-aged man in gray's face changed, and he felt a little anxious. But after thinking about it, he couldn't help but hesitate. If this boy was a liar, what could he cheat from the commune of spiritual tattooists? After thinking about it, the middle-aged man in gray couldn't calm down because of gains and losses. At the same time, Lin Sun was walking to the second floor accompanied by the beautiful maid. Along the way, the maid couldn't help glancing at him with curiosity and doubt. It seemed that she couldn't believe that such a boy could be a spiritual tattooist. Lin Sun keenly noticed this and couldn't help teasing her with a smile. "Girl, you seem to be very interested in me?" The beautiful maid blushed and her cheeks flushed. Interrupted by Lin Sun, the beautiful maid immediately blushed and dared not to let her imagination run wild. Soon, she led Lin Sun to the second floor of the commune. After walking along a long passageway for a short while, they arrived at an antique hall. At this time, an elegant man in a dark green brocade robe with a finely trimmed beard was sitting cross-legged behind a desk. With a tobacco pipe in his left hand and an inscribing pen in his right, the man was leisurely inscribing spiritual tattoos on an indigo animal skin while puffing out smoke. "Child, this is Chu Feng, the director of the commune of spiritual tattooists." The maid introduced Chu Feng in a low voice. Lin Sun nodded. In his eyes, Chu Feng was undoubtedly an elegant man who knew how to enjoy himself. His clothes were made of exquisite materials. They looked ordinary but were full of obscure spiritual tattoos. The ornaments he wore were also of good quality and pleasing to the eye. Even the tobacco pipe in his hand was made of the small rib bones of the earthly dragon beast, glowing with a faint cyan halo. What impressed Lin Sun most was the two fine tufts of beard above Chu Feng's lips, which were finely trimmed and raised. Together with his elegant face, they added a sense of elegance. But soon, Lin Sun was attracted by the spiritual tattoos Chu Feng was inscribing. The indigo animal skin on the desk should be tanned from the wings of the blue lightning bird. It was an excellent spiritual material and could be used to refine the upper-grade human rank inner armor. The inscribing pen Chu Feng used had a very unique shape. It was thin and translucent like a sharp awl, and there were drops of crimson patterns that looked like tear stains on it. As he continued to inscribe, wisps of fine and dense spiritual tattoos appeared. His movements were smooth and skillful. At a glance, Lin Sun knew that Chu Feng was a spiritual tattooist who had been immersed in spiritual tattoos for many years and had extraordinary attainments. While Lin Sun was sizing up Chu Feng, the maid had already reported the purpose of her visit to Chu Feng. "My friend, please sit down. Let me finish the wind shadow lightning formation first, and then I'll certify your qualification as a spiritual tattooist." Chu Feng didn't even raise his head and continued inscribing spiritual tattoos. But his voice was gentle and amiable, which made people feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. Lin Sun answered and sat on one side. When the maid saw this, she quietly retreated. The antique hall suddenly became quiet, and only the rustling sound of the inscribing pen could be heard. As time went by, Lin Sun gradually became impatient. He couldn't help but look up, only to see Chu Feng frowning and staring at the blue animal skin on the table as if he had encountered a great problem. At this moment, he was as motionless as a statue. The pipe in his hand had already been extinguished, but he was completely unaware of it. As a spiritual tattooist, Lin Sun naturally knew at a glance that Chu Feng was in deep thought. If he couldn't solve the problem, he could even sit like this for 3 to 5 days. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation when he was a child, including Master Lu. Lin Sun couldn't help but stand up and stride forward to arrive before the table, and then his gaze descended onto the indigo beast skin. He didn't want to sit here and wait. It was simply a waste of his time. Almost at a glance, Lin Sun recognized that Chu Feng was refining an inner armor. But it was different from the usual ones, because it was inscribed with 3 completely different spiritual tattoos, namely Mountain Concentration Spiritual Formation, Vajra Spiritual Formation and Wind Shadow Lightning Spiritual Formation. The first 2 spiritual formations were both defensive spiritual formations. One was of earth attribute, and the other was of metal attribute. They belonged to the category of elementary spiritual tattoo formations. Only the 3rd spiritual formation was very particular. It took into account both wind and lightning attributes, and its spiritual tattoo pattern was also the most complicated. It belonged to the category of intermediate spiritual tattoo formations. At this moment, the problem Chu Feng encountered was in the 3rd spiritual tattoo formation. It was not because of the refining method, but the lack of a medium between the 3 spiritual tattoo formations, which made it impossible for them to produce harmony and connection with each other. In this case, even if the refining was successful, the power of this inner armor would be much weaker. Lin Sun looked at it carefully for a long time and suddenly said, "If you help me get the qualification of a spiritual tattooist now, I can help you solve this problem." Chu Feng seemed to be unaware of it. Or in other words, at this moment, all his mind was focused on thinking, and he had long forgotten everything around him. Seeing this, Lin Sun immediately sighed in his heart. He suddenly bent down and snatched the inscribing pen from Chu Feng's hand. "Nonsense! What are you doing?" Chu Feng suddenly woke up and scolded Lin Sun. "I'm helping you solve your problem," Lin Sun said casually. Then he sat down on the ground and was about to inscribe on the indigo animal skin with the inscribing pen. "Where are you from, young man? Who let you in? Get out of here." Chu Feng was so anxious that he scolded Lin Sun again and again. Even in a rage, he still maintained a kind of elegant demeanor and didn't attack Lin Sun immediately. "If you disturb me again, this inner armor will be ruined," Lin Sun said as he began to inscribe. You. Chu Feng was so angry that his chest heaved up and down. He wanted to slap Lin Sun away, but he finally restrained himself. It was not that he didn't dare to do so, but the inner armor Lin Sun was inscribing was extremely expensive, and some of the spiritual materials were extremely difficult to find. It took him several years to collect all of them. Once Lin Sun started, the unfinished inner armor would be completely ruined as long as there was any mistake. This was not what Chu Feng wanted to see. But what if he didn't do anything and just watched the boy make trouble? Chu Feng suddenly fell into a dilemma. His elegant face was full of exasperation. Since he became the director of the commune of spiritual tattooists in Mist City, it was the first time for him to meet such a daring teenager. "Let me ask you, earth is Kuan, metal is Dui, wind is Sun, and lightning is Zhen. If you want them to resonate with each other, what should be the medium?" Lin Sun suddenly asked. He was still inscribing when he spoke. "Can." Chu Feng was startled and answered subconsciously. Soon after, he felt a wave of anger in his heart. This little fellow is giving me pointers? How arrogant he was. Yes, Kuan benefits from Kan, Dui is born from Kan, Sun and can complement each other, and Zhen and can resonate. Since you know this, why don't you inscribe a Kan's four symbols formation as the medium? Hearing this, Chu Feng answered almost without thinking, "That's impossible. This inner armor is based on the skin of the blue lightning bird, which contains the two attributes of Kan and Zhen. It can't accommodate four spiritual formations at the same time." Then he became angry again. What was wrong with him today? Why was he led by the nose by this teenager? But the next moment, his mind was attracted by Lin Sun's words. Who said it can't? Although the power of the Kan's four symbols formation is great, why don't you throw away some of the spirit pattern structures in the formation and leave only the four symbols for the circulation of the Kan's water? With this as a medium, the other three spirit formations can be compatible. As Lin Sun said, he had inscribed a complete spiritual tattoo formation on the animal skin. At this time, Chu Feng was stunned as if he was struck by lightning. After a long time, his eyes brightened and he clapped his hands. "No wonder, that's why." As he spoke, he had completely sobered up. He looked at Lin Sun with a strange expression. Just now, was it the teenager in front of him who was instructing him? How could it be possible? How old was he? How could he do this? Well, the spiritual tattoo formation on this inner armor has been inscribed. But if you want to give full play to its power, you'd better soak it in the Xinkan heavy water for a period of time. Lin Sun dropped the inscribing pen, stood up, and pointed at the indigo animal skin on the table, which was emitting wisps of soft spiritual light, and said. Strictly speaking, it was not an animal skin, but an inner armor full of spiritual qi and glowing with illusory colors. Chu Feng stepped forward quickly, picked up the inner armor, and carefully looked at it for a moment. His heart was filled with a touch of shock. This Sunjin spiritual armor on middle grade of human rank was successfully refined in this way. It was incredible. Chu Feng felt like he was dreaming. After a long time, he couldn't help looking at Lin Sun and asked, "Friend, who are you?" There was a touch of reverence in his voice. Lin Sun said with a smile, "I've told you before that I'm here to be certified as a spiritual tattooist." Chu Feng was in a daze. After thinking for a while, he patted his forehead and said, "I remember, but, looking at Lin Sun's excessively young and handsome face, it was hard for him to imagine how such a teenager could be so incredible. Now, the inner armor has been refined. Is it time for me to be certified? Looking at Chu Feng's surprised look, Lin Sun felt helpless. He had enough of being treated as a monster by old Mo. Yes, that's right. Chu Feng nodded, and then took several deep breaths to suppress all kinds of shock and doubts in his heart. Then he said with a smile, but, haven't I been certified just now? Lin Sun was stunned, when? Chu Feng pointed at the Sunjin spiritual armor on the table. Lin Sun understood at once and smiled as well. These are the 4 kinds of badges that represent different levels of spiritual tattooists. Chu Feng turned over his hand and took out a jade box, in which there were 4 jade badges of different colors. Each badge was the size of a copper coin and had a simple and classical style. They represent the 4 kinds of qualification certificates of primary, intermediate, senior, and top spiritual tattooist respectively. May I know your current level, my young friend? There was a strong curiosity in Chu Feng's eyes. Primary. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun directly chose the primary spiritual tattooist qualification certificate, which was a bronze jade badge with the logo of the Spiritual Tattooist Guild engraved on the front and blank on the back. Primary? Chu Feng said in surprise, but in my opinion, your method of refining the Sunjin spiritual armor is already worthy of the intermediate spiritual tattooist badge. Lin Sun had to explain patiently, I just inscribed a simple spiritual tattoo formation with the help of others. It's you who really finished the inner armor. Chu Feng suddenly understood and said with a smile, it's rare to see a young spiritual tattooist like you. If it's known by others, it will definitely cause a lot of uproar. I understand that you did this to protect yourself. Be wise and play safe. Lin Sun was in a daze and nodded cheerfully, yes, that's right. Chu Feng thought of how he made a fool of himself because of the shock just now and couldn't help sighing with emotion, you're right. If other spiritual tattooists know that you have such a high attainment in spiritual tattoos at such a young age, I'm afraid they will also be as embarrassed as me. He cupped his hands and said solemnly, my young friend, I was presumptuous just now. Please forgive me. Lin Sun smiled and said, my name is Lin Sun. You can call me Lin Sun. Chu Feng was an extremely gentleman. Lin Sun couldn't help but have a good impression of him since he treated him so politely. He knew clearly that a guy with a strange temper like old Mo would have already driven him away. Next, Chu Feng invited Lin Sun to take a seat. He took out a jade archive and began to record the information about the certification of spiritual tattooists for Lin. This information was a kind of certificate, which meant that from now on, as long as Lin Sun held the bronze badge of primary spiritual tattooist issued by the Commune of Spiritual Tattooists, he could enjoy the same convenience in any commune of spiritual tattooists in the 34 provinces of the empire. Name? Lin Sun. Birthplace? Feiyun Village, Donglin Town. Apprentice? None. Age? 14. What? While asking Lin Sun, Chu Feng recorded on the jade archive. When he learned Lin Sun's age, his wrist trembled and he almost made a mistake. 14? Chu Feng lost his composure again. He looked at Lin Sun with astonishment in his eyes. A 14-year-old spiritual tattooist could hardly be found in the whole empire. It was said that even in the 3 families of spiritual tattoos, there were very few 14-year-old spiritual tattooists. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were as few as the stars in the sky. Nowadays, the most famous one in the empire was Feng Qingyu, the genius girl of Green Deer School, who had the attainment of a spiritual tattooist at the age of 19. It was well known that spiritual tattooist was a profession, but it was also divided into 4 levels: spiritual apprentice, spiritual tattooist, and spiritual tattooist. Each level had different divisions. For example, spiritual tattooists were divided into 4 levels: primary, intermediate, senior, and top. One could imagine how dazzling Feng Qingyu was to be crowned with the title of spiritual rune master at the age of 19. However, compared with Feng Qingyu, Lin Sun, who had the title of spiritual tattooist at the age of 14, was not inferior to Feng Qingyu. You know Feng Qingyu, right? Chu Feng asked. Lin Sun nodded. I heard that he is a genius of the Feng clan, one of the 3 big families of spiritual tattoos. His father is the patriarch of the Feng clan, and his master is the dean of the Green Deer School of Spiritual Tattoos. This was what old Mo had told Lin's son, who was deeply impressed by the name. Chu Feng sighed emotionally. In my opinion, you're not inferior to Feng Qingyu at all. You might even surpass him. Lin's son hurriedly said, Senior, you flatter me. Chu Feng took a deep breath and said, Do you know how big a sensation it will cause if I report your matter to the top of the commune of spiritual tattooists? Lin's son frowned. Without waiting for him to speak, Chu Feng said with a smile, Of course, this is only my personal opinion. A genius like you probably doesn't want to receive too much attention. Lin's son took a deep breath and said seriously, Senior, can you promise me one thing? Chu Feng seemed to know what Lin's son was going to say. He couldn't help saying, Do you know that if you can get the attention of the real bigwigs in the commune of spiritual tattooists, you can have a meteoric rise overnight and have unimaginable status and privileges? Lin's son shook his head. I'm not interested in these things. Chu Feng was surprised. In his opinion, few young people like Lin's son could resist such temptation. Fame, prestige, wealth, status, he could have anything he wanted. How could a young man refuse such temptation? But Lin's son refused without thinking. He looked calm and composed. Obviously, it was not a refusal, but a heartfelt thought. Chu Feng said seriously, Do you really want to do this? Lin's son nodded. I hope you can help me. Chu Feng sighed with emotion. His words were full of undisguised appreciation. Lin's son, you are the most extraordinary young spiritual tattooist I have ever seen. I believe your future achievements are bound to be limitless. Lin's son smiled and said, So, Senior, you agree? Chu Feng laughed. A gentleman should help others achieve their goals. Since you have said so, how can I refuse? I not only promise to keep your secret, but also promise that no one in the commune of spiritual tattooists in Mist City will know all the information about you. Lin's son stood up and bowed seriously, Thank you, Senior. Words alone are no guarantee. I'll sign a spiritual tattoo agreement with you right now, Chu Feng said and took out a silver scroll. The scroll was covered with gorgeous and exquisite spiritual tattoos, giving off an obscure and boundless aura. Lin's son was immediately moved. Is this the spiritual book of gods and demons? Chu Feng said, Yes. Lin's son couldn't keep calm after getting the confirmation. He once heard from Master Lu that in ancient times, the continuous wars between gods and demons caused great chaos in the world. People were plunged into misery and suffering. In the end, the gods and demons reached an agreement and signed a contract to ensure that they would not invade each other. If they violated the contract, they would be punished by heaven. It seemed as untrustworthy as an oath, but this contract was said to be powered by the power of the heavens. It was the most unfathomable and inviolable contract. It had indeed restrained both the gods and demons, causing both sides to stop the war that had lasted for a long time. Later, according to this contract, spiritual tattooists developed the spiritual book of gods and demons, which was limited by the power of spiritual tattoos. It was so mysterious that people dared not violate the contract easily. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble. Of course, this was just a rumor. Even Master Lu couldn't judge whether it was true or not. But the spiritual book of gods and demons did exist. However, it was extremely rare in the world. Because of the lack of some special spiritual materials, no spiritual tattooist could refine it for hundreds of years. This also made the spiritual book of gods and demons a peerless treasure. One used meant one less. Seeing Chu Feng take out such a precious spiritual book of gods and demons to keep his promise, Lin's son was a little surprised. Don't think too much. I'm optimistic about your future achievements. I'm doing this to build a good relationship with you. Chu Feng seemed to see through Lin's son's mind, so he spoke out his real thoughts frankly. Lin's son shrugged and said, To tell you the truth, I wouldn't dare to sign this contract if you didn't treat me with sincerity. Chu Feng laughed. Lin's son also laughed. Straightforward people talking about straightforward things made both of them feel happy. Immediately, the two signed the spiritual book of gods and demons with their own blood essence. Chi. The moment the contract was completed, the fiend god spirit tome suddenly combusted and turned into nothingness. Lin's son suddenly felt that there seemed to be a mark in his soul. It must be the power of the spiritual book of gods and demons. Lin Sun even had a feeling that when his soul force was strong enough to a certain extent, it would be enough to erase this trace. Of course, it was just a feeling. After signing the spiritual book of gods and demons, the relationship between Lin Sun and Chu Feng improved imperceptibly. They were no longer as polite as before. Knowing that Lin Sun came to the commune of spiritual tattooists just to make money, Chu Feng couldn't help but feel amused. But he still patiently guided Lin Sun. It was actually very easy to make money in the commune of spiritual tattooists. First of all, in the task area on the first floor, many tasks would be issued every day. As long as one could solve them, he could get different amounts of rewards and accumulate points. At the same time, spiritual tattooists could also put the spiritual weapons they refined in the spiritual treasure area for consignment. There were two ways of consignment. One was to mark the price, and the other was to bid. In addition, there were various other ways to make money. As long as one passed the certification of the commune of spiritual tattooists, he could enjoy such treatment. Lin Sun took out the snowfall saber of human rank he refined. After being appraised by Chu Feng immediately suggested Lin Sun to put it in the spiritual treasure area for auction. Lin Sun agreed without hesitation. After doing all this, he didn't delay any more and left. As soon as Lin Sun left, Chu Feng hurriedly summoned the middle-aged man in gray and the beautiful maid who had received Lin Sun. "Have you all met the young man who came here for the spiritual tattooist certification today?" Chu Feng asked gently. The middle-aged man in gray and the beautiful maid nodded in unison. They were puzzled. Did something bad happen? From today on, don't disclose anything about him to anyone else. Chu Feng's originally gentle expression suddenly became dignified, even with a touch of coldness. "If I find out that any rumors about him are spread, regardless of whether you did it or not, I can tell you bluntly that the consequences are not something you can bear." The middle-aged man in gray and the beautiful maid's faces changed abruptly. They were terrified and swore repeatedly with their lives. Chu Feng's look became gentle again. He knew clearly that the oath was not credible at all. But as the director of the commune of spiritual tattooists, he had the authority and power to keep them from doing anything reckless. After thinking for a while, Chu Feng looked at the beautiful maid and said, "You are young, right? If the young man comes here again in the future, you will be responsible for receiving him personally. From now on, your monthly salary will be tripled. This is your reward." The beautiful maid called Yunk nodded hurriedly. She was both terrified and surprised. She was a little confused. "Jia Zhen, you are an old man in the commune. From today on, you will be responsible for everything in the spiritual treasure area. Remember, if you see the young man's spiritual weapon for sale in the future, you are not allowed to mention his identity to anyone." The middle-aged man called Jia Zhen was overjoyed and shouted, "Don't worry, director. I will do as you say." The position of the person in charge of the spiritual treasure area was a lucrative one. It was much better than the position of the person in charge of the certification area. "Well, you can go now." Chu Feng waved his hand. Before leaving, Jia Zhen couldn't help asking, "Director, may I ask the young man, no, how should I call him?" As usual, Zhou Chen walked into the Society of Spiritual Tattooists. Zhou Chen was a student of Mist College. He had just broken through the human gang realm last year and was quite famous in Mist College. Many instructors and classmates believed that with Zhou Chen's current strength, he could participate in the province test that was about to begin in September. Zhou Chen also wanted to have a try. But what bothered him was that he lacked a suitable spiritual weapon after reaching the human gang realm. It was well known that human rank spiritual weapons were divided into 4 levels: lower, middle, upper, and top. Top human rank spiritual weapons were too rare and expensive. Zhou Chen didn't dare to have extravagant expectations. The power of lower human rank spiritual weapons was limited, and it was difficult to exert the full power of a human gang realm practitioner. Therefore, Zhou Chen set his sights on middle and upper human rank spiritual weapons. Generally speaking, most human gang realm practitioners would choose middle human rank spiritual weapons. One reason was that they were relatively cheap, and the other was that they could exert the practitioner's full power. However, for a practitioner like Zhou Chen, who was famous at a young age and had first-class talent, the power of a middle human rank spiritual weapon was not enough for him. If he chose upper human rank spiritual weapons, although they were powerful, they were expensive. Zhou Chen couldn't guarantee whether they were suitable for him or not. The reason was very simple. The choice of spiritual weapon didn't depend on the level of the weapon, but whether it was suitable for him or not. If he chose a spiritual weapon of too high a level, it would consume a lot of spiritual power. Sometimes, it would make it difficult for the practitioner to fully control it, which was harmful to the combat. Zhou Chen became more and more confused. He didn't know whether he should choose middle human rank spiritual weapons or upper human rank spiritual weapons. Therefore, these days, he would come to the Society of Spiritual Tattooists whenever he had time to carefully observe and choose various spiritual weapons. Unfortunately, he hadn't met one that satisfied him so far. Although there was still half a year to go before the examination in September, Zhou Chen still had a touch of anxiety in his heart. Nowadays, the practitioners who wanted to participate in the province test like him were all preparing themselves to improve their strength as much as possible. Because the province test was completely different from state test and county test. It not only tested the practitioner's aptitude and comprehension, but also his combat power. Aptitude and comprehension didn't matter. What mattered was combat. No matter how strong a practitioner's aptitude was, if his fighting capacity was too weak, he would not be able to pass the province test. What was the test of battle? The most fundamental was naturally cultivation. Apart from that, the combat techniques, combat experience, weapons, and equipment were all important factors that affected a battle. Zhou Chen did not lack cultivation techniques, nor did he lack combat experience and techniques. He only lacked combat weapons. A handy and powerful weapon could even play an important role in reversing the situation and turning defeat into victory. Therefore, Zhou Chen did not dare to be careless at this point. After entering the commune of spiritual tattooists, Zhou Chen walked to the task area without waiting for the attendant. A few days ago, he posted a refining task here, hoping that a spiritual tattooist could make a suitable spiritual weapon for him. "Young Master Zhou, you're here." A maid in charge of reception in the mission area greeted Zhou Chen naturally when she saw him. Zhou Chen had come almost every day during this period of time, and the servant girl had long since become familiar with him. "How is it?" Zhou Chen showed an expectant look. The maid shook her head and said, "I'm sorry to make you come here in vain again. There are only 9 spiritual tattooists in the commune who are permanently stationed here. But recently, for some unknown reason, the number of practitioners issuing tasks for refining weapons suddenly increased by several times, which overwhelmed the spiritual tattooists in the commune and made them unable to accept more tasks." Although Zhou Chen had already known this result, he still couldn't help feeling disappointed. He also knew that the reason why the number of practitioners posting refining tasks increased these days was that the province test would begin in half a year. Many practitioners who wanted to participate in the province test had to prepare in advance. After all, refining weapons was not a simple thing. There were even frequent risks of failure and it took a long time. Even if the weapon was successfully refined, it would take a while for the practitioner to adapt and master the refined spiritual weapon. Under such circumstances, it was not an exaggeration to start preparing half a year in advance. "How long do you think it will take for the task I posted to be accepted?" Zhou Chen asked. "I don't know." The maid didn't dare to promise anything carelessly. Most of the tasks issued in the mission area were related to spiritual tattooists, whose status and identity were extremely lofty. Whether they would accept the task or not was not something that a maid like her could control. "Young master, why don't you go to the spiritual treasure area and have a look? Maybe you can pick out a suitable spiritual weapon," the maid suggested. "No need." Zhou Chen shook his head. He had already seen all kinds of spiritual weapons in the spiritual treasure area, and none of them was suitable for him. However, just as Zhou Chen was about to leave, a sudden noise came from afar. "You don't have to fight for it. This snowfall saber is mine." "Humph, you can't say that. Since this treasure is consigned to auction, whoever offers the highest price will get it. Come on, continue bidding." "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Zhou Chen was stunned. The noise came from the spiritual treasure area. It seemed that they were fighting for a certain spiritual treasure. Zhou Chen suddenly became curious and couldn't help walking over. In the vast spirit treasure area, a group of practitioners surrounded one of the counters, blocking it so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. There were men and women, old and young. All of them stared at a saber behind the counter. Zhou Chen squeezed through the crowd and saw clearly that it was a snowfall saber, a common spiritual weapon of human rank on the market. There was nothing special about it. But when he saw the introduction next to the saber, Zhou Chen was shocked. It was 20% more powerful than the ordinary snowfall saber. How could it be possible? Zhou Chen couldn't believe it, but when he saw the name behind the introduction, he immediately believed it. The person who appraised this spiritual weapon was Chu Feng, the director of the Spiritual Tattooist Society. Chu Feng was a famous top spiritual tattooist in Mist City and the leader of the Spiritual Tattooist Society. How could a spiritual weapon appraised by him be fake? Now, Zhou Chen finally understood why so many practitioners were competing for this unique snowfall saber. A spiritual weapon of human rank with 20% more power than an ordinary one was simply unimaginable. This is the weapon I need. Zhou Chen's eyes lit up. 700 silver coins. Humph, 800 silver coins. What a joke. I don't believe I can't get this saber. 900 silver coins. The bidding continued, which made Zhou Chen a little hesitant. Generally speaking, the price of a spiritual weapon of human rank on the market hovered between 200 and 400 silver coins, and some fine ones could be sold for about 500 silver coins. However, the snowfall warblade in front of him had actually been bid up to 900 silver. This was an extremely rare occurrence. Finally, Zhou Chen gritted his teeth and bid 1,000 silver coins. Suddenly, many practitioners present were in an uproar. The bidding just now had already reached a white-hot level. Everyone had estimated that the price would only be below 1,000 silver coins. Who would have thought that it would soar to 1,000 silver coins all of a sudden? Zhou Chen, who was quite famous in Mist College recently. It turns out to be him. I heard that he has been looking for a suitable spiritual weapon recently, but I didn't expect that he would also like this saber. Many practitioners recognized Zhou Chen's identity and were all surprised. As soon as Zhou Chen's bid came out, it immediately shocked everyone present. Many practitioners who were competing to bid could not help but change their minds. 1,000 silver coins were enough to buy a spiritual weapon of upper grade of human rank in excellent condition. In the end, the snowfall saber fell into Zhou Chen's hands, and he also paid 1,000 silver coins for it. But in Zhou Chen's view, it was absolutely worth it, especially when he held the saber in his hand and looked at it. He increasingly felt that he had made the right choice this time. The mystery of this saber was not comparable to the ordinary snowfall saber at all. With this saber, I can smoothly pass the province test this time. Zhou Chen laughed and walked out of the Spiritual Tattooist Society. Shortly after Zhou Chen left, those practitioners who failed to buy a saber were unwilling to give up and asked one after another. May I ask which spiritual tattooist made this saber? Yes, I saw a spiritual tattoo mark of Sun carved on the saber. Is there a new powerful spiritual tattooist? Do you still have this snowfall saber? In the face of these inquiries, Jia Zhen, who had just been in charge of the spiritual treasure area, had to explain in person. To tell you the truth, this saber was indeed made by a new spiritual tattooist in the commune. Before he finished, he was interrupted by a clamor, "Cut the crap. Tell me the name of this spiritual tattooist. I want to issue a task of refining weapons and pay the same price for a snowfall saber." Jia Zhen looked embarrassed. "Sorry, this Master Sun just arrived today. I'm not sure whether he will accept the task." Master Sun, hearing this word, many practitioners became more and more excited. Master? Could it be a spiritual tattooist? Many practitioners couldn't help but turn around and rush to the task area. No matter who Master Sun was, they should issue the task first. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How could a spiritual tattooist who could refine such a unique snowfall saber be an ordinary person? Seeing this chaotic scene, Jia Zhen was dumbfounded. Lin Sun's figure appeared in his mind. He sighed inwardly. No wonder Chu Feng wanted to keep it a secret. If these practitioners knew that this Master Sun was just a teenager, what would they think? On this day, the popularity of the task area of the commune of spiritual tattooists soared. In just 2 hours, there were hundreds of tasks, each of which was specially designated for Master Sun to accept. At the same time, the news that Master Sun of the commune of spiritual tattooists had refined a unique snowfall saber also spread like wildfire. It soon spread to Mist City and caused a great disturbance. Even Zhou Chen, who had bought the saber, had accidentally become a prominent figure in this matter. P.S. This time, the internet is cracking down on piracy. It is said that all the novel Tieba has been blocked. You can read books here. It's less than 5 yuan a month to read the original ones. Lin Sun didn't know what happened in the commune of spiritual tattooists, but he was quite satisfied and felt the trip was worthwhile. After being certified as a primary spiritual tattooist, it would be much more convenient for him to make money in the future, and he didn't need to do everything by himself. Back home, Xu Jin, who was sleeping soundly, sat up and shouted, "Where's the wine?" "Of course I haven't forgotten." Lin Sun smiled and took out a jar of newly bought soul-burning wine from his storage ring and threw it to him. "It seems that you have gained a lot from this trip." Xu Jin glanced at Lin Sun. "Not bad. I don't need to run around anymore. I just need to refine spiritual weapons and sell them to the commune of spiritual tattooists for me." Lin Sun casually told Xu Jin about his experience in the commune of spiritual tattooists today. Who would have thought that Xu Jin would suddenly sneer, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. "Kid, I have to remind you that since this Chu Feng dared to sign the Fiend God Spirit book, he must be plotting something big." Lin Sun nodded. "I vaguely guessed it. I know how much I have to pay in order to get a big harvest." Xu Jin saw that Lin Sun had a plan, and said with a little emotion, "You will know that the most difficult thing to return in the world is a favor." He seemed to think of something in the past, shook his head dispiritedly, and fell asleep on the ground with the jar of wine in his arms. Looking at Xu Jin's figure, Lin Sun thought for a moment, and then turned around and walked into his room with a smile. A clear understanding of worldly affairs was knowledge, and a sophisticated understanding of human relationships was an article. Lin Sun knew that the so-called favor, when you cared about it, was heavier than a mountain; when you didn't care, it was less than a feather. If Chu Feng made some excessive demands one day in the future, Lin Sun naturally wouldn't agree foolishly. Of course, if it was within his power, Lin Sun wouldn't be stingy with his help. But these were all things in the future. At least for now, Lin Sun didn't worry about it. After entering the room, Lin Sun spent several hours to consume all the spiritual ink and spiritual materials he had purchased, and finally refined a snowfall saber, a blood bronze spear, and a pair of gale boots. The 3 spiritual weapons were all middle grade of human rank. Refined by Lin Sun, they were completely different from those sold in the market, and their power had been obviously improved. Lin Sun exhaled a long breath. With his current cultivation and soul power, he could only refine 3 spiritual weapons a day at most. Any more and he wouldn't be able to continue. What Lin Sun didn't know was that it was a miracle for a human gang realm spiritual tattooist like him to refine 3 spiritual weapons in just a few hours without any failure. It was almost impossible for other spiritual tattooists to achieve this step. Take the snowfall saber as an example. It would take an average spiritual tattooist 3 to 5 days to refine it, and he couldn't guarantee that he would fail. Such a comparison showed how terrifying and abnormal Lin Sun's attainments in spiritual tattoos were. On the one hand, it was because he had been learning spiritual tattoos from Master Lu since he was a child. On the other hand, it was because his cultivation foundation was so solid and his soul power was so strong that it provided a strong support for him when he was refining spiritual tattoos. But more importantly, the mysterious fluctuation from the gate to heaven ensured that Lin Sun had a perfect success rate every time he refined, and he had never failed at all. The most incredible thing was that the spiritual weapons refined by Lin Sun were obviously more powerful. All these factors combined made Lin Sun show a kind of unimaginable attainments and means in spiritual tattoos. Putting away the refined spiritual weapons, Lin Sun began to practice meditating magic and nature insight and spirit devour scripture as usual. When he left the bloodthirsty camp, he had just broken through the human gang realm. What he needed to do now was to further refine and consolidate his cultivation in order to prepare for the province test that would be held in half a year. Lin Sun was very clear that the practitioners who could participate in the province test were all powerful figures who had been screened layer by layer and fought their way out of thousands of soldiers and horses. It was no exaggeration to say that these practitioners who were qualified to participate in the province test were not ordinary at all. Under such circumstances, even if Lin Sun was confident in himself, he dared not to be careless. Late at night, after practicing, Lin Sun lay on the bed, but he didn't feel sleepy. He was thinking about what he needed to do next. Before the county test, I have to refine a set of weapons and equipment for myself, so that I can improve my combat effectiveness to the greatest extent. In addition, I also need to collect some information about the province test and analyze the combat effectiveness of the practitioners involved in it in order to know myself and the enemy. But the most urgent thing is to refine the cultivation of martial arts. I have just reached the human gang realm, so I must have a reference for the power I have mastered so that I can understand my own strength and shortcomings. Thinking like this, Lin Sun fell asleep after he had a clear direction in his mind. The next morning, Lin Sun pushed the door and left. The sky had just brightened when the spacious streets that were like spider webs that extended in all directions were already bustling with noise and excitement. There was an endless stream of people and carriages. Whoosh! A unique whistling sound came from the air. Lin Sun looked up and saw a spiritual tattoo shuttle with 18 carriages, winding like a long dragon, covered with brilliant spiritual light, driving into the distance from the void. Spiritual shuttle, a new type of shuttle developed by the Empire in recent years, could travel to and from every area of the city to meet people's travel needs. Its body was covered with spiritual tattoos. With spiritual furnace as the power source and spiritual crystal as the raw material, it glided in the air. It was not only fast but also extremely stable and safe. Such a spiritual shuttle could accommodate thousands of people, which could greatly meet the needs of practitioners and ordinary people living at the bottom of society. Of course, if you wanted to take the spiritual shuttle, you had to pay money. This was the magic of spiritual tattooists. They used spiritual tattoos as a means to develop spiritual tools that could not only meet the needs of practitioners, but also had a wide impact on the secular society. For example, although the two inventions, spiritual screen and spiritual shuttle, seemed to be of little use to practitioners, they undoubtedly had a great impact and promotion on the secular world of the empire, which could be called a pioneering undertaking in history. Lin Sun watched the row of spiritual shuttles leave and couldn't help sighing with emotion. The role of spiritual tattooists to the whole empire was absolutely immeasurable, which might be one of the important reasons why spiritual tattooists had such a high status and identity. It didn't take long for Lin Sun to come to the commune of spiritual tattooists. As soon as he entered the door, he was recognized by Skylark, the beautiful maid he saw yesterday, who welcomed him warmly at once. After a little inquiry, Lin Sun knew that this was arranged by Chu Feng, so he accepted it calmly and asked, "Has the snowfall saber I consigned yesterday been sold?" Skylark glanced around quickly and said in a low voice, "Child Sun, this is not the place to talk. Please follow me to the second floor." Lin Sun was stunned. Was it necessary to be so mysterious? But soon, he vaguely understood. When he passed through the spiritual treasure area, he saw dense figures of practitioners standing there and talking loudly, which was extremely lively. And the topic they were talking about was obviously related to the snowfall saber. "Brother, I want to ask whether the snowfall saber refined by Master Sun yesterday is sold here?" "Brother, don't tell me you also come for Master Sun?" "Haha, look at the practitioners in the spiritual treasure area. 80% of them have heard that Master Sun has come to the commune of spiritual tattooists and has superb attainments in spiritual tattoos, so they all come to join in the fun. Damn, there are so many people. The competition is too big." "Alas, yes, I don't know who this Master Sun is. I heard that Jochin from Mist College got a great bargain. He only spent 1,000 imperial silver coins to buy an amazing and unique snowfall saber. It's really enviable. Damn, 1,000 imperial silver coins is nothing. If I were here yesterday, how could Jochin get such a bargain?" These discussions all revolved around Master Sun and snowfall saber, which was extremely lively. Seeing this, Lin Sun understood that the snowfall saber he consigned yesterday was sold at a high price of 1,000 imperial silver coins, and it seemed that because of this saber, he was crowned with the title of Master Sun, which attracted the attention of many practitioners in Mist City. This situation was beyond Lin Sun's expectation. "Brother, are you also waiting for Master Sun to consign a spiritual weapon? I advise you not to wait. There are too many people. You'd better leave quickly. When Lin Sun appeared in the spiritual treasure area, a man frowned and said. Obviously, he thought that Lin Sun's arrival was equal to one more competitor. Oh, thank you for reminding me. Lin Sun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and walked forward. Another competitor has been driven away. Seeing this, the man couldn't help but say proudly. If he knew that the one he had driven away was Master Sun, no one knew how he would feel. When Lin Sun passed by the task area, he couldn't help but be stunned. There were also a large number of practitioners gathered here, and it was even more lively than the spiritual treasure area. Help me issue a task. I want a spiritual weapon made by Master Sun. As long as I'm satisfied, money is not a problem. Damn, what bad luck. Why is there another guy asking for a task from Master Sun? How many are there already? Look, all the tasks issued in the task area today are about looking for Master Sun. If I had known it earlier, I would have queued up yesterday. Hearing these comments, Lin Sun's expression suddenly became a little strange. Until he walked to the second floor of the commune of spiritual tattooists and was led into a quiet and elegant room by Skylark, he couldn't help asking, Skylark, how could this be? Before Skylark could answer, a hearty laughter came from outside the door. Skylark can't answer this question. As he said, Chu Feng, who was dressed in a fine brocade robe and trimmed his mustache, walked in leisurely, looking elegant and romantic. P.S. Some people said that they couldn't find Mr. Big in the WeChat official account. Goldfish said that after entering the official account of Goldfish, click on the top right corner of the mobile phone and then check the history. As soon as Chu Feng came, Skylark quietly left the elegant room. Chu Feng was straightforward and soon told the whole story to Lin Sun. In fact, there were many reasons why there was such a hot situation today. First of all, the commune of spiritual tattooists had a great influence. Everything that happened here would be noticed by many people. Secondly, the snowfall saber refined by Lin was so unique that it couldn't be bought in the market at all. Once such an unprecedented rare spiritual weapon appeared, it could be imagined what a sensation it would cause. Thirdly, the province test would begin in September half a year later. Recently, the number of practitioners who came to the commune of spiritual tattooists to buy spiritual weapons showed a skyrocketing trend. After all, there was only one commune of spiritual tattooists in Mist City in the whole southwestern province. Many practitioners who were qualified to take part in the province test all hoped to buy weapons and equipment from the commune of spiritual tattooists to prepare for the province test. Under such circumstances, when they learned that a new Master Sun could refine a unique and powerful spiritual weapon, it would naturally attract great attention. After learning all this, Lin Sun immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought that his identity had been leaked, but now it seemed that he had worried too much. This is the proceeds from the sale of the snowfall saber yesterday. The commune takes 10% of it, and the remaining 900 imperial silver coins are yours. Chu Feng took out a storage ring and handed it to Lin. This storage ring is the small Sumeru spiritual ring refined by the Academy of Spiritual Implements of the Empire. It's also a gift for you. Lin was surprised. This small Sumeru spiritual ring was extremely famous. It was said that a spiritual tattoo master in the Academy of Spiritual Implements personally refined it 100 years ago. He collected dozens of extremely rare void spiritual jades and finally refined 100 small Sumeru spiritual rings after 3 years. This ring not only had the function of storage, but also could cleanse the mind, nourish the spirit, and regulate the qi. It was extremely mysterious. As soon as these 100 small Sumeru spiritual rings came out, they were sold out by the upper class of the empire at the first time. They were not circulated in the market at all. Furthermore, due to the fact that some of the spirit materials used to forge the spirit ring had already gone extinct, no similar spirit ring had ever been forged. In other words, these 100 small Sumeru spirit rings had become peerless items. To those important figures of the empire, being able to wear such a ring was a symbol of status and power, and its significance had long since changed. Under such circumstances, it could be imagined how surprised Lin Sun was that Chu Feng took out such a peerless treasure to give to him. Lin refused again and again, but Chu Feng insisted and said in a resolute manner, "If you don't accept it, I will destroy it right in front of you." In the end, Lin Sun could not dissuade Chu Feng, so he accepted it. But he knew clearly that he owed Chu Feng a lot more. Brother, you don't have to think too much about it. I definitely don't have any ulterior motives for doing this. Just treat it as a greeting gift from me. My goal is only to prove that I truly don't treat you as an outsider. Chu Feng's smile was warm and his words were sincere and serious. Thank you, senior. Lin Sun cupped his hands. Chu Feng pretended to be angry and said, Why are you still calling me senior? Isn't that too distant? Friendship between gentlemen doesn't matter age. We only seek to understand each other. From now on, you can just call me old brother. Then I'll take the liberty of calling you big brother. Lin Sun said with a smile. He had to admire that Chu Feng was absolutely a first-class master of the ways of the world. At least, Lin Sun could not resist Chu Feng at all. Ha ha ha, great. It's like old friends at first sight. Chu Feng laughed heartily with a look of extreme joy. Lin Sun also laughed, but he suddenly thought of Shu Jin's words. The most difficult thing to return in the world was a favor. Immediately, Lin Sun abandoned this idea. He had thought it through yesterday, so he would not be confused by this problem again. Old brother, these are the 3 spiritual weapons I refined yesterday. Please appraise them. If they are suitable, just put them up for sale in the spiritual treasure area like yesterday. Lin Sun took out the snowfall saber, the blood bronze spear and the storm boots, and handed them to Chu Feng. Chu Feng's eyes brightened, and he gladly took them over to appraise. When he confirmed the power of these 3 spiritual weapons, Chu Feng could not help but slightly squint his eyes, and a touch of shock arose in his heart. Just like the snowfall saber yesterday, the power was obviously a notch higher, and these 3 spiritual weapons were all the same. Old brother, you really opened my eyes. Your extraordinary attainments in spiritual tattoos are enough to be amazing and unparalleled. Chu Feng did not hide his appreciation, and the way he looked at Lin Sun changed slightly, with more sincere admiration. Old brother, you flatter me too much. Lin Sun smiled bitterly. Haha. Chu Feng laughed again and said, I'll deal with these 3 spiritual weapons. Do you have any other plans, old brother? Lin Sun thought for a while and said, I just want to make more money to maintain my cultivation. Old brother, do you have any suggestions? Chu Feng said without hesitation, it's easy. You just saw the lively situation in the spiritual treasure area and the task area. I suggest you take some tasks in the task area while refining spiritual weapons. Take tasks? Lin Sun was surprised. Yes. Every time you finish a task, you will get not only the reward, but also the points awarded by the commune. The more points you have, the more convenience and privileges you can enjoy. Chu Feng said quickly, of course, these have no practical benefits for you, old brother. But the points have another value, which is to exchange items. The spiritual weapons, spiritual materials, and all kinds of treasures in the spiritual tattooist society can be exchanged with points. After a pause, he continued, the most important thing is that the spiritual tattooist society has its own unique channels, which can provide spiritual tattooists with all kinds of spiritual materials that can't be bought in the market. This is the most attractive part of the points exchange. Lin Sun couldn't help being moved by Chu Feng's words and asked, how can I take this kind of task? Chu Feng stood up with a smile and said, I'll ask Skylark to help you later. You just need to choose the task you want to take. Lin Sun nodded. Before long, Chu Feng called Skylark and took Lin Sun out of the elegant room. They entered a secret room on the 2nd floor specially prepared for spiritual tattooists. The antique furnishings in the secret room made the environment quiet and quiet. Child, these are the tasks issued by the task area. They are divided into 9 stars according to the degree of difficulty. 1-star tasks are the simplest and 9-star tasks are the most difficult. Skylark pointed to a bronze wall at the back of the secret room. The wall was branded with spiritual tattoos, and a huge light curtain emerged. Lines of tasks flashed like flowing water in the light curtain. Behind each task, there were different numbers of star marks, representing the degree of difficulty of the task. Now there are 371 tasks for you to take, most of which are 2-star refining tasks. Skylark said quickly, 2-star refining tasks generally require you to refine middle-grade spiritual weapons of human rank. You can choose tasks from them to complete according to your preference. Lin Sun nodded and glanced at it casually. He took a fancy to a 2-star refining task. This was a task to refine a cyan rainbow spiritual sword. The practitioner who issued the task had provided 3 sets of spiritual materials, and the reward was 1,000 imperial silver coins. After completing the task, Lin Sun would get 5 points from the Spiritual Tattooist Society. That's it, Lin Sun said. Please wait a moment, child. Skylark nodded and went straight to the bronze wall. He reached out and gently touched the light curtain. With a buzzing sound, the 2-star crafting task turned into a rain of light and disappeared. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. A servant brought in the spiritual materials needed for the task and then left quietly. Skylark put these spiritual materials on the table and said, "Child, do you want to start refining now?" Lin Sun looked at the table and saw a row of various inscribing pens prepared for him. He nodded and said, "Let's start now." He picked an inscribing pen, dipped it in spiritual ink, and began to inscribe on a long sword. This long sword was an ordinary weapon, which was equivalent to a carrier. Its material was specially prepared for refining the cyan rainbow spiritual sword. What Lin Sun needed to do was to inscribe spiritual tattoos on it, and finally make the long sword transform into a middle-grade spiritual weapon of human rank. Generally speaking, a low-grade spiritual weapon of human rank would be inscribed with no more than 9 spiritual tattoos. A middle-grade spiritual weapon of human rank would be inscribed with no more than 18 spiritual tattoos. A high-grade spiritual weapon of human rank would be inscribed with no more than 36 spiritual tattoos. A top-grade spiritual weapon of human rank would be inscribed with no more than 108 spiritual tattoos. This also meant that the level of a spiritual weapon was closely related to the number of spiritual tattoos inscribed on it. And the level of a spiritual weapon would directly affect its power. For example, the cyan rainbow spiritual sword Lin Sun was refining at the moment needed to inscribe 33 spiritual tattoos containing different mysteries on it. It was an excellent spiritual weapon of middle-grade human rank. Once he started to refine, Lin Sun's mind suddenly became tranquil, ethereal, and calm. His expression was focused and serious, and his movements were smooth and skillful. Skylark waited quietly on one side, holding her breath and concentrating, for fear of disturbing Lin Sun. But when she occasionally looked at Lin Sun, she couldn't help but show a luster of admiration. It was unimaginable for Skylark that a teenager had the attainments of a primary spiritual tattooist. It was really amazing, Skylark sighed with emotion in her heart. While Lin Sun was inscribing spiritual tattoos, an excited scream suddenly sounded in the task area on the first floor of the commune of spiritual tattooists. God! Master Sun took the task I issued. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Many practitioners crowded in the task area couldn't help but burst into an uproar. After waiting for a long time, the mysterious Master Sun finally took action. Many people couldn't help but look at the lucky one who was selected by Master Sun, with envy and jealousy on their faces. The task area was boiling all of a sudden. Master Sun's action gave hope to many practitioners who had been waiting here after issuing tasks. They were looking forward to what kind of unique work Master Sun would refine this time. Damn it, Wang Lin, you're so lucky this time. Someone was jealous and said sourly. The practitioner called Wang Lin was a dignified man. He was the one who issued the task just now, and Lin Sun took it. Humph, that's not necessarily true. We just heard that Master Sun is very powerful. As for how powerful he is, no one knows. Wang Lin, don't be too happy. Some people deliberately said sarcastic words to provoke Wang Lin. Wang Lin just listened with a smile and didn't refute them. In his view, these guys were all jealous. Wang Lin, how many sets of spiritual materials have you prepared this time? A friend who had a good relationship with Wang Lin couldn't help asking. This question was extremely critical. It was common for spiritual tattooists to fail when refining spiritual weapons. Therefore, when refining spiritual weapons, they would prepare more sets of spiritual materials as backup. 3 sets. Wang Lin said casually. 3 sets? That's a little less. But with Master Sun's extraordinary attainments, his failure rate should not be too high. Hearing his friend's words, Wang Lin felt a little uneasy. He knew very well that the more unique and powerful the spiritual weapon was, the higher the failure rate would be. Who cares? I'll prepare more sets when the spiritual materials are not enough. Wang Lin pretended to be free and easy. In fact, he had begun to calculate how much he would have to pay if he prepared more sets of spiritual materials. After all, the value of the spiritual materials needed to refine a middle-grade spiritual weapon of human rank was not as simple as it seemed. In the midst of the discussion, more than an hour had passed unknowingly. During this time, the practitioners who came to the commune of spiritual tattooists heard that Master Sun had begun to accept refining tasks, so the number of practitioners gathered in the task area was increasing. As the lucky one in everyone's eyes, Wang Lin received more and more attention, which made him feel a little pressure. Everyone was waiting to see what kind of middle-grade spiritual weapon of human rank Master Sun could refine this time. Would it be as unique as the snowfall saber yesterday? Was it a well-deserved reputation, or was it just an undeserved reputation? Ding! Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out, causing the eyes of many practitioners present to light up. This was the sound of a mission being completed. Not long after, everyone saw a maid carrying a rectangular jade box hurriedly arrive and hand it over to the person in charge of the mission area. This person in charge was an old man. His figure was withered, and his expression was grave and stern. Those who were familiar with the old man knew that his name was Guan Pinggu. Guan Pingchao looked at the jade box and said in a deep voice, "Mission number 37 has been completed. If the person who issued the mission is present, you can claim the item now." Number 37, many Xianxia stilled. Wang Lin was also a bit surprised, but he quickly reacted and said, yes, I was the one who issued the mission." As he spoke, he rushed over, took out the mission certificate, and handed it to Guan Pinggu. At this moment, the audience was in an uproar. In just over an hour, Master Sun had completed this middle-grade spiritual weapon of human rank. This speed of refining spirit artifacts was simply too inconceivable. The reason why they hesitated just now was that they didn't expect that the mission number 37 was related to Wang Lin. After all, it was only more than an hour from receiving the mission to completing it. Who could imagine that Master Sun had completed a work in such a short time? At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Wang Lin. Looking at the jade box in his hand, their eyes were full of curiosity. To their disappointment, Wang Lin obviously didn't want his treasure to be seen by others. Under the guidance of Guan Pinggu, he entered a secret chamber. As a result, instead of dispelling their curiosity, it made them more and more unbearable. It didn't take long for Wang Lin to come out. At this moment, his expression was strange. He seemed to be shocked, surprised, and ecstatic. He seemed to be suppressing his inner excitement, but the unconcealable joy between his eyebrows still betrayed him. "How is it? Wang Lin, why don't you take out your treasure to show us?" "Yes, let's see Master Sun's work." Many practitioners couldn't help but yell. "Everyone, I can only tell you that Master Sun is more than just worthy of his name. In my opinion, his attainments in spiritual tattoos are absolutely beyond all your expectations. I can't believe it." Wang Lin took a few deep breaths in succession and said with a trace of admiration in his eyes. The audience was in an uproar. What kind of work could make Wang Lin so satisfied and admire it so much? Unfortunately, when they wanted to ask, Wang Lin had already left in a hurry. He completed a middle-grade spiritual weapon of human rank in 1 hour and 36 minutes. And judging from Wang Lin's happy look, this spiritual weapon is probably as unique and powerful as the snowfall saber yesterday. Someone analyzed calmly. In this way, Master Sun completed the task at one time, and there was no possibility of failure at all? Many practitioners were also lost in thought. If the rumor about Master Sun yesterday was exaggerated, at this moment, after witnessing what happened to Wang Lin, everyone thoroughly realized that Master Sun's attainments in spiritual tattoos were absolutely unfathomable. Right at this moment, a loud shout that was filled with excitement resounded from afar. "What? 3 works of Master Sun are consigned for sale in the spiritual treasure area. I must get one this time." Suddenly, a group of practitioners in the task area looked at each other, and then they subconsciously stepped forward and rushed to the spiritual treasure area. When they arrived at the spiritual treasure area, they saw that the spacious area was now crowded with people. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a sea of people. "I'm Jiajin in charge of the spiritual treasure area. Please don't crowd. If you cause a disturbance, you'll bear the consequences." Seeing that the scene was somewhat out of control, Jia Zhen had to stand up to maintain order. He smiled bitterly at this moment. How could he expect that the 3 spiritual weapons from Master Sun would be so popular? Cut the crap. Hurry up and tell us the base price. Yes, I'll get a spiritual weapon from Master Sun today even if I have to sell everything I have. Huh? Sell everything you have? I think you'd better give up. There was a lot of discussion. Before the bidding started, the atmosphere was full of gunpowder. Those practitioners who came from the task area were dumbfounded when they saw such a scene. What did it mean to be popular? That was it. On the same day, a snowfall saber, a blood copper spear, and a pair of gale boots refined by Lin Sun were sold at the sky-high prices of 1,300, 1,600, and 1,000 imperial silver coins respectively, which shocked the whole audience. The news, like a storm, quickly spread to Mist City and caused another uproar. The price of a middle-grade spiritual weapon of human rank on the market was generally between 200 to 300 imperial silver coins. Even the most expensive one could only sell for about 600 imperial silver coins. However, now the middle-grade spiritual weapon refined by Master Sun was sold at a sky-high price of more than 1,000 imperial silver coins, which was too amazing in itself. The most incredible thing was that every spiritual weapon refined by Master Sun could be sold at a price of more than 1,000 imperial silver coins, which was really amazing. What did it mean? It meant that the spiritual weapon refined by Master Sun was indeed unique and magical. Otherwise, it would be impossible to sell it at such a sky-high price. All this added a mysterious aura to the name of Master Sun, which once again attracted the attention of many people. Even some spiritual tattooists in Mist City couldn't sit still and began to pay attention to all this. Master Sun, who on earth was this guy? How could he set off such a storm in Mist City in just 2 days? In any case, the sudden appearance of Master Sun in the commune of spiritual tattooists was like a comet across the sky of Mist City. In just 2 days, he attracted too much attention and became a mysterious figure. When Lin Sun finished 2 refining tasks in succession, he decided not to continue. With his current strength, if he refined 3 middle-grade spiritual weapons in a row, he would run out of strength, which was not worth the loss. When leaving the commune of spiritual tattooists, Chu Feng told Lin about the sensational events that happened in the task area and the spiritual treasure area today, which surprised Lin Sun. But then he frowned. People were afraid of being famous as pigs were afraid of being fat. He didn't want to attract too much attention. From tomorrow on, I plan to only take on tasks in the task area, 2 a day. Lin Sun thought for a moment and made a decision. Chu Feng nodded and agreed without hesitation. After leaving the commune of spiritual tattooists, Lin Sun went straight home. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Xu Jin sitting at the stone table in the middle of the courtyard, drinking alone. Seeing Lin Sun, Xu Jin said directly, "Boy, are you the Master Sun who has been spreading around the city these days?" Lin Sun was surprised. "You know it too?" Xu Jin said, "Of course, I'm not deaf. How can I not know it? Do you know that in this way, your situation will become very dangerous?" With a rare seriousness on his face, he said, "A spiritual tattooist who suddenly appears and has a unique attainment in the field of spiritual tattoos will definitely attract the attention of countless people. I can even tell you that many forces have sent spies to find out your background." Lin Sun's expression also became serious. Xu Jin continued, "Whether they are kind or malicious, once you are targeted by these forces, your situation will only become troublesome and full of variables." Lin Sun was about to say something when Xu Jin said, "Don't count on the commune of spiritual tattooists. There are many ways to find out your details. Remember, never put your hope on others." Lin Sun was silent for a moment and asked, "Old Jin, what do you think I should do?" Xu Jin suddenly laughed mischievously and resumed his mischievous appearance. He stretched out a finger and wagged it. Lin Sun said, "A vat of soul-burning liquor? Deal." Xu Jin shook his head, "No, it's a vat of soul-burning liquor every day." Lin Sun was stunned and said, "Okay." Xu Jin stretched himself and said, "From tomorrow on, you continue to do your own things. Don't worry about other things." At the end of his words, he was lying in the corner and sleeping like a lazy drunkard. Lin Sun smiled knowingly. He knew that Shu Jin finally decided to take action. Returning to his room, Lin Sun began to count today's harvest. A peerless treasure, small summer ring, could hold a mountain of 300 meters in its inner space. With this ring, it could cleanse the mind, nurture the spirit, and regulate the qi. Lin Sun checked it carefully to make sure that the ring was not tampered with. Then he moved all his belongings into the ring. What was rare was that this small summer ring was simple and unadorned, like a piece of black jade. It was hard for people who didn't know it to recognize that it was a peerless treasure. In addition, Lin Sun also gained 54 gold coins today, which were all the rewards he got after consigning 3 spiritual weapons and accepting 2 refining tasks. Of course, this was the reward after the commune of spiritual tattooists took 10% of the fees. Earning 54 gold coins in one day was already an extremely rich income, which was equivalent to 5,400 silver coins. Finally, there were 10 points given by the commune of spiritual tattooists. Lin Sun knew that such a point could be exchanged for 3 gold coins, which was extremely valuable. Of course, Lin Sun wouldn't exchange it for money. He could exchange the points for other treasures such as spiritual weapons, equipment, and spiritual materials in the commune of spiritual tattooists, which was a privilege that only spiritual tattooists could enjoy. After counting all these, Lin Sun took a deep breath, got rid of distractions, and began to cultivate. The purpose of making money in the commune of spiritual tattooists was to better maintain the needs of cultivation. Lin Sun would not neglect the essentials for the sake of making money. In addition, the registration for the province test would begin in more than 10 days. Lin Sun intended to take advantage of this time to temper his cultivation. While Lin Sun was cultivating, Chu Feng sat quietly with his legs crossed in the deepest adytum on the 2nd floor of the commune of spiritual tattooists. Everyone in the commune of spiritual tattooists knew that this adytum was a forbidden area for Chu Feng. No one was allowed to enter except him. However, at this time, there was a weak and slender figure sitting cross-legged in front of Chu Feng. The room was dark, and the sight was dim. Only a girl with a soft and beautiful face could be vaguely seen. She sat there with her legs crossed, hands hanging down on her knees, and kept silent. In the dark and quiet adytum, Chu Feng and a girl sat opposite to each other. This scene seemed a bit strange and mysterious. After a long time, Chu Feng broke the silence. "Anyway, I have to have a try. There is only one chance, and I can't miss it again." His voice was low, without the usual warmth. "Qing, I can't forget what happened in those years. I can't forget the pain those guys brought us." There was a touch of coldness in Chu Feng's eyes. Qing sighed and said, "Brother, do you think a teenager can be relied on?" His eyes and his fanatical voice, "I've been immersed in spiritual tattoos for so many years and I have seen many geniuses. I have to say, Lin Sun," Qing said with a sigh, "Brother Qing, I will to say. Tu Feng." His eyes were burning, and his voice was fanatical. "I have been immersed in spiritual tattoos for so many years and have seen all kinds of geniuses. But until I met Lin Sun, I found that all the geniuses I had seen before were just a bunch of rubbish." Looking at Chu Feng, who had always been calm, showing a rare fanatical expression at this moment, Qing couldn't help but wonder if the young man was really so extraordinary. Of course, he is still young, and he lacks real power and momentum. But I can wait for him to rise step by step. Chu Feng took a deep breath, and his eyes were firm and decisive. "I believe that with his wisdom and aptitude, he will definitely have a meteoric rise in the future and become an influential figure who can really look down upon the whole world." When he spoke up to hear, he gazed at the young woman before him, and he revealed a wisp of pity as he said, "At that time, we'll have hoped to take revenge, and you don't have to hide in the darkness like you're doing right now." Qing seemed to be a little excited, but then she smiled bitterly. "Brother, I'm afraid that the young man will change at that time." "Are you sure he will help us?" Chu Feng was silent for a moment and said, "So what if I'm not sure? This is our only chance. If we don't seize it, our situation will only become more and more dangerous in the future." Qing couldn't help asking, "Brother, why don't you tell him all this directly?" Chu Feng shook his head, "Not now. If I tell him now, he will only be vigilant against me. After all, we are strangers to him. If I suddenly make such a request, do you think he will agree?" Qing sighed faintly, and her mood was complicated. "Qing, you don't have to think about it. Leave everything to me. In my opinion, when he really becomes a big shot who can look down upon the whole world, what we are doing will just be a piece of cake for him. Chu Feng comforted her with a smile. Qing nodded. Brother, I don't think it's good to scheme against others. You must be honest with him in the future. An excellent young man like him must hate being deceived the most. Chu Feng nodded and stood up. Qing, have a good rest. I'm going to do something. He pushed the door and went out, leaving the girl's delicate figure in the dark secret room. The moment he walked out of the secret room, Chu Feng regained his former elegant and romantic appearance. His every movement was calm and elegant. Before long, Chu Feng walked into another secret room. There were already people waiting here, including an old man who was as thin as a bamboo pole, a young man who looked simple and honest, and a woman who was dressed in an enchanting and carefree manner. When they saw Chu Feng come in, the three of them all stood up with a trace of respect on their faces. Old Diao, Xianxia, Yan Mei, sorry to keep you waiting. Chu Feng greeted them with a smile and said, this time, I called you here because I have a favor to ask. The old man called Old Diao nodded and said, Brother Chu Feng, just say it. Your business is our business. Chu Feng said, then I'll be straightforward. This time, I need you to help me protect a person. Don't let his identity be revealed. Protect a person? Old Diao, Xianxia, and Yan Mei were all stunned. They thought it was something dangerous, but they never thought it was just to protect a person. It was too simple. Yes, the key is to ensure that his life is not disturbed by others. Chu Feng said solemnly, this matter is of utmost importance to me, so I ask for everyone's help. Old Diao said, so, even if we protect him, we have to hide in the dark and can't directly interfere with his life. Chu Feng praised, exactly. Well, leave it to us. Old Diao agreed after thinking for a while. In the following days, Lin Sun went to the commune of spiritual tattooists in the morning. After completing 2 refining tasks, he would return home to practice. His days were full and peaceful. However, for the commune of spiritual tattooists, since the reputation of Master Sun spread, a large number of practitioners came every day recently, which made the commune of spiritual tattooists very lively. Unfortunately, Lin Sun only took 2 refining tasks every day, and all of them were refining middle-grade spiritual weapons of human rank, which made many practitioners sigh in disappointment. However, many practitioners keenly found that as long as Master Sun took the task, he almost never failed, and the spiritual weapons he refined were all unique and exquisite, obviously more powerful than the same spiritual weapons on the market. In this way, the image of Master Sun became more and more lofty in the hearts of many practitioners, and the discussion about the identity of Master Sun also became one of the hot topics. Some people confidently swore that Master Sun was an extraordinary person who had taught in the Green Deer School of the Empire in the early years. The reason why he came to Mist City was that he had a special relationship with Chu Feng, the director of the commune of spiritual tattooists. Others refuted that Master Sun was a big shot from the 3 great families of spiritual tattoos in the empire, and this time he came to Mist City to see Miss Lu Qingyan, the famous artistic practitioner. Of course, this statement was even more absurd. After all, almost everyone in Mist City now knew that Lu Qingyan would arrive in Mist City in 2 or 3 months. In short, there were various discussions about the identity of Master Sun, but no one could be sure which one was true. This was the influence. Lin Sun didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard these rumors. For him, this kind of fame and reputation was definitely a burden. He would rather make money quietly than admit that this Master Sun had something to do with him. Occasionally, Lin Sun also wondered why he had been so quiet during this period. It seemed that no one would make every effort to investigate his details, as Shu Jin said. But after thinking about it, Lin Sun understood that it might be Shu Jin who helped him resolve many invisible spies in the dark, which made his life so peaceful. When he returned home one day, Lin Sun saw Shu Jin lying in the corner and sleeping soundly. He couldn't help but say, "Old Jin." These days, Shu Jin, who was sleeping, suddenly hiccuped and interrupted, "Just concentrate on your cultivation. Why do you care about these things?" Hearing this, Lin Sun smiled. He finally confirmed that it must be Shu Jin's contribution behind all this peace. Shu Jin suddenly added that Chu Feng really took care of you in every possible way. He even sent 3 people to protect you in the dark. however, they were all driven away by me. With their strength, they are destined to be of no use when a real expert comes. Lin Sun was stunned. After thinking for a moment, he said, I see. This is a favor. Xu Jin sighed with emotion and turned over to continue sleeping. Lin Sun said thoughtfully, Old Jin, have you ever suffered a loss in a favor? Xu Jin didn't seem to hear it. He snored like thunder. But Lin Sun was keenly aware that when he asked this question, Old Jin's body stiffened imperceptibly. It seems that this guy is also a man with a story. Lin Sun sighed in his heart and turned into his room. The registration for the province test would begin tomorrow in Mist College. Lin Sun had to prepare in advance. While Lin Sun was preparing for the registration of the province test, Chu Feng was listening to Old Diao's report in the Society of Spiritual Tattooists. We have followed that child secretly for more than 10 days, but we found that it was unnecessary. Old Diao's voice was a little bitter. Next to him, Xianxia and Yan Mei also looked quite depressed. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes, what do you mean? Old Diao seemed to think of something, with a deep fear on his face, because there is a great man beside that child who has been protecting him. Great man? Chu Feng was surprised. Yes, the great man's strength is unfathomable. We even suspect that if this great man wants to harm us, he can take down the three of us with one blow. Old Diao's voice was a little heavy. It took a great deal of courage for a strong man to admit that he was far inferior to others. Chu Feng was shocked. He was very clear about the strength of Old Diao and the other two. Old Diao seemed to be just a thin and ordinary old man, but he himself had the cultivation of Sea Spirit Realm. At the same time, Xianxia and Yan Mei were also extremely powerful. Both of them were at the peak of Heaven Gang Realm, only one step away from Sea Spirit Realm. In the Mist City, 3 strong men like them were almost invincible as long as they didn't meet the strong practitioners of Sea Spirit Realm. But now Old Diao said that there was a more terrifying great man beside Lin Sun, who even made Old Diao feel afraid. This was too incredible. Chu Feng couldn't calm down. He suddenly found that the origin of Lin Sun seemed to be more complicated than he thought. Then can you see what cultivation this great man has? Chu Feng took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. It can't be as simple as Sea Spirit Realm, Old Diao said decisively. Chu Feng was shocked and said involuntarily, could it be a strong practitioner of Tao Insight Realm? Old Diao shook his head, it can't be determined. But in the past 10 days, we have found a lot of things secretly. Let Xianxia tell us. Chu Feng suppressed the shock in his heart and looked at Xianxia. The sturdy and honest young man named Xianxia said in a deep voice, 13 days ago, Sun's business in Mist City sent 2 strong practitioners of Gang Spirit Realm as spies, but they were knocked out and sent back to Sun's business in the second half of the night. One of them was left with a line of blood, which read, if you run around like a dog again, I'll cut off your heads to go with wine. Chu Feng's eyelids twitched and he sneered, I know that Sun's business can't sit still. Last time they poached a spiritual tattooist from the commune of spiritual tattooists. They thought they did it secretly, but they didn't know that I was too lazy to care about it. This time, they actually want to play the same trick again. They deserve to be taught a lesson. Xianxia continued, 12 days ago, Azure Light Pavilion sent a strong practitioner of Sea Spirit Realm to approach that child, but he was seriously injured and fell into a coma on the way. When he was sent back to Azure Light Pavilion, he also carried a blood letter, which read, how dare a lowly person shake a tree? Chu Feng's expression changed slightly. Azure Light Pavilion was a first-class force in Mist City. It controlled more than 10 spiritual minds and was rich and overbearing. Unexpectedly, they also targeted Lin Sun. 9 days ago, Tianxiang Building sent 3 strong practitioners of Gang Spirit Realm. 5 days ago, the Imperial Xiling Army camp in Mist City sent 2 strong practitioners of Sea Spirit Realm. 2 days ago, Mist College sent a spiritual tattooist of Sea Spirit Realm, Xianxia reported rapidly. Chu Feng's heart trembled with every piece of news he reported, and the expression in his eyes changed. Later, when he heard that the camp of Xiling Army and Mist College also sent out strong practitioners, Chu Feng could no longer keep calm, and his face was extremely gloomy. All this was beyond his expectation. He never thought that the name of Master Sun would attract so many forces' attention. At the same time, the strength of the man beside Lin Sun also shocked Chu Feng. The forces sent by each force were all defeated and returned in frustration. If that was the case, then how powerful was this expert? Finally, Xianxia said bitterly, just today, the three of us were also warned by the man that our existence was completely superfluous. If we appeared again, he would not be polite to us. Chufeng was stunned, and his expression changed constantly. He finally realized that everything he had done seemed to have been seen by the overmatch beside Lin Sun. Did the man say anything else? Chufeng couldn't help asking. Old Diao, Xianxia, and Yan Mei shook their heads. Chufeng suddenly felt a little worried. If the man had already seen through his mind, why didn't he point it out? If he didn't see through it, how could he know that old Diao and others were sent by him? Chufeng's mood suddenly became tangled. He finally decided to find a time to have a good talk with Lin Sun. Lin Sun didn't know all this. Early the next morning, Lin Sun walked out of the room in high spirits. After saying hello to Xu Jin, he pushed the door open and went out. Few walking on the street in the early morning, Lin Sun soon saw a spiritual shuttle parked in midair. He immediately became interested and went forward to pay 10 copper coins, intending to try the feeling of riding in the spiritual shuttle. When he entered the carriage, it had already been crowded with figures, including practitioners and ordinary people of all kinds, men and women, old and young. There were many seats in the carriage, but they had been occupied. Lin Sun could only stand there and look around curiously. Uncles and aunties were discussing the price of spiritual vegetables and grains. Young boys and girls were excitedly talking about the news that Lu Qingyan, an artistic practitioner, would arrive in Mist City soon. And practitioners were communicating about the registration for the province test that would begin today. It was very lively and noisy. People who liked peace and tranquility could not stand this environment, but Lin Sun liked it very much. Here, one could see many different faces, each with different emotions and stories written behind them. Just like the various states of life, they revealed the unique atmosphere of the mortal world. Whoosh soon, the spiritual shuttle started and flew in the air, like a long dragon winding in the void, fast and steady. Suddenly, Lin Sun was attracted by a conversation. I don't know how many powerful figures who have been famous in Southwest Province will participate in the registration for the province test. As far as I know, the four most famous geniuses of Mist College, Xu Shaolin, Yu Wenjing, Lu Zhiyou, and Yun Zitong, will participate in the province test. They are also praised as the most promising practitioners to reach the top 10 in the province test. Yes, I heard that there are more than 300 students in Mist College participating in the province test this time, more than in previous years. There are many powerful figures among them, but it is not known how many people can pass the examination. Indeed, it is only in Mist College. Looking at the whole Mist City and all the states and counties in Southwest Province, I don't know how many practitioners are waiting for the arrival of the province test. I heard that the number of practitioners participating in the province test will exceed 5,000. 5,000? Wow. Only 100 people can pass the province test each time. By comparison, only 1 out of 50 practitioners can pass the examination. The competition is too cruel. Yes, this is the province test. Those who can pass are the first-class geniuses in the world. Only such people are qualified to participate in the nation test and compete with the geniuses of other provinces. Ho ho, the province test is the most eye-catching event every year. I don't know how many dazzling figures will emerge in the province test this time. Lin Sun was a little surprised when he heard this. More than 5,000 practitioners participated in the province test. The competition was too big. Not everyone could participate in the province test. If you wanted to participate, you had to pass the county test first, and then the state test. Finally, you could get the certificate of passing the state test to be qualified to sign up for the province test. After such layers of screening, the practitioners who could participate in the province test were naturally not ordinary people. 5,000 carefully selected Xianxia came together to fight for 100 spots. It could be imagined how cruel the competition was. This reminded Lin Sun of his one-year life in the bloodthirsty camp, where he also faced challenges every day. The losers would be eliminated, and only the winners could stay. Compared with that, the province test was not much worse. However, the competitors were no longer the trainees in the bloodthirsty camp, but the top group of practitioners in the whole southwest province of the empire. As far as Lin Sun knew, there were only 3 criteria for the province test. One must be under the age of 18, be in the human gang realm or above, and have the certificate of passing the state test. Those who couldn't meet any of the above criteria couldn't participate. Under such circumstances, it could be seen how difficult and demanding it was to stand out through the province test. But the more it was like this, the more Lin Sun looked forward to it. He never feared any challenge, not only in the bloodthirsty camp, but also in the future. Only by competing with the truly strong would one be able to know exactly where one was on the path of cultivation. Whining not long after, the spiritual shuttle stopped, and they arrived at Mist College. Lin Sun followed the crowd out of the shuttle. At a glance, he saw an ancient building complex standing in the distance, like silent mountains, covering an extremely vast area. In front of the building complex, there was a circular white jade square, where many figures had already gathered. Most of them were young men and women, and there were some rare handsome men and beautiful women. Under the blue sky and white clouds, they outlined a beautiful scenery. This was Mist College, the school with the longest history and the strongest foundation in the whole southwest province of the empire. Over the past thousands of years, many dazzling geniuses had been born in this college. Some of them became famous all over the world, and some became giants. It was said that even Lu Wujuan, the governor of Southwest Province, and Yao Tuahai, a great practitioner who could keep pace with Lu Wujuan, had once cultivated in Mist College. And the registration place for the province test was arranged in Mist College. There was still a lot of time before the registration for the province test. Many boys and girls were waiting on the white jade square in front of Mist City School, chatting with each other. It was quite lively. Most of these boys and girls were dressed in brocade clothes. The boys were handsome and the girls were beautiful. Many of them had attendants and servants with them. Needless to say, they were either rich or noble. Of course, there were also some ordinary clothes and poor children, but relatively speaking, the number was much smaller. Most of those who could reach the human gang realm at the age of 10 and pass the state test smoothly were from rich and powerful clans. Children from poor families were destined from birth to have no matter how talented they were in cultivation. If they didn't have enough cultivation resources to support them, it would be difficult for them to achieve anything in cultivation. This was the reality. Decades ago, a highly respected practitioner of Tao Insight Realm in Green Deer School of the Empire once said, "It's hard for a poor family to produce a practitioner," which caused an uproar. Many people criticized the great practitioner's words for being absolutely exaggerated, but only those who really understood the reality of the empire knew that this sentence was not wrong. Although the empire was getting stronger and stronger, most of the cultivation resources of the empire were almost all monopolized by the upper aristocratic forces. Under such circumstances, it was not impossible for poor children to change their fate and soar to the sky, but it was too elusive. There might not even be one among thousands of people. This was the cruel reality pointed out by "It's hard for a poor family to produce a practitioner." Fortunately, the big shots in the upper class of the empire obviously noticed this, so there was a whole set of assessment systems, such as county test, state test, province test, and nation test. The purpose was to select the real outstanding talents from all over the world fairly and fairly. Those children from poor families could get rewards from the empire as long as they could perform well in various assessments. If they joined the army, they could get more preferential treatment. In a word, the system of selecting talents in the empire was relatively the fairest and just. For many children from poor families, it was the only chance to change their fate. Lin Sun couldn't deeply understand this at present, but the moment he walked into the white jade square, he felt an inexplicable hostility. "Look, here comes another bumpkin. Haha, look at his clothes. There is no spiritual weapon on him. He is still wearing ordinary clothes. How dare such a person come to participate in the province test? What a joke. Don't laugh at him. What if you hurt his sensitive self-esteem? That would make us seem too ungentlemanly. Hey, a bumpkin will always be a bumpkin. He is too naive to think that he can make a great leap through the province test. He doesn't know that almost all the poor children who participated in the province test in the past ended in failure. Guess what happened to these people later? How is it? It's simple. They'll be roped in by those big powers and clans. They'll either become their lackeys or our retainers. It might look impressive, but they'll only be able to work for the clan behind us for the rest of their lives. Once they leave us, they're just phoenixes with their feathers plucked. They're even worse than chickens. Ha ha ha. All kinds of sneers and comments sounded one after another. Many people unscrupulously cast their eyes on Lin, as if they saw an ugly duckling suddenly breaking into a flock of swans. Noticing this scene, Lin Sun was stunned. He never thought that he would become a laughingstock for no reason. This was definitely an unexpected calamity. He couldn't help raising his eyes and glancing around. He saw that those who laughed at him were all boys and girls in gorgeous clothes and proud looks. They were at most in their teens, but their words were unscrupulous and showed a sense of superiority. Are these the noble children cultivated by the big clans and forces? Are these the practitioners who are about to participate in the province test? Lin Sun was suspicious. He wouldn't be angry about it, but he felt it ridiculous. Compared with the trainees in the bloodthirsty camp, these boys and girls in front of him were like a group of childish ghosts, arrogant and judging people by their appearance. Lin Sun didn't know that this situation was actually very common. In the eyes of those noble children with extraordinary backgrounds, those poor children born at the bottom were like humble servants, insignificant. The most terrible thing was that this kind of hostile attitude was not an exception, but existed in every region of the empire. For the poor children, in the face of such provocation and contempt, they often dared not to speak out, and could only bear it no matter how much they suffered. Because they knew that offending such a playboy was equivalent to offending a big clan and force, and the consequences were not what they could bear. A bunch of idiots. Lin Sun murmured in his heart. He shook his head, found a quiet place, sat down and closed his eyes to rest. He couldn't fight back, because it was not one person but a group of people who laughed at him and despised him. Did he have to teach these guys a lesson one by one? However, after this incident, Lin Sun was completely clear that although he entered the Zhou Empire, he had never really understood what the world was like. Feiyun Village was too remote, Donglin Town was too remote, and the bloodthirsty camp was too closed. Only now in Mist City did Lin Sun begin to see the real face of the world. Of course, in Lin Sun's heart, these boys and girls didn't represent the whole empire. They were just a microcosm of the secular society of the empire. In other words, this was a group of young people who lived carefree lives and had never experienced true battles. They had lived under the protection of their clans since they were young. Arrogance and conceit were the common problems of this group. Compared with them, people like Shiyu, Ning Meng, Bai Lingshi, Zhao Yin, and Zhang Sunheng were more like the children of the upper aristocratic families. They had mature and tenacious minds, unconventional first-class means, and extraordinary strength and shrewdness. The children of the upper aristocratic families were the most terrible. In Lin's view, it would be a good thing if all the participants of the province test were such a group of boys and girls. At least they wouldn't be a big threat to him. However, Lin soon found that there were some powerful people in the White Jade Square, and even some practitioners revealed a strong breath, which Lin dared not to underestimate. At this time, a sudden uproar broke out. My God! The eldest young miss of the Wen clan has actually come as well. Who? Who else can it be? Wen Mingxiu, the genius girl of Wen clan in Mist City. It turns out to be her. Didn't they say that she was sent to a mysterious place to practice last year? Yes, I heard that she returned half a year ago, but I didn't expect that she would appear on the first day of registration for the province test. Now it's lively. As far as I know, there are dozens of first-class people who will participate in the province test, including Wen Mingxiu. Lin Sun was a little surprised by the rising and falling voices of discussion. Wen Mingxiu? Could it be her? Lin Sun couldn't help but look up. In the distance, a chariot pulled by 4 white deers slowly stopped, and then a beautiful girl in gorgeous clothes with a proud bearing came out of it. It was Wen Mingxiu, who had been hostile to him in the bloodthirsty camp and was defeated by him with one move. Seeing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but show a strange smile. It turned out that this was a famous genius girl in Mist City. If she was a genius girl, what was Bai Lingshi? Lin Sun felt a little strange. A trainee who was eliminated in the quarterly assessment in the bloodthirsty camp suddenly became the object of admiration of many boys and girls in Mist City. This change really made Lin Sun not know whether to laugh or cry. The reason was not that Wen Mingxiu was not strong, but that Lin Sun had been training in the bloodthirsty camp for a year, and he had been in contact with a group of top teenagers in the empire, which made his position far beyond the secular sense. As soon as Wen Mingxiu appeared, it immediately caused a big sensation. Many boys and girls scattered on the White Jade Square gathered here, including some children of noble families. They all looked at Wen Mingxiu with jealousy, envy, and all kinds of hot love in their eyes. Soon, Wen Mingxiu was surrounded by a lot of people. They surrounded Wen Mingxiu like stars surrounding the moon, which made Wen Mingxiu stand out from the crowd. Wen Mingxiu was obviously used to this. There was a faint smile on her face. She was reserved, calm, proud and elegant, but she was a little impatient in her heart. At this moment, the boys and girls around her might be famous in Mist City, but since Wen Mingxiu saw everything in the bloodthirsty camp, she looked down on these guys. Of course, Wen Mingxiu also knew that there would be many practitioners who were not inferior to her, or even stronger than her, participating in the province test. Unfortunately, she didn't find one along the way. This was normal. It was the first day of registration for the province test, and the real strong couldn't all appear at once. What? Suddenly, Wen Mingxiu inadvertently glanced at a familiar figure in the distance. She couldn't help being shocked and stopped unconsciously. How could it be him? In an instant, a strong sense of shame and hatred surged in Wen Mingxiu's heart. Thinking of what happened in the bloodthirsty camp, the reserved smile at the corner of her mouth became cold. Wen Mingxiu had long been the focus of attention. Seeing her suddenly stop and look to one side, it immediately attracted many people's attention. "Miss Mingxiu, did you see an acquaintance?" Someone next to her couldn't help asking. Others were also curious. Looking at the direction Wen Mingxiu just looked at, there was no figure worthy of attention. Wen Mingxiu withdrew her gaze and thought for a moment. She had a plan in her mind. She smiled slightly. "Nothing. I just didn't expect to see an old friend here." As she spoke, her eyes inadvertently fell on Lin Sun in the distance. This small movement was noticed by many people around her in an instant. All of a sudden, many people looked at Lin Sun in unison. Seeing that he was just a strange teenager in ordinary clothes, many people were stunned. Old friend? When did Wen Mingxiu have such an old friend? At this time, a practitioner seemed to recognize Lin Sun and cried, "No way. Isn't he the country bumpkin just now?" He looked incredulous. After this reminder, many people vaguely remembered that the teenager in the distance seemed to be the guy they had ridiculed just now. But in this way, they were stunned. Wen Mingxiu didn't answer immediately when she saw the puzzled expressions of the people around her. She paced forward for a while and came to an open area. Then she said, "Why? Do you look down on my old friend?" The people nearby were embarrassed. They were all descendants of extraordinary families, so they naturally looked down on this guy who was obviously born in a poor family. But they couldn't admit it because of Wen Mingxiu. Wen Mingxiu sighed and said, "My friend is more powerful than you think. If I'm not wrong, according to his current fighting capacity, I'm afraid that none of you here can defeat him." Her words immediately caused an uproar among the people nearby. Their faces were full of dissatisfaction. Someone couldn't help retorting, "Miss Mingxiu, do you look down on us?" Wen Mingxiu frowned and said, "When did I say that?" Then she said helplessly, "What I said just now is true. If you don't believe me, I have nothing to say." The more she said like this, the more unconvinced the boys and girls nearby became. How could she say that they couldn't even defeat a poor country bumpkin? This was too hurtful. If someone else dared to say this, they would have already beaten him up. Humph, I'd like to have a try to see what this guy is capable of. How can he deserve such praise from Miss Mingxiu? An arrogant young man in a green robe couldn't help jumping out and pointing his spear at Lin Sun in the distance. "Yuan Shu, why do you do this? My old friend has a bad temper. It'll be bad if he accidentally hurts you." Wen Mingxiu persuaded him, as if she couldn't bear to see him suffer. Hearing those words, the man by the name of Yuan Shu felt as if his heart was being pierced by needles. He felt an enormous sense of humiliation. "Is I such a loser in your heart, Miss Mingxiu?" Yuan Shu looked gloomy. "No, don't get me wrong." Wen Mingxiu smiled bitterly. "In that case, don't stop me anymore," Yuan Shu said and strode away. He swore in his heart, Wen Mingxiu, how dare you look down on me? I must prove to you how unbearable your so-called old friend is in front of me. Seeing this, Wen Mingxiu could not help but sigh. The people around her were very excited. Yuan Shu's action was exactly what they wanted. Wen Mingxiu's flattery of that country bumpkin made them very unhappy. Their every move was seen by many practitioners on the White Jade Square. Seeing Yuan Shu suddenly rush out aggressively, it immediately attracted many people's attention. From the looks of it, Yuan Shu, that little devil, is going to beat someone up again. Tut-tut, I don't know who provoked him. He even planned to fight in front of Mist College. Now there will be a good show to watch. Brother, is this Yuan Shu very powerful? Humph, you are not a practitioner of Mist City. You don't even know Yuan Shu. He comes from the Yuan family, one of the 4 first-class forces in Mist City. He was born with great strength and extraordinary talent. Although he is only 15 years old now, he has been immersed in the human gang realm for 3 years. So, he was promoted to human gang realm at the age of 12? Amazing. Amidst all kinds of discussions, Yuan Shu came to Lin Sun, crossed his arms over his chest, and said proudly, my friend, I heard that you are very powerful. Why don't we have a fight? In fact, Lin Sun had already noticed all this, but he didn't expect that someone would jump out to make trouble for him just after Wen Mingxiu appeared. This made him speechless. Were the young people so impatient nowadays? Brother, did Wen Mingxiu ask you to come here? Lin Sun decided to patiently persuade this grumpy and arrogant young man. Today, he came to sign up for the province test. How could he be in the mood to fight with Yuan Shu? No. Yuan Shu flatly denied. Yuan Shu denied it flatly. What a joke. He was the dignified young master Yuan Shu. How could others order him around? I see. You must admire Wen Mingxiu, so you want to take this opportunity to win the beauty's appreciation and favor, right? Lin Sun asked with a kind face. Coupled with his warm smile, he looked harmless to both humans and animals. Unfortunately, Yuan Shu didn't appreciate it. He scolded impatiently, don't talk nonsense. I just want to know if you dare to accept the challenge. If you don't have the ability, just admit defeat. Don't waste my time. Brother, don't be so grumpy. I suspect that you may be used as a spear. Think about it, if you are defeated by me, who will be the disgrace? Lin Sun tried to restrain himself and tried to make his attitude more sincere. However, as soon as Lin Sun said this, Yuan Shu flew into a rage. Damn it, do you also think I'm not your opponent? You've gone too far. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes at once. This sentence was intriguing. Didn't it mean that someone had thought that Yuan Shu was not his opponent long ago? Who could it be? There was no need to guess. It must be Wen Mingxiu. Boom. Before Lin Sun could say anything more, Yuan Shu had already made his move directly. He took a wrong step and exerted strength in his arms. Suddenly, a dazzling emerald halo condensed in his palm, and he slapped it at Lin Sun fiercely. The air suddenly became chaotic, and the terrible palm wind was like a landslide and a tsunami, with fierce power. This was the power of human gang realm. The spiritual power contained the strongest gang chi, which could hurt people across the air. Its power was so strong that practitioners of martial realm could not resist it at all. Green Star Wave Destroying Palm. In the distance, many practitioners' eyes lit up and they exclaimed. This was the unique skill of Yuan family. With one palm, stars rose from the blue sea and waves destroyed the sky. Obviously, Yuan Shu had been immersed in this palm skill for many years. With just one strike, there was a kind of terrifying momentum like the blue sea surging and destroying dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. This guy is not bad. In the distance, Wen Mingxiu's eyes lit up. Yuan Shu's performance at the moment surprised her. The people around her were also excited and looking forward to it. Although Yuan Shu was not the most powerful among them, he could be regarded as first class. As soon as he made his move, he used the Green Star Wave Destroying Palm. Obviously, he intended to defeat the enemy with one move and completely establish his prestige. This idiot doesn't know that he is being used by others. What a waste of my advice. Lin Sun cursed in his heart, but his movements were not slow. At the moment when Yuan Shu made his move, Lin Sun also made a sudden attack. Boom, with a casual punch, the surface of his fist was filled with a wisp of illusory cyan spiritual light, ethereal and seemingly powerless. Seeing this, many people couldn't help but sneer. What the hell was this punching skill? It was so light as if he hadn't eaten. But the next moment, many people's faces changed. With a bang, the two fists collided, producing a terrible explosion. The Gangchi turned into a turbulent flow and swept around. Almost at the same time, Yuan Shu, who had an unparalleled momentum in the eyes of the crowd, was like a small boat that had been slapped by a tsunami. His body was sent flying backward for more than 100 feet before he fell to the ground with a thud and let out a shrill scream. He couldn't resist one move and was completely knocked away. All of this occurred in an instant, and it was inconceivably swift. No one had imagined that the dignified Yuan clan's eldest young master, an outstanding genius that was born with extraordinary strength, would not only be unable to defeat his opponent with a single move, he'd instead been defeated with a single move. The whole place was dead silent. Many people were dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. When Mingxiu was shocked in her heart, and her expression changed. This guy had become so powerful now. Did he pass the final assessment of bloodthirsty camp and enter gang-producing lake? Lin Sun stood still and looked a little stunned. Since he reached the human gang realm, he had never fought with anyone. So he just made a tentative attack and didn't use much strength. But, who would have thought that he would be able to defeat Yuan Shu with such a casual strike? Isn't this guy a little too weak? Are all the practitioners participating in the province test so weak? Lin Sun was suspicious. He didn't know that it was not because Yuan Shu was weak, but because he was too strong. Again. With a roar, Yuan Shu got up and rushed out again with a face full of anger. Obviously, he couldn't accept what had happened just now. He thought he was too careless, so he used all his strength at this moment. Boom, after another head-on collision, Yuan Shu was knocked away again like a kite with a broken string. Before he landed, he had coughed up blood and screamed. The whole place was in an uproar, and the sound of people gasping could be heard one after another. Many people in the field knew Yuan Shu's strength. He was born with divine strength and extraordinary talent. The blue star wave-destroying palm he practiced was also a first-class martial art. In the human gang realm, he could be regarded as a first-class strongman. But under such circumstances, Yuan Shu was knocked away twice in a row, and he didn't even have time to resist, which was too shocking. Compared with Yuan Shu, how strong was the teenager's combat effectiveness? Alas, I told you that my old friend is very strong, but Yuan Shu didn't listen to my advice. Now he is defeated in public. Why bother? In the distance, when Mingxiu sighed faintly. The young boys and girls next to her all looked gloomy. Yuan Shu's defeat shocked and disappointed them. Hearing Wen Mingxiu's words at this moment, it was like slapping them in the face, which made them extremely aggrieved. I'm going to learn from my friend's skills. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from Wen Mingxiu's side and rushed towards Lin Sun like lightning. It was a young man in a silver robe, holding a silver spear in his hand. His clothes were overflowing with spiritual light. Obviously, he was wearing spiritual equipment. As soon as he appeared, he caused countless exclamations. Xianxia, the young master of Azure Light Pavilion. He also made a move. Now there will be a good show. In our Mist City, although Xianxia is not the top practitioner of human gang realm, he is a young hero who knows how to fight best. I heard that last year, he killed a real voodoo barbarian tribe alone. Just look at Xianxia's spiritual equipment. That young man is not comparable to him. Lin Sun couldn't help frowning when he saw that he had just defeated one. Didn't he show enough strength just now, or did he have enough confidence to deal with him? Today was the registration day for the province test. Although it was not the registration time yet, many practitioners had already gathered on a white jade square outside Mist College. When the battle broke out, it immediately caused a sensation and attracted the attention of all the people present. No one expected that someone would fight here at such a moment. When they saw Yuan Shu, the young master of Yuan family, was crushed to the ground without any resistance, it caused a great shock and an uproar. Many people were speculating who the young man who defeated Yuan Shu was and why his fighting capacity was so strong. But at this moment, Xianxia, dressed in a silver robe and holding a silver spear, made a brazen attack. It was really eye-catching. Whoosh, Xianxia was surrounded by a dazzling spirit light. He held a silver spear in his hand and exuded a threatening aura. He didn't talk nonsense at all. With a jerk of his wrist, the silver spear shot out brilliant light like a rainstorm, piercing the sky and violently attacking Lin Sun. Bursting shadow spear, silver flower of fire. At this moment, thousands of spear shadows covered the void, and the silver light bloomed like fireworks, beautiful with endless killing intent. Many people couldn't help marveling that Xianxia's attack showed the style of a first-class practitioner of human gang realm. What was rare was that Xianxia was only 16 years old this year. It was amazing that he could have such achievements on the road of cultivation at such a young age. Boom, but at the same time, Lin Sun also moved. He didn't dodge or evade. His elegant figure rushed forward, and just like before, he punched out with a simple and direct punch. But at this moment, Lin Sun had taken action. The windstorm millstone in his body suddenly ran, and the terrifying and pure gang power boiled to the extreme like a burning sea of fire. On the other hand, a wisp of a clear and illusory azure-colored halo that seemed like glass appeared on his fist, and his imposing aura was ethereal, heavy, and indomitable. With a punch, the spear shadows all over the sky suddenly burst into pieces. The remaining momentum of the punch was unstoppable. It destroyed thousands of silver spear shadows one after another and crushed all the way to Xianxia. It could be clearly seen that the void was crushed by the power of this punch, and the shrill sound was deafening like a tsunami. Everyone was shocked and their minds were shaken. What kind of fist technique was this? Such powerful strength. Xianxia's face suddenly changed. His figure suddenly flashed in the void, avoiding the fist wind. At the same time, his silver spear shook, and with a loud roar, he attacked again. Exploding shadow spear technique, prairie burning strike, rumble. The silver spear was simply like a silver pillar of light that flew over from the heavens, and it smashed down with an extremely murderous and terrifying aura. Boom, Lin Sun stamped on the ground and rushed up. This time, he stretched out his hand and fiercely grabbed the silver spear. The air was torn apart like a piece of cloth. An illusory azure hand covered the sky like a dragon's claw that stretched out from the depths of the clouds. It instantly grabbed the opponent's silver spear and shook it violently. Rumble. Xianxia only felt a violent, ocean-like power pouring into his body along the silver spear, shaking his whole body. Boundless pain attacked his body, and he could not help but cough up blood, screaming in pain. His body was forcibly pressed from the air to the ground. With a puff, smoke and dust splashed. His body fell to the ground, and his bones were almost broken. His face was distorted. Exclamations were heard all around, and many people gasped. This blow was too fierce. Xianxia was suppressed by only a pair of palms. In the distance, when Mingxiu couldn't help but change her face, and her heart palpitated. Lin Sun's fighting capacity was completely beyond her expectation. She couldn't imagine how powerful Lin Sun's fighting capacity had become after a year of training in the bloodthirsty camp. Beside Wen Mingxiu, the faces of those boys and girls also changed. They were full of shock, confusion, doubt, and horror. Before, Yuan Shu's fiasco had made them realize Lin Sun's strength. They thought that Xianxia could save some face by taking action. Unexpectedly, Xianxia was also suppressed to the ground with just 2 punches. This was too horrible. Damn it! Xianxia roared and struggled to get up. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he was beaten to the ground with only 2 moves. The strong sense of shame stimulated him to the point of going crazy. As the young master of Azure Light Pavilion, Xianxia was also a well-known genius in Mist City. When had he ever suffered such a big loss? But before he got up, he heard a bang. Lin Sun's foot had already stepped on him, making his face come into close contact with the ground. His nose was full of dust. You're courting death. Xianxia roared, and his face was distorted. In the distance, many boys and girls who had a good relationship with Xianxia were also furious. This guy was too arrogant and deserved to be killed. Just now you ran out to ask for a fight. Now you lost and you still clamored to threaten others. Is this how your parents taught you? Rubbish. Lin Sun looked contemptuous. How dare you swear? A girl in the distance screamed. Lin Sun raised his head, looked at the girl in the distance, and suddenly smiled. Sorry, you may have misunderstood. I'm not targeting him alone, but all of you." As he spoke, he glanced at the people around Wen Mingxiu. After a pause, he gently spat out a word from his lips, "All of you are rubbish." The practitioners on the White Jade Plaza, who had been paying attention to all of this, were instantly dumbfounded when they heard this. This guy was so arrogant that he scolded Wen Mingxiu and all the others in one sentence. Wasn't he worried about being retaliated against? Wen Mingxiu and others were also stunned. They almost couldn't believe their ears. This guy actually said they were all rubbish. Many people were so angry that their faces turned livid and they trembled all over. Arrogant, simply too arrogant, but before they could react, Lin Sun unceremoniously kicked Xianxia away from the ground and strode towards Wen Mingxiu in the distance. His figure was straight, his eyebrows were as sharp as a knife, and his eyes were like lightning. Although he was wearing ordinary clothes, at this moment, in the eyes of all the people present, there was a compelling momentum of disdain. Lin Sun had proved his terrible fighting capacity by defeating the two young overmatches, Yuan Shu and Qi Yunxiao. At this moment, seeing that he seemed to want to continue, many people couldn't help but be shocked when they saw him walking towards Wen Mingxiu and others. Did he want to continue fighting? What are you going to do? Damn it, this guy is going too far. He doesn't put us in his eyes at all. Beside Wen Mingxiu, there was a sharp rebuke. Although the voice was loud, it seemed to be lacking in confidence. Lin Sun didn't look sideways, as if he didn't feel anything. His attitude of ignoring everything made those arrogant and conceited boys and girls angry with uncertain expressions. Finally, Lin Sun stopped 3 meters away from Wen Mingxiu. His deep eyes fell on Wen Mingxiu's pale face, which had already become slightly panicked. He said, "I can let go of the past things. After all, you and I used to be classmates, and there was no real hatred between us. But after what happened today, I suddenly want to ask you seriously, do you really want to choose to be my enemy?" His voice was flat, without any fluctuation. All the disasters today seemed to happen inexplicably, but Lin Sun knew that all these were inseparable from Wen Mingxiu's instigation. Originally, he didn't have any hostility towards this woman, but now he had to face up to this problem. Seeing that Lin Sun pointed the spearhead at Wen Mingxiu, people nearby couldn't help but be shocked and couldn't guess the relationship between them. Used to be classmates, but it sounded like a pair of enemies, full of the feeling of mutual hostility. This relationship was too unusual. At this moment, Wen Mingxiu's expression changed sharply, and her chest rose and fell. She remembered the shame of being defeated by Lin Sun in the bloodthirsty camp, and the scene of Yuan Shu and Qi Yunxiao being defeated by Lin Sun just now. This made her very sure that even if she fought against Lin Sun, she couldn't be Lin Sun's opponent at all, not now, and probably not in the future. Many people present might not know how powerful Lin Sun was, but Wen Mingxiu knew it clearly. A trainee who could survive in the bloodthirsty camp without being eliminated was not comparable to ordinary strong people at all, but it was absolutely impossible for Wen Mingxiu to admit defeat like this. Mist City was her territory, and there were so many practitioners present. As a direct descendant of Wen clan and a famous genius girl in Mist City, how could she lower her head like this? Think about it. I've always been patient. Lin Sun seemed to see through Wen Mingxiu's thoughts and said, "However, if I find that you decide to be my enemy in the future, I may not hold back as I did today." How dare you? How dare you threaten Miss Mingxiu? You're courting death. Many boys and girls cursed angrily. Lin Sun ignored them all. After saying this, he left on his own. From beginning to end, no one dared to stop him. This was the power. After defeating Yuan Shu and Qi Yunxiao, anyone who wanted to be Lin Sun's enemy now had to consider whether he was qualified or not. Wen Mingxiu didn't say a word. Her mind was in a mess, full of emotions of anxiety, anger, humiliation, and fear. Should she borrow the power of the clan to kill Lin Sun? As soon as this idea flashed through Wen Mingxiu's mind, it was immediately denied. Strictly speaking, Lin Sun was a real trainee from the bloodthirsty camp. If he was killed, how could the drill masters of the bloodthirsty camp agree? What made Wen Mingxiu most troubled was that she knew very well that if she couldn't kill Lin Sun, he would definitely become a nightmare for Wen clan in the future with his terrible potential in the bloodthirsty camp. Miss Mingxiu, don't worry. Let him be rampant for now. When we leave Mist College, I'll find someone to deal with him. A young man patted his chest and promised to do it. Yes, Mist City is our territory. How can we allow a bastard who comes out of nowhere to be so arrogant? Now it's under the watchful eyes of many practitioners. It's not convenient to take action. I'll deal with him later. Damn it, when did a bumpkin dare to ride on our heads? Other boys and girls also spoke, gnashing their teeth. When Mingxiu felt a deep disgust in her heart. These guys were scared out of their wits just now, but now they were so arrogant. Perhaps compared with other practitioners, they had the ability to be proud and conceited. But compared with Lin Sun, they were indeed a group of useless garbage. P.S. The power was cut off at home. This chapter was written in the internet cafe, so the second chapter may be a little late. Next, announce the WeChat official account. Open WeChat, search for the official account Xiaojinyu or Xiaojinyu 233, add your followers, and then check the history to see all the articles of Rune Emperor. The battle in front of Mist College came to an end, but the disturbance caused by it didn't stop. Many practitioners gathered in groups of 3 or 4 and talked about the sudden battle just now. Even their eyes on Lin Sun became strange. Lin Sun was sitting alone on a stone step beside the square at this time. He seemed to be unaware of so many gazes and was lost in thought. In the battle just now, Lin Sun experienced for the first time the difference of human gang realms' combat effectiveness. Needless to say, attacking people from a distance made the battle more dangerous and unpredictable. To Lin Sun's surprise, when he operated Windstorm Millstone, the power released was completely beyond his expectation. In a normal state, Lin Sun's gang spirit was extremely pure, as clean as crystal glass, and its quality was extraordinary. This made Lin Sun's fighting power extremely strong in the battle, and when he operated the Windstorm Millstone, his fighting power skyrocketed on the basis of this. That was what surprised Lin Sun. Thinking carefully about the battle just now, Lin Sun soon realized that driven by the Windstorm Millstone, his gang spirit showed a unique way of running, like a spring that was compressed to the limit, possessing a kind of terrible explosive force. And this power was released in the form of a storm vortex, like a sharp cone that spiraled at full speed, which was far more lethal than in a normal state. Maybe this is the magical effect of Pond of Spiritual Power. The reason why there are different grades of Pond of Spiritual Power is that the power it can possess is completely different. Lin Sun was lost in thought. His Pond of Spiritual Power was indeed very special. It was extremely unique and mysterious, very different from the ordinary first-grade Pond of Spiritual Power. There was even a mysterious echo between the Pond of Spiritual Power and the spiritual vortex on the 4 acupoints of cardiac vessel. How could it be compared with ordinary ones? In this world, human gang realm practitioners who could condense second-grade Pond of Spiritual Power were all regarded as first-class figures, and those who could have first-grade Pond of Spiritual Power were the top figures in the world. And Lin Sun's Pond of Spiritual Power was even better than that of first-grade Pond of Spiritual Power. People like him were doomed to be unable to be measured by secular standards. Not long after, it was time to sign up for the province test. With a melodious bell ringing, the closed gate of Mist College slowly opened. For a moment, all the people waiting on the white jade square were refreshed and rushed to Mist College like a tide. Lin Sun also woke up from his meditation. He stood up, took the certificate of county test that he had prepared long ago, and walked forward with the crowd. All of a sudden, a plainly dressed young man with an outstanding bearing approached him and said in a low voice, "I'm Xianxia from the Green Maple County's Taihang Prefecture. Nice to meet you, young master." Lin Sun was stunned and asked, "What's the matter, my friend?" Xianxia said with slight admiration. "Just now, I saw young master attack out of rage and ruthlessly crushed the prestige of those rich and powerful disciples. It's truly admirable. Imperceptibly, it's equivalent to avenging the resentment of us poor disciples." Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and said, "I'm sorry. I didn't do that just for the poor." Lin Sun's attitude was a little cold. As soon as Xianxia opened his mouth, he categorized him as a poor disciple, which made Lin Sun very uncomfortable. It was not that he looked down upon the poor, but he hated to be divided into camps in this way. Xianxia was obviously stunned and said, "Young master, several friends, and I have seen what you did just now. In my opinion, we have a lot in common. If we can become friends, we don't need to act according to the mood of those rich and powerful disciples in the future with the strength we have gathered." Lin Sun frowned. "What on earth do you want to say?" Xianxia took a deep breath and glanced around. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, he lowered his voice and said, I've established a Qingyan society with some like-minded friends. The purpose is to unite the peers who also have first-class cultivation talents but are born in poverty. We can help each other and make progress on the road of cultivation together. I wonder if you are interested in joining us. Lin Sun realized that this guy actually came to rope him in. Sorry, I'm not interested. Lin Sun said and walked forward. He had no interest in participating in the Green Cloud Society or the Alliance of Poor Disciples. Xianxia was stunned. Looking at Lin Sun walking away, he looked a little gloomy. Brother Chow, how is it? Someone came over and asked. How else can it be? Our Green Cloud Society can't attract such a person. Xianxia laughed at himself. Humph, this guy is too arrogant. He obviously comes from the same family as us. Does he look down on us? That person snorted. Xianxia smiled and said calmly, You can't say that. He may have his own considerations. But I believe that when our Green Cloud Society really rises, he will definitely regret today's decision. That person said with slight admiration, Brother Chow, only a broad-minded person like you can lead us to rise together. Xianxia laughed and said, Let's go and sign up first. This province test is the first step for our Green Cloud Society to rise. In the future, our Green Cloud Society is destined to have a place in the layout of the empire. Brother Dongtu, what do you think of the little guy just now? In the distance of the White Jade Square, a middle-aged man in a white robe watched the group of young practitioners enter Mist College and suddenly asked aloud. Very good. He is a rare genius. Next to him, a man with a straight posture and a wide-sleeved black robe nodded. His eyebrows were sparse and his eyes were cold. Standing there casually, he had a kind of imposing manner. If there were big shots in Mist City here, they would definitely recognize that the middle-aged man in a white robe was Wei Lingzhen, the dean of Mist College, a great practitioner with unfathomable cultivation who was famous in Southwest Province. Next to Wei Lingzhen was Du Dongtu, the commander of the Xiling army of the empire stationed in Southwest Province. In terms of power and status in Southwest Province, only Governor Lu Wujuan could compete with him, Wei Lingzhen said with a smile, Haha, to be called a prodigy by Brother Dongtu, it is enough to prove that this child is extraordinary. I just don't know which family he is from, I have never heard of his name before. Du Dongtu thought for a moment and said, This boy is certainly not from a noble family. With his current performance, I would like to recruit him into the Xiling army. With the strength he just showed, he is destined to shine in the future. Wei Lingzhen was speechless and said, Brother Dongtu, you are tempted. But in my opinion, this boy is unscrupulous. It seems that he is very glorious just now, but in fact, he has offended a lot of people. This approach seems too reckless. Du Dongtu disapproved and said, A young man should have the courage of a tiger and a wolf. If this boy had endured and given in just now, I would have looked down on him. Wei Lingzhen finally concluded that Du Dongtu really liked this boy. He couldn't help laughing and said, Unfortunately, according to his temperament, I am afraid that he will not join the army. In his eyes, perhaps it is more tempting to participate in the nation test. Du Dongtu frowned and said, If so, I can't do anything about it. Wei Lingzhen said, As far as I know, there are a lot of outstanding people participating in the province test. In terms of strength, they are not inferior to this boy at all. Du Dongtu nodded and asked with interest, Who? Wei Lingzhen said, For example, Xu Shaolin, Yu Wenjing, Lu Zhio, and Yun Zitong of our Mist College are all top-notch in the human gang realm. And Lu Qianhuan, the youngest daughter of Lu Wujuan of the governor's mansion, is also extraordinary. After a pause, he continued, It is said that Lian Fei, the son-in-law of Yao Tuahai, a great practitioner, is also extremely outstanding. These are the outstanding talents of the young generation. In addition to them, there are still many powerful figures that have not been discovered, just like the boy just now. Maybe when the province test begins, we can see how many dark horses will jump out. Du Dongtu nodded, I'd like to see it when the province test begins. Wei Lingzhen said with a smile, Of course. This time, Governor Lu Wujuan is the main examiner, and you and I are all witnesses. With our eyesight, we can select the real top figures from them. Lin Sun didn't know that he had already received the attention of Wei Lingzhen, the president of Mist College, and Du Dongtu, the commander of Xiling army, before the registration for the province test began. At this time, he was queuing up to the registration office. He handed in the state test certificate and paid a fee of 10 imperial silver coins, and then received a token representing the participation in the province test. Then, Lin Sun didn't stay and turned away directly. The person in charge of issuing the token was a teacher in charge of Mist College, a middle-aged man with a serious look named Liu Zixing. When Lin Sun left, Liu Zixing took out the state test certificate handed in by Lin Sun, looked at it carefully for a moment, and put it back quietly. Donglin Town, Lin Sun, 14 years old. It should be him. After thinking for a moment, Liu Zixing called a teacher in charge to help with the registration, and then he got up and left in a hurry. After half an hour, in front of a magnificent palace in Mist City, Liu Zixing took out a letter and handed it to an old servant who guarded the palace. Give it to your master and tell him that the person he is looking for has appeared. After that, Liu Zixing turned around and left. A moment later, the letter fell into the hands of the owner of the palace. Lin Sun. I didn't expect that he really appeared. The owner of the palace was a beautiful girl. She took the letter and read it, and her face showed a touch of excitement. Susu, who did you say appeared? On one side of the palace, a teenager who was meditating behind closed doors suddenly opened his eyes, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. It's Lin Sun. He signed up for the province test today. The girl waved the letter in her hand, and her face lit up with joy. Brother Fei, you can finally get revenge. The youth stood up and snatched the letter. He flipped through it briefly, and his expression became excited and even slightly ferocious. Lin Sun, it's been a whole year. You finally showed up. It's time to put an end to the hatred between us. With a crack, the letter was crushed into powder, and the teenager's eyes showed a touch of unforgettable hatred. For a whole year, Lian Fei never forgot Lin Sun, the enemy who killed his father. For revenge, he never slacked off in the past year and spent almost all his time improving his strength. With the help and support of Yao Tuahai, a great practitioner, Lian Fei obtained a lot of cultivation resources and made rapid progress in cultivation. When he reached the human gang realm, he even condensed the second-class pond of spiritual power, which shocked Green Maple County and made him known as a cultivation genius. It was also at that time that Yao Tuahai finally agreed to betroth Yao Susu to Lian Fei, making Lian Fei the son-in-law of the Yao clan. His status and identity had undergone an earth-shaking change, and it was incomparable to before. Life should be happy, but Lian Fei was not happy at all, because his enemy who killed his father was not dead yet. Now, after a year, when he finally got the news of Lin Sun's appearance, the long-suppressed hatred in Lian Fei's heart was completely ignited. Susu, he is in Mist City now. I'm going to find him. Lian Fei took a deep breath and said, gritting his teeth. Brother Fei, you are too impulsive. Yao Susu suddenly frowned and scolded him. What, Susu, are you going to stop me? Lian Fei's face suddenly became gloomy. Yao Susu said coldly, do you know what cultivation Lin Sun has now? Lian Fei was stunned. At most, he is in the human gang realm. Yao Susu said, do you think he can participate in the province test with ordinary human gang realm overmatches? Lian Fei was shocked, and his feverish mind calmed down a lot. Indeed, he only cared about revenge and neglected many details. In Donglin Town, Lin Sun could survive under our constant suppression. People like him are not so easy to deal with at all. Yao Susu's eyes were calm, and she said quickly, now that he has the qualification to participate in the province test, he will be more difficult to deal with than before. Under such circumstances, how much chance do you think you will win if you rashly go to find him for revenge? Lian Fei felt as if he had been given a rude awakening. He said, Susu, you're right. I was reckless just now. Yao Susu smiled, and her expression softened. Brother Fei, your identity is different now. As the saying goes, a man of noble status should never sit in a corner. How can you risk your life just for revenge? Lian Fei sat back on the chair and said, Susu, what do you think I should do? Very simple, send someone to assassinate this brat. A cold light flashed in Yao Susu's eyes. As for us, we just need to wait for the news of Lin's death. Lian Fei frowned, but I want to kill him with my own hands. Yao Susu sighed, Brother Fei, remember your identity. You're my husband, the son-in-law of my father, Yao Tuahai. You're the core figure of the entire Yao clan. You should learn to think like a big shot now. Lian Fei was stunned. A big shot? Yao Susu nodded and said seriously, that's right. A big shot can make countless people work for him as long as he makes good use of his power and influence. He can decide the life and death of others with just one order. This is the so-called turning one's hand over the clouds and turning one's hand over the rain. He can control life and death with a single thought. Lian Fei's heart was inexplicably filled with hot blood. He said, Susu, do you think I can become such a big shot? Yao Susu smiled softly and said, in my heart, Brother Fei, you can do it. Good. I'll listen to you. Lian Fei made a decision. At this time, the door was suddenly pushed open, and the thin and slender figure of Yao Tuahai came in. Yao Susu and Lian Fei were both surprised and quickly got up to greet him. Susu is right. Yao Tuahai said casually, and then looked at Lian Fei and said, I've just learned that Lin Sun defeated Yuan Shu and Qi Yunxiao outside Mist College. If you don't know who they are, you can ask Susu to tell you. With that, Yao Tuahai turned around and left, you two can deal with the rest. I will only help you pay attention to this matter secretly. I won't intervene. Until Yao Tuahai left, Lian Fei couldn't help asking, Susu, who are Yuan Shu and Qi Yunxiao? Yao Susu looked a little surprised and doubtful at the moment. After a while, she said in a low voice, Brother Fei, Lin Sun is stronger than we expected. As she said, she told Lian Fei the identities of Yuan Shu and Qi Yunxiao in detail. After knowing all this, Lian Fei's expression suddenly changed. He gritted his teeth and said, how is this possible? How can his combat effectiveness improve faster than mine in a year? Yao Susu sighed and said, Brother Fei, now you should understand that we can only use our power and influence to deal with him. Lian Fei was still unwilling, but he also knew that this was the only way at present. He couldn't help gritting his teeth and said, Susu, what should we do? A touch of determination appeared in Yao Susu's eyes. She seemed to have made a decision and said, in the underground forces of Mist City, there is an organization specializing in assassination called Tingyu Tower, Tingyu Tower. In a bright and clean room, a man was sitting cross-legged on one side of the tea table, tasting tea, with wisps of smoke coming out of the incense burner made of auspicious beast. Outside the open window, the green mountains, the bamboo forest, and the chirping of cicadas and birds were very quiet. The man, dressed in a green Confucian robe, was reading an ancient book in his hand. The man exuded a scholarly aura. He was cultured and refined, and as he sat there quietly, he had a calm and indifferent temperament. However, his face was covered by a dark golden mask, and only a pair of black eyes that were calm like ice and snow were revealed on the mask, causing his entire bearing to have a mysterious aura. The man's name was Tingyu. It was a poetic name, but in the hearts of many big shots in Mist City, this name had the same chilling power as the code name of the devil. Because this name represented the most mysterious behind-the-scenes master of Tingyu Tower, suddenly, a clear and ethereal sound of wind chimes sounded. Say it. Tingyu's voice was low and sweet. It was just a word, but it seemed to have a strange magic that attracted people involuntarily. There is a special task for you to choose, Your Excellency. Outside the door, a respectful voice sounded. Oh, tell me. Tingyu slowly closed the book in his hand, picked up the tea on the table, and gently sipped it. 30 minutes ago, someone posted a task to assassinate a teenager of Human Gang Realm with a high reward of 3,000 gold coins. The employer asked Residual Snow, Ghost Moon, and Grey Martin to do it. Tingyu said, Residual Snow is a first-class assassin in Heaven Gang Realm. Since he came to our Tingyu Tower, he has carried out 73 tasks without failure. Ghost Moon and Grey Mink are the assassins in the Earth Gang Realm who are best at cooperation. If they work together with Residual Snow, they can carry out a perfect assassination. It seems that the employer knows something about our Tingyu Tower. Speaking of this, Tingyu put down the teacup in his hand and looked at the swaying green bamboo outside the window, saying, the price of 3,000 gold coins is indeed a high price, but it's a little strange that this kind of power is only used to deal with a teenager of Human Gang Realm. Your Excellency, we have found out that the teenager is Lin Sun, 14 years old, from Donglin Town, Green Maple County. He just signed up for the province test in Mist College this morning. The respectful voice outside the door said quickly, "It is said that Lin Sun is extremely powerful. Today, he defeated Yuan Shu, the young master of Yuan family, and Qi Yunxiao, the young master of Azure Light Pavilion, outside Mist College." Tingyu chuckled and said, "No wonder he asked residual snow to do it at such a high price. It turns out that he wants to kill a young talent who is qualified to participate in the province test. Your Excellency, you don't know. According to the information we have collected, Lin Sun has completely angered the young masters and young ladies of many big forces in Mist City because he defeated Yuan Shu and Qi Yunxiao in public. It is expected that from today on, many forces will send forces to deal with Lin Sun." The respectful voice outside the door said, "Under such circumstances, we don't know whether we should take over the task of assassinating Lin Sun." Tingyu said, "Oh, this boy named Lin Sun is interesting. He is only 14 years old, but so many people want to kill him." While speaking, he gently tapped the tea table with his fingers, as if thinking about something. After a while, he said, "Interesting people are sometimes the most dangerous. Since Lin Sun dares to do this, he must have something to rely on. Go and tell the employer that the task can be accepted, but he needs to wait for a while before taking action." Wait. Yes, wait for the big forces in the city to send forces to deal with this boy, and then take action after seeing the result. If he is dead, we don't have to do it. If he is not dead, speaking of this, Tingyu was silent for a moment, and then said, "If he is not dead, tell the employer that if he wants us to take action, the reward of 3,000 gold coins is far from enough. At least, he needs 10,000 gold coins." "Your Excellency." The voice outside the door disappeared. Tingyu sighed and looked at the green mountains in the distance. After a long time, he said leisurely, "It's really true that it's hard to have a practitioner from a poor family. In today's empire, the most intolerable thing for those powerful forces is the provocation from the poor practitioners at the bottom, right?" His voice was low and deep, echoing in the quiet room. Outside the window, it began to rain. The drizzle was like smoke and fog, wetting the green bamboo. The registration for the province test on the first day ended in the evening, and a total of more than 800 practitioners signed up that day. Of course, this was only the first day, and more practitioners would participate in the future. It was also on this day that the news that Yuan Shu, the young master of Yuan family, and Qi Yunxiao, the young master of Azure Light Pavilion, were defeated by a boy named Lin Sun spread like wildfire and caused an uproar throughout Mist City. Many practitioners were even more shocked when they learned that Lin Sun was probably a practitioner from a poor family. His identity was too sensitive. When did a poor boy dare to challenge a rich boy? And he even won. This behavior might make those practitioners from poor families feel happy, but for those powerful forces, Lin Sun's action was undoubtedly tantamount to violating their bottom line. Many people realized that Lin Sun was going to be in trouble when in a small courtyard in the backyard, when Mingxiao sat alone in front of the window, frowning. It was drizzling outside. The dense rain was like the sadness in her heart at the moment, which couldn't be wiped away or cut off. When Mingxiao was extremely surprised to meet Lin Sun today. Thinking of Lin Sun's warning, she felt extremely complicated. She was angry and confused. Should she really let bygones be bygones? When Mingxiao didn't know, but she knew that today's incident was caused by her. If she didn't take some action, it would mean that she admitted defeat in the eyes of outsiders, which would undoubtedly damage her reputation and her influence among the younger generation in Mist City. What should I do? When Mingxiao was stunned. "Miss, there's news." A maidservant rushed into the room, her face full of excitement. This time, Yuan family, Azure Light Pavilion, Qian family, Zhou family, Xing family. After reporting the names of 7 or 8 clans in succession, the maidservant said, "They have decided to send forces to attack Lin Sun." When Mingxiao was shocked, how can so many forces take action? The maidservant smiled proudly, "Miss, Lin Sun is just a bumpkin from a poor family. Now he dares to behave atrociously in Mist City. Which powerful force can tolerate him? Such an extremely vile and lowly person should be annihilated in one go. Otherwise, if the other disciples from poor backgrounds were to learn from him and act in an unbridled manner, then the world would surely fall into chaos." When Mingxiu frowned and said coldly, "Who told you that Lin's son was born in a poor family?" The maidservant trembled and stammered, "I also heard it from others." When Mingxiu was so angry that she laughed, "A bunch of idiots. If Lin's son was a bumpkin, how could he enter the bloodthirsty camp for training? How could the grandson of Blood King Ningbugue become friends with him? How could the third son of Fortune God sure value Lin's son so much? Most importantly, even in the bloodthirsty camp, Lin's son enjoyed special treatment. Even stupid people knew that Lin's son was not a poor person at all, but now, many forces regarded Lin's son as a poor person at the bottom and even humiliated him as a bumpkin. What was the difference between them and idiots? The maidservant was so scared that her face turned pale. She stammered, "Miss, don't you want to deal with Lin's son?" When Mingxiu was stunned and suddenly lost interest. Her anger vanished. She waved her hand and said, "You can leave now." The maid hurriedly left the room. Perhaps doing nothing is the best choice. When Mingxiu kept silent for a long time and finally made a decision. As the capital city of the southwestern province of the empire, Mist City was extremely prosperous and vast. There were dozens of forces and clans in it. For ordinary people, this day might be no different from the past, but for many forces and cultivators in the city, this day seemed to be quite different. When dusk fell, almost all the major forces in the city knew that the boy named Lin's son was going to be in trouble. Some well-informed practitioners also noticed what had happened and couldn't help but sigh. Was a young expert who could defeat Yuan Shu and Xianxia going to die like this? City Lord residence. Governor Lu Wujuan looked at the information sent in his hand and couldn't help frowning slightly. These guys are too anxious. Next to him, a middle-aged scholar with 3 strands of long beard under his chin said with a smile, "Your Excellency, they intend to make an example of Lin's son to warn all the poor practitioners in the city so as to avoid such things happening again in the future." Lu Wujuan snorted, "But have they ever thought that Lin's son has signed up for the province test? Such a talent, even if he comes from a poor family, will inevitably be valued by the empire in the future. They have gone too far by doing this." The middle-aged scholar agreed and said, "Indeed, the province test is to select the real talents for the empire. According to the strength of Lin's son who can defeat Yuan Shu and Qi Yunxiao, he must be a talented young man and has a great chance to pass the province test. If he can pass the province test, he will have the opportunity to participate in the nation test. Under such circumstances, if he is killed, the impact will obviously be very bad." After a pause, the middle-aged scholar changed the subject and said, "However, there are so many geniuses in the world. The death of a young man from a poor family is nothing to the whole empire. In my opinion, you don't have to worry about it. You just need to issue an order to let these powerful forces suppress the impact caused by the killing of Lin's son." Lu Wujuan thought for a moment and nodded, "I'll leave it to you." The middle-aged scholar cupped his hands and said, "Yes, Your Excellency." In the southwest of Mist City. In people's eyes, the southwest region was the place where the low-level civilians gathered. There were all kinds of people from all walks of life. For some people with status, they disdained to set foot in this area. At this time, in a courtyard in this area, Qiao Yunxiu suddenly laughed and said with a little rejoice, "Fortunately, Lin's son refused to join Qingyun society. Otherwise, I'm afraid we will be implicated by him this time." Beside Qiao Yunxiu stood more than a dozen young men and women, all of whom were members of Qingyun society. Hearing this, they couldn't help laughing. Qiao Yunxiu stopped smiling and suddenly sighed. "However, through Lin's son's experience this time, I realize that it's really difficult for us practitioners from poor families to rise." Others were stunned and kept silent. Indeed, Lin's son provoked the anger of many powerful forces in Mist City just because he defeated Yuan Shu and Qi Yunxiao. They wanted to eradicate him in one fell swoop, which was too terrible. Humph, those powerful forces all boast themselves as superior people and regard us poor people as humble servants. They take what they want and take at will. What they did to Lin's son now is completely to frighten us by making an example of him to others and frighten us. Someone sneered. That's right. The reason why I want to establish Qingyun society is to let us get rid of this shackle and no longer be oppressed by the powerful forces. Qiao Yunxiu took a deep breath and said firmly, "Anyway, although Lin's son refused to join our Qingyun society, he is still a member of poor families. The unfair treatment he suffered today is too disappointing. I've decided to do something for him. Others were stunned. Just now, Xianxia was glad that he didn't get involved with Lin Sun. Why did he suddenly change his mind at this time? Xianxia said, I'm doing this for the sake of our future. With Lin Sun's case, we can test the bottom line of the powerful forces. Only in this way can we avoid the same experience as Lin Sun in our future actions. Everyone suddenly became spirited and said, Brother Qiao, what are you going to do? Xianxia smiled and said, spread the news and make this matter known to the whole city. Tell the whole world that Lin Sun, a poor child who can participate in the province test, is suppressed by the powerful forces and may even die because of this. Someone wondered, that's it? Xianxia laughed and said, the news seems to be simple, but it will be hard to end when it is widely spread. Maybe it will attract the attention of the real bigwigs in the forbidden city of the empire. At that time, we can judge the real attitude of the empire to us poor children. Everyone quickly came to a realization, and all of them looked at Xianxia with admiration. This method was truly too wonderful for words. It's better if Lin Sun is killed. In this way, the noise will be more attractive, someone couldn't help saying excitedly. Is it appropriate? Some people couldn't bear to curse Lin Sun in this way because he was also a poor child. Xianxia waved his hand and said, we don't need to pay attention to this. We just need to use this matter to achieve our purpose. That being said, he actually knew that if Lin Sun died, it would be more conducive to the spread of this news and make the matter more serious. Let's wait and see. Tonight, maybe there will be a result. At that time, all of us in Qingyun society will take action and use our power to ask for an explanation for Lin Sun. Xianxia took a deep breath and said in a low voice. When they heard asking for an explanation for Lin Sun, many people laughed. They all knew that this was just a gimmick. Who would really care about Lin Sun's life or death? It was dusk. Lin Sun sat in his own yard, with all kinds of delicious dishes and a jar of soul-burning liquor on the stone table in front of him. Opposite the stone table, Xu Jin was drinking and eating heartily. It was drizzling from the sky, but the two of them were enjoying it. The province test will start in September. Do you have any other plans in the next 6 months? Xu Jin asked vaguely while gnawing a piece of beast meat. Lin Sun answered concisely, practice and make money. Xu Jin spat out the bone in his mouth and squinted at Lin Sun. Hey, good idea. But I feel that you will have a lot of trouble in the near future. Lin Sun shrugged and said, what's the point of being afraid of trouble? Besides, even if I am in big trouble, I still have you, Jin. Xu Jin was stunned. He pointed at Lin Sun and said, damn it, you have also become bad. Lin Sun said with a smile, I have no choice. There are too many bad people in the world. I have to make myself bad. Good people don't live long. Xu Jin said angrily, don't talk nonsense. I just want to ask you, are you really ready to face the coming storm? Lin Sun was surprised and said, I just beat 2 playboys. Is it really so serious? Before Xu Jin said anything, the door of the courtyard was knocked open and Chu Feng rushed in. The neatly dressed and elegant director of the commune of spiritual tattooists looked anxious at the moment. He shouted, my dear brother, you're still in the mood to drink and have fun when you're facing a great disaster? Was it a disaster? Lin Sun was stunned. He put down his chopsticks and asked in surprise, Brother Chu Feng, what do you mean? He was not surprised that Chu Feng could find his residence. Otherwise, Chu Feng would be the director of the commune of spiritual tattooists in vain. Chu Feng was in a hurry, but when he saw Xu Jin drinking beside Lin Sun, his pupils shrank at once. Thinking of the deeds of the great man mentioned by old Diao, he felt an inexplicable awe in his heart. Chu Feng took a deep breath and said to Lin Sun with a wry smile, Brother, didn't you go out today? Lin Sun was stunned and said, I just came back from Mist College this morning. Seeing Lin Sun's expression, Chu Feng completely realized that Lin Sun really didn't know his current situation. Chu Feng stopped talking nonsense and directly told Lin all kinds of news that had already caused a storm in Mist City today. In the process, Lin Sun's expression also became serious, with wisps of cold light surging in his black eyes. At present, it is certain that 13 forces, including Yuan family, Azure Light Pavilion, Jing family, and Zhou family, will all take action against you. Chu Feng looked solemn. Do you understand now? Lin Sun nodded, but he was extremely puzzled. After I beat Yuan Shu and Qi Yunxiao, I had expected that there would be some trouble. But they actually mobilized such a large force. They really think highly of me. Chu Feng pointed out, you don't understand. The descendants of these powerful forces can be beaten or even killed, but the murderer must not be from a poor family. This is the bottom line of those powerful forces. Once this kind of thing happens, it means that someone challenges their status and dignity, which is absolutely not allowed to happen. After pausing for a moment, Chu Feng said worriedly, moreover, I suspect that the reason why they're making such a big fuss and mobilizing such a large force is only because they're using killing you as an excuse to make an example out of you. Lin Sun was surprised. The contradiction between the powerful forces and the poor at the bottom has become so serious. At this time, Xu Jin suddenly said, it's more serious than you think. At this moment, there was a trace of reminiscence on Xu Jin's rough and slightly drunk face. He told a story with a slightly complicated expression. In the winter of 137 years ago, a murder took place in a restaurant in the Forbidden City, the capital of the empire. At that time, a hedonistic son of a rich family whose financial situation had long since declined was dead drunk in a restaurant. He suddenly became lustful and used force to kidnap the restaurant owner's daughter. That night, the beautiful 13-year-old girl was tortured to death. After this happened, the tavern owner wanted to seek justice, but in the end, his family of more than 10 people, including him and his wife, were all killed. Not even their bones were left. Because the owner of the tavern and the others were all from poor families, after this incident, it did not cause much of a stir under the operation of the Playboy, but it was accidentally heard by a practitioner at this time. That practitioner killed the Playboy with a sword on the same day, causing many people to praise him, saying that he killed the Playboy with a sword and had the style of ancient chivalry. Who would have thought that this matter would cause a bloody storm? On the next day, the practitioner named Ren Changyuan was personally captured and killed by Wen Zhongqing, the most famous blood-slaughtering general in the Forbidden City at that time. On the same day, dozens of aristocratic families and Wen Zhongqing in the Forbidden City carried out a 10-day search and arrest of the poor practitioners in the Forbidden City in the name of eliminating the internal troubles of the imperial capital. In these 10 days, it was a bloody storm. Every day, tens of thousands of poor practitioners were mercilessly killed, which caused an uproar in the whole imperial capital. Everyone was in danger. Later on, it was only when the current emperor personally stepped forward that this grand and bloody slaughter was averted. These 10 days were also called Bloody 10 Days. After this incident, Wen Zhongqing, the blood-slaughtering general, was unscathed, but he was deprived of his rank of general and sent to the northwest border. As for the dozen or so powerful forces that participated in the massacre, they only paid a small price. As for those poor practitioners who died, it became a bloody warning from the aristocratic families to the poor at the bottom, which had a far-reaching impact. At the very least, up until now, very few people had mentioned the Bloody 10 Days. However, anyone who knew about it knew that those rich and powerful forces would do anything to protect their own status and power against the poor and poor forces. After telling the story, Xu Jin looked at Lin Sun and said, Ren Changyuan, who came from a poor family, caused the tragedy of 10 bloody days just because he killed a playboy from a declining family. What's your opinion on this? Lin Sun couldn't calm down. He never thought that the contradiction between the aristocratic families and the poor at the bottom had become so serious. After a while, he said, so, my situation today is somewhat similar to that of Ren Changyuan? Xu Jin smiled and didn't express his opinion. Chu Feng nodded and said, it's very similar, but you are different from Ren Changyuan. At least in terms of identity, you are now a spiritual tattooist of the commune of spiritual tattooists. Speaking of this, Chu Feng said bitterly, but for now, only a few of us know this identity, so it's useless. Lin Sun was speechless. I don't care about this. I just wonder why the contradiction between the aristocratic families and the poor at the bottom is so serious. Chu Feng sneered, brother, to put it simply, you will understand that all this is to maintain their status and interests. In this empire, status and interests are fixed, and there are so many of them. If the poor want to rise, they are bound to see certain status and interests. In this case, which aristocratic family can tolerate this kind of thing? Lin Sun frowned, status and interests? Chu Feng said firmly, yes, with status, you will have greater interests, and the so-called interests can be called cultivation resources. Haven't you found that all kinds of cultivation resources in the empire, especially the top cultivation treasures, are almost monopolized by the aristocratic families? A son of an aristocratic family can enjoy all kinds of cultivation resources from birth, while a son of a poor family can hardly cultivate. If he wants to have cultivation resources, he must fight for them with his life. This is the gap between them. Lin Sun thought about it and couldn't help but be lost in thought. For the first time, he realized that there were not only his own reasons but also many unpredictable difficulties on the road of cultivation. Just like what happened today, he only beat 2 sons of aristocratic families, but it caused so much trouble. It seemed absurd, but the cruel truth behind all this was enough to make Lin Sun vigilant. What are you going to do after understanding all this? Xu Jin asked suddenly. Lin Sun was silent for a moment, and his lips suddenly curved as if he was smiling, but there was no emotion in the smile. He calmly said, Ren Chongyuan died back then, but it doesn't mean that I will follow in his footsteps. In my eyes, there has never been a difference between the rich and the poor, not now, and not in the future. The only difference is the difference between friends and enemies. Chu Feng was stunned and asked in surprise, What are you going to do? Xu Jin seemed to understand. An imperceptible luster flashed in his sleepy eyes, and he said, Boy, are you sure? Lin Sun shrugged and said, If I admit defeat now, will they let me go? Immediately, he took a deep breath, and his black eyes were full of deep calmness. He said word by word, Since they choose to be my enemy, they have to bear the price. Xu Jin laughed and drank up a large bowl of wine. He said, Fierce qi rushes out of the heart and sees death asleep. A real man should be like this. Looking at the calm Lin Sun and the laughing Xu Jin, Chu Feng suddenly realized that perhaps they were the real practitioners who were full of courage and not afraid of anything in the world. It didn't take long for Chu Feng to leave in a hurry. He already knew Lin Sun's decision, and he also decided to go crazy with Lin Sun. When Chu Feng learned that Lin Sun needed first-hand information, a batch of spiritual short crossbows and healing elixirs for the battle, Chu Feng immediately took this matter on his own. The commune of spiritual tattooists was not short of information and materials. Chu Feng even wanted to send a group of his own forces to help Lin Sun, but Xu Jin directly refused. Until Chu Feng left, Xu Jin said, I want to hear what you're going to do. Lin Sun answered concisely, Take the initiative to attack. Xu Jin continued to ask, What do you need me to do? Lin Sun smiled and said, When I need you, it's enough that you can show up in time. This sentence seemed a little rogue, but Xu Jin appreciated it very much. He said, This is the demeanor of a trainee of the bloodthirsty camp. I thought you had forgotten what you learned in the bloodthirsty camp after you entered Mist City. Lin Sun touched his nose and said, Indeed, I find that since I entered Mist City, there is no killing in blood, so I am still a little unaccustomed to it. A bright smile suddenly appeared on his lips, but now, the opportunity finally comes. When the night fell, Lin Sun left his residence alone. At the beginning of the night, the bustling streets were more lively than during the day. Pedestrians were bustling. Among them, the most lively places were the taverns, brothels, casinos, and other places where people sought pleasure and indulged in a life of luxury. The Drunken Cloud House. In the hearts of many men in Mist City, the Drunken Cloud House was a first-class place to seek pleasure and a home of tenderness that they could not give up. Every woman here was very beautiful. Some were gentle and considerate, some were hot and provocative, and some were as cold and arrogant as ice. They were like plums, orchids, bamboos, chrysanthemums, and each had its own advantages. The layout of the Drunken Cloud Tower was elegant, without any vulgarity. Waiters and maids were all dressed in silk, with outstanding appearance and extraordinary style of conversation. Even the guests who came to drink and have fun were mostly self-proclaimed romantic, which was totally different from ordinary brothels. When Lin Sun entered it, he saw a high platform paved with flowers and white jade railings in the center of the tower. A group of musicians were sitting on the high platform, playing drums, flutes, whistles, and zither. The music was melodious and ethereal like flowing water. In front of the high platform, there were already many guests, who seemed to be waiting for something. Child, do you have an acquaintance? A maid with her hair in two buns came up and asked obediently with a smile. Lin Sun shook his head, I'm not looking for a girl. The maid blinked her eyes and said, if there is no girl to accompany you, drinking and listening to music will be very boring. How about I introduce you to a good girl? In her view, the boy in front of her seemed calm, but it was obviously the first time he came here. Maybe he was shy, so he didn't dare to ask a girl to accompany him. She had seen a lot of teenagers like him who had no experience in playing, so it was not surprising. To the maid's surprise, Lin Sun just smiled and said, I'm looking for someone. Then he pointed to a room on the second floor, it's up there. The maid glanced at the room, and her face suddenly became much more respectful. It turns out to be a friend of Senior Xianxia. Please invite him in. Lin Sun nodded and was about to go upstairs. Suddenly, there was a burst of cheers. Looking up, he saw a woman in white came out of the high platform. She was graceful, with long black hair hanging down to her waist, and a beautiful face like a lotus flower in clear water. She was also holding a pipa in her arms. As soon as she appeared on the high platform, many people in the field cheered, and many practitioners showed fanatical love. Miss Lu Xiaoyi finally shows up. She is a well-known art practitioner in Mist College. Her pipa playing is superb and interesting. This time, our boss spent a lot of money to invite her to come to our building to perform her skills. The maid looked at Lu Xiaoyi on the high platform with a little reverence. Lin Sun nodded, withdrew his gaze, and walked up the stairs to the second floor. Xianxia smiled and hugged the beauty in his arms. While drinking, he sighed comfortably and said, looking at the mountains from upstairs, watching the snow from the top of the city wall, gazing at the moon from the boat, and gazing at the rosy clouds from the lake. In the end, it can't compare to gazing at the beauty under the lamp. The beauty in his arms smiled shyly and said, glib tongue. Xianxia laughed heartily. He suddenly bit the beauty's rosy lips and said, unfortunately, I still have something important to do tonight. Otherwise, I'll definitely let you have a taste of my glib tongue. At this moment, the closed door was suddenly pushed open and a youth walked in. The young man had a handsome face. As soon as he came in, he naturally closed the door and asked with a smile, Xianxia? Who let you in? Xianxia frowned in anger. The young man smiled warmly, looking harmless. He said, looks like you're Xianxia. Good, I didn't find the wrong person. Xianxia suddenly became vigilant and pushed away the beauty in his arms. He stood up and said with an unfriendly expression, little guy, are you here to cause trouble? The youth smiled without saying anything. He just raised his hand, and a ball of black light suddenly burst out from his sleeve. A terrible and rapid whistling sound suddenly rang out. Xianxia's face suddenly changed. As he was about to dodge, he felt a sharp pain in his throat. A bowl-sized bloody hole was shot out. Then, he blacked out completely. Clatter! Xianxia's body fell to the ground. At the same time, a puff of blood burst out from his throat, splashing everywhere in the room with scarlet color. The girl from the brothel had already been frightened by the sudden scene just now. At this moment, seeing Xianxia's miserable death, she couldn't help but scream. However, as soon as she opened her mouth, she felt a pain in the back of her head and fainted. You don't even know me, but you still want to kill me. What an idiot. The youth murmured. This young man was naturally Lin Sun. The crossbow he had used just now was called Soul Devourer, which was a top-notch item gifted by Chu Feng. It was worth 300 gold coins, and its power was incomparably great. At close range, it could even kill a Sea of Souls realm warrior by surprise. The only drawback was that this crossbow could only be used once before it was scrapped. But your life is worth 300 gold coins. It's not a loss. Lin Sun turned to leave and closed the door. He called a waiter and ordered, remember, don't disturb him again tonight. If you spoil Brother Xianxia's mood, you will suffer a lot. The waiter hurriedly nodded and promised. Lin Sun walked down the stairs. When he just arrived at the gate of the Drunken Cloud Tower, a sonorous and fierce music suddenly sounded behind him. The music was like a golden spear and iron horse galloping on the battlefield. As soon as it sounded, it made people's blood boil and the impulse to fight. Lin Sun couldn't help looking back and saw that on the white jade platform, the girl named Lu Xiaoyi had begun to sing. Bristling with anger, leaning against the railing, the drizzling rain rests. looking up at the sky, roaring with great vigor. 30 merits, dust and earth, 8,000 miles of road, clouds and moon. Don't be idle, the youth is sad for nothing. The shame of the human race hasn't been wiped off. When will the hatred of the empire be extinguished? Driving the long chariot, trampling the turbulent mountain. Ambitious to eat barbarian meat when hungry, laughing to drink the enemy's blood when thirsty. Cleaning up the old mountains and rivers from the beginning, facing the heaven. This was a brothel, a place where people indulged in a life of luxury and indulged in pleasures. But at this moment an intense and passionate battle song rang out, instantly silencing everyone present. Many guests were shocked. It seemed that they didn't expect that such a delicate girl as Lu Xiaoyi could sing such a passionate song. There were also many Xianxia whose blood boiled and were infected by the song. They wanted to join the army and kill their way to the front lines of the battlefield. Lin Sun was also shocked and touched. He couldn't help asking the waiter next to him, who wrote this song? Who else? Of course it's Blood King Ning Bugui. The waiter answered proudly. Lin Sun nodded and turned to leave the drunken cloud tower. Boom! Suddenly, there was a sound of thunder in the night sky. Lightning tore the night curtain like silver snakes and danced wildly in the sky. Whoosh! In an instant, the wind suddenly rose and a heavy rain poured down. The bustling scene on the street suddenly became a mess, with people taking shelter from the rain everywhere. Lin Sun paced in the heavy rain. His clothes were soon soaked, but he seemed to be unaware of it and walked along the street. He was recalling the information sent by Chu Feng. Yuan Shan, who was killed just now, was a strong practitioner of Gang spirit realm from Yuan family. He was not powerful, but he played an important role in giving orders. According to the intelligence, Yuan Shan would gather a group of practitioners from Yuan family to launch a surprise attack on Lin Sun tonight at 11 o'clock in the morning. But Yuan Shan probably didn't expect that he would be killed by Lin Sun before he started to take action. Don't waste your time. You're too young and sad. Tonight is a good time to kill someone. You can't miss it. Lin Sun took a deep breath, with indifference in his black eyes. Before long, he turned into an alley. In the depths of the alley, there was a flickering dim light in the rain curtain, which couldn't dispel the darkness at all. Lin Sun stopped in front of the light. It was a house with the door unlatched. Even in the pouring rain at night, there was still a burst of lively laughter in the house. Lin Sun smiled silently. A pitch-black saber appeared in his hand, which was 2 feet and 3 inches long and 3 fingers wide. The blade looked simple, but it was extremely sharp. This saber, named Black Spirit, was a high-quality spiritual weapon of middle grade of human rank. It was also a gift from Chu Feng. Squeak! The door was pushed open, and Lin Sun walked in. There was a small courtyard behind the door. In the depths of the courtyard, there was a rather magnificent old building. At this moment, the building was brightly lit, and the lively laughter came from it. Lin Sun walked up the steps and came to the front of the building. He was hesitating whether to break in directly or hide in the dark for a chance to take action. At this moment, a figure suddenly came out. It was a middle-aged man as thin as firewood. When he saw Lin Sun, he was obviously stunned and asked subconsciously, "Who are you?" Lin Sun raised his head, and a smile appeared on his handsome face washed by the rain. "I'm here to take your life." Whoosh! Before the voice died away, Lin Sun's figure had rushed out like a flash of black lightning, and chopped at the thin middle-aged man. Unexpectedly, the thin middle-aged man's reaction was extremely fast. At the moment when Lin Sun attacked, a black light burst out from his body, and a bronze shield appeared in front of him. However, the thin middle-aged man obviously underestimated the horror of Lin Sun's saber. With a loud bang, the bronze shield in front of him burst into pieces like a piece of paper, and he was shaken away by the saber. No one knew how many bones in his body were broken, and he let out a shrill scream. This scream was like a signal. Suddenly, there was a burst of angry shouts in the originally lively house. "Shit, it's the voice of third brother. The enemy is coming. Damn it, in this mist city, someone dares to attack us? I'd like to see who the fuck dares to find trouble at this time." With the voice, a sturdy figure rushed out first, but what greeted him was a ghost-like saber that appeared out of thin air. Whoosh! This saber was incredibly fast, and the edge of the saber was covered with an illusory cyan luster, which looked a little strange in the night rain. With a puff, the sturdy figure had no time to dodge and was split in the waist. 2 parts of his body fell to the ground of the courtyard, with blood flowing. Ninth brother. In the roar, 4 or 5 figures rushed out and saw Lin Sun standing beside the stone pillar in front of the door. P.S. The words in the text are Red River written by Yu Fei. The heavy rain was pouring and the thunder was raging. Dazzling lightning flashed in the night sky, making the world fall into a restless and violent atmosphere. In the courtyard, the lights were still brightly lit, but in addition to the damp smell of rain, there was also a thick smell of blood mixed with cold killing intent in the air. Boom! A roar of thunder shook the world. From the moment the 4 or 5 figures rushed out, the battle had inevitably begun. Lin Sun looked serious and cut out a simple and neat saber. The simple and unadorned blade was shining with frightening cold light under the dazzling lightning. With a loud bang, a burly practitioner with thick bones, holding 2 axes, collided with Lin Sun head-on. At the moment when the blade and the axes intersected, a terrible force burst out of Lin Sun's thin body, directly shaking the burly practitioner out. He crashed through 2 layers of walls and fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Almost at the same time, a fist suddenly hit Lin Sun's head from the side. The fist, wrapped in terrible black gang chi, was like a cannonball bursting out. Lin Sun didn't dodge. He swung his left hand and punched the opponent fiercely. Crack! The terrible and frightening sound of bones breaking suddenly sounded. The fist seemed to explode, with flesh and bones bursting and even the arm being crushed. Screams sounded, and the attacker couldn't bear the power of Lin's punch. He fell hard in the distant courtyard and fainted in an instant. In a split second, 2 more people had been completely disabled. The whole process was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. From the beginning to the end, Lin Sun looked calm and his mood never fluctuated. In the heavy rain, his thin and handsome figure was like a straight spear, and the black spirit saber was still dripping blood. He was like a killing god from hell, cold and ruthless. It was horrible. The expressions of the remaining 2 practitioners changed dramatically. They were all ruthless people. Although they were only in the human gang realm, they had rich fighting experience and cruel means, which couldn't be compared by some ordinary practitioners. But now, when they saw this young man's skilled, simple, violent, and bloody method of killing, it caused them to be terrified and uneasy in their hearts. This kind of killing method was simply like a butcher who had galloped on the battlefield countless times. It was not fancy at all, but it killed with a single strike. It was not something an ordinary youth could master. They had seen many ruthless characters over the years, but this was the first time they had seen such an abnormal fighting style. It was very similar to the fighting style of the army, but it seemed to be even more terrifying. Who was this young man? The hearts of the remaining 2 cultivators were already filled with terror. They dodged repeatedly and even wanted to escape, but they didn't dare. Because from the beginning until the end, the young man's vital energy had been locked onto them, and if they dared to flee, then they would definitely suffer the most ferocious attack. Friend, who exactly are you? We have no enmity with you, so why do you want to kill us? A Xianxia shouted harshly. Whoosh! What answered him was a cold blade. In the heavy rain, Lin Sun's figure suddenly appeared like lightning. The cultivator's entire body went cold, and he dodged instinctively, yet he never imagined that this saber strike was simply like a heaven-encompassing net, and it possessed an imposing aura that covered the heavens and the earth and enveloped the surroundings, causing him to be unable to dodge or escape. The Xianxia roared and waved the long sword in his hand with all his strength, trying to fight against Lin Sun. But this time, he miscalculated again. The edge of the blade suddenly slid down along his sword, and with a pu sound, it had already severed his hand that held the sword. Almost at the same time, Lin Sun rushed over, grabbed the long sword in his hand with his left hand, and stabbed it into the Xianxia's heart fiercely. Puff! The Xianxia felt as if he was struck by lightning. His eyes bulged and he couldn't believe it. His lips trembled and he wanted to say something, but in the end, his head tilted and his body fell to the ground. Whoosh! The other Xianxia had already seen that the situation was not good, so he took the opportunity to rush out of the courtyard. Lin Sun didn't move, but a short crossbow appeared in his hand. He pulled the trigger. Without hesitation. With a loud bang, a dazzling colorful light like a gorgeous sunset bloomed in the dark rainstorm night. In the blink of an eye, this beautiful scene disappeared, and in front of the courtyard was a corpse. The corpse was horrible, with blood flowing all over like a hornet's nest. Lin Sun put away the short crossbow named Burning Sunset and rushed out of the courtyard without hesitation. All the 6 enemies had been killed. The movement just now seemed to be drowned by the thunder and rain, but it couldn't be hidden from the Xianxia's eyes and ears. He must leave immediately. However, just at the moment when Lin Sun stepped out of the courtyard, he suddenly felt a palpitation in his heart and dodged to one side. Whoosh, as soon as he left, an arrow inserted into the place where he had been, silently breaking a bottomless hole in the ground. Lin Sun was shocked. A master finally came. This arrow came silently. Lin Sun noticed it when it was close to him, and its power was so great that it was obviously a powerful figure who was proficient in assassination. Lin Sun turned back in an instant and looked in the direction of the arrow under the cover of the door. On the eaves in the distance, heavy rain was pouring down and the night was shrouded. He could only vaguely see an extremely vague figure. The figure was like a touch of gray. If Lin Sun's soul perception was not far superior to that of a Superman, it would be difficult for him to detect it. The figure failed to hit Lin Sun, and then fled to the distance. Almost at the same time, Lin Sun heard a voice as cold as a viper's tongue, "Boy, your life is mine tonight." After that, the blurry figure vanished completely. Obviously, this mysterious assassin possessed some sort of secret technique that allowed him to conceal himself. Lin Sun sneered, but he didn't leave in a hurry. Instead, he squatted down and carefully looked at the hole pierced by the arrow. After a while, Lin Sun had a general judgment in his mind. This was not a short crossbow, but a real bow and arrow with mysterious power. Its biggest feature was that it was silent and impossible to guard against it. Combined with the power of this arrow, the opponent's cultivation was at least in human gang realm, or even higher. Want to play with me? Let's see if you can survive tonight. Lin Sun's lips curled into a cold arc. In the 1 year's training in the bloodthirsty camp, there was a lot of training about assassination and hiding. Few people knew that the beautiful and sexy young man was actually a master of assassination. Lin Sun had been with young man for a year. His mastery of assassination was far superior to that of other trainees. For example, in the assessment of the Demon Cloud Ridge Theater of Operations, Lin Sun spent several days to set up a trap and killed a top assassin from the Water Barbarian branch in one fell swoop in a thatched cottage. The assassin was named Xianxia, a second-level barbarian soldier comparable to an Earthgang realm practitioner. His means of hiding were more mysterious and terrible than that of the assassin Lin Sun had just met. But in the end, Xianxia was killed by Lin Sun, who was only at the 9th level of martial realm at that time. It didn't take long for Lin Sun to leave the courtyard quietly. The rainstorm was getting heavier and heavier, completely submerging the mist city into pouring water drops. Thunder was surging in the sky, and silver snakes were dancing wildly. There were almost no pedestrians on the street. Only the fleeing stray dogs and cats were barking in the rain. Lin Sun walked in the shadow, soaked by the rain, but he seemed to be undisturbed and walked on his own. The second batch of targets had been solved, and the third batch of targets was about to be dealt with, a group of hangers-ons from Azure Light Pavilion. The so-called hangers-ons, like guests, were the practitioners who joined Azure Light Pavilion. According to the information sent by Chu Feng, Azure Light Pavilion dispatched 9 hangers-ons this time, and the most alarming ones were 2 Earthgang realm strongmen. One was Xianxia, who joined Azure Light Pavilion more than 10 years ago. With his Earthgang realm cultivation, he had an extremely high status among the hangers-ons of Azure Light Pavilion. The other one was Lu Zhong, a military practitioner who had just retired from the frontline battlefield. It was said that his fighting capacity was extremely fierce. The practitioners of Azure Light Pavilion would attack in the early hours of this morning. This time, Lin Sun still intended to find them in advance, but when he found the place, he found nothing. After thinking for a moment, he turned back and walked to his home. It was common that there were accidents in the information. Since Xianxia and Lu Zhong were not there, they must have taken action in advance. If they wanted to deal with him, there was only one place to choose, that was, his home. However, when walking on a street not far from his home, Lin Sun suddenly stopped. He raised his black eyes and looked into the distance through the heavy rain. Boom! At this time, there was a sudden ear-piercing thunder in the sky, shaking the world. The gorgeous silver lightning cracked and cut through the eternal night, illuminating the world for a moment. Buzz, but in Lin Sun's ears, he seemed to have abandoned the sound of thunder and lightning. He only heard a sharp whistling sound in the air. In just a moment, the whistling suddenly became sharp, and there was more than one. It was obvious that the whistling came from all directions. Lin Sun was shocked, and his body suddenly bent like a fully drawn bow. The next moment, he retreated fiercely. Boom! Almost at the same time, the place where Lin Sun was within a radius of dozens of feet was covered by a dazzling light. It was a dense array of arrows, shining with sharp cold light and containing amazing penetrating power. They intertwined with each other, producing unimaginable terrible power. Amidst a terrifying explosion, a huge crater was blasted out in the middle of the street, and the nearby houses collapsed from the impact. Lin Sun gasped. If he had reacted a little slower, he would have been blasted into pieces in an instant. This was obviously a sneak attack that had been prepared for a long time. Who was it that leaked his whereabouts? The vague figure of the assassin that Lin Sun had seen before suddenly appeared in his mind, and he was almost sure that it must be done by the assassin. Kill. Friends from the major forces, please attack together and kill this kid. A burst of noise sounded from all directions, and it was especially heart-wrenching in the pouring rain of the night. In Lin Sun's spiritual perception, there were figures constantly overtaking him in different streets within a radius of 3 kilometers. It was difficult to judge the number of people for a while, but Lin Sun could still judge that this ambush was obviously prepared by all the forces who wanted to harm him. In other words, it was very likely that they had joined forces and launched an all-out attack on him at this moment. These bastards, they actually sent so many people. They really think highly of me, Lin Sun murmured in his heart. His black eyes were full of coldness, and his heart was boiling with killing intent. The next moment, he had turned around and rushed into a nearby street at an incredible speed, like a shadow. There were too many enemies. Once he was surrounded, he would definitely die. In Lin Sun's view, the intricate streets and alleys of Mist City had become the most suitable natural battlefield for assassination and surprise attacks under the cover of the heavy rain at night. The heavy rain and thunder could not cover the quarrel in Tide Viewing Pavilion. Tide Viewing Pavilion stood in the east of Mist City, with mountains and rivers on one side. It was 1,000 feet high. Overlooking from the pavilion, you could see a small half of Mist City. In the pouring rain at night, Tide Viewing Pavilion was brightly lit. On the high platform of the pavilion, there was a long table. On both sides of the table, there were more than a dozen practitioners in luxurious clothes, men and women. Each of them had a kind of pampered atmosphere, which was incomparable to ordinary practitioners. Xianxia sat lazily on the easternmost side of the long table, absent-mindedly looking out of the window at the dark night rain, and did not participate in the quarrel. Xianxia came from Azure Light Pavilion, the top force in Mist City. He was the nephew of the head of Azure Light Pavilion and the cousin of Xianxia, the young head of Azure Light Pavilion. Tonight's action against Lin Sun was led by Azure Light Pavilion, which united more than a dozen forces in Mist City. Xianxia naturally became the person in charge of this action. However, many forces had different views on tonight's action, which made them quarrel constantly at this moment. Xianxia didn't care about these. Since the action had already begun, what was the point of quarreling at this time? Most importantly, he knew that even though the people seated here were all representatives of the various major powers, they were merely representatives and not truly great figures. In this case, Xianxia naturally didn't want to say anything more. But what made Xianxia frown was that this quarrel not only showed no sign of stopping, but also became more and more fierce. What a joke. It's just to deal with a teenager in human gang realm. If it is known by the outside world, we will be laughed to death. Someone sneered. What do you mean by that? It's killing the chicken to warn the monkey. The purpose of killing Lin Sun is to let those bastards from poor families see what terrible blows those who dare to offend us will suffer. Someone retorted. Haha, everyone, today is different from the past. Lin Sun has signed up for the province test. Even if we want to kill him, we shouldn't do it in such a big way. If the whole world knows about it, the consequences will be hard to say. That's right. Don't forget that after the bloody 10 days incident more than 100 years ago, In order to avoid such tragedies, the empire promulgated a system of selecting talents layer by layer. Now, if a poor boy who can participate in the province test is killed by us, if the higher-ups of the empire blame us, who can bear the consequences? Ridiculous. Just killing Lin Sun can cause such a big event as bloody 10 days. You think too highly of him, don't you? Hearing this, Qi Tianqing felt a headache. He couldn't help but sit up straight. He suddenly slammed the table and said with a stern look, "Everyone, let me ask you one question. Can your opinions represent the opinions of the forces behind you?" Qi Tianqing felt a headache when he heard this. He couldn't help but sit up straight. He slammed the table and said with a stern look, "Everyone, I just want to ask you, can your opinions represent the opinions of the forces behind you?" A trace of disdain flashed across Qi Tianqing's eyes. He said in a low voice, "Remember, you are just representatives. What you need to do is to remember everything that happened tonight and then report it to the forces behind you." A trace of disdain flashed in Qi Tianqing's eyes. He said in a low voice, "Remember, you are just representatives. What you need to do is to remember what happened tonight, and then go back and report it to the forces behind you." The implication was that they were just messengers. Don't think too highly of yourself. How dare you express your opinions without the consent of the forces behind you? All of a sudden, the atmosphere was much quieter. Qi Tianqing retracted his eyes and restored his original lazy look. He said, "According to the plan, the action should have started." Just as he was speaking, a laughter that was gloomy and moist like a venomous snake suddenly sounded out from outside the window at the side of the platform. Young Master Qi is right. The target has been surrounded, and the slaughter is about to begin. Everyone, wait for a good show. It won't be long before I bring back that little fellow's head. Farewell. Hearing this voice, Qi Tianqing couldn't help but feel a chill. When he came to himself, the voice had completely disappeared. Looking at other practitioners in the field, they all showed different expressions, more or less showing a touch of disgust and fear. Is it residual wind? Someone couldn't help asking. Qi Tianqing nodded. Residual wind, a perverted and terrifying assassin. This person appeared and disappeared like a ghost, his movements swift and elusive. His hands were covered in blood, and it was rumored that in order to cultivate some kind of secret technique, this person had cruelly killed 108 children and used their blood as a medicinal catalyst to refine his secret technique. No one wanted to have any contact with such a person. But no one expected that Azure Light Pavilion invited residual wind to deal with Lin Sun this time. All of a sudden, many people looked at Qi Tianqing with a touch of surprise in their eyes. They couldn't figure out the relationship between residual wind and Azure Light Pavilion. Qi Tianqing didn't explain anything, but said with a smile, "Everyone, we can finally be sure that Lin Sun is doomed to die tonight. Let's wait for a good show." The cold wind and heavy rain poured down. Standing under the eaves in front of the courtyard, Xianxia said with a little excitement, "Those powerful dogs finally take action." Some practitioners of Qingyan society beside him were also overjoyed. As long as Lin Sun dies tonight, we will start to spread the news. I'd like to see whether those powerful forces dare to make another bloody 10 days like the blood-slaughtering general did. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "We poor people have been suppressed for too long. It's time to do something. Brother Chow, if something like bloody 10 days really happens because of Lin Sun's death, I'm afraid it will also affect us, right?" Someone was worried. Xianxia sneered and said, "Don't worry. Today's empire is different from the past. Even if this kind of thing really happens, it is doomed to not affect us. Don't forget that we have signed up for the province test. The empire is in need of manpower now and will never watch us be killed." After a pause, he looked at the distant night and said, "Let's wait and see. Whether Lin Sun is dead or alive, for us poor people, it is a magnificent act of resisting the oppression of the powerful forces, which is beneficial and harmless." Have you ever heard of a saying? Everyone was stunned. Xianxia said to himself, "A spark can start a prairie fire." The governor's mansion. Late at night, Lu Wujuan was not in the mood to practice. He stood silently in the empty hall. Outside the window, the thunder was shaking and the lightning was dancing wildly. After a long time, Lu Wujuan murmured, "Cold wind, heavy rain, killing night. I hope they don't make too much noise, missed college. In the same night, Dean Weilingzhen and Du Dongtu, the commander-in-chief of Xiling army, were sitting opposite each other and playing chess on the chessboard. Those big forces in the city have gone too far, Du Dongtu suddenly threw away the chess piece in his hand and said with a frown. Weilingzhen was stunned and said, "Are you still concerned about that boy?" Du Dongtu said with displeasure, "This boy has outstanding strength and the blood of tigers and wolves. If he can join the army, he will become a famous general in the future. It will be a pity if he is killed." Weilingzhen thought for a while and said, "It's a pity indeed. But you and I can't intervene in this kind of thing." Du Dongtu sneered, "Oh, why?" Weilingzhen sighed and said, "I know you are unhappy, but if you intervene, you will inevitably offend those big forces in the city, which is not worth the loss." Du Dongtu said in a low voice, "I come from the military. It's not a big deal to offend these big families." "Brother Wei, aren't you looking down on me too much?" Weilingzhen smiled bitterly, "I know you are not afraid of offending them. I'm worried that your intervention in this matter will put you in a bad situation in the future. Maybe these big forces in Mist City can't do anything to you, but what about those in the Forbidden City?" Du Dongtu was stunned. "How does it have anything to do with the Forbidden City?" Weilingzhen said, "Because you intervened in the dispute between a poor disciple and a powerful force. With your current identity, you saved a poor disciple. If those powerful forces in the Forbidden City knew it, how do you think they would feel?" Du Dongtu pondered for a moment and his expression changed slightly. He finally understood. This action against Lin seemed simple, but it contained a special meaning. It was no different from the conflict between the big forces and the poor at the bottom. If he intervened and stood on Lin's side, it would inevitably arouse the vigilance of other big forces, which could lead to serious consequences. "Don't think too much. Let's continue to play chess." Weilingzhen smiled and picked up the chess piece again. Du Dongtu's expression changed. After a while, he sighed, "I don't want to give up." Whoosh, Lin's figure was like a ghost. He quickly swept into an alley and kept galloping in the heavy rain. Behind him came the sound of chasing, which indicated that the enemy was approaching quickly. But Lin's expression was as calm as ice and snow. The cruel training in the bloodthirsty camp made him clear that any trace of panic might trigger unpredictable risks. His breathing was long and steady, and his running speed maintained a unique rhythm, which was the best way to save physical strength. At the same time, his soul perception spread out like a fine spider web, perceiving all the movements along the way. Whoosh, when passing by a low house, Lin suddenly stopped and fiercely chopped the eaves of the house with the black spirit saber in his hand. With a loud bang, the eaves of the house exploded. The sharp blade pierced through the eaves, and a scream was suddenly heard. Looking carefully, there was a figure hiding in the depths of the eaves. He was holding a crossbow in his hand, and his finger was already on the trigger. But he had no chance to shoot the arrow again, because Lin's saber cut off his throat with great precision as if it had eyes. All this happened in an instant. After Lin chopped, he didn't look at the man again and continued to rush forward. For Lin, who successfully graduated from the bloodthirsty camp, this kind of ambush was just a trick played by a waiter. It was not worth mentioning. Running in the stormy night, Lin Sun felt as if he had returned to the days when he was in the bloodthirsty camp, as if he was carrying out an actual combat training of breaking through the encirclement and killing. The environment was very bad, and he didn't know how many enemies there were. It seemed that no matter which direction he ran in, he might be attacked by the enemy. But for Lin Sun, this dangerous atmosphere made his blood surge. He was like a soldier who hadn't fought for a long time returning to the battlefield. Killing, smoke and blood were all familiar to him in the bloodthirsty camp. Lin Sun found that the one-year training life in the bloodthirsty camp had influenced him too much unconsciously. At least when facing danger, he didn't seem to feel fear and uneasiness anymore. It didn't take long for more than 10 practitioners to appear in Lin's spiritual perception. These practitioners were lying in ambush on both sides of the street thousands of meters away, hiding under the eaves, hiding in the corners of the alleys, or standing directly in the middle of the street. All of them looked solemn and ready for battle. The heavy rain and the dark night formed a natural camouflage, making their breaths obscure and their figures blurred. But for Lin Sun, all the camouflage was like a thin gauze, which was easily torn apart by his sharp and powerful spiritual perception and appeared in his mind. After perceiving all this, Lin Sun didn't choose to stop or retreat, but kept running at a unique pace. However, unlike before, his black eyes had become even deeper, and they inadvertently revealed traces of killing intent. In Lin Sun's body, the windstorm millstone suddenly sped up, producing a rumbling sound like a raging sea. If it was daytime, it could be clearly seen that Lin Sun's whole body was steaming with wisps of clear and glass-like azure mist. That was the vision that could only be produced when the gang spirit was pure and thick to the extreme. The target appeared, more than 10 practitioners lying in ambush on the long street all narrowed their eyes, and a thin figure as agile as lightning emerged in their minds. This made them all excited, and the killing intent in their hearts rose sharply. They were ready to attack and kill. Especially the 2 practitioners standing in the middle of the long street, they raised their sabers high and pointed to the distance, their faces full of excitement and killing intent. This time, whoever could kill the target would receive a reward of 1,000 gold coins. They had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Now that it had finally appeared, they would definitely not let their target have any chance of survival. The rumbling sound of the torrential rain pounded on the hard ground like drumbeats, creating an austere and tense atmosphere. The target was getting closer and closer, like a panicked beast that was about to walk right into a trap. The thin man standing in the middle of the street couldn't help but lick his lips, his eyes emitting dense killing intent. When the target was only a few hundred meters away from them, the thin man was unable to restrain the killing intent in his heart any longer, and he suddenly took a deep breath and was about to shout out explosively. However, right at this instant, a rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth resounded abruptly. It was like a thunderclap that had risen from the ground, and it shook the gaunt man to the point his entire body trembled while he felt an unprecedented feeling of terror from inside out. The words that had just arrived at the tip of his tongue were actually forcefully stopped by this voice, and he was unable to continue speaking. Because this sound wasn't really thunder, but it came from the target's body, rumble, a terrifying storm vortex had suddenly surged into appearance from the target's body, and it shot into the sky. The torrential rain that covered the sky was actually swept into the vortex and emanated deafening rumbling. When looked at from afar, the target seemed to have vanished, and only a storm vortex that was over 100 m tall remained. It carried along a torrential rain that covered the sky, and its impetus was boundlessly terrifying. What's this? It wasn't just the gaunt man, even all the cultivators lying in ambush in the surroundings of the street revealed shocked expressions at this instant, and they were greatly shocked in their hearts. An indescribable aura of danger spread through every single one of their bodies like tidewater, and it was on the verge of drowning them. Shit! Attack! Attack! Quickly! The gaunt man at the center of the street let out a long and grim howl. However, in merely an instant, his voice was dispersed and eliminated by the terrifying rumbling of the storm. Rumble, at this moment, it was like a storm had passed through, and an unimaginably violent force rumbled as it swept through the street, causing the air to explode and the ground to be crushed into powder. The rain that shot out from the storm was like numerous peerlessly sharp arrows that covered the heavens and the earth as they shot violently towards the surroundings. Puff, puff, puff in the blink of an eye, the nearby buildings were riddled with holes, and the ear-piercing screams that sounded like the shrill cries of ghosts and gods resounded continuously in this world that was shrouded in darkness. Bang! The gaunt man at the center of the street had tried his best to defend himself, but in just an instant, his defense was torn apart like a piece of paper. His whole body seemed to be cut by thousands of blades, and his flesh and blood were cut into pieces. He fell to the ground with a loud crash. His 2 companions next to him were also not spared and suffered the same fate. If one looked carefully, one could see that the bodies of the practitioners hiding under the eaves, on the roofs, and in the shadows of the alleys were all pierced by the bursting rainwater and fell to the ground silently. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. When the storm passed through, it was indeed like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, leaving not a single blade of grass behind. It was likely that these Xianxia did not even know how the enemy managed to do this, and why the storm whirlpool was so terrifying. Of course, Lin Sun didn't have the chance to tell them that this was the power of Storm Millstone, a kind of terrible power that was different from most of the first-class pawns of spiritual power in the world. Of course, this was also the first time that Lin Sun showed his real power after he reached the human gang realm. The previous duels with Yuan Shu and Xianxia were not real killings at all, so he didn't have the chance to show such power. When witnessing the amazing power produced at this moment, Lin Sun was also amazed and had a further understanding of his special pawns of spiritual power. What was the ultimate purpose of Bai Lingshi, Zhao Yin, and Li Duxing to enter the bloodthirsty camp? Wasn't it to condense the best pawns of spiritual power in the gang-producing lake? It could be seen how important it was to have a first-class pawns of spiritual power in the gang spirit realm. Compared with the ordinary practitioners in the world, Lin Sun's storm millstone was naturally far superior to theirs. Just like now, some of these practitioners from the big forces in Mist City might have reached the human gang realm many years ago, but how could they compare with Lin Sun in terms of cultivation foundation and the grade of pond of spiritual power they owned? Without too much emotion, Lin Sun continued to run forward. If he wanted to kill all the enemies, he must first break through the enemy's encirclement. In this way, his situation and identity would be transformed. He would no longer be the prey, but the hunter. Instead of being surrounded, he could take advantage of the different terrain environment to attack and assassinate the enemy. Lin Sun was very sure that he hadn't broken through the encirclement yet, because the real masters hadn't appeared yet. According to the information he had, there were many powerful figures in the Earthgang realm among the practitioners who came to deal with him tonight. Chang Henshui and Lu Zhong, the right-hand man of Azure Light Pavilion, were such fierce figures. Not long after Lin Sun left, a group of practitioners chased him from behind. When they saw the devastated streets, many practitioners couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. The torrential rain was unable to completely wash away the blood on the ground. Corpses died miserably in different ways at different places. Even the streets and houses seemed to have been fiercely crushed by an invisible hand, and they became riddled with holes and were beyond recognition. Such a soul-stirring and bloody scene caused many practitioners to stop in their tracks and inhale sharply. What kind of terrible power could be used to achieve this? Some sharp-eyed people even found from the signs on the scene that their companions were killed at the same time. This shocked them and made their hair stand on end. For the first time, they deeply realized that the enemy who had defeated Yuan Shu and Xianxia was not as simple as they thought. In other words, they were all careless. They thought that it would be easy to deal with a human gang realm teenager with so many forces and such a big battle array. Who would have thought that the target's fighting power was so terrible? Many people became vigilant, restrained their carelessness and became careful. They suddenly found that tonight's night seemed to be longer than usual. Just when some practitioners were shocked, Lin Sun met a strong opponent for the first time in this rainy night raid. This was a middle-aged man with a thick figure and a steady temperament. He held a dark golden spear in his hand, looking like a brave warrior from the battlefield, and his whole body was releasing a strong gang spirit. Different from the human gang realm practitioners, this man's gang chi was so thick that it was like a substance, showing a unique aura that was in harmony with the earth. This was the momentum of Earth gang realm practitioners. Kill. When noticing Lin Sun's appearance, the honest middle-aged man showed his experienced fighting experience. With a loud shout, he rushed to Lin Sun with a dark golden spear in his hand. He was fierce, direct and ruthless like an iron horse. The dark golden spear stirred up the void airflow, wrapped in dazzling golden light, just like a ray of golden light flying from the sky, with great power. Lin Sun was caught off guard and could only fight against it. The black spirit saber collided with the dark golden spear, producing an ear-piercing sound. It was like two mountains colliding with each other. The terrible power made Lin Sun's hand numb and his figure shake. He was suddenly awestruck. Was this the power of an Earthgang realm practitioner? Compared with Lin Sun, the honest middle-aged man was even more surprised. This blow of his could easily kill most human gang realm practitioners. Who would have thought that the opposite boy not only withstood this blow, but also looked unscathed? Kill. Although he was surprised, the honest middle-aged man's action was not slow. When he failed to hit Lin Sun, he swept the spear in his hand and attacked again. Boom! The void seemed to have been crushed and collapsed by this attack, producing a terrifying sonic boom. But this time, before the blow fell, Lin Sun had already taken action. With a twist of his body, he exerted strength from his waist and smashed the wall of a building beside him with his shoulder. His figure flashed and he darted into the hole in the wall, disappearing. Almost at the moment when Lin Sun left, an arrow appeared quietly in the place where he was standing and broke a bottomless hole in the ground. At the same time, the honest middle-aged man also noticed this scene, and his face changed slightly. He finally realized that Lin Sun was not forced to retreat by him, but had to escape because Lin Sun perceived the danger from the dark. What made the honest middle-aged man most palpitate was that he didn't notice the silent arrow from beginning to end. The honest middle-aged man was Lu Zhong, a practitioner in the army who had just retired from the frontline battlefield of the empire not long ago. He was calm, experienced and rigorous. As soon as he joined the Azure Light Pavilion, he was highly valued and became an important follower like Chang Henshui. Originally, Lu Zhong didn't take the action tonight seriously. He thought that he didn't have to deal with a human gang realm teenager in person. However, when he collided head-on with the young man and noticed that the young man didn't fall into a disadvantaged position before his attacks, Lu Zhong suddenly realized that the young man was extraordinary indeed. Especially at this moment, Lu Zhong had actually noticed an ambush that was hidden in the shadows a step in advance, whereas he hadn't noticed it at all. This caused Lu Zhong to be unable to help but feel shocked in his heart, and his expression suddenly became solemn. The strength of the human gang realm teenager once again broke his expectation and even made him feel threatened. However, as a strong soldier with rich combat experience, Lu Zhong's reaction was extremely fast. The moment he noticed that Lin Sun hit the wall to escape, he had already blown a whistle. A strand of strange sound that sounded like the choking of a flute resounded, and it swiftly spread out amidst the pitch-black and stormy night. This was a signal for help. Immediately, Lu Zhong took a deep breath and chased after Lin Sun with a dark golden spear in his hand. If this scene was noticed by other practitioners, it would cause a great uproar. Lu Zhong was a powerful Earth Gang practitioner, but he sent out a signal for help at this moment, which undoubtedly proved that he also felt great danger in this action of hunting Lin Sun. Almost at the same time, on the top of a tall building thousands of meters away from the place where Lin Sun and Lu Zhong fought, a vague gray figure was crawling. In the rainstorm night, it was almost impossible to detect his existence. What a powerful little guy. His soul perception seems to be stronger than that of Earth Gang realm practitioners. It's incredible. The gray figure sat up from the ground and murmured softly. His voice was gloomy like the hissing of a poisonous snake, revealing a strange and chilling feeling. At this time, a dazzling lightning suddenly crossed the night sky. It could be clearly seen that the gray figure was a young man with pale skin and long cheeks. His pupils revealed a devilish grayish-brown color, his lips were thin like blades, and they seemed as if they were smeared with dense scarlet rouge. Strands of gray spirit light seethed around his body, causing his aura to be indistinct, blurry, and illusory. The most horrifying thing about it was the large bow he held in his arms. The entire bow seemed to be formed from numerous fist-sized skulls, and the bowstring was scarlet red like blood and suffused with a savage and ruthless aura. This man was Residual Wind. He was a perverted killer who walked in the dark and was hated and feared by many powerful practitioners in Mist City. Residual Wind was a little surprised that he failed to assassinate Lin Sun twice in a row tonight. He found for the first time that it was more troublesome to deal with a human gang realm practitioner than to assassinate an Earth Gang realm practitioner. This was very unusual. Don't do it more than 3 times. Little guy, the next time I make a move, it will be the time of your death. In the gloomy and low voice, Residual Wind got up and glanced at the distance with his grayish-brown eyes. Then, like a bat, he suddenly glided across the night sky and flashed silently and quickly in the rainstorm with a mysterious arc. In the rainstorm night, Lu Zhong searched for the breath of his opponent and kept moving forward. But as time went by, he gradually frowned. Under the washing of the rainstorm, the breath of his opponent became vague and almost impossible to capture. Until now, he even suspected that his opponent had already broken through the encirclement and escaped. At this moment, Lu Zhong seemed to notice something. He suddenly stopped and looked at a house on the side of the street. The door of the house was closed, but Lu Zhong was keenly aware that there was a very familiar breath hidden inside. Without any hesitation, Lu Zhong stepped on the ground and rushed up like an arrow leaving the bow. The dark golden spear in his hand burst out a dazzling light and fiercely hacked at the house. He planned to use brute force to destroy the house and force his opponent out. Rumble, however, right at the instant that Lu Zhong made a move, the tightly shut door to the room suddenly exploded into pieces, and then a myriad of arrows shot out from within. They were like an expanse of a burning sunset that suddenly erupted amidst the torrential rain of the night. The scorching dawn crossbow, Lu Zhong's eyes narrowed, and he remained calm in the midst of chaos. He waved the dark golden spear, and a wave of collisions resounded as all the arrows were blocked. However, the might of the arrows was extremely strong. Even with Lu Zhong's cultivation, he was still blasted back while the vital energy and blood within his body roiled. When Lu Zhong's figure had just steadied himself and shattered the last arrow, a strange saber howl suddenly resounded. The saber howl was ethereal like the sound of nature. It seemed to be without any might, but it caused Lu Zhong's mind to be dazed. It was as if numerous dazzling stars had appeared before his eyes and were falling from the eternal night. It was like the end of the world had arrived, and everything was collapsing. It was filled with the aura of destruction and despair. What's this? Lu Zhong was shocked. The will that he had cultivated through many years of battles made him instantly sense a fatal danger. Under the stimulation of this danger, Lu Zhong suddenly roared and waved the dark golden spear to strike fiercely in all directions. Rumble, the void was in disorder. The phenomenon of stars falling suddenly exploded, and all the illusions disappeared like paper. However, a saber light that seemed to come from the eternal night swept over from the chaos, and it struck Lu Zhong in an unstoppable manner. With a puff, Lu Zhong felt a sharp pain all over his body. His chest was torn open by the saber light. Blood sprayed out, and his internal organs seemed to be crushed. Lu Zhong couldn't help but let out a shrill cry of pain. After that, he flew out and smashed on the rain-covered ground in an embarrassing manner. This is the power of realm. Lu Zhong uttered a terrified voice, and his pale face was full of disbelief. The saber strike just now was full of unimaginable magical power, which was extremely similar to the power of realm that only practitioners of Tao Insight Realm could master. At this time, Lin Sun's figure appeared quietly and walked towards Lu Zhong. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. You are only in the human gang realm. How can you master such unparalleled power? Lu Zhong seemed to be deeply stimulated at this moment. There were signs of madness all over his body. He had indeed lost control of his mind. As a strong practitioner of Earth Gang realm, he was seriously injured and almost killed by a young man of Human Gang realm. How could he accept this? What kind of saber strike was it? Lu Zhong still couldn't help trembling and panicking at the thought of it. From the beginning to the end, Lin Sun remained calm and ignored Lu Zhong's abnormal emotions. When he was only 10 meters away from Lu Zhong, he suddenly stopped. Bang! From Lin Sun's left sleeve, a bunch of burning crossbow bolts like sunset glow burst out, covering Lu Zhong's whole body. Lu Zhong was an Earth Gang realm practitioner. Even if he was seriously injured and dying at this moment, he could never be underestimated. In order to avoid the counterattack of Lu Zhong, it was undoubtedly the best choice to use a short crossbow. Lu Zhong screamed miserably. His whole body was pierced like a hornet's nest, riddled with holes, and finally died on the ground unwillingly. But before Lin Sun could breathe a sigh of relief, an extremely subtle fluctuation suddenly sounded in the air, which made his face change slightly. He suddenly dodged to one side. With a puff, an arrow silently brushed past Lin Sun's shoulder and fell to the ground, creating a bottomless hole. It was that damned guy. Again, the burning and tingling feeling from his shoulder made Lin Sun angry. This was the third time that he had been attacked tonight. His opponent was like a haunting ghost, which was disgusting. But different from the previous 2 times, this time Lu Zhong didn't kill Lin Sun, and his opponent didn't stop. Before Lin Sun's dodging body could stand firm, the 2 small sounds sounded in the air again. 2 arrows shot at him from different angles silently, tricky, fierce, and accurate. At this moment, Lin Sun was surprisingly calm. His body suddenly curled up and bounced on the ground like a meatball, and suddenly shot towards the house on one side. With a puff, he felt a burning and tingling pain on his back, as if his skin had been pierced by a sharp awl, and blood flowed out. Lin Sun staggered and rushed into the house on one side like a gourd rolling on the ground. But it wasn't completely safe, the house was not big. At this moment, it seemed to be covered by a rain of arrows, and the walls were full of holes. Finally, the house collapsed and burst into pieces. The rain of arrows disappeared, and everything fell into a dead silence. Only the heavy rain poured down and beat against the broken walls. Unknowingly, Residual Wind's blurry gray figure walked out of the rain. He came to the collapsed house and stood there quietly. His gray-brown eyes were glowing with a strange luster, constantly glancing at the house that had been turned into ruins. His sudden attack had locked all the surroundings of the house. He was extremely sure that Lin Sun couldn't escape at all. In other words, in Residual Wind's view, Lin Sun must have died in his rain of arrows. You forced me to use all my means. Little guy, you can die without regret, Residual Wind murmured and walked into the ruins. He needed to cut off Lin Sun's head so that he could get the reward. Whoosh! Soon, Residual Wind pulled out a dead body from the ruins. To his surprise, the dead body was not Lin Sun, but a frightened and helpless middle-aged man. His body was covered with arrows, and his flesh was badly mutilated. Shit, Residual Wind's face suddenly changed. Rumble! A wisp of a blade suddenly flashed out from beneath the ruins. It was like a star had risen from beneath the ground, and it emanated a soul-stirring glow. The saber light was as dazzling as the stars. In an instant, Remnant Wind's expression changed abruptly. He let out a shrill scream and dodged to the side at an incredible speed. But this saber light was even faster. With a puff, his left arm was cut off, and blood sprayed like a waterfall. Damn it! Remnant Wind screamed in pain, and his pale face was almost transparent. Boom! At the same time, Lin Sun rushed out of the ground and chopped again without hesitation. He hated the assassin who had attacked him 3 times in a row, so as soon as he made a move, he used his strongest move, reaching for the stars. A strand of natural sound of saber rang out. When the saber was chopped out, it was like the falling stars in the eternal night, with a majestic momentum that could destroy everything. After advancing to the human gang realm, the power of RFS had also changed dramatically. It was more than twice as powerful as before. Under such circumstances, Lu Zhong, an Earth Gang realm practitioner, was inevitably seriously injured and on the verge of death. At this time, Lin Sun performed this strike again. Under this strike, it was like being submerged by thousands of falling stars in the night sky. Its power was terrifying and immeasurable. Remnant Wind screamed again, and his figure suddenly turned into a gray blurred shadow. He was about to escape far away. But how could he escape? The power condensed by this strike made him like a lone boat in the vast sea. In just a moment, he was covered by the raging waves all over the sky. With a bang, Remnant Wind's body was like a broken sandbag. He was fiercely knocked out and fell on the street dozens of meters away. He coughed up blood and screamed in pain. Who are you? Seeing Lin Sun coming again, Remnant Wind couldn't help screaming in horror. He struggled to get up, but he had already lost his left arm and was seriously injured by RFS. His whole body showed signs of collapse inside and outside. Lin Sun squatted down and looked at Residual Wind carefully with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. He said in surprise, I didn't expect that your assassination skill is so powerful, but you are only in the human gang realm. It's really unexpected. Aren't you the same? You killed Lu Zhong of Earth Gang realm with the cultivation of human gang realm. There are few young human gang realm practitioners like you in the whole empire who can do this. Remnant Wind breathed heavily. His eyes were full of resentment, fear, unwillingness, and hatred. I'm not praising you. I'm just very curious. How exactly did you cultivate your archery? Lin Sun said thoughtfully. He was really curious. According to his inference, Residual Wind's cultivation was just average. If they fought face to face, Residual Wind would not be his opponent even without using RFS. However, Remnant Wind had mastered an extremely powerful archery skill, which could be seen from the 3 assassination attempts tonight. It would be a piece of cake for Remnant Wind to assassinate an Earth Gang realm cultivator like Lu Zhong. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lin Sun said this, Residual Wind's eyes flashed a touch of panic. He snapped, don't talk nonsense. Kill me if you dare. But I warn you, my sister is now working for a big shot in the Forbidden City of the Empire. If she knows I'm dead, you won't live long either. Lin Sun sneered. Without any nonsense, he directly pierced Residual Wind's throat with his saber. Residual Wind's eyes suddenly widened, and his face was full of astonishment. It seemed that he couldn't believe that Lin Sun was so daring to kill him. Bang. In the end, he silently lay on the ground, completely dead. How dare you threaten me before you die? If I don't kill you, I'm really a coward. Lin Sun pulled out his saber and was about to leave. Suddenly, an idea occurred to him. He searched Residual Wind's body. He wanted to see what kind of bow this man, who was proficient in archery and assassination, used. To Lin Sun's surprise, he found nothing on Residual Wind after searching for a long time. He didn't even find a copper coin, let alone a bow and arrow. How could this be? Lin Sun frowned and inadvertently glanced at Residual Wind's eyes. He immediately found that there was a strange gray luster in Residual Wind's left eye, which was obviously different from his right eye. Lin Sun immediately dug out Residual Wind's left eye with his saber. After the rainstorm washed away the bloodstains on the eyeball, Lin Sun saw clearly that it was not an eyeball, but a pigeon egg-sized bead covered with a gray luster. The bead was very light. Lin Sun held it in his hand like holding a ball of cotton, as light as a feather. Looking carefully, under the gray surface, an obscure and violent spirit was faintly surging. The moment Lin Sun looked at the gray bead, he was shocked and felt an inexplicable chill all over his body, as if there was an ancient demon hidden in the bead, staring at him and frightening his soul. The sound just now came from over there. At this time, a shout came from afar, which woke Lin Sun up. He had no time to investigate further and threw the gray bead into the small summer ring. Looking at the bodies of Residual Wind and Lu Zhong on the ground, a cold light flashed in Lin Sun's eyes. The next moment, he flashed away, carrying the two bodies, and soon disappeared in the vast rainy night. Whoosh! Before long, a group of practitioners arrived. There was a big fight just now, and the target is nearby. Looking at the bloodstains on the street and the collapsed houses nearby, a practitioner said excitedly. Chase. Other practitioners also rubbed their hands and rushed to the distance. Only a man in a dark green robe stayed. He stood there in silence, carefully examining the scene of the battle. The heavy rain poured down, but before it got close to the man, it was shaken away by an invisible force, making his clothes clean and tidy, which made him look very different. This man was Xianxia, a follower of Azure Light Pavilion with Earthgang Realm Cultivation. Among the followers of Azure Light Pavilion, his status was even higher than Lu Zhong's. As time went by, Xianxia gradually frowned, and his expression became more and more serious. There were too many incredible traces left on the scene of the battle. If he guessed right, Lu Zhong was very likely to be dead. This was too terrible. Lu Zhong was a practitioner of Earthgang Realm from the army. He had experienced hundreds of battles and was shrewd and alert. Even Xianxia thought that among all the followers of Azure Light Pavilion, only Lu Zhong could be valued by him. But now such a master was very likely to be killed by a teenager of Human Gang Realm, which was a bit shocking. And Xianxia noticed that there were traces left by an assassin in the battlefield, which were all over the place. It was hard not to notice them. By analyzing the trajectories of which arrows were shot, Xianxia was surprised and doubtful. There was no doubt that the assassin's technique was extremely brilliant, but in the end, it seemed that he didn't succeed. Lin Sun. Lin Sun, Xianxia kept repeating the name in his heart, as if the name had some kind of magic, which made him feel a kind of pressure for tonight's action for the first time. This kind of pressure was very dangerous and lingering. Xianxia even hesitated whether he should continue to chase Lin Sun or not. In the end, Xianxia sighed in his heart and continued to move forward. He was just a follower. Maybe he had a high status in Azure Light Pavilion, but only he knew that he was just a dog raised by Azure Light Pavilion. If the dog fled in the face of battle, it would inevitably be abandoned or killed by its master. This was the sorrow of being born in a poor family. No matter how high one's cultivation was, he could only rely on the forces of the rich and powerful. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to get ahead in this life. Xianxia was not young anymore. He was very clear about the cruelty of reality. The whole empire was a cage controlled by the royal family and the upper class of the rich and powerful. If one wanted to survive in the cage, he must be obedient like a bird in the cage. For tonight's action, Xianxia occasionally admired Lin Sun. At least this young man from a poor family dared to fight against the forces of the rich and powerful and did not yield to the fate. Of course, we have to continue the action tonight. But even if they know it, they won't blame me for not making any effort. Xianxia paced forward. He was indeed taking action, but no one knew that he had actually given up the plan of fighting with Lin Sun. Bang! In a magnificent palace, the gate was pushed open fiercely. "Brother Fei, here comes our chance." Yao Susu rushed into the palace with a touch of excitement on her face. "What chance?" Lian Fei, who was practicing calmly, suddenly opened his eyes and asked in surprise. "The situation is much better than we expected. More than a dozen forces in Mist City have already launched an action to kill Lin Sun half an hour ago." Yao Susu beamed with joy. At the end of her words, she couldn't help sighing with emotion. Unfortunately, Mist City is not the territory of Yao family after all. I got the news a little late. Otherwise, we could have planned in advance. More than a dozen forces are going to deal with Lin Sun together? Lian Fei's eyes suddenly brightened. He stood up and said, "Lin Sun will definitely die without the help of Tingyu Tower. Let's go and have a look." "No." Yao Susu stopped him and said, "Don't forget what I said. A man of noble status shouldn't sit under the eaves." Although more than a dozen forces joined forces tonight, almost all the practitioners they sent out were followers. Their real clansmen didn't come out. I think you know the reason. They think it's not worth sending their own people just to deal with Lin Sun. Lian Fei frowned and said impatiently, "It's really troublesome for these forces to deal with Lin Sun." Yao Susu smiled and said, "This is the reason why the forces can stand until now. Why should they do it themselves when they can let others do it? Even if something unexpected happens, the one who dies isn't a disciple of a powerful force, so why not?" Lian Fei said impatiently, "Susu, tell us what we should do." Yao Susu took a deep breath and said with blazing eyes, "It's very simple. Let Rain Tasting Tower send assassins. Didn't they say 10,000 imperial gold coins? As long as they guarantee that Lin Sun was killed by them, I don't mind paying them 10,000 imperial gold coins." 10,000 gold coins, for those big forces, it was a huge fortune. Hearing that Yao Susu wanted to exchange for the Tingyu Tower's help at such a price, Lian Fei suddenly hesitated in his heart. "Susu, those big forces have already taken action. Even if we don't get involved, Lin Sun will die. Why waste so much money to hire killers?" Lian Fei didn't understand. "Brother Fei, if we want to have a foothold in Mist City in the future, we will inevitably have to deal with other forces. The action of killing Lin Sun provides us with an opportunity to make friends with other forces." Yao Susu said quickly, "As long as Lin Sun dies in our hands, we will not only avenge you, but also take this opportunity to win the favor of other forces. It's killing two birds with one stone." Lian Fei still frowned. "Do we have to spend 10,000 gold coins just to make friends with other forces?" Yao Susu sighed and said, "Brother Fei, this is Mist City, the capital of Southwest Province. It's a rare opportunity to make friends with those forces by spending a fortune." Seeing that Lian Fei wanted to say something more, Yao Susu directly made a decision. "Well, it's decided." Lian Fei was angry, but when he saw Yao Susu's indifferent and calm eyes, his heart trembled and he dared not say anything more. Tingyu Tower. In an antique room, Tingyu, dressed in a green Confucian robe, sat cross-legged with a calm and indifferent temperament. She was playing the zither, and the sound was lonely and cold. Outside the window, the heavy rain was like a waterfall and the thunder was surging, but it couldn't suppress the lonely sound of the zither. "Your Excellency, shall we take action?" Outside the door, a respectful voice sounded. Clang, the sound of the zither in the room suddenly made a high-pitched syllable, and then fell into silence. "The city is shrouded in murderous spirit tonight. Lin Sun is doomed, but the employer insists on doing this. I'm afraid there's a reason for it." Tingyu's sweet and low voice came from the room. "Have you found out who the employer is?" "It seems to have something to do with Yao Tuahai, a great practitioner." The respectful voice answered. "Yao Tuahai." Tingyu's voice became ethereal, and she said after a long time, "Since it's related to Yao Tuahai, let Residual Snow, Ghost Moon and Grey Martin take action now." "Yes." The respectful voice accepted the order and left. In a dark basement in Mist City. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Sun swallowed a bottle of sapphire gain-refining pills and began to regulate his breath without hesitation. Fighting all the way tonight had consumed a lot of Lin's energy. Especially when he killed Lu Zhong and Residual Wind, he used RFS twice in a row, which almost exhausted his physical strength. The power of RFS was extremely terrible, but it also consumed a lot of gang spirit. Lin Sun was now in the human gang realm, which was completely different from the past. But he still felt a little overwhelmed after using RFS twice in a row. Lin Sun had to seize all the time to restore his physical strength. This basement was prepared by Chu Feng for Lin Sun. There were more than a dozen hiding places like this in Mist City. These hiding places had been prepared long before tonight, all for the purpose of providing a temporary shelter for Lin Sun. While cultivating, Lin Sun sensed the condition of his body. There were several scars on his body, all of which were caused by battles. But they were not serious and had no impact on the battle. Next, it's my turn to fight back, Lin Sun murmured in his heart. After killing Lu Zhong and Residual Wind, he finally broke through the heavy encirclement. Now he only needed to wait for his physical strength to recover, and then he could come back and kill them. In this way, his situation had changed. He was no longer a prey, but a hunter. After 30 minutes, Lin Sun's physical strength recovered, and he began to check the remaining equipment on his body. 3 burning glow crossbows, 2 black spirit sabers, more than a dozen bottles of medicine, and some miscellaneous items for fighting. According to Lin Sun's estimation, as long as he didn't meet an extremely difficult opponent, these war materials were enough to support him until dawn. What? Inadvertently, Lin Sun once again noticed the gray bead stored in his small summer ring. What on earth was this thing? Lin Sun took it in his hand and played with it. For a moment, he felt a familiar cold and throbbing breath in his heart, as if he was stared at by an ancient demon, which frightened his soul. Suddenly, Lin Sun ran meditating magic and visualized the image of eternal starry sky and thousands of stars competing for glory in a sea of consciousness to guard his mind. In a flash, the cold and throbbing breath suddenly collapsed and disappeared without a trace. Lin Sun's consciousness and mind also became spotless, ethereal, and clean. At this time, he suddenly noticed that the gray bead in his hand had quietly changed. The bead surged with spiritual light like the gray sea, and gradually evolved into the shape of a big bow. At first glance, it seemed that there was a magic bow sealed inside the bead, which was about to break out of the shell and overturn the mountains and seas. Lin Sun thought of something and released a wisp of gang energy from his fingertips, which poured into the gray bead. Buzz! Suddenly, the gray bead changed into a bow and appeared in Lin Sun's palm. Lin Sun was shocked. This scene was too magical. It was the first time for him to see a mysterious bead that could turn into a big bow in a twinkling of an eye. What kind of treasure was this on Earth? Among all the spiritual weapons in the world, it seemed that only the armors with spiritual tattoos could be sealed in a small bead in such a magical way. But this was clearly not the armors with spiritual tattoos. It was just a bow. That was too strange. Soon, Lin Sun's eyes were attracted by it. The bow was extremely ferocious. It was composed of skulls, and it was filled with a violent and cold breath that made people's hearts palpitate. The bowstring was a bewitching blood-red color. The white hole on the body of the bow and the blood-like slender bowstring formed an extremely soul-stirring scene when they were put together. But when he held it in his hand, it was as light as a feather. Moreover, when he looked carefully at this bow, besides being ferocious and terrifying, it actually gave off a natural sense of beauty. It was as if it wasn't forged by man, but a spiritual object born from the heavens and the earth. Lin Sun tried to hold the bow and pull the bowstring. When the bowstring was fully pulled, Lin Sun felt a cold breath flowing through his body from the bow. In a trance, the world seemed to become different in front of him. He could see the extremely fine dust floating in the air, the slow flow of the air in the dark, and a mayfly larva sleeping in the corner of the wall. More than that, Lin Sun could feel that all his emotions seemed to disappear, leaving only calmness like ice and snow. In this extreme calmness, it seemed that as long as he wanted, he could kill any opponent with this bow. This feeling was so strong that Lin Sun doubted that at this moment, he seemed to be incarnated as a god with unparalleled archery skills that could overlook the world. This feeling was so wonderful that it made people want to immerse themselves in it. But in the deepest part of Lin Sun's heart, there was an uncontrollable vigilance. No, the bow seemed to be affecting him. Lin Sun gritted his teeth and recovered from the state of extreme calmness in an instant. He couldn't help but gasp for a while. Only then did he find that the back of his clothes had been soaked with cold sweat. When he looked at the weird bow in his hand again, Lin Sun's eyes had changed slightly, with a touch of deep shock and fear. It could affect the mind and occupy the will of practitioners. What kind of bow was it? Lin Sun wondered why residual wind, whose cultivation was only ordinary, was so amazing in assassination. Now he finally understood that everything was because of this bow. In that state of extreme calmness, with the help of the mysterious power contained in the bow, ordinary practitioners could indeed exert unimaginable power. But Lin Sun was extremely afraid of it. This bow could affect the mind and even occupy the will of practitioners as if it had intelligence, which made people have to be vigilant. If it took the opportunity to occupy the body, the consequences would be unimaginable. What's more, Lin Sun found that the action of pulling the bow just now made his spiritual power show signs of weakness as if it had been swallowed. In other words, if he used the bow carelessly, it was very likely to cause great damage to his spiritual power. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun looked at the bow carefully again. This time, he used the power of perception. In a trance, he seemed to come to a boundless grey wasteland. A bow was suspended under the sky, releasing a cold aura that deterred all things. Suddenly, the space extremely far away in the sky exploded into pieces as an enormous ancient roaring dragon that was like a winding mountain appeared out of thin air. As soon as it appeared, it roared into the sky, and its roar was like a thunderclap that shattered numerous mountains while emanating monstrous ferocious might. But at this time, the big bow suspended under the sky suddenly glowed with a touch of grey luster. The bowstring was suddenly pulled to the full and shot out an illusory light. In an instant, the enormous body of the ancient roaring dragon beast that was like a mountain was like a piece of paper, and it silently transformed into a bloody froth that dyed the sky red. An arrow shot out soundlessly, and a ferocious hoe dragon silently fell to the ground. Its mountainous body completely turned into a bloody mist, and disappeared without a sound. This was a kind of silent and shocking power. There was no earth-shattering roar, but a kind of soul-stirring shock. Lin Sun held his breath and suddenly woke up. All the illusions disappeared, leaving only the weird bow lying quietly in his palm, revealing an indescribable mysterious color. Almost at the same time, a name that he had never heard of appeared in his mind. Woody, was it the name of this bow? In the dark basement, Lin Sun held the insignificance bow in his hand and stared at it, lost in thought. After a while, he suddenly took a deep breath and ran the meditating magic. While visualizing the star circulation, he pulled the bowstring which was as red as blood again. In an instant, a familiar cold breath spread all over his body, making Lin Sun's consciousness and emotions fall into a kind of extreme calmness. Different from the last time, this time Lin Sun developed the mystery of star circulation with his mind to guard his mind, which produced an incredible effect. He could no longer feel the feeling of being occupied in his mind and will. With the operation of star circulation, Lin Sun still maintained extreme calmness like ice and snow. The insignificant bow in his hand trembled slightly, as if it was bowing down to the bow and waking up from the silence of countless years. In a trance, Lin Sun had a feeling that he was connected with the bow by blood and could use it as freely as his own arm. Buzz! As soon as he loosened his fingertips, the fully drawn bowstring suddenly burst out an almost illusory fuzzy gray light, tearing the void silently. At this moment, Lin Sun only felt that about 20% of his gang spirit was suddenly drawn away, and about 10% of his soul perception was also consumed due to fluctuations. With a slight sound, a bottomless hole was shot on the ground. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and recovered from his extreme calmness. He stepped forward and looked at the hole. The edge of the hole was smooth and tidy. It was difficult for Lin Sun to find out how deep the hole was with his current perceptive power, but it was at least 3,000 meters away, because the current range of Lin Sun's soul perception was about 3,000 meters. One shot consumes 20% of my cultivation and 10% of my soul perception power, Lin Sun quickly calculated in his mind. According to his current cultivation, he could barely pull the bow about 5 times. He suddenly remembered that when he was stabbed by residual wind, this guy had shot hundreds of times with this bow at the last moment. It seems that if I want to fully control this bow, there must be a unique secret method. Otherwise, according to residual wind's cultivation of human gang realm, it is difficult to do this. Lin Sun pondered. This insignificance bow was incredibly powerful and full of mysterious colors. It could be called a rare treasure. If he was able to completely control it, then he would definitely be able to obtain unimaginable effects when assassinating or ambushing enemies. Suddenly, an extremely soft sound of footsteps rang out from the basement door. Linson felt a chill in his heart. In an instant, he detected that a black shadow was approaching outside the basement door. The shadow's breath was restrained, like a ghost walking in the dark. If Lin hadn't happened to check the hole in the ground with his soul perception, he wouldn't have been able to find the shadow. An expert? Not necessarily, but at the very least, in terms of stealth, this black shadow's performance was extremely outstanding. With a faint smile on his lips, Linson quietly pulled open the insignificance bow in his hand. The blood-red bowstring glowed with a strange color in the dark environment. The bow composed of a string of white skulls emitted obscure gray light, which shrouded Linson's figure and made it distorted and blurred. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the bowstring suddenly shot out, and a gray invisible spirit arrow silently streaked across the air like an illusion, piercing through the tightly shut door of the basement. Puff, there was a dull thud outside the door. Linson put away the insignificance bow and rushed out in a flash. It was raining heavily outside, and there was a dead body lying in the pool of water on the ground. It was a very thin man with a bloody hole in his chest. Linson squatted down and carefully looked at the man's wound. He found that the man's vitality had long been cut off, and his flesh and blood were covered with a layer of gray, like a withered tree. What a terrible power! This bow can still exert such a strong power without the help of arrows. It's really magical. At this moment, Linson had a further understanding of the power of the insignificance bow. After thinking about it, Linson didn't hesitate. His figure flashed and rushed into the distant rainy night. Next, it was his turn to hunt. Tonight's heavy rain was particularly persistent, accompanied by rolling thunder and lightning, which shrouded the whole mist city in a gloomy atmosphere. More than a dozen practitioners were running freely on the street. Suddenly, a blade suddenly swept out from one side of the eaves, like a galloping lightning, tearing the darkness. The battle broke out, but it came to an end in just dozens of breaths. There were corpses lying on the ground, and everyone's face was full of astonishment, panic, and confusion. Things like this continued to happen in different areas of Mist City in the following time. Bloody, cold, and chilling. An hour later. At the scene of a battle that had just ended, there were 7 or 8 dead bodies lying on the ground. Blood gathered on the ground, thick and scarlet. No matter how the heavy rain washed, it could not dissipate in a short time. Before long, several practitioners came. When they saw the bloody scene, they couldn't help but change their faces and exclaim, "Something's wrong," someone said with a dignified look. Others didn't need to be reminded. They had encountered this situation 5 or 6 times along the way. Every battle scene was bloody and cruel, and no one was left alive. From the beginning to the end, they couldn't judge the trace of the enemy at all. This was too horrible. It had been nearly 3 hours since tonight's action. Originally, they just wanted to deal with a teenager of human gang realm, and they dispatched so many people. It was reasonable to say that it didn't take such a long time at all. But now, 6 hours later, the opponent didn't die. On the contrary, people on their side were dying with hatred. This made the remaining practitioners realize the seriousness of the problem. It was very bad. The strength of the opponent was completely beyond their expectation. It was incredible. Did Linson ask for help from a master? Otherwise, how could he do this with his human gang realm cultivation? Someone said in a trembling voice. Thinking of the scenes tonight, he couldn't help feeling a touch of fear. Everyone else suspected this as well. We can't go on like this. We must report this matter to Child Xianxia as soon as possible. Yes, Linson is too terrible. We can't fight against him at all. We must let those powerful forces send their top overmatches. These practitioners were so scared that their fighting spirit almost collapsed. They didn't dare to act rashly. They decided to retreat first and ask for support before taking action. Whoosh, but just as they were about to leave, a clear sound of saber suddenly sounded in the night not far away, like the sound of death from hell. In an instant, the faces of all practitioners suddenly changed, and they were scared out of their wits. Tide-watching pavilion in the brightly lit hall, there were constant discussions. Every representative of the powerful forces was anxious at the moment, like ants on a hot pot, restless. 3 hours had passed since the beginning of the action, but there was still no good news until now. This caused a wisp of a bad premonition to surge into the hearts of many of them. Damn it. A bunch of trash. They just want to kill a teenager of human gang realm, but they haven't succeeded so far. What are they if not trash? Someone couldn't help cursing. 3 hours. More than 100 practitioners set out together, but there is no news until now. It's ridiculous. Other representatives of the powerful forces were also restless. Child Chi, didn't your Azure Light Pavilion send 2 Earth Gang practitioners for this action? Why there is no news until now? Suddenly, someone looked at Qi Tianqing. His words attracted everyone's attention. Qi Tianqing looked gloomy at the moment. He was no longer as calm and composed as before. He was also anxious. Hearing this, he said impatiently, "You ask me? Who should I ask? I remember that the abnormal assassin, Residual Wind, also participated in the action. He still doesn't show up at this time. Has something happened to him?" Someone suddenly mentioned Residual Wind. Qi Tianqing was stunned, and his face became more gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone, you are not here to laugh at Azure Light Pavilion, are you?" Everyone shook their heads. Qi Tianqing snapped, "Since you are not here to laugh at us, shut up. You are anxious, but I am not." Suddenly, the atmosphere became silent. Many people didn't dare to say more for fear of angering Qi Tianqing. But the anxiety and uneasiness in their hearts were getting stronger and stronger. Bang! At this time, the door was pushed open, and a strong figure came in. It was Chang Henxue, but he looked dignified and frowned at the moment, looking worried. "Child, the situation has changed tonight. I'm afraid the action will end in vain." As soon as he came in, Chang Henxue said in a deep voice. Just a few words made the whole audience burst into an uproar. Even if they had already guessed that there might be changes in this action, they still couldn't believe it when it was confirmed by Chang Henxue. How could it be possible? Can a young man of human gang realm from a poor family defeat the joint action of more than a dozen forces? Nonsense. They are all useless. There was an uproar in the hall. Qi Tianqing was so angry that he slammed the table and roared, "All of you, shut up." Immediately, he looked at Chang Henxue and said, "Tell me, what's going on? If you dare to be alarmist, I will be the first to kill you." Chang Henxue came to report the news with good intentions, but was scolded by Qi Tianqing, a young man from a rich and powerful family, which made him angry. But in order to continue his cultivation in Azure Light Pavilion in the future, he had to bear it and said, "As far as I know, Lu Zhong and Residual Wind are dead, and I'm afraid that more than half of the 173 practitioners who were dispatched tonight have been lost." Before he finished, the hall was in an uproar. Exclamations came from all directions, and everyone was shouting and screaming as if their parents had died. The main hall was in a mess, filled with noise and clamor. Everyone's face was full of panic and doubt. The news brought back by Chang Henxue was so shocking that they couldn't accept it for a while. A young man in human gang realm, how could he do this? Originally, they all thought that they could easily kill this young man from a poor family with such a large number of people in this action. Unexpectedly, the development of the situation was completely beyond their expectation. Not only did they fail to kill the young man, but they suffered heavy losses. Chang Henxue couldn't help but feel a deep disdain in his heart when he saw these representatives of the rich and powerful families, who used to be dignified and superior, acting like frightened mice. However, Chang Henxue also knew that the background of the rich and powerful forces was extremely terrible. Not every clansman was so unbearable. On the contrary, the real top strongmen and powerful figures often came from the rich and powerful forces. The reason was very simple. Only the rich and powerful forces with great power and massive cultivation resources could cultivate the top strongmen far beyond the ordinary. In contrast, the poor children had already lost innately. Don't panic, everyone. Although the situation is serious, there is still a chance to reverse the situation. Qi Tianqing suddenly spoke in a deep voice, suppressing the panic in the hall and restoring the atmosphere to calm. All eyes looked at Qi Tianqing as if they wanted to know what other tricks he had hidden. Qi Tianqing said with a gloomy face, "We underestimated the terrible strength of our opponent before, which caused such a loss. I think you all know that it's difficult to change anything with our current strength, so there's only one thing we have to do now." He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Ask for help. Ask for help. Everyone in the hall was stunned and their faces changed. It was too shameful to ask for help at this time, and they might even be punished for their incompetence. Everyone, things have developed to this point. If we let Lin Sun leave alive tonight, I believe that from tomorrow on, more than a dozen forces will become the laughingstock of Mist City, and we will never be able to raise our heads again. Qi Tianqing had regained his composure at this moment. Think about it. A young man from a poor family defeated more than a dozen of our forces. What would all the practitioners in Mist City feel if this matter was spread out? Everyone's face changed again. Obviously, they all realized the seriousness of the problem. Well, I'm going to ask for support from the clan. That's the only way. Well, it's not a big deal to lose face. If I can't kill Lin Sun, it will be a big deal. Following this, the representatives from the major factions voiced out one after another to agree with Qi Tianqing's suggestion. At this point, Qi Tianqing breathed a sigh of relief, but he knew very well that even if he killed Lin Sun tonight, the impact would be different. This was no longer a show of power, but a counterattack to save face. What was more, because of the amazing fighting power Lin Sun showed tonight, even if he was killed, it would inevitably cause a shock. Don't forget that Lin Sun was a teenager who was qualified to participate in the province test. Moreover, he possessed such outstanding combat strength. Now that such a young elite had been killed by their forces, what would the upper echelons of the empire think if news of this were to spread to them? Just thinking about it was enough to know how bad the impact of this matter was. But now that they were riding a tiger, they could only do so. Qi Tianqing only hoped that tonight's matter would end quickly and there would be no more waves. Witnessing all this, Chang Henshui couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He realized that no matter how powerful Lin Sun was tonight, he could not escape death when these forces sent the real top figures. Was this the fate of the poor? Chang Henshui inexplicably had a touch of pity in his heart. Boom! But when people in the hall were about to take action and ask for support from their respective forces, a loud noise suddenly sounded. The door of the hall was smashed by a huge force, and a young man dressed in black walked in with a straight posture. The teenager was soaked with rain and there were still many scars on his body. The blood stained his black clothes, which made him look a little embarrassed. But his expression was calm and composed. His black eyes were deep and tranquil like an ancient well, and his angular and handsome face even carried a trace of a warm smile. In his hand, there was a black saber with many notches on the blade, and there were even traces of blood stains on the blade. But it was this saber that gave the youth an austere, iron-blooded aura. When he walked into the hall, an indescribable killing intent spread out like a cold current, freezing the air in the field. Lin Sun, Qi Tianqing and others were shocked and stopped what they were doing. Their eyes were dilated, and they couldn't believe that the teenager took the initiative to come to them. It was more than audacious. It was simply bullying them. It was too rampant. Even Chang Henshui was stunned and shocked. Lin Sun was too unscrupulous. Did he already hold the idea of fighting to the death and wanted to kill at all costs? Everyone, sorry to keep you waiting. Lin Sun said with a smile. His voice was calm and indifferent, but it made everyone in the hall tremble. Before he came here, Lin Sun had forced a practitioner to tell him that the people gathered in the hall this time were all from more than a dozen forces, and they were not important. They were just representatives with average cultivation. Bastard! How dare you be rampant when you are about to die? A practitioner was furious and felt that his dignity was challenged. Puff! Lin Sun's figure flashed, and his saber cut off the opponent's head in an instant. Blood burst out from the neck like a fountain. Everyone was shocked. No one had expected that the teenager was so powerful that he not only dared to break in alone, but also killed people without saying a word. They didn't even have time to react. They were shocked and angry when they saw the practitioner was killed. Chang Henshui, what are you doing? Kill him. Kill him. Qi Tianqing shouted loudly. Other practitioners fled in panic. Thinking of Lin Sun's achievements tonight, they didn't even dare to have the slightest idea of charging and killing. This was power. Lin Sun seemed to come alone, but before he came, many practitioners had died in his hands, including powerful figures such as Lu Zhong and Residual Wind. Under such circumstances, how could these representatives of powerful forces in the hall, whose cultivation was only mediocre, dare to fight with Lin Sun, Chang Henshui's face changed. He looked at Lin Sun coldly and finally said decisively, "I'm sorry." With a clang, a long spear appeared in his hand. The whole body was dark purple, and the spear tip was shining with frightening cold light. In an instant, Chang Henshui's momentum suddenly changed and rose, like an iron-blooded general who had fought in all directions. Seeing this scene, Qi Tianqing and others all breathed a sigh of relief. With Chang Henshui, a strong man of Earthgang realm, they could at least resist for a while. As long as Chang Henshui could entangle Lin Sun, they would have a chance to escape, but when Lin Sun saw Chang Henshui's long spear, he couldn't help but show a strange look in his eyes. Immediately, he ignored Chang Henshui and rushed to Qi Tianqing and others in the distance with his saber. The purpose of his coming was to kill the representatives of these powerful forces. Only in this way could he give them the heaviest blow. At the same time, it was also a warning that those who chose to be Lin Sun's enemy must pay the cruelest price. Seeing this, Chang Henshui's face darkened. Although he knew that Lin Sun's fighting capacity was extremely amazing, he was angry when Lin Sun completely ignored him. He was a strong man of Earthgang realm. He had been practicing hard and had become the first among all the followers of Azure Light Pavilion. But now he was ignored by a young man of Human Gang realm, which was too irritating. However, just as he was about to act, Lin Sun's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "If Master Sun knew that you were going to deal with me with the purple spear he refined for you, he would be very disappointed." Chang Henshui was shocked. Master Sun? This guy actually knew Master Sun. Nowadays, in Mist City, those who didn't know the name of Master Sun were simply different. But so far, no one could be sure who Master Sun was. Because Master Sun's identity was extremely mysterious and he had unimaginable attainments in spiritual tattoos, the spiritual weapons refined by him were often the best of the best, far more powerful than the spiritual weapons of the same level sold on the market. So just a few days ago, Chang Henshui also went to the commune of spiritual tattooists and posted a refining task, hoping to refine a satisfactory spiritual weapon for himself with the help of Master Sun. Fortunately, just yesterday, Chang Henshui successfully received the purple spear, which was so powerful that he was extremely satisfied and admired Master Sun's means more and more. But he didn't expect that Lin Sun, a young man from a poor family, seemed to have a relationship with Master Sun. If this was true, it would be amazing. After all, Master Sun's identity was so respected that none of the major forces dared to offend him easily. It was unusual that Lin Sun could have a relationship with Master Sun. Of course, it was not ruled out that Lin Sun was deceiving him under the guise of Master Sun, but Chang Henshui dared not think so. What if Lin Sun really had a relationship with Master Sun? Wait, Lin Sun? Master Sun, they both had the word Sun in their names. It would be too much of a coincidence if there was no relationship between them. For a moment, Chang Henshui struggled and hesitated in his heart, forgetting to take action. At this time, Lin Sun had launched a massacre in the hall. His figure was as fast as lightning. His movements were simple, direct, and neat. Every time he chopped, he would kill a practitioner. His means seemed extremely cruel and ruthless. Many Xianxia were shocked. They were running, screaming, panicking like stray dogs. But under Lin Sun's targeting, all their struggles seemed to be in vain. There was no other way. The gap between their strength was too great. Although they were both in the Human Gang realm, Lin Sun could kill Lu Zhong, a strong man in the Earth Gang realm. This was the gap. Chang Henshui, what the fuck are you doing? If I die today, you and the others will die too. Qi Tianqing roared. He was in a precarious situation. At such a critical moment of life and death, Chang Henshui stood there in a daze. How could Qi Tianqing not be angry? P.S. Many students will take part in the college entrance exam tomorrow. Goldfish wishes everyone can be admitted to the university you like. The rock rises with the wind one day and soars up to 90,000 miles. No matter success or failure, you can fight tomorrow and have no regrets. Chang Henshui was shocked in his heart and suddenly woke up. Only then did he realize that he had just made a big mistake. Even if Lin Sun and Master Sun had something to do with each other, how could he be merciful to Lin Sun at such a moment as a follower of Azure Light Pavilion? In fact, Chang Henshui also knew that the real reason why he hesitated was that he had already given up the idea of dealing with Lin Sun subconsciously. Otherwise, not to mention Master Sun, even if Lin Sun said the name of a more powerful figure, he wouldn't hesitate. Whoosh, Chang Henshui no longer hesitated. With a resolute look, he swept a purple spear in his hand and rushed to Lin Sun in the distance. Earthgang Realm Practitioner's power was totally different. At this moment, Lin Sun felt a chill on his back. Without hesitation, he moved sideways and chopped the spear with his saber. With the rebound force, he suddenly rushed to a practitioner on one side. With a muffled sound, the practitioner had no time to dodge and his head was chopped off in an instant. At this time, Chang Henshui had taken the initiative to attack. A purple spear danced like a raging python with terrible power. Kill him! Kill him! In the distance, Qi Tianqing screamed again and again. The hall was full of blood. There were more than 10 representatives of powerful forces, but now there were only 5 or 6 people left. If Chang Henshui didn't take action in time, the loss would be more serious. Are you sure you want to be my enemy? Lin Sun frowned and transmitted his voice while fighting fiercely with Chang Henshui. The test just now had made him realize that Chang Henshui obviously didn't want to be his enemy, so Lin Sun didn't immediately use his killing move in the battle. Since I'm a follower of Azure Light Pavilion, how can I watch you act violently in front of me? Chang Henshui looked decisive and merciless. He gave full play to the power of Earthgang Realm, which brought a lot of pressure to Lin Sun. In that case, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. The last hesitation in Lin Sun's heart disappeared. His black eyes were like lightning without any emotion. If he didn't kill Chang Henshui as soon as possible, he would only put himself in danger as time went on. However, when Lin Sun was about to use RFS, his eyelids suddenly jumped and a sense of danger rose in his heart. Without hesitation, he flashed and rushed to the distance. Buzz! At practically the exact same moment, an extremely sharp howl resounded. The air was torn apart like a piece of cloth, and one could clearly see an arrow that was gorgeous like a divine ray of light rumbled as it shot over violently from outside the window at the side of the hall. With a bang, the ground where Lin Sun was standing was blown up. The whole tide-watching pavilion shook violently and was on the verge of collapse. Chang Henshui's face suddenly changed. What a terrible arrow! Qi Tianqing and the remaining representatives of the powerful clans were stunned for a moment, and then they couldn't help but feel ecstatic. The reinforcements had arrived. However, when they looked at Lin Sun again, they found that Lin Sun had already disappeared in the hall. Damn it! He actually escaped. Qi Tianqing was so angry that his eyes almost popped out. He pointed at Chang Henshui and said, Chang Henshui, how dare you deliberately let Lin Sun win just now, so that Lin Sun can be fierce here again and again. You will pay for it. Chang Henshui's eyes narrowed, and a touch of anger and killing intent surged uncontrollably in his heart. He couldn't wait to kill Qi Tianqing, the playboy. But in the end, he restrained himself and snorted, Child Qi, if I didn't help you just now, I'm afraid you would have been killed. After that, he turned around and left. Qi Tianqing trembled with anger and roared, You are just a henchman. You don't know how to admit your mistake. How dare you talk back to me? You are so lawless. Young Master Qi, that friend is right. If you listen to my advice, you should take your people and leave immediately. We didn't come here just to save you, said the middle-aged man with a smile. Suddenly, a dull, dry and stiff voice came from outside the hall. Qi Tianqing and the remaining representatives of the powerful clans all changed their faces. Wasn't it their reinforcements who helped Lin Sun just now? Who are you? Qi Tianqing gathered up his courage and asked. Rain Tasting Tower. Outside the window, the dry and dull voice said a name and then disappeared completely. Rain Tasting Tower, Qi Tianqing and others were shocked. They should also help Lin Sun. On the street, the rainstorm was like a waterfall, crashing between heaven and earth. The night was still as dark as ink. Occasionally, lightning tore the void and bloomed with dazzling and frightening luster. Ghost Moon casually walked on the street. Her slender and graceful body was completely exposed to the rainstorm, as if she was strolling in the rain with indescribable comfort. She was an assassin of Rain Tasting Tower. Over the years, she had carried out hundreds of missions and only failed a few times. She was known as one of the most dangerous assassins of Rain Tasting Tower. Suddenly, she stopped on the street while she looked towards the row upon row of houses in the distance, and a wisp of a gorgeous smile suffused the corners of her scarlet-red lips. "Friend, hiding won't solve the problem. Why don't you come out and have a good fight?" Her voice was as pleasant as an oriole's. The rainstorm poured between heaven and earth. Except for the sound of the rain, no one answered for a long time. Ghost Moon seemed to be very patient. She stood there and kept looking at that side. She said, "You can't escape. This area has been blocked. Now I can give you a fair chance to fight. If you don't cherish it, then I can only..." Before she finished speaking, a chuckle suddenly came from a house in the distance shrouded in rainstorm. "Don't talk to me about fairness. You don't deserve it." Ghost Moon pursed her scarlet lips, revealing a wild and coquettish smile. "Friend, you've been exposed." Swish, in an instant, her figure left a residual shadow in the void and rushed over there at an incredible speed. But halfway there, her pupils suddenly dilated, as if she had seen something incomparably terrifying, and her coquettish face suddenly changed. Swish, she twisted her body at a jaw-dropping angle and leaped into the air. Her figure suddenly rose high and rushed toward the sky. But at the same time, an illusory and blurry arrow silently flashed by and pierced through his left leg. Puff, blood spurted out, and Guiyu's figure suddenly staggered, like a wild goose that had been shot, and fell to the ground. This caused Ghost Moon to be shocked in her heart, and she was extremely astounded. What archery technique is this? It's so strange. Relying on her many years of experience in assassinations, Ghost Moon instantly recovered her calm. Before her figure could fall, she suddenly exerted force within her body and dodged to the side like a flickering ray of light. Her archery technique was too strange. It was soundless and impossible to guard against, so Ghost Moon didn't dare attack head-on. "Watch out." When Ghost Moon hadn't even arrived beneath the eaves at the side of the street, a hoarse and stiff shout resounded by her ears. "It's the Grey Mink." Ghost Moon was horrified in her heart. She successively made over 10 shocking dodging movements, and then she used her body to smash through a wall and charge in. "Watch out." But when she'd just flashed into the damaged house, the Grey Mink's voice resounded once more by her ears, and it caused her expression to change while a wisp of astonishment couldn't help but surge into her heart. What exactly is going on? She didn't know because from the beginning until the end, she hadn't been able to catch a trace of danger, and this was the most terrifying part. Ghost Moon suddenly took a deep breath before she dodged once more. She couldn't be bothered about all that any longer, and the important matter at hand was to protect herself. At the same time, she was clearly aware in her heart that the assassination assignment she'd accepted this time was even more dangerous than she'd expected. All of this took a long time to describe, yet it actually occurred in an instant, and it was extremely dangerous. Ghost Moon had become accustomed to all of this since a long time ago. The assassinations she'd carried out in these past few years had allowed her to become accustomed to such a tense and dangerous atmosphere. However, she frowned because the Grey Mink's voice actually didn't resound again in the following period of time. The Grey Mink was her companion, and it was skilled in concealment and possessed an innately acute ability to sense danger. In the past few years, the two of them had always carried out assassinations together, and their cooperation was extremely good. Ghost Moon had been able to deal with many lethal dangers by relying on the Grey Mink's cover. Just like this time, it was similarly the Grey Mink that had helped her greatly from the shadows. However, unlike the past, the Grey Mink didn't show itself immediately after it warned her this time, and it seemed as if it had vanished instead. This caused Ghost Moon to faintly feel that something was off. Suddenly, a shrill cry resounded from afar. Ghost Moon's expression changed abruptly. "It's the Grey Mink!" Swoosh! Without the slightest hesitation, Ghost Moon flashed towards the distance. She couldn't be bothered about any danger. The Grey Mink had saved her life more than once, so how could she watch helplessly as the Grey Mink died? Fortunately, she didn't encounter any danger all along the way, but her heart couldn't help but sink when she saw the Grey Mink. At this moment, the Grey Mink was lying in a pool of water on the street, and he was barely breathing. His thin and firm face was ghastly pale, whereas there was a horrifying bloody hole on his abdomen, and fresh blood was gurgling out from it. That was the vital point of the Sea of Qi, and it was where the pool of spiritual energy converged. It was the foundation of a cultivator's cultivation, yet now a bloody hole had been pierced through it, undoubtedly, the gray mink's cultivation had been crippled. Ghost Moon felt her head drone as if she'd been struck by lightning. Don't worry. When that kid attacked earlier, he suffered Boss Residual Snow's counterattack and was heavily injured. Now, Boss Residual Snow has already pursued him, and I believe it won't be long before we'll be able to complete this assignment. The gray mink said in a hoarse and dry voice, as if to comfort Ghost Moon, but I'm afraid I can't act with you in the future. A touch of sadness appeared on Ghost Moon's face. She squatted down and held the gray mink in her arms. She took a deep breath and said, "Tell me, where did that kid go?" Her voice was filled with incomparable hatred. The gray mink grabbed her arm and said, "This is the fate of an assassin. Failure means death. It's good enough for me to keep my life. You've already been injured, so don't be impulsive. Just leave everything to Boss Residual Snow." Ghost Moon still wanted to say something, but the gray mink gritted his teeth and said, Listen to me for once. Our opponent this time is extremely cunning and cruel. If you go, you'll drag Boss Residual Snow down." Ghost Moon's expression changed. She felt hatred and anger in her heart, and she was extremely aggrieved and sad. She said, I'm so unwilling." Suddenly, a rough and lazy voice sounded in the distant rainstorm, "Chick, it's normal to be unwilling. If you die, you won't even have the chance to be unwilling." "Who?" In the torrential rain, a tall and majestic figure came over. His appearance was rough, his eyebrows were sparse, his bare chest was as hard as a rock, and he was carrying a huge wine jar in his hand. His eyes were drowsy, just like a drunkard. However, at this moment, when he came over, he was like a mountain, walking between heaven and earth with a kind of oppressive and disdainful aura. The heavy rain poured down from the sky, but it dared not approach him at all. This man was Shu Jin. Ghost Moon and Grey Martin felt an inexplicable chill in their hearts. They felt an indescribable oppression, as if they were ants looking up at a towering mountain. A real assassin should not have feelings. Shu Jin's gaze swept across the two of them. He seemed to have thought of something. He sighed and said, "You two can leave. Go back and ask your master if he still remembers Tsang Mountain blood at sunset." Ghost Moon and Grey Martin looked at each other, hesitated for a moment, and finally gritted their teeth and left in a hurry. Shu Jin watched them leave, and suddenly a smile appeared on his lips. He carried the wine jar and drank wildly in the heavy rain. Bang, the wine was finished, and the jar was broken. Shu Jin let out a long breath, and his eyes suddenly looked into the distance. At this moment, his drowsy eyes suddenly flashed with a terrifying electric light, as if a pair of thunder vortexes were surging. Almost at the same time, in the darkness far away, a light voice suddenly sounded, and then a thin and slender figure walked out and approached in the blink of an eye. This person was dressed in a black, wide-sleeved robe and had 3 wisps of willow whiskers on his chin. He had the demeanor of an immortal, and every movement he made seemed to connect with the heavens. His gaze seemed indifferent, but a casual sweep of his gaze revealed a shocking power that caused one's heart to tremble. "May I ask who you are, my friend?" The man's temperament was as deep as an abyss. He stood 300 meters away and looked at Shu Jin from afar. The heavy rain between heaven and earth seemed to be imprisoned by an invisible force, and could no longer get close to this area of 300 meters. Shu Jin smiled, "It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that you, Yao Tuahai, actually want to fight with a junior tonight," which really surprised me. The sage-like man was Yao Tuahai. If Lin Sun were here and saw such a scene, it was unknown what he would think in his heart. But Yao Tuahai's face darkened, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. In fact, he was a little surprised. He didn't know Shu Jin's identity, but from his aura, he smelled a terrifying power that didn't belong to him at all. "Are you here to stop me?" Yao Tuahai probed. Shu Jin laughed and said, "Do you think you are qualified to make me do this? Enough with the nonsense. Tonight's matter is more or less over. It's time to wrap things up. If you don't think it's enough, then you'll have to go through me first." Yao Tuahai narrowed his eyes. "Are you here to protect Lin Sun?" Shu Jin scratched his head and said, "I guess so." Hearing this, Yao Tuahai's heart sank. He never thought that Lin Sun had a strong protector who was not inferior to Tao Insight Realm. Yao Tuahai took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "In this case, I'm very curious whether you can protect him." As a famous cultivator in the southwestern province, who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Governor Lu Wujuan, Yao Tuahai would naturally not be frightened by a sentence. Shu Jin frowned and seemed to be a little impatient. He said, "I know that no matter how much nonsense you talk, it's better to solve it with fists." Before he could finish his sentence, he took a big step forward and threw out a punch. Boom! It was a simple punch, but it seemed to have pierced through the void, and it revealed an unstoppable and majestic aura. It could be clearly seen that the void in this area was squeezed severely and collapsed inch by inch, producing a sharp and harsh sonic boom that made the world pale. Yao Tuahai's face changed slightly, and dazzling cyan light suddenly gushed out of his body and rushed straight to the sky, making his power rise to the extreme in an instant. But almost at the same time, he clasped his 5 fingers and condensed a handprint. The cyan light was flowing, dazzling, and he slapped it out fiercely. At this moment, in the governor's mansion, Lu Wujuan, who was concentrating on cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes, and a touch of surprise flashed between his eyebrows. In Mist College, Wei Lingzhen, who was playing chess, and Du Dongtu, the commander of Xiling army, all felt something. They stopped what they were doing and looked in the same direction. In the rain-enjoying tower, Ting Yu, who was sitting cross-legged and playing the zither alone, played an imperceptible noise with his fingertips. But he seemed to be unaware of it and frowned at the distance outside the window. On a stormy night, there were strong practitioners of Tao Insight Realm fighting in Mist City. This thought flashed in the hearts of Lu Wujuan, Wei Lingzhen, Du Dongtu, Ting Yu, and others, which made them all surprised. There were strong practitioners of Tao Insight Realm participating in the battle tonight, but when they tried to perceive something, they found nothing, as if it was just an illusion and nothing had happened. They couldn't help but be surprised and bewildered by this. At the same time, on the long street, there was a loud bang, and the terrible and dazzling light scattered like a wanton storm. But between heaven and earth, there seemed to be an invisible wall, blocking all the wanton spread of power. As a result, the buildings around the street were preserved in perfect condition. Otherwise, according to the power released by this blow, at least all the buildings, creatures, and lives within 100 miles would be destroyed. Boom! In the void, Yao Tuahai staggered back. His whole body was overflowing with green light, which was incomparably blazing. Obviously, he had urged his cultivation to the extreme. In front of him, a fist light rushed to him, oppressing the void to collapse, full of an unparalleled momentum to crush everything. This was the punch that Shu Jin had just punched. Just one blow had smashed Yao Tuahai's palm print and forced him to stagger back, and until this moment, Yao Tuahai had not been able to completely resolve the power of this punch. What especially made Yao Tuahai's heart palpitate was that after Shu Jin's punch, he still had enough power to lock in all directions, preventing the power of their battle from spreading out. Who the hell is this guy? Yao Tuahai was shocked. He had reached the Tao Insight realm for decades, and he thought that in the whole southwest province, there were only a few people who could compete with him. Who would have thought that the strange man he saw tonight would suppress him to the point where he almost couldn't hold on with just one punch? From this, it could be judged that the strange man's cultivation and combat effectiveness were at least one level higher than his. Or even more. Boom! The fist light was still rushing forward. It was simple and there was nothing dazzling or shocking about it, but the kind of momentum that crushed everything and pressed forward was so terrible. Bang! In the end, Yao Tuahai was actually unable to resist this punch, and it forcefully smashed onto his chest. His entire body instantly felt as if it was crushed by a divine mountain, and his figure was blasted flying while he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood without end. His countenance had already become ghastly pale while his eyes were filled with shock. He'd lost his calm and sage-like appearance from before, and he seemed to be in a rather sorry state. Clatter at this time, a rough smile appeared on Shu Jin's lips, and he gently pressed his hands in the void. Suddenly, the violent power between heaven and earth was erased, and the world returned to its original appearance. The heavy rain poured down as if nothing had happened just now. This scene could be described as turning the rotten into the magical. Incredible. Yao Tuahai looked at this scene in a daze, and his pale face changed constantly. He looked at Shu Jin in the distance with a deep fear in his eyes. Who on earth was this man? Just one punch could make the world change color, and it was full of unscrupulous and domineering momentum. In the whole empire, there seemed to be few practitioners of Tao Insight realm who had such means. I have no intention of interfering in the grievances between you and Lin, but in this mist city, no one can deal with him under my eyes. After saying this, Shu Jin turned around and strode away. His majestic figure soon disappeared in the vast curtain of rain. Yao Tuahai was shocked. What did this sentence mean? He was a little uncertain. He pondered alone in the rain for a long time, and finally turned away with a gloomy face. Tonight's encounter was so abrupt that Yao Tuahai also had a touch of fear in his heart. He dared not take other actions rashly. At this time, in the depths of a remote and dilapidated street, Lin Sun curled up his body and lay quietly in the shadow of a low house. He restrained his breath and let the rain wash him like a lifeless stone. At this moment, his face was slightly pale, and most of his strength had been consumed. What was more serious was that there was a shocking bloody hole on the left side of his chest, which almost pierced his heart. This was left by residual snow, an assassin from Tingyu Tower. When dealing with Ghost Moon and Grey Martin, Lin forced Ghost Moon to dodge and seek self-protection with the insignificant bow in his hand. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin finally locked on Grey Martin, who was hiding in another place, and shot an arrow through the ocean of chi of Grey Martin without hesitation. But Lin never thought that when he locked on Grey Martin, he was also locked on by residual snow, who was hiding on the other side. Almost at the same time, Lin had no time to dodge and was seriously injured. In this case, Lin had to choose to escape. Tonight's fierce battle had lasted until now, which had consumed a lot of his energy. In addition, he was seriously injured, so Lin could only seek self-protection. Unexpectedly, residual snow was chasing him all the way like a maggot attached to a bone, and Lin couldn't get rid of him at all. This situation was very dangerous. If he continued to escape like this, the first one to fall down would inevitably be the seriously injured Lin. Therefore, Lin chose to fight back without hesitation. He didn't know who Residual Snow was, but it was very clear that this guy had extremely terrible attainments in archery, which was even stronger than Residual Wind. This kind of opponent was undoubtedly the most difficult and dangerous to deal with. Fortunately, Lin had insignificant bow. After 1 year of training in Bloodthirsty Camp, he also mastered the assassination and stealth skills that were not inferior to Residual Snow. Therefore, in the stormy night, Lin Sun and Residual Snow launched a tit-for-tat assassination silently. Lin Sun's hidden figure seemed to have no breath like a rock, but inside his body, the Nature Insight and Spirit Devour scripture was running slowly. He was seriously injured and his physical strength was also greatly consumed. When he hid before, he had swallowed a whole bottle of sapphire gang-refining pills. At this moment, with the running of the Nature Insight and Spirit Devour scripture, the huge efficacy of the pills was constantly refined to supplement the lost strength in his body. But this could only solve the urgent problem. The key was that the injury caused by the bloody hole in his chest was too serious to be healed in a short time. Therefore, the longer he delayed, the more dangerous it would be for Lin Sun. But his opponent this time was an extremely experienced and ruthless assassin. To kill such a person, patience and strength were the key. Lin Sun had no time to deal with him patiently. Whoosh! Suddenly, Lin Sun took a deep breath and arched his body quietly. This subtle movement made him expose a trace of power fluctuation. Boom! Almost at the same time, in the darkness in the distance, a snow-like arrow burst out and swept towards Lin Sun fiercely. A terrible whistling sound broke through the air, which was soul-stirring. Lin Sun's figure flashed, and he suddenly turned over and rushed to the distance. The eaves where he was originally was shattered in a roar. The northwest corner is still 1,900 zhang away. An accurate judgment flashed through Lin Sun's mind. His figure didn't stop at all and kept flashing forward in the rainstorm night. The fighting characteristics of his opponent this time were very obvious, which was stability. Regardless of whether it was his stealth or the speed and strength of his attacks, he maintained an extraordinary level of stability. From the beginning until the end, he didn't reveal a single flaw. Undoubtedly, it was the most terrible thing to be targeted by such an enemy. As long as there was a little carelessness, the opponent would seize the opportunity to carry out a fatal blow. Just like the attack just now, when Lin Sun made a move, he was sure that the opponent would definitely attack and keep a distance of 9,000 feet. Obviously, within this distance, the opponent could fully exert the most powerful means of attack. If he was not injured, Lin Sun was confident that he could deal with him and see whose assassination skill was more powerful. but now he could only keep dodging and escaping, and then look for the best opportunity to attack in the process. There was no other way. With his current strength, he could only use the power of insignificant Bao once again. No more than that. In other words, for Lin Sun, there was only one chance to kill this opponent tonight. If he failed, he would lose the ability to counterattack. While Lin was dodging, a figure was also moving forward in the night. His figure was like a wisp of smoke, constantly shuttling between the streets and eaves, silent and ethereal like a ghost. Although his speed was not fast, he maintained a constant rhythm. This person was Residual Snow, a top assassin from the Tingyu Tower, who had the powerful cultivation of the Heaven Gang realm. Residual Snow was known as the ace assassin of Rain Listening Tower because he had never failed once in the assassination mission carried out by him. At this moment, he was carrying a strange rattan bao on his back and a bull-sized quiver on his waist. The quiver was filled with neatly arranged arrows. The numerous arrows were completely dark green in color, and the tips of the arrows revealed the shape of leaves. The bodies of the arrows were branded with specks of snow-white starlight, and they seemed as if they were embedded with numerous tiny stars, causing them to be extremely strange. The rattan bao was called Snow Mud Spiritual Bao. It was a top-grade spiritual weapon of human rank, refined by a spiritual tattoo master himself. It was an extremely precious and rare treasure, which had been passed down for hundreds of years. The matching arrows were called Big Claw Spiritual Arrows. Each arrow was engraved with a unique spiritual tattoo pattern and contained terrible power. An arrow like this was worth about 500 imperial silver coins. With the strength and archery skills possessed by Residual Snow, he could exert unimaginable power with this set of bows and arrows, but when carrying out the task tonight, Residual Snow couldn't help frowning. His opponent was just a teenager of Human Gang realm, but his combat effectiveness was unexpectedly strong. It was the fourth time that he attacked tonight, but he still failed to kill Lin, which made Residual Snow feel serious. Through the fight, Residual Snow had clearly realized that this teenager named Lin was really unusual. Lin seemed to be embarrassed and had to dodge all the way, but he didn't leave any flaw from beginning to end. What surprised Residual Snow most was that although he could capture Lin's breath from beginning to end, as long as he was about to lock on Lin would avoid him all at once, so he couldn't find the best time to attack. This was incredible. It was the first time that Residual Snow had met such a difficult opponent since he carried out the task. The most terrible thing was that this opponent was just a teenager of Human Gang realm, and he could still avoid his targeting and attacks again and again when he was seriously injured. This series of discoveries made Residual Snow involuntarily admire him. It was really hard to imagine where this young man came from and why his fighting skills were so brilliant. But the more it was like this, the more determined Residual Snow was to kill Lin. Although he had no grievance with Lin, he was an assassin. His responsibility was to kill Lin and complete the task. This was the basic integrity that an assassin must have. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Residual Snow's eyes, and he noticed that the opponent lurked again. Whoosh, he found the best position to hide in a flash, grabbed the Snow Mud Spiritual Bao, and put a Big Claw Spiritual Arrow on the bowstring. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, completed in one go. Almost at the same time, a dangerous breath like a sharp blade pierced Residual Snow's eyes, and he knew that the opponent was capturing his breath. This caused a wisp of a teasing arc to arise on the corners of his mouth. Has this little fellow finally lost his patience? Residual Snow quietly exerted strength on his fingertips, pulled the bowstring to the fullest, and waited for the moment. He had absolute confidence that he could kill the opponent first at the moment when the opponent locked him, but what made Residual Snow frown was that the opponent soon gathered his breath, and the dangerous breath disappeared. It seemed that he was going to escape again. "You will lose your life if you hesitate," Residual Snow murmured in his heart. He was ready to get up and chase after Lin as before. However, right at this instant, he suddenly noticed that a trace of an imperceptible fluctuation of aura had suddenly appeared in his opponent's extremely well-concealed figure 900 m away. Opportunity. With his many years of assassination experience, Residual Snow immediately judged that the opponent should have an accident at this moment, and it was very likely that his physical strength had been unable to support. This was definitely not a means of luring the enemy, because no one would be stupid enough to expose his breath to lure the enemy, which was no different from courting death. Bang! In an instant, Residual Snow had made a decision. A big claw spiritual arrow suddenly burst out, like a bright divine rainbow, rushing through the rainy night, flowing with dazzling light. Lin Sun did have an accident, which caught him off guard. He was originally hiding himself and looking for an opportunity to counterattack, yet never had he imagined that before he could finish doing all this, he felt his right palm tremble abruptly. Although this movement was extremely subtle, it was the most fatal flaw at such a dangerous time. Lin Sun couldn't help narrowing his eyes and cursing inwardly. Almost subconsciously, he was about to dodge, but then something unexpected happened. A fiery red luster suddenly rushed out from the center of his right palm, turning into a round and soft sphere, the surface of which seemed to be burning with flames. Soon after, a pair of round eyes opened on the surface of the sphere, a round nose protruded out, and a round mouth opened to reveal a pair of round ears. Chirp! Lin Sun's eyes widened at once. He never thought that Chirp, who had been sleeping for several months, would suddenly wake up at such a critical moment. Immediately, Lin Sun's heart thumped, and a cold feeling of extreme danger surged in his heart. It was like a sharp knife, which stimulated Lin Sun's pores. In his field of vision, a bright light was suddenly enlarging. Damn it, Lin Sun's face was livid. Almost instinctively, he wanted to hold Chirp and block the blow with his own body. Chirp! But right at this critical moment, Cho-Cho suddenly let out a cheer, and then its figure flashed before it suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed that wisp of snow-white light. Lin Sun was stunned at once. At this time, it was Chirp who blocked the blow for him. Lin Sun was shocked, but before he could react, he saw Chirp's round and soft body bouncing up and down on the ground like a ball that had been shaken away. Chirps kept making cheering sounds, as if it was fun to do so. Lin Sun felt a little confused. That was an extremely powerful and lethal arrow, but it was actually eaten by Cho-Cho in a single bite, and from the looks of it, Cho-Cho seemed to be very happy. Immediately, Lin Sun suddenly woke up. There was no time to explore all this. He suddenly pulled the insignificant's bow and aimed at the distance. At this time, it was the best time to fight back. Residual Snow had planned to pack up his things and leave 1,900 meters away. After all, he was confident that Lin Sun had no chance to survive under that arrow. Who would have thought that at the last moment, one of his great claw spiritual arrows would be swallowed by a little monster that looked like a ball? That was the most powerful arrow shot by him through the snow mud spirit bow, which was worth 500 silver coins and was used by him with all his essence, chi, and spirit. It was powerful enough to kill a Heaven Gang realm practitioner. But now, it was actually swallowed by a little thing like a ball. How could this be possible? Even with Residual Snow's rock-hard state of mind, he couldn't help but have a fluctuation at this moment. His pupils dilated as if he had seen a ghost. This unforeseen event happened too quickly, so quickly that he wondered if the heavens were playing a joke on him. It was too late to dodge. At the most dangerous moment, Residual Shue chose to save himself. He crossed his hands to protect his head and chest. Bang! As soon as he finished this action, a silent spiritual arrow came, piercing his left arm directly and making a bloody hole in the place where his heart was protected by his left arm. Blood burst out. Residual Shue let out a muffled groan and staggered to the ground. A sharp pain surged all over his body, and he almost fainted. Residual Snow suddenly gasped for breath. When he realized that the spiritual arrow was only an inch away from piercing his heart, he couldn't help but feel cold all over and sweat profusely. If he hadn't protected his heart with his left arm just now, Residual Shue's face was pale, and he couldn't help shivering because of the sharp pain. He didn't dare to think about it anymore. He quickly swallowed several kinds of medicine to control his injury. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and struggled to get up, enduring the sharp pain all over his body. Fortunately, the opponent didn't shoot another arrow, otherwise he would have died at this moment. However, when Residual Shue looked around again, he couldn't find the trace of the opponent. Obviously, the opponent had taken the opportunity to escape. Residual Shue didn't know whether he should be glad or angry. He stood alone in the heavy rain with a complicated look. This was the first time that he failed in carrying out a task in these years, and he was defeated by a seriously injured teenager of Human Gang realm. But Residual Shue didn't have any strong sense of shame, because he knew that he was lucky to survive this time. Lin Sun. I will remember you. After a long time, Residual Shue murmured, turned around and left, resisting the sharp pain all over his body. Until now, he didn't understand what the little ball-shaped monster that suddenly appeared just now was. How could it swallow his strongest arrow in one gulp? Whoosh, the heavy rain was still pouring. Lin Sun ran awkwardly in the rain. In his arms, chirps kept making a clear sound. Lin Sun smiled bitterly. He couldn't hold it anymore, but this little thing kept cheering. It was really heartless. Lin Sun really couldn't hold it anymore. The arrow shot just now had almost exhausted the remaining strength in his body. Now he could only rely on his physical strength to run away. If not, how could he let residual Shui live? If there's a chance in the future, I'll play with this guy again. Thinking of what happened tonight, Lin Sun felt unreconciled and helpless. But there was nothing he could do. After all, he was fighting alone tonight. But thinking of the harvest of tonight's battle, Lin Sun was quite satisfied. At least the practitioners sent by more than a dozen forces had suffered heavy losses. More than half of them were either dead or injured, and he survived in the end, which was a good result. Suddenly, a burst of applause rang out. It was so ear-piercing in this rainy night. Ha ha ha, it's really amazing. Graduates of the bloodthirsty camp really have the fighting capacity to fight against 1,000 as rumored. With a burst of rough laughter, Shu Jin appeared and looked at Lin Sun with a smile, with a touch of appreciation in his eyes. From the beginning of tonight's battle, Shu Jin had seen all of Lin Sun's actions and performance. To be honest, Lin Sun's fighting capacity and tenacious and ruthless style were completely beyond Shu Jin's original expectation. He had thought that it would be good if Lin Sun could hold on until half of the battle, but the results showed that even if he didn't help, Lin Sun could solve these problems by himself. Of course, the premise was that he didn't meet the overmatches like Yao Tuahai. But even so, for a human gang realm teenager to be able to achieve this step, it was already amazing and rare in the world. At least among the young overmatches of the empire that Shu Jin knew before, there might be some who could completely suppress Lin Sun in cultivation, but almost no one could finish a battle with almost no chance of winning alone like Lin Sun. Therefore, at this moment, Shu Jin's applause and admiration were not joking, but really from the bottom of his heart. Seeing Shu Jin, Lin Sun was completely relieved, and then he felt extremely painful all over, as if he was exhausted. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and scold, "I thought you wouldn't show up tonight." Shu Jin laughed, "Didn't you say that I would show up in time when you needed me? But I find that you don't need my help at all tonight." Lin Sun couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "I've killed him, and the battle seems to be over. The rest is up to you." After saying this, he closed his eyes and fainted at once. Shu Jin's heart trembled. He hurriedly stepped forward and picked up Lin Sun's body. After a little examination, his expression couldn't help but change slightly. In his perception, Lin Sun was almost on the verge of exhaustion at the moment, and the injury on his chest was quite serious. He couldn't imagine how Lin Sun persisted until now under such circumstances. Looking at Lin Sun's pale but slightly handsome face and the firm curve at the corner of his tightly pursed lips, Shu Jin was silent for a moment. With a touch of complexity in his eyes, he finally sighed, "Well, I'll do you another favor." Saying this, he had already carried Lin Sun and disappeared in the vast rainy night. No one knew when the heavy rain over Mist City stopped. In the dark night, there were dense bright stars, which were particularly clear and quiet. In an exquisite and gorgeous courtyard of azure light pavilion, Qi Xiaokong was sitting in a pavilion in the courtyard, drinking by himself comfortably. Every night, he liked to drink alone. Qi Xiaokong was the leader of Azure Light Pavilion and the current patriarch of the Qi clan. He had a high position and a great reputation. He was a first-class figure in Mist City. "How's it going tonight?" Suddenly, Qi Xiaokong thought of something and asked aloud. On the side of the pavilion, an old servant stood respectfully. Hearing this, he was stunned and then said with a smile, "Master, you don't have to worry about such a trivial matter." This time, more than a dozen forces acted together. "I think that poor boy has already been killed." Qi Xiaokong smiled and said, "Although it's a trivial matter, its nature is different. I just hope that they do it cleanly and don't spread it out, so as not to damage our reputation." The old servant echoed with a smile, "That's for sure." Qi Xiaokong made a sound of acknowledgement and no longer paid attention to this matter. For a person of his status, killing a disciple from a poor family was indeed a small matter that was not worth mentioning. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps came from outside the courtyard, which made Qi Xiaokong frown and say, "Go and see what happened." The old servant beside him quickly took the order and left. Before long, he returned with a black invitation in his hand. The paper of this invitation was extremely special. It was like jade but not jade. It was pitch black, like the purest night, and its surface was branded with a delicate and cold obsidian flower pattern. "Master, someone just sent this invitation to you." The old servant handed the invitation to Qi Xiaokong with a puzzled look. Qi Xiaokong inadvertently glanced at the invitation. When he saw the obsidian flower pattern on the invitation, his pupils suddenly shrank and his whole body stiffened imperceptibly. He snatched the invitation and opened it. There was a line of words written on it, "Tonight's matter is over." It was a simple sentence without any threat or deterrent force. However, Qi Xiaokong's eyes were fixed on this sentence, and his originally dignified and graceful face was now extremely dignified. This sentence was indeed very simple, but when it appeared on the black post branded with the obsidian flower, it carried with it an unquestionable sense of command. This taste reminded Qi Xiaokong of many rumors. His heart trembled at this moment, and his expression changed constantly. Obsidian invitation. Qi Xiaokong never thought that he would receive such an invitation one day, which made it difficult for him to calm down. The old servant that stood at the side was slightly surprised and bewildered. He acutely noticed that Qi Xiaokong's expression was slightly off, and he couldn't help but be anxious in his heart. Could it be that this mysterious black-colored invitation card has a terrifying origin? It should be known that his master was second to none in Mist City and could be said to have great power. But at this moment, he seemed to be extremely afraid of such an invitation, which was incredible. After a long time, Qi Xiaokong took a deep breath, slowly put down the obsidian invitation in his hand, and murmured, "Who said that the boy came from a poor family? Who on earth said that?" In the end, there was a touch of angry roar in his voice, and Qi Xiaokong's face had become extremely ugly. The old servant next to him was so scared that he trembled all over and almost crawled on the ground. "Father, tonight's action has failed." At this time, a figure suddenly pushed open the courtyard gate and rushed in. There was a sense of exasperation in his voice. This man was Xianxia. He came to the pavilion in 2 or 3 steps and said anxiously, "Father, Lin's son is still alive. We must take action. We can't let a poor bastard like him live. Otherwise, the face of Azure Light Pavilion will be lost in the future." Qi Xiaokong suddenly raised his head, and his eyes were frighteningly bright like a beast. He couldn't help but roar in his heart. He suddenly stood up and slapped Xianxia in the face, causing blood to spurt from his mouth and nose. Xianxia screamed and flew out. "Bastard! If that boy dies tonight, you won't be able to live either." Qi Xiaokong roared. Xianxia was completely stunned. He looked at his father in disbelief and didn't know why he was so angry. The old servant quickly comforted him, "Master, child Xianxia was also kept in the dark. If he had known the seriousness of the situation, he would not have been so reckless." Qi Xiaokong also knew that it was not the right time for him to lose his temper. He took a few deep breaths and restrained his anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "From now on, you are not allowed to find trouble with Lin Sun. If I know who dares to do so, I will be the first to kill him." After that, he turned around and left. The sudden appearance of Obsidian's invitation made Qi Xiaokong realize that their so-called action of killing the chicken to warn the monkey had completely kicked an iron plate. Xianxia covered his red and swollen face, feeling wronged and confused. Although he didn't know the reason, he had roughly guessed that the change of his father's attitude had something to do with Lin Sun. Could it be that this fellow had some great background? For the first time, Xianxia found that he had never known Lin Sun in detail. Things like this happened in more than a dozen forces such as Yuan family, Xing family, and Zhou family in Mist City at the same time tonight. These forces all participated in the action against Lin Sun tonight. Without exception, they all received a mysterious obsidian invitation tonight. After that, every single one of the powers fell into a state of panic, terror, and unease. Many powers even held meetings overnight to discuss this matter. All of this was caused by an obsidian invitation. There was only one sentence on the obsidian invitation: "Tonight's matter is over and must not be leaked." It seemed ordinary, but it was full of magical power, which made more than a dozen forces fall into an inexplicable panic. In the end, they came to a unanimous view that the young man named Lin Sun was not as simple as they thought. Behind him, there was a huge monster shrouded in the darkness of the empire: fear, panic, anxiety, uneasiness. All kinds of emotions spread among these forces. In the governor's mansion, Lu Wujuan fell into silence for the first time when he received the news. After a long time, he sighed and said, "These idiots should treat a young man who has a relationship with Obsidian Shrine as a poor man. They must have been kicked in the head by a donkey." In Mist College, Wei Lingzhen was stunned for a while, and then said with a complicated expression, "Brother Dongtu, it seems that it will be difficult for you to recruit him into the army again." Du Dongtu didn't take it seriously. Instead, he laughed and said, "As long as he is alive, it's enough. This time, we can make those forces suffer a big loss. It can be regarded as a lesson. At least they dare not be so unscrupulous when they target poor disciples in the future." Wei Lingzhen said meaningfully, "But you should know that even if Lin Sun is really from a poor family, his identity has become different because of this relationship." Du Dongtu nodded and frowned, "But it's not necessarily a good thing for him to be involved with that place." Wei Lingzhen smiled and said, "This is not what we care about." In Wen Clan, when Mingxiu couldn't believe her ears. Lin Sun was still alive under the siege of more than a dozen forces. "Ha ha ha, Mingxiu, you did a good job this time. We didn't do anything to him, which means we avoided a big trouble." When Chang Tian, the patriarch of Wen Clan, laughed and praised Wen Mingxiu again and again. "Father, what happened?" Wen Mingxiu couldn't help asking. When Chang Tian casually told the news he just got, and finally sighed with emotion, "I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it." At this time, Wen Mingxiu was completely stunned. Her heart was in turmoil and she couldn't calm down. For the first time, she found that there was more than the bloodthirsty camp behind Lin Sun. If Lin Sun knew that the impact caused by killing so many enemies tonight was far less than that caused by a black post, how would he feel? Tingyu Tower. With a snap, one of the zither strings broke, and the originally tinkling music came to an abrupt end. Tingyu sat up straight and thought for a moment. He sighed with emotion. "I didn't expect that the first failure of residual snow since he carried out the task was not to a famous big shot, but to a human gang realm teenager." The attendant outside the door fell into silence. He looked dignified and didn't know how to answer. In tonight's action, the assassin Grey Martin's ocean of chi was broken, and his cultivation was completely destroyed. The assassin Ghost Moon was forced to be in danger, and he didn't find the trace of the opponent until the end. And residual snow, he was also defeated. He was only an inch away from being pierced through the heart and dying suddenly. Without exception, Grey Martin, Ghost Moon, and residual snow were all defeated by the same person, and that person was just a human gang realm teenager who was about to take part in the province test. This outcome seemed to be so inconceivable and world-shocking. Up until now, this attendant was still slightly unable to believe all of this. Although the task failed, it's good that he didn't die. Tingyu stood up in a cyan robe, looking gentle and elegant. He stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back. Outside the window, the rain stopped suddenly, and the night sky was bright with stars. "Your Excellency," when Ghost Moon returned, he mentioned that there was a master who also participated in the assassination. Outside the door, the attendant suddenly remembered something and said quickly, "And that master let Ghost Moon bring back a message." "Oh." Tingyu asked with interest, "What did he say?" "He asked if you still remember Song Mountain Blood at Dusk." Song Mountain Blood at Dusk. In an instant, Tingyu was shocked, and a purgatory world with mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared in his mind. In that world, the twilight was like blood, covering Song Mountain. Thousands of strong men fell to the ground and turned into corpses and bones. Only a majestic figure, bathed in blood, stood proudly on the top of Song Mountain. "Is it him?" Tingyu's calm and indifferent face was in a trance, and his mood was fluctuating. After a long time, Tingyu suddenly turned around, and his eyes had completely restored calmness. He ordered, "From tonight on, this task will be cancelled permanently." Outside the door, the attendant stared blankly and was incomparably flabbergasted. Just because of the words, Song Shan's blood at dusk, it actually caused his master's attitude to completely change? After all, Residual Snow, Ghost Moon, and Grey Martin suffered a crushing defeat tonight. If it couldn't be remedied, it would inevitably have a great impact on the reputation of Tingyu Tower. With Sir Tingyu's status and wisdom, he must be clear about this, but he made such a decision at this time, which made the attendants somewhat at a loss. Go. You don't need to know the reason. You just need to know that Lin Sun is not someone we can touch. Tingyu took a deep breath and let out a sigh. In the palace, Yao Susu and Lian Fei waited anxiously like a pair of ants on a hot pan. So much time had passed, yet there was no news from them at all. This caused a wisp of worry to arise in their hearts. It's just to kill Lin Sun and spend 10,000 imperial gold coins to hire the top assassins of Rain-Tasting Tower, but there's still no news until now. Lian Fei couldn't help saying unhappily. Brother Fei, wait a little longer. Even if there are some accidents on the way, those powerful forces are doomed to not spare Lin Sun in the end. Don't forget that Lin Sun is from a poor family. If he is still alive tonight, how will the faces of more than a dozen powerful forces be? Although Yao Susu was agitated, she still comforted Lian Fei in a gentle voice. Bang! At this time, the closed palace gate was pushed open, and Yao Tuahai strode in. Father. Father-in-law. Yao Susu and Lian Fei were refreshed at the same time. But when they saw Yao Tuahai's expression, both of their hearts thumped and they felt cold all over. At this time, Yao Tuahai's face was livid and gloomy, and a cold light emerged in his eyes. He exuded an oppressive momentum like an angry ancient beast. Father, what's wrong? Yao Susu couldn't help asking. From today on, stay in Mist City honestly and don't care about anything about Lin Sun. Yao Tuahai said coldly, with a frightening power in his voice. Yao Susu and Lian Fei were both shocked. In an instant, they realized that there must be some upheaval in tonight's action. Otherwise, how could Yao Tuahai be so angry and unwilling with his current status? Yao Tuahai didn't come to vent his anger, but he was defeated by Xu Jin tonight and even suffered a certain injury. Of course, he wouldn't say such a shameful thing. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, that's it. Lian Fei, if you want to take revenge, you should do it step by step. Pass this year's province test first, and there will always be a chance to achieve your wish in the future. Lian Fei's heart trembled, and his face was extremely pale. So, Lin Sun is not dead yet? Yao Tuahai frowned and glanced at Lian Fei coldly. Susu, keep an eye on him. Don't let him do anything stupid before the province test. Then he turned around and left. At this moment, Lian Fei's face was ashen and he was out of his wits. He had spent so much effort and paid so much, but now he didn't kill Lin Sun, the enemy who killed his father. This was like a heavy hammer, smashing Lian Fei's whole body. Seeing this, Yao Susu was both distressed and angry, and at the same time, she was a little confused. Lin Sun was a young man from Feiyun village, a poor bastard who only had human gang realm cultivation. How could he be the opponent of more than 10 powerful forces? How did he survive from the assassins of Tingyu Tower? What frightened Yao Susu most was that she had vaguely guessed that her father seemed to have taken action tonight, but in the end, it seemed that he didn't change the situation and let Lin Sun survive. This was too horrible. Her father was a great practitioner of Tao Insight Realm, famous in the whole southwestern province, enough to be on par with Governor Lu Wujuan. Even he didn't succeed. How did Lin Sun do it? The more she thought about it, the more frightened Yao Susu was. Unconsciously, she was covered with a layer of cold sweat. The long night was torn apart by a ray of dawn, dispelling the darkness that shrouded the world and heralding the arrival of the next day. It was a turbulent and dangerous night, bloody and cruel. But on the second day, Mist City was surprisingly calm. People were busy as usual, and the streets were still bustling. It seemed that nothing was different from before. But this calmness made all the practitioners who had been paying attention to all this since last night feel shocked. Until now, they hadn't received any news. What on earth happened this night? Had Lin Sun, who came from a poor family, been killed? What about the dozens of powerful forces? Why did they keep their mouths shut about this matter and not reveal any information? No one knew. This kind of calm atmosphere was even a little weird. Many practitioners distributed in Mist City, even the well-informed ones, knew nothing about it. But the more it was like this, the more frightening it was. Something drastic must have happened last night, which led to such a calm scene, the power that could block all the news and suppress everything about last night without being known to the world was too horrible. Many practitioners realized that no matter what happened last night, now that it was suppressed by an invisible force, it might not be known in the future. In a small courtyard in the southwest area of Mist City, Xianxia's face was extremely bad. As the head of Qingyun society, he had planned to publicize what happened last night and make the city full of wind and rain, so that those powerful forces would be completely in a passive position. But who would have thought that everything about what happened last night was completely blocked up until now, and no news came out at all? This caused Xianxia to feel extremely unwilling in his heart. At the same time, he felt extremely terrified in his heart. This invisible force that was able to seal off all the information was too terrifying. Brother Chao, what should we do now? Next to him, a group of members of Qingyun society looked at each other, all at a loss. That's the only way. Xianxia sighed after a long silence. For now, we can only bear it for the time being and wait for a chance to take action later. After a pause, his eyes became firm again, and he said sonorously, but remember, in today's empire, the powerful forces and the poor people at the bottom are like fire and water. This kind of contradiction will break out sooner or later. At that time, it will be the chance for our Qingyun society to rise. All the members of Qingyun society were infected by his words and became firm again. They were born in a poor family, so they were naturally unwilling to live in a poor family all their lives. Brother Chao, do you think Lin Sun is dead or alive? Suddenly, someone asked. Xianxia frowned and said expressionlessly, whether he is dead or alive, since he has refused to join our Qingyun society earlier, he has nothing to do with us. Since we can't be like-minded friends, then. Before he finished, someone understood tacitly and said, he is our enemy. Xianxia smiled slightly, but shook his head and corrected, he is not an enemy. But if he is in trouble in the future, don't expect our friends at the bottom to stand on his side again. I'd like to see how he can stand in the empire after offending the powerful forces and drawing a line with us at the bottom. Of course, the premise is that he is still alive now. Lin Sun didn't know how long he had been sleeping. In a trance, a cold and emotionless voice seemed to ring in his mind again. Practitioner, the next time the heaven accessing place opens, it will be 1 year later. The third test of Green Cloud Path is called 100 Battles. There are only 3 chances to pass the test. If you fail in the end, the heaven accessing place will fall into a sealed state until a chance opens it again after 1,000 years. When the voice fell, Lin suddenly felt a shock all over his body. He suddenly woke up from a deep sleep and opened his eyes. P.S. Happy Dragon Boat Festival. Some children said that the Dragon Boat Festival was to commemorate Qu Yuan, so they couldn't wish him happiness. But Goldfish here had to popularize a little knowledge. The Dragon Boat Festival had existed long before Qu Yuan's death. It was an ancient festival of sacrifice. The familiar layout of the room came into Lin Sun's eyes, which made him feel inexplicably calm and relaxed. The last time I passed the second test of Green Cloud Path was just before the quarterly assessment in the Bloodthirsty camp. Now there are only less than 3 months left before the third test of Green Cloud Path. Thinking of the cold voice in his dream, Lin Sun couldn't help but silently calculate the time. The heaven accessing place was a supreme opportunity. After passing the first test of Green Cloud Path, he got meditating magic, and even the injuries left on the 4 acupoints of his heart vessel were healed. After passing the second test of Green Cloud Path, not only did his physical cultivation reach the level of metallographic jade, but he also got the first part of Nature Insight and Spirit Devour Scripture and Tianyuan Saberplay. One of them was a cultivation method that could explore the dark and gloomy of secluded seclusion, understand all mysteries, swallow the image of creation, and refine 10 directions to the wilderness. It was so wonderful that it could support Lin Sun's cultivation to the Tao Insight realm, although there were only 3 movements of Tianyuan Saberplay, reaching for the stars, gathering the moon, and burning the sun. The power of each movement was unparalleled. Even with Lin Sun's current comprehension, he could only display 1 movement of reaching for the stars. Anyway, through the first 2 tests, Lin Sun thoroughly realized the value of the heaven accessing place. It was not an exaggeration to call it a supreme opportunity. Under such circumstances, Lin Sun was also full of expectations for the third test. Before long, Lin Sun began to check his body and found that most of his strength had been restored, and the wound on his abdomen had also healed. However, it would take time for him to recover completely. Chirp chirp in the courtyard, there came Chirp's crisp and cheerful voice and Shu Jin's hearty laughter. Lin Sun got up and pushed the door into the courtyard. He saw Shu Jin holding a wine jar and drinking heartily. Opposite him, Chirp was lying in front of a wine bowl and also drinking. From time to time, it would chirp happily, and its ball-like body was swaying and jumping as if it was drunk. This scene caused Shu Jin to roar with laughter, and he ceaselessly filled Xiaoqiu's bowl with wine as if he was drinking with a bosom friend. Lin Sun's face darkened. He stepped forward and grabbed the soft and round body of Chirp's, saying grumpily, "Why do you have to learn to drink wine? I have no money to buy you wine in the future." Whether Chirps understood or not, it jumped into Lin Sun's arms and rubbed his chest intimately, making a cheerful chirping sound, with a heartless look. He sat opposite Shu Jin and asked, "How long have I slept?" Shu Jin casually said, 3 days is not a long time. Lin's heart tightened. Did anything else happen in the past 3 days? Shu Jin smiled and said disapprovingly, "Don't worry. At least before the province test is over, those guys won't dare to do anything to you." His words were casual, but they were filled with absolute confidence. This surprised Lin Sun. He knew clearly that Shu Jin might have done something for him when he was asleep to resolve the consequences of the battle that night. "Thanks a lot." Lin Sun raised his bowl, toasted Shu Jin, and drank it up. Shu Jin smiled and pointed to Chirps in Lin Sun's arms, asking curiously, "Where did you get this little thing?" Lin Sun casually said, "I picked it up for nothing. I don't know what kind of monster this little guy is, so I just keep it as a pet." Shu Jin laughed, "Pet? You are so blind. Although I can't see the origin of this little guy, I'm sure that it has a lot of extremely special powers." Lin Sun was shocked and asked quickly, "What do you mean?" In the bloodthirsty camp, even Xianxia and old Mo couldn't figure out the origin of Chirps, but Shu Jin seemed to have found something in Chirps. Shu Jin was surprised. "This little guy has been following you all the time. Don't you know the power it has?" Lin Sun was stunned, and then frowned and thought, "I only know that Chirps can breathe fire from its mouth, which is extremely overbearing. It can penetrate the ground and burn rocks with one blow, which is comparable to a full blow on the 9th level of martial realm. Oh, by the way, this happened when Chirps was just born." Shu Jin asked with interest, "What about now?" Lin Sun shrugged helplessly. "When I participated in the warzone training in the bloodthirsty camp, I accidentally got a mysterious black animal tooth from an assassin from Water Barbarian Branch, but it was accidentally eaten by Chirps. After that, Chirps fell into a deep sleep. It didn't wake up until the night 3 days ago." Shu Jin said thoughtfully, "That is to say, you still don't know what happened to this little guy after it woke up from a deep sleep?" Lin Sun was stunned. After thinking for a while, he said, "That's right." Shu Jin turned his hand and took out a shining silver item, like a silver gem, shining in the sun. "What's this?" Lin Sun's eyes were attracted by it. He felt a kind of compelling spiritual chi from this item. At first glance, he knew it was not an ordinary spiritual material. "This was spat out by this little guy after I brought you back 3 days ago." Shu Jin's eyes flashed with a strange light. "According to my observation, this is a piece of silver snow spiritual iron, which is quite precious. What's rare is that its quality is extremely pure. Such a palm-sized piece can be sold at the price of 500 imperial silver coins in the market." Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and suddenly remembered that in the confrontation with residual snow that night, at the most dangerous moment, it was Chirps that swallowed the spiritual arrow that was about to break through and saved him from danger. Could this piece of silver snow spiritual iron in front of him have something to do with the spiritual arrow swallowed by Chirps? Lin Sun told this idea to Shu Jin. Shu Jin's eyes brightened and he said, "Sure enough, it's exactly the same as my previous speculation." As he said, he took out a spiritual sword on the lower grade of human rank and handed it to Chirps. Chirps looked at Lin Sun with its dark and pure eyes, which made Lin Sun's heart move, and he nodded to Chirps. Xiaoqiu opened its mouth and sucked. With a slurp, the 2-foot-long spirit sword was swallowed into its stomach. Lin Sun and Shu Jin stared at Chirps with rapt attention. Xiaoqiu's originally round and soft little body was suddenly stretched out like a piece of dough. This seemed to make Xiaoqiu very uncomfortable. Suddenly, strands of dazzling golden flames that were like the scorching sun surged out of its body and burned fiercely. The blazing high temperature incinerated the air and distorted the void. Lin Sun and Xu Jin's eyelids twitched at the terrible flame. This kind of flame was extremely overbearing and seemed to be able to melt everything. Lin Sun felt a burning pain on his skin from a few steps away, as if he was burning. Xu Jin seemed to have guessed something. With a terrible luster flashing in his eyes, he said, "It seems to be Smashing Star Golden Fire, one of the unusual fires in the world." Smashing Star Golden Fire, Lin Sun was shocked. He had also heard of it. It was said that there were many unusual fires born in the world, such as Stonebell Jade Fire, Cold Soul Fire, Pure Flame, Samadhi True Fire and so on. These unusual fires had their own magical functions. Some could assist practitioners in cultivation, and some could be collected for refining weapons and elixirs. According to the classification of power, the deviant flames that everyone knew of were divided into 4 major grades: Yellow Grade, Earth Grade, Heaven Grade, and Black Grade. Yellow was the last and the most common kind of unusual fire in the world. Black was the most rare unusual fire in the world. Each unusual fire had the power to surpass the creation of heaven and earth, which could only be found by chance. And Smashing Star Golden Fire belonged to a kind of unusual fire of heaven. Perhaps it wasn't as rare as a mysterious rank heavenly flame, but it could also be said to be a rare item. In the current empire, only those upper echelon forces with a long history could possess such a heavenly flame. Now, Xu Jin said that what Chirps released was Smashing Star Golden Fire, which shocked Lin Sun. If that was the case, then Qiuqiu's origin was too unusual. Under the gaze of Lin Sun and Xu Jin, as the flame on Chirps became more and more blazing, its soft body gradually recovered. When its body became a round ball again, it opened its mouth and spat out a red spiritual light, which fell to the ground with a bang. Xu Jin stretched out his hand and picked it up. He held it in his hand and looked at it. Sure enough, the human rank lower grade spiritual sword has been smelted into a piece of red striped fiery iron, and its quality is extremely pure, without any impurities. There was a touch of amazement in his voice. Lin Sun frowned. It's not worthwhile for a good spiritual weapon to be smelted into a piece of spiritual material. Xu Jin said angrily, "You have eyes but fail to see. How can the value of a spiritual weapon of human rank compare with that of a top spiritual material of excellent quality and without impurities? Boy, you picked up a treasure." Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and said, "Do you mean that the power of smelting Chirps seems to be very unusual?" Xu Jin shouted, "It's more than unusual, it's simply against the natural order. An ordinary spirit artifact can be smelted, all of its impurities removed, and finally become the purest spirit material. Merely in terms of value, it's a level higher than an ordinary spirit artifact." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "This is only a comparison in terms of value. Do you know that if a pure spirit material like this is used to reforge a spirit artifact, the power of the spirit artifact forged will also be significantly improved?" There was a touch of excitement in his voice. "The most important thing is, do you know why the number of armors with spiritual tattoos in the world is so small? One of the most important reasons is that the best and purest spiritual materials are needed to refine the armors with spiritual tattoos." Speaking of this, Xu Jin's voice stopped abruptly and he looked at Lin Sun with a strange look. "Boy, you are a young spiritual tattooist. Don't you know this truth?" Lin Sun still frowned and didn't understand why Xu Jin was so excited. He said, "As far as I know, any spiritual tattooist who has some attainments in spiritual tattoos can smelt spiritual materials. It's not an incredible thing." Xu Jin said flatly, "You're right, but have you ever seen a strange beast like this little guy? It can do this only by devouring." There was no doubt that Chirps, who mastered Smashing Star Golden Fire, was a born smelting master. Speaking of this, he stared at Chirps lying in Lin Sun's arms and said word by word, "The most important thing is that this is just one of its talents." Whoosh, just as Lin Sun was surprised, Xu Jin suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed at Chirps. His palms and fingers were like an inescapable net, which seemed to imprison Chirps. Qiuqiu's round body turned into a wisp of fire that was as thin as a strand of hair. It flickered and disappeared. The next moment, it appeared more than 100 feet away. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes. "What a fast speed. Did you see that? This is its second talent, shapeshifting. Shu Jin withdrew his palm, and the color in his eyes became more and more intense, as if he had found a rare treasure. As far as I know, it is extremely rare for spiritual beasts in this world to have the means of shapeshifting like chirps. The so-called shapeshifting meant that the body could change into another form. For example, chirps turned into a wisp of fire just now, which was something that other spiritual beasts could not do. And you should also notice that after chirps transformed into a wisp of fire, it flashed like lightning. It's incredibly fast, which is very rare. Shu Jin praised again and again. He had seen some spiritual beasts with strange talents since he started his cultivation. He even saw the purple-horned nightmare beast in the royal family of the empire, but he had never seen a spiritual beast like chirps, which not only had smashing star golden fire in its body, but also had a rare talent of shapeshifting like a natural smelting master. Coupled with the fact that he was unable to determine chirp's origins, it gave it a mysterious look in Shu Jin's eyes. Lin Sun held chirps in his hand and kept rubbing the soft and round body of the little guy. Looking at the cute and cheerful look of the little guy, he couldn't help but wonder if chirps was really a rare spiritual beast. After playing for a long time, chirps seemed to be hungry and kept sucking Lin's fingers. Lin Sun suddenly realized a serious problem. Chirps was a strange beast that ate spiritual crystals as food. When it was just born, it needed to swallow a piece of high-level spiritual crystal every 3 days. If young man didn't raise it, Lin couldn't raise it at all. But now, young man was not around, so he could only rely on himself to raise chirps. At the thought of preparing some high-level spiritual crystals to feed chirps, Lin couldn't help but gasp. It was a huge expense. The most important thing was that Lin didn't have any high-level spiritual crystals on him at present. He tried to take out some elixirs to feed chirps, but chirps shook its head in disgust. "Old Jean, do you have any high-level spiritual crystals?" Lin Sun had to ask for help. Shu Jin asked in surprise, "Does this little guy replenish his strength by swallowing advanced spiritual crystals?" Lin Sun nodded heavily. Shu Jin couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha ha, that's right. This little guy has such a miraculous skill, so it's definitely different from other spirit beasts." If that's the case, this little guy's stomach is a money-squandering den. If you don't have money, you really can't afford to raise it. There was a hint of schadenfreude in his voice. Lin glared at old Jean and suddenly said to Chirps, "Go, ask this guy for food." Xiao seemed to understand. It turned around and looked at old Jean with a pair of pitiful black eyes, chirping non-stop. Shu Jin sneered and took out a dazzling spirit crystal with a misty cyan light. He said, "This is a top-notch spirit crystal, which contains 10 times the power of a high-level spirit crystal. Only practitioners in the Tao Insight realm are able to absorb and refine the power in it. If you can eat it, Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Xiao had already rushed over and swallowed the green second spirit crystal in one gulp, letting out a cry of joy. Immediately, flames flowed around Xiao's body, as if it was breathing, producing a terrifying scorching power. Finally, it seemed to be full. With a burp, it turned into a line of fire and disappeared in Lin's right palm. Obviously, it was going to sleep again. Shu Jin was stunned. After a while, he swallowed hard and said, "It can really refine green bee spiritual crystal. This appetite can really eat too much." Lin Sun couldn't help laughing. "Old Jean, in this case, you will be in charge of Chirp's food in the future." Shu Jin's cheeks twitched fiercely. He gritted his teeth and said, "Do you know how much a green bee spiritual crystal can be sold on the market?" He stretched out a finger, 100 gold coins. That's 20 times the price of a high-level spiritual crystal. If it wants to eat a piece every day, I won't be able to feed it even if I go bankrupt. Lin Sun was frightened, but he still said with a smile, "It's okay. I believe you can do it." Shu Jin sneered, "Boy, are you blackmailing me?" Lin Sun said helplessly, "Old Jean, you just said that Chirps is a magical and rare spiritual beast. You won't let it starve to death, will you?" Shu Jin snorted, "Anyway, it's not my spiritual beast. Why should it starve to death?" Speaking of this, he rolled his eyes and suddenly showed a malicious smile. "However, if you promise me one thing, I may guarantee that this little guy won't starve to death." Lin Sun said vigilantly, "Tell me what it is first. I will definitely help you if I can do it." Shu Jin said, "Don't be nervous. You may not be able to do it now, but you will definitely be able to do it in the future. Lin Sun said, "Oh, what is it?" Shu Ji no longer concealed his intention. He stared at Lin Sun and said bluntly, "Help me make a set of spiritual tattoo armor." Spiritual tattoo armor, Lin Sun was shocked. It was not so easy to refine a set of spiritual tattoo armor. It often required several spiritual tattoo masters to refine a set of spiritual tattoo armor. There was a chance to refine it, but it didn't mean that it could be done. Collecting the required spiritual materials, spiritual inks, and spiritual tattoo patterns was an unimaginably large and complicated project. Moreover, the key to the unimaginable power of the armory with spiritual tattoos was that it also required luck to refine a set of armory with spiritual tattoos. At least as far as Lin Sun knew, the number of spiritual tattoo armor in today's empire, even in the upper-class forces with a very long history, could be counted on one's fingers. The reason was that it was too difficult to refine a set of spiritual tattoo armor. Ordinary forces couldn't afford it in terms of manpower, material resources, and financial resources. Nowadays, many of the known spiritual tattoo armors in the world had been inherited for hundreds or even thousands of years. There were some newly refined spiritual tattoo armors, but they were extremely rare. For example, in the Academy of Spiritual Implements of the Empire, there gathered a group of top spiritual tattooists in the empire, including many masters of spiritual tattoos and grandmasters of spiritual tattoos. However, it still took them several months to refine a set of armors with spiritual tattoos. Seeming to know that his request was a little harsh, Shu Jin added, "Of course, I will provide all the spiritual materials for refining the spiritual tattoo armor. You only need to help me refine it. It doesn't matter even if you fail." Lin Sun smiled bitterly, "Old Jin, I am just a junior spiritual tattooist now. Why do you have so much confidence in me?" Shu Jin smiled like an old fox and said, "A junior spiritual tattooist? Haha, I have never seen a junior spiritual tattooist like you. Even Feng Qingyu, known as the genius girl in Green Deer School, is far less powerful than you." Lin Sun stared at him and said, "You flatter me." Shu Jin said angrily, "Boy, my conditions are good enough. It doesn't matter if you fail. How can there be such a good thing in the world? What's more, Chirps is a money-squandering den. Do you have the heart to see such a talented spiritual beast starve to death?" Lin Sun thought for a while and said, "Well, since you are not afraid, I have nothing to worry about. But I can tell you that I am not able to refine spiritual tattoo armor at present." Seeing Lin Sun agreed, Shu Jin immediately smiled and patted Lin Sun's shoulder affectionately. He said with a smile, "Don't worry. When you have this ability in the future, I will come to you as soon as possible." This matter was settled. Lin Sun solved the problem of feeding Chirps, and Shu Jin also got a promise from Lin Sun. Everyone was happy. There is still nearly half a year before the province test. "Do you have any plans next?" Shu Jin asked. "Make money and practice." Lin Sun's answer was very simple. Shu Jin nodded and said, "With the fighting power you showed that night, it should not be a big problem to pass the province test. But don't underestimate the province test. There is no shortage of amazing and unparalleled geniuses in the world." Lin Sun agreed and said, "I won't underestimate anyone. But if someone underestimates me, he is out of luck." Shu Jin laughed and said, "Then I will wait and see." Lin Sun also got up with a smile and walked out of the courtyard. "I will go to the commune of spiritual tattooists to have a look. Chu Feng helped me a lot last time. Now that the danger has been lifted, I will go to thank him." Shu Jin waved his hand and said, "Go." After Lin Sun left, Shu Jin was lost in thought. Finally, he sighed, shook his head and took out a black post as pure as the night. Without any movement, the whole post suddenly burned and finally disappeared into nothingness. At the same time, in the Forbidden City, the capital of the empire, there stood a black building like an ancient castle on a lofty mountain adjacent to the lake. The building was magnificent and dark. It seemed that the light between heaven and earth dared not approach it, which made it fall into an eternal shadow. In the whole empire, only a small group of upper-class bigwigs knew that this building was called Castle of Night. The owner of the castle was as mysterious as the eternal night, like a taboo. Few people in the world knew her name, but the rumor about the Queen of Night had been circulating in the darkness of the empire. In front of the castle of the knight, on a winding stone path in the mountains, a kind and gentle old man in a black court suit was walking up. When he arrived at the castle, the bronze gate filled with vicissitudes of life opened quietly. The old man tidied up his clothes and strode in. It was dark inside the castle, as if the eternal night shrouded here. It was quiet and solemn, revealing a kind of oppressive power. "Miss, I have found some clues about the origin of Lin Sun." The old man stood quietly in the darkness and said softly, "Oh." In the darkness, there was an indifferent and ethereal voice. In an instant, a ray of light appeared in the whole castle, dispelling the darkness and reflecting a white bone throne. On the throne, there was an infinitely tall figure sitting upright, overlooking the world like the eternal night. The old man lowered his head slightly. On the bone throne, the illusory figure was like a king in the dark night, invisible but omnipresent. "Who is he?" When she opened her mouth, her voice was full of a unique low magnetic charm, as mysterious as the night. In a moment of carelessness, the illusory figure turned into a woman. Her hair was coiled up high, and it was held into a slanted bun with a black hollowed-out phoenix wooden hairpin. She looked very young, and her fair and tender skin was fair and delicate. Her pair of azure eyes contained a type of indifference that was unique to those in a superior position. She was wearing a well-fitting black gown that perfectly outlined her slender figure. On her slender and fair right pinky finger, there was a black gemstone ring. That ring was like an open pupil, pitch black like the eternal night. The Queen of the Dark Night, she was a classical, elegant, noble and beautiful woman, exuding a kind of quiet and empty dark temperament. That kind of darkness seemed to be able to devour souls and make everything sink, but in the eyes of the old man, all he saw was a graceful figure that seemed to come from the darkness. Apart from that, there was nothing. "He is not from Feiyun village." The old man lowered his head slightly and said in a gentle and calm voice, "I have personally investigated." 3 months before he entered Feiyun village, the mine prison abandoned by the founding emperor was completely destroyed overnight, leaving no trace. On the bone throne, the Queen of the Dark Night fell into silence. After a long time, she said, "You mean, he is that child?" The old man shook his head and continued, "I have searched along the original place where the mine prison was. But what puzzled me was that it would take at least 1 year for Lin Sun to enter Feiyun village with his cultivation at the second level of martial realm. There is a big conflict with the time of 3 months." The queen's voice was cold and low. "There is no conflict. With Lu Boya's means, he can arrange a shifting spiritual formation and send this child out of the mine prison in an instant." The old man narrowed his eyes and seemed to be a little surprised. "Lu Boya? He didn't die?" The Queen of the Dark Night nodded and said, "There is no need to hide it from you now. The reason why I insisted on going to 3,000 mountains a year ago was that I wanted to visit Lu Boya." It was just a name, but it seemed to cause the old man's emotions to be very unsettled. A trace of absent-mindedness appeared on his originally kind and gentle face. After a long time, the old man said with a complicated expression, "No wonder Shu Jin said that Lin Sun had unimaginable means of spiritual tattoos. I was wondering who he learned all this from." It turned out to be Lu Boya. His expression contained sudden understanding, emotion, and a wisp of surprise and bewilderment. He was unable to imagine how Lu Boya, who was clearly confirmed to have died long ago, would still be able to survive. Back then, Lu Boya's death had always been a mystery. Only I knew that no matter if it was the upper echelons of the empire or the bunch of old things on the observatory, they were all deceived by Lu Boya. The Queen of the Dark Night opened her mouth, and there was a trace of fluctuation in her voice, indicating that her heart was not calm. But now it seems that Lu Boya is really dead. It was as if Lu Boya's death made her feel a trace of unwillingness and regret in her heart. The old man also fell into silence. Even the Purple Abyss mine prison created by the founding emperor had been destroyed. How could Lu Boya survive? In this way, Lu Boya didn't die all those years ago, and he hid in the Violet Abyss mine prison with the child that should have died long ago. But I'm afraid Lu Boya didn't expect that a calamity would suddenly descend upon him and destroy his life in the end. The old man sighed, with a touch of complex emotion in his eyes. He seemed to be recalling the past. The voice of the Queen of the Dark Night had returned to its former indifference and low. "What I'm curious about now is whether the murderer who destroyed the Purple Abyss mine prison wanted to kill Lu Boya or Lin Sun." The old man's eyes suddenly narrowed. This question was very important. If the murderer wanted to kill Lu Boya, it proved that the murderer didn't know Lin Sun's identity. If it was just to kill Lin Sun, it proved that they didn't know that Lu Boya, who had been proved to be dead at that time, was also a mysterious figure. Of course, there was another possibility that the murderer wanted to kill Lu Boya and Lin Sun at the same time. Only Lu Boya knew what happened at that time. Otherwise, Lin Sun couldn't have survived at all. Unfortunately, with his death, this mystery has been difficult to solve. The queen let out a sigh. The old man thought for a moment and said, "Miss, let's not talk about the past. Now that we know Lin Sun's origin, should we?" Before he finished, he was interrupted by the queen. "Suppress this matter." The old man was stunned. "Suppress?" The queen said indifferently, "Only Lu Boya knows the reason of that incident. Since Lu Boya doesn't want to tell him the reason, we don't have to go beyond our authority. Unless one day he can have enough power to change my mind, maybe he is qualified to know all this." The old man nodded. At this time, there was a slight sound of footsteps in the depths of the castle. That's it. On the white bone throne, the figure of the Queen of the Dark Night suddenly became illusory and gradually disappeared into nothingness. The old man bowed slightly and his etiquette was impeccable. Then he turned around and left the castle completely shrouded in darkness. Just as they all disappeared, a little girl wearing a black cloak with her face covered under the brim of the hat came. The eternal darkness in the ancient castle seemed to be unable to block her line of sight. Very soon, she arrived in front of the empty white bone throne. "It's useless to hide from me. Your conversation can be separated from the world, but it can't be hidden from the darkness. And I come from the darkness." The little girl stood there quietly and murmured in her heart, "Sister Xianxia, Sister Xianxia." Suddenly, a clear voice sounded. With the voice, a bright purple light cut through the darkness and hurried from a distance. Looking carefully, it was a boy of 12 or 13 years old. His clothes were whiter than snow, with red lips and white teeth. His eyes were as bright as stars. In particular, there was a natural purple lotus mark between his eyebrows, which made him stand out from the crowd. Although he was just a teenager, when he moved, he was surrounded by purple holy light, with a kind of extraordinary and transcendent momentum. Seeing Xianxia standing in the darkness, the teenager's eyes became brighter and brighter. He smiled and said, "Sister Xianxia, why do you come here? Aren't you afraid of being scolded by Lord Dark Knight?" He looked very affectionate. Xianxia ignored him and turned away. Seeing this, the teenager was not annoyed at all. He stepped forward and looked at Xianxia with bright eyes, saying, "Sister Xianxia, I have told my father yesterday that when my strength breaks through to the Tao Insight realm, my father will personally propose to Lord Dark Knight and betroth you to me." Xianxia was silent all the way, as if she simply ignored the existence of the teenager. The teenager seemed to know Xianxia's character very well. He smiled disapprovingly and said, "To tell you the truth, with the talent property of golden sea purple lotus in my blood, I am absolutely confident that I can step into the Tao Insight realm at the age of 15. That is to say, in 3 years, we can be together." At the end of his words, the teenager's eyes were full of longing and excitement. Xianxia finally stopped being silent. She suddenly stopped and said, "No one can control who I want to be with." As she said, she continued to move forward. Walking in the dark, her delicate figure seemed lonely and graceful. The teenager finally couldn't keep calm at this moment. He said with a trace of anger, "Sister Xianxia, who else in this world is worthy of you except me, Xianxia? In the whole empire, when it comes to talent, origin, and cultivation, who can compare with me?" Xianxia ignored him and walked forward. Before long, she came to a bronze door in the deepest part of the castle. She raised her hand to open the door. But the teenager who called himself Xianxia rushed over and stood in front of Xianxia. He took a deep breath and said firmly, "Sister Xianxia, I just want to tell you that you belong to me. No one in this world can take you away from me." Bang! Xianxia suddenly looked up. She didn't see any movement, but Xianxia was shaken out uncontrollably as if he was hit hard. He fell more than 30 meters away. Immediately, Xianxia didn't look at him. She pushed the door and walked in. The bronze door closed quietly. Xianxia squatted on the ground and stared at the closed door. A ruthless expression appeared on his handsome face. Xianxia, I must get you. I must. Even if Lord Anya is here, he can't protect you for many years. At that time, whether you like it or not, you can only be my woman. In this world, only you are worthy of me, Xianxia. The teenager murmured in his heart. He stood up and took a deep breath. The ruthlessness and anger between his eyebrows disappeared, and he returned to his outstanding appearance. He paced in the dark castle. His body was filled with wisps of purple holy light. At such a young age, he had a different momentum. Lord Anya, I'm leaving. I will visit you with my father 3 years later. When he came to the door of the castle, Xianxia bowed slightly to the darkness and pushed the door open. After Xianxia left, the whole castle of the night fell into complete silence. Only the darkness was everywhere. If someone was here, he would be shocked. Who could imagine that a teenager who obviously didn't belong to the castle of the night could go in and out at will in the castle of the night, which was like a forbidden place in the whole empire? After a long time, a low magnetic voice suddenly sounded in the darkness of the castle. Qi family also began to test my attitude. It's getting more and more interesting. I'd like to see who among you will be the first one who can't sit still. On the stone path in the mountain beside the castle of the night, the old man watched Xianxia leave. He frowned imperceptibly and couldn't help looking up at the castle of the night standing on the top of the mountain. What was Mist thinking, Mist City? Walking in the bustling street, Lin Sun finally confirmed that the bloody killing 3 days ago seemed to have no influence on him after Shu Jin took action. This undoubtedly made Lin Sun feel relaxed. Not long after, when Lin Sun passed the spiritual curtain standing in the center of the city, he suddenly stopped. On the screen, a beautiful and solemn woman was saying quickly, "Today, we have invited Senior Feng Yu, a senior spiritual tattooist who is famous in Mist City. Next, he will appraise a snowfall saber for us." As she said, a dazzling saber appeared in her hand. This saber is the treasure refined by the mysterious Master Sun himself. I think many of you are curious about why the snowfall saber refined by Master Sun is obviously more powerful than the snowfall saber. Next, Senior Feng Yu, please explain it to us. With a flash of light, an old man in a brocade robe appeared in the screen with a dignified manner. There was an uproar nearby. It's really Senior Feng Yu. He is one of the top figures in Mist City. His attainments in spiritual tattoos are only a step away from the level of a master. The mysterious Master Sun has always been elusive. Everyone is curious about who he is. Now even Senior Feng Yu can't sit still and wants to appraise a spiritual weapon made by Master Sun. It's so exciting. Maybe through this appraisal, we can find out how powerful Master Sun is. Damn it, don't shout. Listen to what Senior Feng Yu has to say. Lin Sun was speechless. He glanced around and saw many practitioners standing there, looking up at the huge spiritual screen with curiosity and expectation on their faces. Lin Sun didn't expect that his reputation had become so resounding in Mist City that it was even spread on the spiritual transmission light curtain and invited a highly qualified senior spiritual tattooist to appraise his work. This was a rare honor for any spiritual tattooist. But for Lin Sun, it was a little strange. He even doubted whether the mysterious Master Sun that so many people were so curious about was himself. At this time, Feng Yu, a senior spiritual tattooist, coughed and took the snowfall saber. He said seriously, "To be honest, I was also shocked by Master Sun's ingenious craftsmanship when I saw this saber for the first time. Indeed, Snowfall Saber is just a middle-grade spiritual weapon of human rank. Its rank is not high and it is very common in the market. But such a saber, which has long been recognized by the market and whose spiritual tattoo pattern has long been mature and stable, can be given new power by Master Sun in a unique way. This is undoubtedly a pioneering work." When he spoke up to hear, Feng Yu couldn't help but be excited, and his expression carried a wisp of fervor. As he explained, the minds of many practitioners present were firmly attracted, and an unconcealable shock appeared in their hearts. Just listen to the words Grandmaster Feng Yu used: wonderful workmanship. One of a kind. It was a groundbreaking feat. This made people doubt whether Feng Yu was a senior spiritual tattooist who had been famous for a long time. Spiritual tattooists were the proudest existence. It was impossible for them to lower their heads to praise another spiritual tattooist, But now, as soon as Fan Yu opened his mouth, he praised the mysterious Master Sun generously in a tone of admiration, which was too surprising. However, this also made many practitioners present more and more curious. Was Master Sun really as powerful as Fan Yu said? Lin Sun felt uncomfortable when he heard these praises. If he really didn't know this senior spiritual tattooist, he would suspect that the old guy had been bought by someone to praise him on purpose. On the light screen, Fan Yu explained the snowfall battle saber with a fanatical look, spittle flying everywhere, and he used the professional terminology of spiritual runes. What was rare was that he could explain such boring knowledge of spiritual tattoos in a way that was easy to understand and interesting, which shocked all the practitioners present. Lin Sun couldn't stand it. When he refined the snowfall saber, it was never as exaggerated as Fan Yu's description. He really just wanted to make money, not to break the convention. This was also normal. After a person made remarkable achievements, there would naturally be many voices waving the flag and shouting for him. But it was obvious that Fan Yu, a senior spiritual tattooist, obviously regarded the so-called mysterious Master Sun as a first-class master in the world, so he praised and respected him so generously. If he knew that the mysterious Master Sun was only a teenager of 14 or 15 years old, how would he feel? Would he feel ashamed to say such words? Child, since Master Sun is so powerful, if you can ask him to repair your ancient rhythm ocarina, maybe he can repair it. Suddenly, a clear voice came from the side, which attracted Lin Sun's attention. Ancient rhythm ocarina? Was there anyone in the world who owned such an ancient instrument that had long been extinct? Lin Sun was surprised. When he was a child, he had seen Master Lu occasionally take out a water droplet-shaped instrument about the size of a palm and play it. The sound was sometimes vast and deep, giving people a sense of vicissitudes of life, as if they were in the ancient times, feeling a kind of empty and boundless aura. Sometimes it was ethereal and lonely, like a lonely practitioner walking alone in the world, looking around blankly and unable to find the end of the road. Sometimes it was simple and pure, like high mountains and flowing rivers, quiet and natural, which made people feel relaxed. If they were bathed in the sound of nature, their hearts and souls would be comforted. Master Lu liked this instrument very much. He always felt that it was not a pity to have such a companion in this life, even if the road was endless. Later, Lin Sun knew that this instrument was called Ancient Rhythm Ocarina, an instrument that had long been lost in the long river of time. There were 9 holes on it, and each hole would produce different temperament, which implied the number of 9 and 9 and the number of the Great Tao. Moreover, if an artistic cultivator with superb attainments in music were to play this instrument, it would even be able to produce unimaginable effects. However, the Ancient Rhythm Ocarina was very special. To control it required extremely harsh conditions. Not only did it require extremely powerful soul power, but it also required an innate talent in music. Master Lu once said that the sound of Ancient Rhythm Ocarina could kill people and save people. It had endless magical effects, but there were few people in the world who could play it. The reason why Ancient Rhythm Ocarina was almost extinct in the long river of time was that there were too few people who could control it. As time went by, this magical instrument gradually disappeared in the eyes of the world. So at this moment, when someone mentioned the name Ancient Rhythm Ocarina, Lin Sun was so surprised and couldn't help looking up. Not far away, there stood a handsome child in a green robe, with red lips and white teeth. He held a jade fan in his hand and looked elegant. Beside the young master stood an obedient and quick-witted servant girl. Seeming to notice Lin Sun's gaze, the child in the green robe smiled at Lin Sun modestly and politely, with an indescribable outstanding demeanor. The little maid squinted at Lin Sun, but she looked quite shrewd and said, "What are you looking at? Be careful of the needles in your eyes." Her voice was crisp and pleasant. The child in the green robe scolded, Don't be rude." The little maid pursed her lips and said, "Little child, I feel that this guy's eyes are strange. I know he has bad intentions at first glance." The child in the green robe couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He glared at the little maid and said, "If you talk nonsense again, I won't take you out next time." This time, the little maid suddenly lost her arrogance. She curled her lips and said nothing, but her eyes still glanced at Lin Sun from time to time, as if he was a big bad guy. "Child, I'm used to being capricious since childhood. Please forgive me if I offended you just now," said the child in the green robe apologetically. "It's all right." Lin Sun smiled brightly. How could he care about a little maid who talked without thinking? Unexpectedly, his smile fell into the little maid's eyes, making her look like an angry hedgehog. She said vigilantly, "Child, this guy's smile is really creepy. Even if he is not a bad guy, he is definitely not a good person." Lin Sun was stunned. The child in the green robe hit the maid's head hard with a jade fan and scolded, "If you talk more, I'll be really angry." With that, he cupped his hands to Lin Sun from a distance and planned to leave with the maid. Seeing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but say, "My friend, if you want to repair the ancient rhythm ocarina, maybe you can go to the master and have a try." The child in the green robe suddenly stopped, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Thank you for your advice. Goodbye." With that, he left with the maid. Lin Sun shrugged. He really intended to help the child just now. After all, because of Master Lu, he was also very fond of ancient rhythm ocarina. It was rare to meet a person who owned this thing. If he could help the child, Lin Sun would be very happy. It was a pity that the child was obviously not interested in his suggestion. At this time, on the spiritual screen, Fang Yu's appraisal of Snowfall Saber was about to end. He said, "If possible, I hope to have a chance to visit Master Sun in person. If I can listen to Master Sun's teachings, I will have no regrets in this life." Hearing Fang Yu's praise, the practitioners in the field became more and more curious about the mysterious Master Sun. They had regarded Master Sun as a senior master in their hearts. Only Lin Sun shivered all over. This old guy was too fanatical. He only hoped that he would never meet him in this life. Without any delay, Lin Sun left in a hurry and went to the commune of spiritual tattooists. Shortly after Lin Sun left, a woman in a bronze chariot parked in the distance couldn't help laughing out loud. She laughed so hard that her body trembled and her tears almost flowed out. The woman in the bronze chariot wore a black dress. Her waterfall-like hair was coiled into a bun, revealing a snow-white goose neck. Her face was white and delicate, like a blooming rose. This rare beauty was Mu Wansu, the leader of Keystone business in Donglin town and known as the Black Rose. However, her identity was different now. As early as half a year ago, she was promoted as an exception and entrusted with important tasks. She became the leader of Keystone business in Mist City. One was a remote border city, and the other was the capital of Southwest Province. There was no doubt that Mu Wansu had the ability and means to reach such a high position. She laughed so hard at this time as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. She said, "Master Sun? Haha, that old guy boasted too much. If he knew that the so-called Master Sun in his heart was just a teenager, I don't know what expression he would make." "Miss Wansu, are you sure that this Master Sun is the little guy who made a storm in Donglin town last year?" Outside the bronze chariot, Wang Lin asked in surprise. He was an appraiser of Keystone business in Donglin town, and this time he came to Mist City with Mu Wansu. Who else could it be except him? "Wang Lin, you have seen the flaming spirit saber he sold when he first entered Donglin town." Mu Wansu managed to stop laughing and said, "Although the Snowfall Saber is different from the flaming spirit saber, they have a common symbol, the brand of Sun exclamation point." Wang Lin thought for a while and remembered the introduction from Fang Yu, a senior spiritual tattooist on the spiritual screen just now. He immediately confirmed it. He couldn't help sighing with emotion. "I haven't seen Lin Sun for only a year, but he has become the famous Master Sun in Mist City. Life is really unpredictable." Who could imagine that Lin Sun had been in danger several times when he was living in the slums of Donglin town? Mu Wansu was also in a trance. When she first saw Lin Sun, it was in Feiyun village in the depths of 3,000 mountains. At that time, Lin Sun was just a rural boy at the second level of martial realm, which was not eye-catching at all. At that time, Shi Xuan valued Lin Sun very much, so Mu Wansu was extremely puzzled. Now she finally vaguely understood. To this day, she could still clearly remember what the eldest young master, Xianxia, had once said, "In this world, there is a kind of person. As long as you give him a chance, he will explode with incomparably dazzling brilliance. Whether this person is a dragon or a snake, perhaps we will know in the future." Now compared with Lin's achievements in Mist City, even Mu Wansu had to admire Shi Xuan's shrewd and accurate judgment at the beginning. The current Lin Sun might not be very powerful, but for a boy from the countryside, he was no different from a carp leaping over the dragon gate, After that, the corners of Mu Wansu's rosy and plump lips curled up. And she grunted. That little rascal didn't even say a word when he left that day. If I see him in the future, I won't give him any face even if his identity has changed. Wang Lin smiled bitterly. When Lin was in Donglin town, Mu Wansu didn't like Lin at all. It was not until later that Wang Lin personally came forward to ease the relationship between them. Who would have thought that Mu Wansu was still brooding about this, which really made Wang Lin speechless. But Wang Lin, remember, Mist City doesn't know the identity of Master Sun until now. Lin Sun must have done this on purpose. For the sake of the eldest young master, we'd better pretend that we don't know this matter. Mu Wansu reminded him again. This made Wang Lin immediately understand that although Mu Wansu was fierce in words, she had no prejudice against Lin Sun for a long time. The bronze chariot quickly started and drove away. Mu Wansu collected her thoughts and muttered, "In 2 months, it will be the centennial celebration of Keystone business in Mist City. At the same time, this is also the first major event after I took office. Long ago, the eldest young master, Shi Xuan, personally helped me invite Lu Qingyan, an artistic practitioner, to come to the celebration. When I arrive at Keystone Business, I want to meet this world-famous artistic practitioner as soon as possible." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he asked quickly, "Miss Wansu, has Lu Qingyan come in advance?" Mu Wansu nodded and said thoughtfully, "As an artistic practitioner, Lu Qingyan has such a great reputation in the empire. This woman is really amazing. Even the eldest young master told me to treat her as the most important guest. I'm curious whether her charm is really enough to make all living beings in the world fall head over heels for her, as the rumors say." On the bustling street, the cyan-robed man and the little maid Inger walked side by side. "Inger, don't be so rude next time," the cyan-robed man exhorted. Inger stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, "Oh, I'll listen to you. But the guy just now is so annoying. I think he doesn't even know what ancient rhythm ocarina is. How dare he give you advice? It's ridiculous." The cyan-robed man frowned and thought, "Inger, do you think I should go to Master Sun and have a try?" Inger pouted and said, "Child, that guy is obviously bragging. Why do you believe him? What's more, even the spiritual tattoo masters of the Academy of Spiritual Implements can't repair the ancient rhythm ocarina in your hand. How can Master Sun be more powerful than them?" The cyan-robed man hesitated, but seeing this, Inger couldn't help sighing, "Well, I'll find a chance to accompany you to have a try." The cyan-robed man suddenly smiled, "Well, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, I won't give up." Inger muttered, "I hope I won't let you down again this time, but I feel that I will definitely be disappointed." The cyan-robed man glared at Inger and said, "Well, let's go back quickly. Otherwise, if Grandma knows that we sneaked out, she won't spare us." Right at this moment, an aged voice suddenly sounded slowly, "Young miss, this old one wouldn't dare to not forgive you." Suddenly, the cyan-robed man and Inger froze and looked at each other. At this moment, an old woman with a head full of silver hair came slowly with a crutch in her hand. She seemed to be slow, but in the blink of an eye, she stood in front of the cyan-robed man. She looked at the cyan-robed man helplessly and sighed, "Miss, it's too dangerous for you to come out alone. If you have an accident." Before she finished, the cyan-robed man took the old woman's arm and said like a spoiled child, "Well, Grandma, Yenner won't dare to do it again. Don't be angry." A moment ago, he was still a handsome young man with graceful bearing. In the next moment, he seemed to have transformed into a young girl that was both happy and angry at the same time. The space between his brows was filled with a delicate and beautiful aura, causing the passers-by to be dumbstruck. Obviously, the cyan-robed man who called himself Yenner was a woman disguised as a man. "Humph, and you little maid, if you dare to do it again, I will punish you first." The old woman obviously doted on Yenner and couldn't bear to scold her, but she glared at Inger next to her. Inger lowered her head and murmured, "Grandma, I know I'm wrong. Go back quickly. If you don't go back, those childs will rebel, especially the young sword king of the Xia family. If he runs wild in Mist City, I can't stop him." The old woman turned and walked away. Yenner frowned. Thinking of the group of childs gathered in her residence now, she couldn't help but have a headache. Those childs were all nobles in the upper class of the empire. Their identities were illustrious and their temperaments were extremely unscrupulous. Even in the Forbidden City, few people dared to provoke them. Hearing that he was coming to Mist City this time, these childs also followed him. If they acted wildly in Mist City in order to find him, it might cause a disaster. Grandma, I don't want to go back. Yen'er looked at the old woman pitifully. Her clear eyes were like a pair of black gems, beautiful and innocent. No. The old woman refused flatly. Yen'er bit her lip and suddenly said, I can go back, but you have to promise me one thing. The old woman said, Miss, please say it. As long as I can do it, I will promise you. If I can't, please don't embarrass me. Yen'er giggled like a flower quietly blooming after the rain. Her smile was indescribably clean and beautiful. She said, it's a very simple thing, and it won't embarrass you. The old woman seemed to be relieved. Miss, what's the matter? Xianxia on the side rolled her eyes and interrupted, Grandma, Miss heard that Master Sun in Mist City can repair the ancient rhythm ocarina in your hand. So Miss wants to ask you to help her find this Master Sun. The old woman suddenly sneered, there is someone in Mist City who can repair ancient rhythm ocarina? Do you believe this kind of lie? Xianxia said quickly, yes, I also feel that this Master Sun can't do it. But Miss has always been concerned about this matter. As a result, she was cheated by a bad guy just now. The old woman's eyes narrowed, and a terrible cold light flashed in her eyes. Who did you say cheated, Miss? Shut up, Xianxia. Yen'er glared at Xianxia and said to the old woman, it's me who wants to find Master Sun and have a try. It has nothing to do with the young man. Please, I just want to have a try. I have no other request. The old woman seemed to be persuaded. She thought for a moment and said, well, now Miss, you must go back with me. As for Master Sun, I will find a time to invite him for you. Yen'er's eyes lit up and she said, Grandma, you love Yen'er the most. If you go in person, it will definitely be done. The old woman touched the girl's head dotingly and said, as long as Miss is happy. Linsun didn't know all this. At this time, he had arrived at the commune of spiritual tattooists. When he arrived at the second floor, he was immediately invited into a quiet room by Chu Feng, who was overjoyed. The first sentence he said was, you can settle more than 10 powerful forces overnight and make them not dare to spread the news. I am completely convinced this time. Chu Feng's enthusiastic praise made Lin Sun feel a little overwhelmed. He said with a wry smile, brother, I'm here to thank you for your help that night. Chu Feng smiled and said, it's just a piece of cake. Don't mention it. Lin Sun said seriously, it may be a piece of cake for you, but for me, it's like sending charcoal in the snow. On that night 3 days ago, Chu Feng not only provided detailed information, but also supplies of elixirs, weapons, and equipment, as well as more than a dozen places to hide and rest. Without these help, Lin Sun was afraid that he could not hold on to the end alone. This was a big favor. Seeing this, Chu Feng couldn't help but stare at him and said, what's wrong, brother? Are you still so distant from me? In fact, he was quite happy that Lin Sun could appreciate his kindness, which made him very happy. More importantly, what happened that night had made Chu Feng thoroughly realize how extraordinary Lin Sun's background was, since he could make more than a dozen powerful forces return in frustration and even dare not to publicize it in the end. Now, Chu Feng was very satisfied that he could maintain a deep friendship with Lin Sun. Next, after chatting for a while, Lin Sun got up and left. He had promised Chu Feng that when his injury was completely recovered, he would continue to come to the commune of spiritual tattooists to accept tasks as usual. On the one hand, it was to make money, on the other hand, it was to help Chu Feng. After all, the reputation of Master Sun was like the sun at high noon in the whole Mist City. With Lin Sun here, it was enough to bring great benefits to the commune of spiritual tattooists. At the same time, Lin Sun planned to make a customized saber for himself, so he handed a list of spiritual materials to Chu Feng and asked Chu Feng to help him collect these spiritual materials. Chu Feng naturally agreed without hesitation. Through the battle 3 days ago, Lin Sun found that although the standard sabers on the market were powerful, they were not suitable for him after all, which made him unable to exert his fighting power at will. The real masters who were good at fighting would ask a spiritual tattooist to make a customized weapon for them. Lin Sun had not had time to do so because he was busy before. Now there was still a lot of time before the province test began, so Lin Sun could refine a suitable weapon for himself. It was not yet noon when Lin Sun left the commune of spiritual tattooists. Instead of going home in a hurry, he wandered slowly along the street. Mist City was prosperous and affluent, with novel and rare things that had never been seen before everywhere. For example, the post stations opened by beast tamers could be rented, and some pets could be sold. For example, the flower houses opened by spirit plants masters sold all kinds of beautiful spirit flowers and spirit herbs, which were very popular among girls. There were also some fruit and vegetable stores, spirit chef restaurants, arenas, slave markets, antique streets, and so on and so forth. There was a variety of them that dazzled one's eyes. All of these were rarely seen in a border city like Donglin town. This was Ziyao Empire. The more prosperous a city was, the more one could feel the prosperity of the empire. As Lin Sun Feng of the cultivation of Lin of Sun, he, Feng and Lin, he had of Li Lin Lin of Feng of Chen, and of Xing, of the cultivation, Lin Lin Feng and Li. For example, the improvement of weapons and equipment was one of the most effective ways. In addition, the practice of martial arts could also improve one's combat effectiveness. Lin Sun's mastery of RFS had just broken through the level of initial glimpse and reached the level of nuance. It was still far from the level of accuracy, let alone mastery. If he could improve the reaching for the stars and reach the level of accuracy, the power he could exert would be even more terrifying. However, RFS consumed a lot of physical strength, so it could only be used as a trump card. Lin Sun put more attention on the practice of six-word saberplay. Six-word saberplay was an extremely mysterious and ruthless saberplay. Even Drillmaster Yang Ku and Shu Sanqi attached great importance to it. Lin Sun had now reached the level of accuracy, and there was still a long way to mastery. Lin Sun planned to do his best to mastery of six-word saberplay in the following time. In this way, at least in the province test, Lin Sun could ensure that he could pass the test without exposing RFS. Apart from that, in terms of soul cultivation, he had unintentionally planted a willow, and yet another 3 soul stars had appeared in Lin Sun's sea of consciousness after the battle 3 days ago. Now, there were a total of 21 soul stars hanging in the sky of his sea of consciousness. They were bright and resplendent, reflecting his soul, causing Lin Sun's soul perception to become increasingly powerful. The improvement of combat effectiveness is the most important thing. But before the province test, I have to prepare for the 3rd pass of Green Cloud Path in Heaven Accessing Place, Lin Sun thought silently. There were less than 3 months left before the 3rd pass of Green Cloud Path opened. This pass was called 100 Battles, and there were only 3 chances to pass it. Although Lin Sun didn't know how difficult and dangerous this pass was, he dared not to be careless. If he wanted to get the reward, he must be fully prepared. In Lin Sun's view, since the 3rd pass was called 100 Battles, it must be related to fighting, so no matter how he thought about it, the improvement of combat effectiveness was undoubtedly the most important. At this time, there was a sudden uproar in the distance, which made Lin Sun wake up from his contemplation. Looking up, he saw a strong man dragging a woman to a carriage beside him on the street dozens of meters away. The woman's hair was disheveled and her clothes were torn. She kept screaming and crying, "Help! Help! I don't know him. I really don't know him." The strong man looked indignant and said to the people around, "I'm so sorry. This is my wife. She has been cheating on me these days. Today, I finally caught her in the act, but she not only didn't admit her mistake, but also quarreled with me. She really pissed me off. I'll take her home right now." Seeing this, people nearby couldn't help showing a look of contempt. Someone even cursed aloud, "What a dissolute bitch. She didn't admit her mistake after cheating on me. She should be drowned in a pig cage. Bah! Shameless woman, what are you shouting for? We won't save you even if you shout yourself hoarse. Brother, hurry up and take your wife away, in case she makes a fool of herself again." Everyone blamed the woman. But the strong man said gratefully, thank you for your understanding. I'll take her away now." Saying this, he grabbed the woman's hair and dragged her to the carriage beside him. The woman's face was full of despair, fear, and helplessness. No matter how hard she struggled, she could only let out a pale scream, "Help, help, I really don't know him." Just when she was about to be dragged into the carriage, someone suddenly shouted, "Wait. The crowd who were watching the scene were all stunned. It seemed that they didn't expect that someone would stand up for this dissolute bitch. They looked up and saw a handsome young man had appeared out of nowhere and stood in front of the strong man. This young man was naturally Lin Sun. The strong man narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Little brother, this is my family's business. How can you, an outsider, intervene? Get out of the way." "Yes, young man, you are too nosy. Get out of the way and let the big brother take the bitch away." Someone helped and scolded Lin Sun. Others also spoke to let Lin Sun retreat. The strong man's eyes flashed with complacency. He raised his hand and pushed Lin Sun's shoulder, "Hurry up," and, before he finished his words, he let out a scream like a pig being butchered. His hand had been twisted by Lin Sun, and the joints were dislocated. The pain made his body like a cooked prawn, bending over and kneeling on the ground. You are courting death." The strong man shouted with resentment. The people next to him were also in an uproar. They never thought that this seemingly harmless young man would take action without saying a word. "Little brother, you are wrong. How can you intervene in other people's family affairs? Yes, it's too much. This is Mist City. There are so many eyes watching. Do you dare to hurt people? Humph, I think this brat has taken a fancy to this guy's wife. Not to mention, this woman is quite good-looking and has fair and tender skin. This brat is only 10 years old and is in the prime of his youth. He must have been charmed by this woman's beauty." The crowd was talking about it. In this busy street, they were not afraid that Lin Sun would dare to kill them. Hearing the cracking sound of bones, Lin Sun didn't say anything. He dislocated the strong man's limbs and let him kneel on the ground. His face was twisted in pain, his forehead was sweating, and his mouth kept screaming. In this way, it immediately attracted many onlookers and accusations. At this time, on the third floor of a restaurant on the side of the street, a soft voice suddenly sounded, Why is it Lin Sun?" The speaker was a handsome young man. It was Xianxia, the young master of Azure Light Pavilion. He was drinking to drown his sorrows. Then, like Lin Sun, he was attracted by the sudden disturbance on the street. At this time, he inadvertently glanced at Lin Sun. When he saw the familiar figure of Lin Sun, he was shocked and his face became gloomy. He remembered what happened on that night 3 days ago. He also remembered the loud slap that his father had given him in the face. This guy is getting more and more arrogant. In broad daylight, he even intervened in other people's family affairs. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Let's go and see what kind of joke he will make this time. Xianxia stood up and said, gnashing his teeth. The attendant next to him reminded, "Young master, the patriarch has given a death order that we are not allowed to provoke Lin Sun again." Xianxia interrupted impatiently, "Who the hell wants to provoke him? We are going to watch the fun. Watch the fun, understand?" As he said, he turned around and walked down the restaurant. On the busy street, there were more and more onlookers, and even many practitioners were attracted here. When they learned from others that Lin Sun was standing up for a woman who didn't behave like a woman, many people showed anger. However, at this time, the rescued woman fainted on the ground because she was too emotional, and she couldn't defend Lin Sun at all. But Lin Sun didn't care. He just looked at the strong man who knelt on the ground and screamed loudly to win sympathy. His eyes were as sharp as a knife. "I'll give you a chance. Now tell me your name, origin, and the purpose of kidnapping this woman." Lin Sun's voice was calm. The strong man shouted angrily, "Look, this boy not only bullies people, but also intends to slander me. What is kidnapping? Is it wrong for me to teach my wife a lesson?" Someone next to him couldn't help saying, "Young man, enough is enough. Don't make mistakes again. There are so many people here. Be careful not to provoke public anger." Crack, Lin Sun didn't care at all. He lifted his tiptoe and directly stepped on the strong man's right palm. Suddenly, there was a sound of bones breaking and blood flowing. The burly man screamed in pain, but he was extremely unyielding and shouted, "Brat, kill me if you have the guts." Seeing this bloody scene, many people present were angry and felt that Lin Sun had gone too far. "Brat, how dare you injure someone in broad daylight? Today, I'll teach you a lesson, you stubborn scoundrel." A practitioner stood out and spoke righteously, which immediately won a round of applause. Xianxia, who was hiding in the crowd, couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Lin Sun, you have such a day? I'd like to see how you will deal with this in public. Crack. Lin Sun didn't even bother to pay attention to the practitioner. He lifted his tiptoe gently and crushed the other palm of the strong man. The man held in pain, rolled his eyes, and fainted directly. You're courting death. Seeing that Lin Sun not only ignored him but also continued to commit murder, the practitioner was immediately enraged. He stepped forward and slapped Lin Sun with his palm. The palm wind was piercingly cold and produced a sonic boom. It was obvious that he had used his full strength, but Lin Sun stretched out his hand and grasped the opponent's wrist. Then he shook his hand violently. The practitioner's body suddenly trembled violently like a sieve. All the bones and joints of his body were removed. Like a dead fish, he fell to the ground with a plop and screamed. With one strike, he had suppressed a Xianxia. Some ordinary people were terrified to the point of retreating repeatedly when they saw this, and they seemed as if they were avoiding a snake or scorpion. Never had they imagined that this young man would actually be so ruthless and formidable. On the other hand, some cultivators couldn't help but narrow their eyes when they saw this, and they were shocked in their hearts. The attack just now seemed simple and direct, but it actually contained all sorts of profundities and killing intent. It was impossible to execute unless one's combat skills were extremely superb. Who was this young man? It didn't seem simple at all. The scene was shocked for a moment, and Xianxia, who was hiding in the crowd, secretly cursed. What a bunch of useless people. Just this little trick and you're scared? Xianxia also knew that most of the people present were ordinary people. Even those practitioners were just some low-level characters. The reason why they gathered here was just to watch the fun. It was impossible for them to deal with Lin Sun together. But knowing this, Xianxia was naturally very uncomfortable when he saw Lin Sun intimidating the scene with just a little trick. He came to see Lin Sun make a fool of himself, not to see how Lin Sun showed off his power. Crack. At this time, Lin Sun kicked the strong man with the tip of his foot. The strong man, who had fainted, suddenly woke up as if he had been electrocuted. When he saw Lin Sun in front of him, his face suddenly became angry and distorted. However, just as he was about to shout, he saw Lin Sun suddenly squatting down, and a sharp saber appeared in his palm. Lin Sun gently put it against the strong man's throat. The strong man's face changed completely, and a trace of fear emerged in his eyes. You, what are you going to do? Are you going to kill me? Saying this, he looked around as if asking for help, but found that although the onlookers couldn't bear it, no one came forward to help. Especially when he saw the screaming practitioner lying beside him, the strong man had a sign of collapse, and his face changed dramatically. I have given you a chance. If you don't tell the truth, it will not be as simple as cutting off your palms. Lin Sun said with a smile, but the blade in his hand suddenly flashed. With a puff, one of the strong man's ears was cut off, and blood burst out. The strong man screamed in pain, I'll tell you. At this moment, in his eyes, the handsome young man in front of him was like a devil, which made him feel an unprecedented fear. My name is Hu Debiao, and I come from the south of the city. The strong man who called himself Hu Debiao endured the pain and said while gasping. Get to the point. Why do you want to rob this woman? Lin Sun said coldly. Hu Debiao cried and said in a trembling voice, this is a business. Selling a beautiful woman can earn a lot of money. Before he finished speaking, the onlookers were in an uproar, and their eyes on Hu Debiao changed from sympathy to anger, confusion, disdain and contempt. Lin Sun said, so, she is not your wife? Hu Debiao completely lost his resistance and said dejectedly, no. The onlookers became angry, not because Hu Debiao was a human trafficker, but because they were deceived by a human trafficker just now, which made them feel a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Lin Sun got up and looked at the onlookers around him. He said with a smile, everyone, this is the scum you want to protect. Are you satisfied now? Many people had embarrassed expressions on their faces. Someone muttered, who knew he would be a human trafficker? If we had known this, we would have killed him together. Lin Sun looked at him coldly, didn't you hear the woman's cry for help just now? The man still stubbornly retorted, in today's world, hearing a cry for help means waiting to help. Who the hell will be so stupid to help others when they see injustice? This kind of stupid thing can only happen in legends. Lin Sun replied with an unspeakable disgust and anger in his heart. Since when did chivalry become a stupid thing to do? He pointed to Hu Debiao on the ground and said, "That's right. When human traffickers like this guy take away your daughters, wives, relatives, and friends in this way in the future, I'd like to see who will help you in this world." His words made many people in the field change their faces. Indeed, it was because of Lin Sun that the innocent woman was saved today. What should they do if the same thing happened to them in the future? Lin Sun didn't bother to say more. He looked at the practitioner lying on the ground next to Hu Debiao and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you were the one who secretly provoked others to be hostile to me just now, right? Are you on the same side?" His words made the practitioner and Hu Debiao's faces change suddenly. "Tell me, which gang are you from?" Lin Sun asked directly. When he was in Donglin town, he had contacted many underground gangs, so he was very clear that human traffickers could not act alone. There must be a force behind the scenes manipulating them. As soon as Hu Debiao opened his mouth, he was shouted by the practitioner, "Don't say it." Seeing this, Lin Sun directly cut off the practitioner's neck. Blood burst out and sprinkled on Hu Debiao's face. He was so scared that he wet his pants. "Say it." Lin Sun looked at him. Hu Debiao dared not hesitate and said quickly, "We are all from the Black Python Gang." The Black Python Gang, many people present changed their faces. It was the most notorious force in the underground of Mist City. It specialized in cheating and committing all kinds of crimes, especially abducting and selling women. Suddenly, many people were completely angry and clamored for Lin Sun to kill Hu Debiao. Seeing this, Lin Sun felt a little comfortable in his heart. At least these people had not completely lost their conscience. Xianxia, hiding in the crowd, was immediately disappointed. Knowing that there was nothing to see, he turned around and left with a gloomy face. But at this moment, Lin Sun had already stood in front of him, grabbed Xianxia's arm with a smile, and dragged him to the center of the crowd. Xianxia's face suddenly changed. He wanted to struggle, but how could he? At this time, Lin Sun said to the crowd, "Everyone, it's easy to kill Hu Debiao. But if we don't get rid of the Black Python Gang, this kind of thing will still happen every day. Now Xianxia, the young master of Azure Light Pavilion, has promised to help you get rid of the Black Python Gang." Xianxia was furious. When did he agree to this? Before he could speak, Lin Sun's voice sounded in his ears, "If you don't cooperate, don't blame me for blocking the door of your Azure Light Pavilion every day. As long as I see your people, I will beat them violently. I'd like to see what you can do to me." Xianxia trembled all over and was so angry that his eyes almost popped out. This guy actually coerced him like this. This was going too far, but unfortunately, he couldn't say anything. Because as Lin Sun said, no one in Azure Light Pavilion dared to hurt Lin Sun because of the obsidian invitation. The most disgusting thing was that if Lin Sun really took the initiative to bully the people of Azure Light Pavilion, should they fight back or not, just as Xianxia was struggling in his heart, there was a burst of cheers in the field. They all praised First Child Chi of Azure Light Pavilion for being chivalrous and heroic. He was indeed a model of justice and righteousness in the world. Lin Sun also said with a smile, "You're right. With Azure Light Pavilion's help, even 10 Black Python gangs will be destroyed in a flash, let alone one. You must remember the great kindness of young Master Xianxia. It's really rare to see such a young hero who dares to fight against the evil forces." Suddenly, there was another burst of praise and cheers in the field. Xianxia was completely dumbfounded. Under the watchful eyes of the public, he was forced to this point. He had no choice but to agree. He was so regretful that he wanted to hit the wall. If he had known this, he wouldn't have come to see the fun. He should have run away as far as he could. But it was too late to regret. Lin Sun obviously had him under control. If he really dared not to agree, according to Lin Sun's ruthless character, he might really block the door of Azure Light Pavilion and make trouble. This kind of feeling of being used but having to grit his teeth and bear it made Xianxia really want to cry. He even wanted to commit suicide. When Xianxia woke up from his stupor, he found that Lin Sun was no longer there, and many people nearby were looking at him eagerly. That gaze was like staring at a creditor who owed money, which made Xianxia uncomfortable. Young master, what do you think we should do? The attendant who had been following Xianxia asked in a low voice. What else can we do? Take this guy away first. Xianxia pointed at Hu Debiao on the ground impatiently. Although Hu Debiao had left, Xianxia didn't have the courage to leave. The attendant seemed to be relieved and said with a smile, that's good. It's better to deal with the Black Python gang than to be bullied by Lin Sun. Xianxia was stunned. Although he was uncomfortable, he had to admit that the Black Python gang was not as threatening as Lin Sun. Thinking of this, Xianxia waved his hand and said, take the unconscious woman with you. When she wakes up, send her home personally. The attendant nodded and planned to leave with Xianxia, carrying Hu Debiao in one hand and the unconscious woman in the other. At this time, someone suddenly shouted, Young Master Qi, when will the Azure Light Pavilion take action against the Black Python gang? Xianxia was displeased and said coldly, if the Black Python gang can survive tonight, I will immediately commit suicide to apologize. With that, he swaggered off with his attendants. Behind him, there was a burst of cheers, all of which praised Xianxia for his courage and courage. He deserved to be the young master of Azure Light Pavilion. Listening to these praises, Xianxia's expression changed. Sometimes he gnashed his teeth, and sometimes he was indignant. But in the end, his expression became strange. After a long time, he asked in a low voice, do you think they are really praising me? The attendant was stunned and immediately nodded, of course. Young master, as soon as you took action, you helped them eradicate an evil force. How can they not be grateful? Xianxia's expression eased a lot and he said thoughtfully, I didn't expect that it feels good to help others. The attendant was stunned. Xianxia seemed to have calmed down and said proudly, however, since I promised them, tonight the Black Python gang, the attendant instantly understood and said with a murderous aura, young master, don't worry. Leave all these to me, and I guarantee that the mission will be completed. Xianxia smiled with satisfaction, as if he had forgotten the anger and grievance Lin Sun had brought him just now. But the attendant was very clear that compared with Lin Sun, his young master was still too young. He didn't lack intelligence or talent, but he lacked the experience of the world. However, this was normal. After all, the young master was only 14 or 15 years old. His temperament was at its most fickle. When Lin Sun returned home, he was surprised to find that Chu Feng had arrived one step earlier than him and sent all the spiritual materials he needed to refine his saber. Seeing Lin Sun, Chu Feng chatted with him for a while with a smile and then left. This fellow can be considered an interesting person. Xu Jin, who was drinking, commented. Lin Sun smiled and said, there are many smart people in the world, but there is a lack of smart people like Chu Feng who are willing to make sacrifices. Xu Jin said, the more you do this, the more you want. You should take it easy. Lin Sun nodded and turned to walk into the room. There were a lot of spiritual materials sent by Chu Feng. Some were used to cast sabers, and some were used to refine spiritual inks. There were more than 100 kinds of spiritual materials. In the past, when Lin Sun refined spiritual weapons, he bought finished spiritual inks and ordinary sabers. As long as he carved spiritual tattoos on them, he could refine a spiritual weapon. But this time was different from the past. Lin Sun was going to refine a saber for himself, so he needed to prepare the spiritual inks and materials needed for the saber himself. Most importantly, the saber Lin Sun was going to refine this time was different from all kinds of standard sabers sold on the market. In other words, he was planning to design a brand new battle spirit weapon for himself according to his own wishes. This was an extremely challenging thing. There were many spiritual tattooists in the world who knew how to refine spiritual weapons, but few could use their own knowledge of spiritual tattoos to design a spiritual weapon alone. It was like creating a new kind of spiritual weapon, full of unknowns and no experience to follow. Everything had to be tried and explored by oneself, which also increased the risk of failure. Generally speaking, only those at the level of spiritual tattooist could have such ingenuity. Although it was the first time for Lin Sun to do this, he had seen many strange spiritual tattoos since he was a child with Master Lu, so he was not afraid to do this kind of thing. Sitting in his room, Lin Sun first classified all the spiritual materials one by one, and then took out a pen and paper to conceive and design. The composition of spiritual ink, the quality of the material of the saber, and the spiritual tattoos needed to be used. Any detail was listed out by Lin Sun one by one, and then he conceived and studied. This conception was based on his own cultivation and fighting style. Everything was to meet his own fighting needs. The atmosphere in the room was quiet. Lin Sun sat straight at the desk with a serious look, and the pen in his hand moved on the paper, making a rustling sound. Spiritual tattoos were a kind of magical power. If an ordinary weapon was inscribed with spiritual tattoos, it could be transformed into a spiritual weapon with incredible power, which could be called magical. Spiritual tattoos also involved every aspect of cultivation, such as refining elixirs, refining weapons, keeping animals, making puppets, and spiritual plants. In the whole empire, the changes brought by the power of spiritual tattoos could be seen everywhere, such as the spiritual screen with the function of spreading messages, the spiritual tattoo shuttle with the function of transporting and carrying people, and the battleship with the power of fighting and defense. It could be said that the existence of spiritual tattoos not only occupied an extremely important position in the cultivation system, but also began to affect all aspects of the whole world. The profession of spiritual tattooist naturally became a special existence. All the knowledge of spiritual tattoos Lin Sun had learned was inherited from Master Liu. Although he seemed to be just a junior spiritual tattooist, the knowledge of spiritual tattoos in his mind was far beyond that of a junior spiritual tattooist. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to help old Mo improve the structure of the spiritual furnace of the Ziying battleship in the bloodthirsty camp, nor could he refine the meteor's crossbow. Even the spiritual weapons he refined for others in the commune of spiritual tattooists were far more powerful than those on the market. Only Lin Sun knew very well that the knowledge of spiritual tattoos imparted by Master Liu might enable him to have an attainment far beyond his imagination. However, the key factor that allowed him to succeed time and time again when forging spirit artifacts, and to bestow spirit artifacts with an obvious superior power, was the heavenly door in his sea of consciousness. He had refined many spiritual weapons and was already familiar with the fact that the gate to heaven in his sea of consciousness would release a trace of imperceptible fluctuation at the moment when a spiritual weapon was successfully refined. It was precisely this trace of undetectable fluctuation that allowed him to not fail every time he refined a weapon. Furthermore, the power of the spiritual weapons that he refined were obviously stronger than the spiritual weapons on the market. Lin Sun didn't know the reason, but he could judge that the strange fluctuation of the gate to heaven was a mysterious and unknown power. When he really broke through all the levels in the heaven accessing place, he might be able to really understand and control this power. Time went by, and several days passed unconsciously. Lin Sun had already finalized all the ideas of refining the saber, determined the final plan, and processed all kinds of spiritual materials needed one by one. Now he just needed to start. In these days, Lin Sun's injuries were all healed, and his cultivation not only completely recovered, but also made a step forward than before. This was the direct benefit brought by the battle. The tempering of blood and fire was enough to make a practitioner transform again and again on the road of the strong. At the same time, Chirps also woke up 2 days ago. It seemed that nothing had changed, but Lin Sun knew that this little guy's talent was incredible. No one could be sure what it would become in the future. On this day, Lin Sun was ready to start refining spiritual ink, but he didn't expect that Chu Feng suddenly came to visit him. He looked solemn and worried. As soon as he saw Lin Sun, he said directly, "Brother, we have a big trouble this time." Lin Sun's eyes narrowed and he asked, "What's the matter?" Chu Feng said bitterly, "Last night, someone came to me directly and asked Master Sun to go with her." Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and asked, "Who is that person?" Chu Feng's expression became increasingly bitter. An old woman with inconceivably powerful strength. Most importantly, her background isn't simple at all. Although I don't know her background, I can tell from my observations that if I don't agree, she won't hesitate to kill me. Lin Sun was shocked. An old woman didn't take Chu Feng, the head of the commune of spiritual tattooists, seriously at all. It could be imagined how powerful she was. At this time, Shu Jin, who had been sleeping in the corner, suddenly opened his eyes and sneered silently. Then he shook his head and continued to sleep. Lin Sun didn't notice this scene. He frowned and asked, "Brother, do you agree?" Chu Feng shook his head quickly, "I dare not. But I only got 3 days to think about it. If I don't agree by then, I'm afraid." Lin Sun finally understood and couldn't help frowning and thinking. If he wed with the old woman, he would undoubtedly expose his identity, which was absolutely not what Lin Sun wanted. The most important thing was that it would be too dangerous if the old woman had other ideas and wanted to harm him. Chu Feng seemed to see through Lin Sun's mind and said, "Don't worry. The old woman's purpose is very simple. She should just ask you to repair a spiritual weapon. She has no other intentions." 3 days later, on the second floor of the commune of spiritual tattooists, led by Chu Feng, Lin Sun met the old woman with a powerful background. This was indeed an old woman. She had a head full of silver hair, an aged face, and turbid eyes. She looked like she had one foot in the grave, and she held a black wooden staff in her hand. She looked very ordinary. But when Lin Sun saw her for the first time, he felt as if he saw an erupting volcano with magma soaring into the sky and burning the world. It seemed that she was going to refine everything in the world. At that moment, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart, which made his nerves tense. He felt an indescribable oppressive force and almost suffocated. His face suddenly changed. But when he looked at the old woman again, he didn't notice any difference, as if everything just now was an illusion. But the more it was like this, the more Lin Sun was afraid. Since he entered Ziyao Empire, he had seen many powerful figures, such as Zhao Tuahai, a great practitioner who was famous in southwestern province, the mysterious Night Queen, the mysterious old man who followed the Night Queen, Xin Rudi, Shu Jin, Shu Sanqi, and so on. Like them, the momentum of the old woman in front of him also gave Lin a feeling of unfathomable and immeasurable. There was no doubt that this old woman was definitely one of the top masters in the world. Seeing Lin Sun, the old woman frowned and said, "Is this Master Sun?" Chu Feng's face changed, but Lin Sun answered first, "I'm the apprentice of Master Sun." The old woman's face suddenly became indifferent, and she said coldly, "Master Sun is too arrogant. Do I have to invite him in person?" "Senior, please calm down. Master Sun has always been eccentric and hates being coerced. But his apprentice can solve a lot of problems." Chu Feng hurriedly explained with a very humble attitude, "You may not know that this brilliant apprentice of Master Sun is deeply loved by Master Sun and has obtained the true inheritance of Master Sun. I believe he can satisfy you with his means." The old woman snorted coldly, "What if he can't solve it?" Before Chu Feng answered, Lin Sun said with a smile, "Whether it can be solved or not depends on what you want to repair. After all, even a grandmaster of spiritual tattoos wouldn't dare to say that he can definitely repair a thing." Seeing that Lin Sun, who seemed to be in his teens, showed a confident and calm demeanor, the old woman couldn't help but take another look at him. "What's your name?" the old woman asked. "Senior, my name is Lin Sun." Lin Sun cupped his hands and said. The old woman was startled. "Lin Sun? Your name is somewhat offensive to your master's title." But Lin Sun said frankly, "My master once said that my name is predestined to be his, so he made an exception to accept me as his disciple. This is also a kind of fate." The old woman sneered, "I couldn't tell, but your master's personality is really strange. Even his disciple is so careless." This sentence was impolite. It not only ridiculed Master Sun, but also belittled Lin Sun. Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Lin Sun worriedly, lest he couldn't bear it and get angry. But to his surprise, Lin Sun suddenly smiled brightly at the moment. "Senior, you really have a sharp eye. I also feel that my master made this decision too carelessly, but I can't help it. My master is such a person." The old woman took a deep look at Lin Sun and said gloomily, "Boy, no matter what, if you can't solve my problem this time, don't blame me for being impolite." This sentence seemed to be extremely rude and unreasonable, which made Chu Feng tremble with fear again. However, Lin Sun just smiled and didn't make any comment, looking calm and relaxed. "Let's go." The old woman turned around and left. Green Tea Pavilion. This was a courtyard located in the central area of Mist City, covering an area of 5 acres. The courtyard was bustling with small bridges, pavilions, and terraces. Exotic flowers and grasses could be seen everywhere. It was like a paradise in the downtown, extraordinarily quiet and elegant. This courtyard belonged to Keystone Business. Only the rich Keystone Business could own such a first-class courtyard in the central area where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. At this time, in the hall of Green Tea Pavilion, Xianxia, Yuan Shu, Wen Mingxiu, and other famous young men of aristocratic families in Mist City had already been seated in order. What was different from the past was that these young men of aristocratic families, who used to be arrogant and conceited in the past, were now very humble and even a little reserved. Because they were just accompanying guests today, on the other side of the hall, there were still more than a dozen young men, all dressed in gorgeous clothes, looking arrogant and showing a unique and reserved sense of superiority in their speech and behavior. Compared with these young people, Qi Yunxiao and the others were obviously inferior in terms of clothing and personal aura. The reason was very simple. These young men were all from the Forbidden City, the capital of the empire. Behind each of them stood a big force in the Forbidden City. If the aristocratic forces of the whole empire were divided into 3, 6, or 9 grades, the forces that could have a huge foundation in the Forbidden City were undoubtedly the first-class forces. This kind of force was often called aristocratic families. As for the top forces in Mist City, they could also be regarded as dominating in one area, but compared with the aristocratic families in the Forbidden City, they seemed to be a little inadequate. Therefore, in the face of more than a dozen young men of aristocratic families from the Forbidden City, Qi Yunxiao, Wen Mingxiu, and Yuan Shu could only act as accompanying guests and serve them carefully. What was embarrassing was that although they had lowered their posture, they could clearly perceive that the attitude of more than a dozen people had been very cold and even ignored them. For the first time in their lives, they tasted what it was like to be ignored. However, they dared not complain or get angry. Mingxiu, don't be sullen. These guys look down on us, but how can we look up to them? Look at them, all of them are arrogant and supercilious. If they were not born in the upper class, they would have been killed many times. Qi Yunxiao saw that Wen Mingxiu was a little depressed, so he whispered to comfort her. I think you are very uncomfortable in your heart. Wen Mingxiu squinted at Qi Yunxiao and also whispered to him. Qi Yunxiao did not deny it and said, I am certainly uncomfortable in my heart, but there is nothing we can do about it. In terms of family background and identity, we are inferior to them after all. We have to admit this fact. Wen Mingxiu said thoughtfully, the aristocratic families in the upper class also have a very strict hierarchy. Among the 13 young people here, 7 are from the lower class, 5 from the middle class, and 1 from the upper class. The aristocratic forces in Mist City can only be regarded as a local tyrant, even inferior to the lower class. According to my father, the reason why the aristocratic families are aristocratic families is not only because of their heritage and long history, but more importantly, their forces have penetrated into all aspects of the empire. Their every move can even affect the decisions of the upper class of the empire. This is the real horror of them. Speaking of this, Wen Mingxiu inadvertently glanced at a young man sitting on the opposite side, and then continued, young Sword King Sha Yutong's family is one of the top 7 aristocratic families in the Forbidden City. It has a great influence in the imperial court and can be said to have great power. Speaking of this, Wen Mingxiu suddenly stiffened and her face changed slightly. She didn't know when Sha Yutong's eyes swept over her and fell on her, as if a silent warning. Just one glance made Wen Mingxiu's heart turn cold. Fortunately, Sha Yutong quickly withdrew his eyes, which made Wen Mingxiu feel like she had survived a disaster. Young Sword King Sha Yutong was a dazzling figure in the empire in recent years. It was rumored that he was a first-class cultivation genius. The sword scripture he mastered was the secret of the Xia family. But in the past 100 years, only Sha Yutong had comprehended and mastered it in the whole Xia family. The most terrible thing was that Sha Yutong was only 19 years old this year, but he had already reached the sea spirit realm. His fighting capacity was so strong that he could be regarded as a first-class genius in the Forbidden City. I don't know why the young Sword King came here again. Among all the people here, only he has reached the sea spirit realm. It's too ostentatious. Qi Yunxiao said with some jealousy. Don't talk about him anymore. Wen Mingxiu was frightened by Sha Yutong's glance just now and dared not talk about him anymore. The atmosphere in the Hall of Green Tea Pavilion was very unique. Sha Yutong and other juniors from the aristocratic families of the empire were talking with each other happily. Although Wen Mingxiu, Qi Yunxiao, Yuan Shu, and the others were ignored, they could only sit there and accompany him carefully, not daring to neglect him. However, whether it was Sha Yutong or Wen Mingxiu, they could only be regarded as guests. They were all waiting for the host who lived here temporarily to show up. But as time went by, the host didn't show up. Even so, no one present was impatient. Even Xia Yutong and other juniors of the Forbidden City were very patient at this moment. Not long after, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside the hall, which made all the people present feel refreshed and looked over. Many people even showed expectation. They maintained the best posture and etiquette and almost got up to go out to greet the guests. Before long, an old woman with silver hair appeared, followed by a teenager. There was no one else besides her. When they saw this scene, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. However, Xia Yutong and others obviously knew the identity of this old woman. To their surprise, the old woman was accompanied by a teenager they didn't know but not the person they wanted to see. Who was this guy? Why could he appear with Granny Wind? When they saw the appearance of the teenager, Qi Yunxiao, Wen Mingxiu, Yuan Shu, and other juniors of the aristocratic families of Mist City couldn't help but widen their eyes. End of chapter 233. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.